Welcome to Part 8 of Doomsday Summoning Frenzy. I hope you enjoy, and don't forget to join the Discord channel for more exciting stories like this one. Due to the young master's profound understanding of righteousness, and considering the current situation of the battles within the Heavenly Palace, I have specially organized this hunting reward program. The general content has already been outlined in the plan, so I won't go into detail. This hunting reward program will last for an indefinite period. After I send you into the demonic clan-occupied area, you can begin your free hunting. However, I must clarify one point to you. You will have no assistance and no retreat. If you want to return from the demonic clan-occupied area, you can only rely on yourselves to fight your way back step by step. At the front line where the two clans clash, I will arrange personnel to assist you. After saying this, Heavenly Tao pondered for a moment before speaking again. In other words, within the demonic clan-occupied area, there are no means to guarantee your safety, and being in enemy territory, you can estimate the dangers for yourselves. So if you want to back out, now is still time. Naturally, backing out was impossible. Even if some felt uneasy, they couldn't bring themselves to say, "I want to back out," in front of Heavenly Tao. As natives of the immortal heroic world, offending Heavenly Tao at this point, how would they survive afterward? Heavenly Tao, of course, did not care about the thoughts of the people before him, lightly nodding and displaying a satisfied demeanor. As for the rewards, the magic crystals you hunt in the demonic clan-occupied area will serve as the currency for this reward exchange. When you return, you can take the 7th-level magic crystals to the military supply office for exchange. That's about it. Do you have any questions? No! A uniform shout rose from the crowd. The immortal heroic world had been battling the demonic clan for years, and discipline had deeply ingrained itself in every individual's bones. All right then, now close your eyes, sit still, and await the teleportation. Looking at the many professionals sitting on the ground with their eyes closed, Heavenly Tao's hands slowly emanated a milky white light. This was the method of teleportation he was about to employ. However, teleportation was not Heavenly Tao's true purpose. The immense mental power in his mind quickly spread out, secretly targeting the brains of a dozen of his pre-selected chess pieces. Upon sensing these individuals slightly nodding, Heavenly Tao wore a gentle smile, then turned his gaze in another direction. There, a figure slightly shorter and slender, dressed in a plain black robe, sat expressionlessly, waiting for the upcoming hunting reward program. Heavenly Tao hesitated slightly, before sending a wave of mental energy directly into Wen Yu's right hand. Without Wen Yu noticing, the heaven-piercing demon vine in his soul space lightly fluctuated, and then a mental wave quickly transmitted back to Heavenly Tao. Unbeknownst to them, Heavenly Tao and the heaven-piercing demon vine had completed a secret communication. Slowly reading the information transmitted back by the heaven-piercing demon vine, Heavenly Tao gently closed his eyes, as if entangled in certain issues. After a while, Heavenly Tao let out a barely noticeable sigh, then calmed his mood. Teleportation begins. Words that seemed to carry a comforting power reached the ears of everyone present, and then Wen Yu felt a tremendous force wildly tearing at his body. The power tearing at his body came quickly and left just as quickly. When Wen Yu sensed the external energy fluctuations gradually dissipating and a strong stench drilled into his nostrils, he quickly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Though his identity as the young master was a facade, his status as the strongest lone walker on Earth was undeniably real. At this moment, he was all alone, and his strong adaptability and vigilance in the face of danger returned to Wen Yu's body once again. That's right, he was all alone, looking at the bare, desolate mountains around him and the faint black demonic energy that had even begun to fog. Wen Yu slowly closed his eyes, carefully sensing the life force around him. However, not even a single demonic creature could be found, let alone his teammates. The situation was clear. When Yu had lost contact with Tang Haofei, the teleportation locations for everyone were random. Indeed, it's a random teleportation, Wen Yu sighed, quickly taking out a compass-like item from his spatial ring. Just moments ago, while discussing the battle plan in the private room, Wen Yu and Tang Haofei had already guessed that Heavenly Tao might employ a random teleportation method. Therefore, in the current situation, Wen Yu was not unprepared. Observing the compass in his hand closely after a while, Wen Yu determined the direction in which Tang Haofei was located. His entire being transformed into a dim gray light, slowly merging into the ubiquitous demonic energy, swiftly drifting towards Tang Haofei's direction. The composition of the demonic energy was unknown. At least with Earth's current scientific capabilities, they could not observe the various components within it. Wen Yu had no clue whether it could be observed in the immortal heroic world, and he wasn't concerned about that aspect. However, it was undeniable that given the current concentration and content of demonic energy in the seventh layer of the Heavenly Palace's demonic clan-occupied area, it had brought Wenyu some minor troubles and negligible assistance. His perceptual abilities were significantly compressed. Both physical sensations and spiritual perception were disrupted by the omnipresent demonic energy surrounding him. On one hand, this greatly aided Wenyu's concealment. On the other hand, it correspondingly increased the danger of the surrounding environment. Who knew if a powerful demonic creature with excellent concealment abilities would suddenly pop out and smash Wenyu into a pulp? Fortunately, as a lone walker, Wenyu was not only capable of proficiently utilizing his own strength and perceptual abilities, but also had a few tricks that the strong referred to as unorthodox techniques. The black mist slowly drifted until, at a certain moment, the black mist that had transformed Wenyu gradually came to a halt. The mist condensed, and the next second, Wenyu's body reappeared on the ground. First, he surveyed the surrounding environment. After confirming that there was no danger, Wenyu lowered his head. Under his feet, dozens of clear footprints appeared before Wenyu. 10 demonic creatures, strength unknown, 3 types of footprints. It should be a mixed squad of 3 races from the demonic clan. Direction? Straight ahead. And straight ahead was exactly the path that Wenyu had to take. Wenyu quickly assessed his countermeasures and directly activated the 5th soul realm. Meow! A soft, high-pitched sound escaped from Victor's mouth. Coupled with Victor's pure black fur and extraordinarily noble appearance, it would undoubtedly ignite the hearts of countless girls if it were before the apocalypse. However, Victor's next words immediately exposed his true nature. The soul realm space in CTM is truly unbearable for me. As soon as Victor appeared, he complained angrily before immediately entering a state of alert. Squinting to survey the surrounding environment, the next second, Victor's fur stood on end, as if he had fluffed up, and his entire body instantly became a circle larger. Did you just run into the demon realm? The terrifying concentration of demonic energy in the air made Victor uncomfortable. Based on the current concentration of demonic energy, even a first-level professional entering this space would be instantly corrupted and mutated into an ugly, repulsive zombie. The 7th layer of the Heavenly Palace demonic clan-occupied area? These simple 10 words explained the current situation. Seeing Wenyu's serious demeanor, Victor also reacted. Wenyu in combat alert mode was different from his usual self. At this moment, Wenyu was entirely focused and had no mood to joke around with his spirit pet. Victor's cat nose twitched vigorously. Cats and dogs actually had quite similar olfactory senses, and with the added strength of Victor's divine beast species, in terms of smell alone, Victor was currently superior to the Cyclops. Moreover, Victor's concealment ability was far greater than that of the Cyclops, and to hide his presence as much as possible, Wenyu had not summoned the Cyclops at this moment. Carefully distinguishing the scents in the air, after a while, Victor gently shook his head. I can't smell anything. The concentration of demonic energy in the air is too high, affecting my sense of smell. Look at the footprints on the ground to find the direction of the target. Upon hearing Wenyu's command, Victor shifted his gaze to the ground. After lying on the ground for a while, Victor finally lifted his head. Straight ahead, but still no discoveries. Hey! The extreme environment posed quite a challenge for Wenyu. Casually placing Victor on his shoulder, Wenyu's body instantly transformed into black mist, enveloping Victor as he slowly floated forward. Change direction? That was impossible. Who knew if changing direction would lead to more danger? At least in the current situation, Wenyu was the first to detect the enemy's tracks, and if a battle occurred, it would be Wenyu who had the upper hand. At this moment, Wenyu had made up his mind. He would continue towards the direction where Tang Haofei was located, taking the shortest route. As for the risks along the way, if they could be avoided, then avoid them. If not, they would just have to see whose fists were harder. Woo, woo, a short and long horn sounded from afar. Huck turned his head and carefully distinguished the distant sound signals. After a while, a somewhat frantic demon realm language came from Huck's mouth. Strengthened defenses, foreign enemy invasion, invaders' power level degrade. As the captain of this patrol team, Huck was naturally familiar with the communication methods and various signals of the demonic clan. In the coded messages of the demonic clan, a short and long sound signal indicated that the enemy invading the demonic clan-occupied area was of a level that could be completely ignored with just a little caution, almost no danger. The transmission had just begun when someone had already been detected by the demonic clan, and what was even more frightening was that the response speed of the demonic clan was incredibly efficient and powerful. As the demonic clan, raised by the sovereign, even though these demons had some restrictions placed upon them by the sovereign, Their inherent battle instincts and tactical awareness developed through the Sovereign's training should not be underestimated. "Probably just a few patrol teams," said a black-skinned demon creature standing behind him, towering at 5 meters tall, with a disproportionately large head that had only one huge eyeball. "Who knows? I just want to hurry up and finish this damned patrol mission." Huck, as an ancient demon, muttered. Among the demonic clan, the differences in race were not only about identity, but also about absolute power disparity. However, Huck's tone when speaking to the one-eyed demon creature did not carry much of an air of superiority. At level 7, the importance of racial advantages had significantly diminished, replaced instead by skill levels and skill combinations. "By the way," Huck seemingly thought of something and turned to ask the one-eyed demon creature, "I heard that in 3 days you'll be transferred to the Vanguard Legion to serve as the main force for the next large-scale offensive." The one-eyed giant ogre opened its mouth wide, and a foul smell instantly enveloped a 10-meter radius around it. It slowly nodded in response, saying, "The next total offensive is in 3 days, and from what I know, it should be the final decisive battle. The higher-ups intend to eliminate the remnants of the immortal heroic world in a short period." Upon hearing this news, Huck mumbled indistinctly, "I figured as much. Otherwise, they wouldn't recall you, old cook, and that madman. It seems they've all been pulled back to the Vanguard Legion." Hearing Huck's mumbling, the one-eyed giant ogre understood that Huck was feeling frustrated about why he wasn't recalled to the Vanguard Legion. Out of friendship, the one-eyed giant ogre comforted him. "Don't worry, I think the higher-ups must have their considerations, once the casualties in the Vanguard Legion are heavy enough." PFF, a muffled sound interrupted the one-eyed giant ogre's words. Turning in confusion, the one-eyed giant ogre and Huck, with their 3 eyes, scrutinized the source of the sound behind them. However, there was nothing there. Who farted so loudly?" Responding to Huck's question was a level 7 early-stage black-skinned demon creature, whose physical attributes were only around 8,000 points. The black-skinned demon creature trembled and pointed at the spot where the sound had just come from, its large yellowed teeth clattering incessantly as it stammered, Just now," with a puff sound borrow. "Is gone," an incredulous tone escaped Huck's mouth, and only then did he realize, quickly counting the number of his squad members. 1, 2, 3, 9. When he reached 9, Huck looked at the one-eyed giant ogre with a grim expression. In a patrol team with a full complement of 10, they were down 1. About 30 kilometers away from Huck's patrol team, a web woven from vines tightly wrapped around a struggling demon creature, resembling a plant that was hanging in midair and nurturing something terrifying. When Yu was standing beside this massive plant, quietly enjoying the physical enhancement returned by the heaven-piercing demon vine. The tactic was relatively successful, but level 7 demonic creatures are indeed different from the weaklings on Earth. When I just used the ethereal realm to initiate the transport, this demon creature struggled quite a bit, making some noise, and was even spotted by the nearby demonic creatures. Victor, who was perched on Wen Yu's shoulder, transmitted a psychic wave. "Normal, no plan is perfect. I'm already very satisfied that you, being only level 5, managed to accomplish this." As Wen Yu continued on the planned route, he discovered the traces of this demonic clan squad in less than 5 minutes, commanding Victor to investigate the general strength of the target. With the combination of Misty Trail S-Class, active ability, and Eye of the Night SS-Class, passive ability, along with Victor's identity as a divine beast species and his physical attribute of 15,000 points, the reconnaissance mission was easily completed by Victor. Demonic creatures with below 10,000 points in physical attributes, 5 of them. These were the cannon fodder level 7 demonic creatures. If they didn't have any high-level skills, Wen Yu could basically deal with them in 1 or 2 strikes. However, what kind of high-level skills could a level 7 demonic creature with such low attributes possess? Demonic creatures with between 10,000 and 15,000 points in physical attributes, 3 of them. This would be quite troublesome. Level 7 creatures generally had 2 more skills than level 5, and their combat power should be slightly lower than Wen Yu's main battle spirit pet Victor, Star, one-eyed, but the gap wasn't too big. Demonic creatures with 20,000 points in physical attributes, 2 of them. One was an ancient demon, and the other was a one-eyed giant ogre. This level of combat power could already be categorized by Wen Yu as strong enemies. After a brief contemplation, Wen Yu immediately thought of a plan. Using Victor's ethereal realm, he would transport one demonic creature from one end of the ethereal realm to the other, implementing a simple tactic to divide the enemy's formation. At first, it was merely a test. When Yu stood far enough away that once Victor was discovered, he could immediately pull Victor back to the soul realm space. However, he didn't expect that the reconnaissance ability of this demonic patrol team was indeed lacking. At least they couldn't detect Victor, who was hiding tens of kilometers away, in a mini-form and doing his best to conceal his aura beneath the tree roots. From the composition of this demonic squad, it seemed that these puppet demonic creatures controlled by the Sovereign might not fully understand the importance of specialized roles. When a demonic creature walking at the back was dizzily transported right in front of Wen Yu, before this creature could react, dark energy had already enveloped its body, and simultaneously the heaven-piercing demon vines swiftly shot out and plunged into the body of this demon creature. Control, absorb, transform, turning the enemy's power into increasingly strong nourishment for oneself. At this moment, Wen Yu suddenly felt that maybe in this demonic creature's occupied area, his harvest would be even greater than he originally imagined. The wriggling motions within the plant mass in front of him were getting smaller, and at the same time, the plant mass began to dry up, until the heaven-piercing demon vine retracted its branches, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds of hard objects falling to the ground. A large pile of fragmented bones and scales scattered and fell. In just a few minutes, a demonic creature with a physical quality of around 10,000 points had been completely drained by Wen Yu. Casually picking up the 7th-level magic crystal that had fallen to the ground, and carefully feeling the sense of power coming from his body, Wen Yu took a deep breath. A conversion rate of 200 to 1, that's pretty impressive. 200 to 1 means that just one demonic creature provided Wen Yu with a limit of 50 points in physical quality. Don't underestimate these 50 points. As the saying goes, sand piling up can become a tower. Little by little adds up. Wen Yu's limit breaker item, the heaven-piercing demon vine, was not as fast at breaking limits as Tang Haofei's true god dominance body, but it was a harsh item. Its wide adaptability was the advantage and strength of the heaven-piercing demon vine. Sensing another enhancement of his own power, a fierce light gradually rose in Wen Yu's eyes. With the level of that demonic creature squad just now, it might be a bit difficult for Wen Yu to take them on head-on, but since he had the advantage and the presence of the Netherworld, wearing down this squad little by little might not be a big problem. Thinking of this, Wen Yu lightly patted Victor on the shoulder. Victor understood immediately, disappearing from Wen Yu's shoulder and slowly moving towards the earlier direction. Since the tactic succeeded the first time, it proved the tactic was feasible. After all, the enemy was not a Saint Seiya, and the same trick wouldn't work twice. As a pragmatic person who prioritized absolute efficiency, Wen Yu would naturally seize the enemy's weaknesses and chase them relentlessly. He would not lose his head and abandon the simplest and most effective method to engage in a direct confrontation with the remaining 9 demonic creatures. Just as Wen Yu attempted to pursue the demonic creature patrol squad ahead. In another place far away from Wen Yu, Luo Hai watched as 3 of his subordinates gathered together and slowly let out a sigh of relief. Originally, Luo Hai's squad had 8 people. An 8-person squad was already considered a relatively large group in this hunting reward plan. Furthermore, his team members were all carefully selected top talents. At least in Luo Hai's eyes, the strength of his squad ranked among the top in the entire hunting plan. Now half of the squad had gathered, and the remaining 4 were also approaching. After scanning, there were no enemies around, making the situation look quite favorable. Thinking of the current situation, Luo Hai slowly squinted his eyes, carefully reminiscing about the order given to him by the Heavenly Tao Lord before the teleportation. Luo Hai was well aware that the so-called hunting reward plan was fundamentally just a pretense put forth by the Heavenly Tao Lord. Real strong individuals did not care about those rewards and exchanges. No, that's a bit different. It would be more accurate to say that compared to the benefits gained from completing the Heavenly Tao Lord's orders, those small rewards were utterly negligible. After a while, Luo Hai opened his eyes and took out a compass from his spatial ring. The stars were scattered all over, with constantly moving small dots, seemingly proving the usefulness of this item. This thing could track the real-time location of all participants in the hunting reward plan. "Sir, what should we do next?" Perhaps feeling that they had lingered in place for too long, a teammate next to Luo Hai asked him. "Complete the orders of the Heavenly Tao Lord," Luo Hai replied without raising his head. "Found it." In the next second, Luo Hai immediately let out a surprised whisper, then quickly put away the compass and looked at the 3 confused teammates around him. These guys might be strong, but their origins were humble, and they knew nothing about the commands of the Heavenly Tao. Looking at the puzzled eyes of the 3 teammates, Luo Hai lowered his voice slowly. "At the last moment before the teleportation, the Heavenly Tao Lord issued me an order. This is the token granted to me by the Heavenly Tao Lord." With no evidence, Luo Hai decisively revealed the item given by the Heavenly Tao to strengthen the persuasiveness of his subsequent words. The three teammates saw the token in Luo Hai's hand and immediately bowed their heads respectfully. The authenticity of the token was beyond doubt. No one dared to forge the Heavenly Tao Lord in the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Tao Lord has issued an order. Our squad's mission is now changed. Updated to hunt down His Highness the Young Master. He must not be allowed to leave the demonic clan-occupied area alive. The remaining three exchanged glances. Was the order of the Heavenly Tao Lord to kill His Highness the Young Master? This. Perhaps sensing the hesitation of his teammates, Luo Hai continued to speak with the allure of a demon. Complete the mission and earn the favor of the Heavenly Tao Lord, and you can have whatever you want. As for His Highness the Young Master, from the moment he entered the demonic clan-occupied area, his status is no different from ours. Don't forget, there are no surveillance measures here, and think about it carefully, who truly holds the power in the Heavenly Palace right now. When crime carries no cost and instead brings immense benefits, the so-called hierarchy and laws are merely a joke. Thus, for Luo Hai's teammates, the choice became quite simple. In another direction of the demonic clan-occupied area, a man referred to as Wu Long by Luo Hai was also holding a positioning compass, carefully distinguishing the light points above. After a while, Wu Long slowly raised his head to look at the people beside him. A woman, an old man, a child. This was all his team, and also the strongest support and ally he had by his side a billion years ago. Found it? The woman with a delicate appearance gently uttered a sentence, and her whole body seemed to entwine around Wu Long as if she had no bones. Wu Long was indifferent to the woman's actions. After long-term collaboration in battle, he was quite clear about her temperament. Found it? It's very far from us. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Nearby, the old man was chewing on something resembling a smoking pipe, mumbling indistinctly. Yeah, little girl, lead the way. You should have memorized the life signature of the hunting target, right? Hey, of course I remember. And Wu Long, I want to remind you one last time, don't call me little girl. I'm already TMD hundreds of thousands of years old. The childish voice came from the little girl. Her pink face and angry demeanor made the surrounding old man chuckle in a good-natured way. No matter how old you are in front of the old man, you're still a little girl. Little girl, it's cold, remember to wear more. The old man's joke made the little girl roll her eyes heavily, then squint her eyes and began to use her tracking ability. After a while, the little girl extended her finger and pointed to the east. In that direction, at least tens of thousands of kilometers away from us. Okay, let's go. Upon hearing the little girl's words, Wu Long immediately took action, leading the way eastward. The three people behind followed closely, until the figures of the four were about to disappear into the depths of the demonic energy. A puzzled, childish voice rang out from afar. De Long, what do you think the Heavenly Tao Lord wants to do? Why does he want us to kill Luo Hai? Don't know, Wu Long replied succinctly. So strange, isn't Luo Hai from the same faction as the Heavenly Tao Lord? An old voice chimed in. What's strange about that? We are still from the continuity faction. Don't we still have to do things for the Heavenly Tao Lord? Having lived once more, how could you not understand even this little bit? At this point, what faction is even relevant? In another direction, a fierce-looking man with one eye missing, his body covered in black patterns and purple scars resembling centipedes, stood tall, even mightier than Wu Long, seriously staring at the compass in his hand. After a while, the burly man put away the compass, a sinister smile spreading across his lips. Wu Long, the orders of the Heavenly Tao Lord are quite to my taste. I Li Yang have long wanted to meet this guy. Tusk, and that woman, heh. Deeper within the demonic clan-occupied area. A black swarm of insects instantly enveloped a 7th-level peak bone demon, with the sound of crunching echoing far and wide. The bone demon's mournful howls were incessant. But strangely, from close up, the howls seemed earth-shattering, yet once moving 10 meters away from the bone demon, the howls became so faint they were nearly inaudible. As the crunching sounds grew denser, the bone demon's wails became softer and softer. After a while, a buzzing sound arose, and the swarm slowly detached from the bone demon, leaving only a few puddles of black blood behind. The flapping of the swarm seemed to combine into a low, ancient female voice. Alas, unfortunate timing to have fallen near a demonic clan military camp, it seems. That barbarian named Li Yang has temporarily escaped with his life. Many powerful individuals participated in this hunting reward program, and there were quite a few pawns in the hands of the Heavenly Tao. As one small team after another or groups or individuals completed their assembly, the captain of each team repeatedly verified the orders distributed by the Heavenly Tao and then announced them to their teammates. If observed from a god's perspective, The mission objectives of these individuals clearly encompassed nearly everyone participating in the hunting reward program. It can be anticipated that this command from the Heavenly Tao would thoroughly disrupt the hunting reward program, making it even bloodier and more brutal. Is this raising poison insects, attempting to select the strongest among these people? No, this is merely a simple case of mutual slaughter. However, who besides the Heavenly Tao could guess the entire situation behind this order, as well as the fundamental purpose hidden beneath it? In a certain unknown location within the demonic clan-occupied area of the 7th layer of the Heavenly Palace, the swaying green flames resembled a cluster of eerie ghost fires, bringing a tiny bit of insignificant light to the entire space. Through this negligible light, it could be vaguely seen that this was a closed room resembling a basement. In the center of the room, a handsome young man dressed in a Tao robe sat quietly with his eyes closed. Until a certain moment, sensing the faint spatial fluctuations coming from afar, the young man slowly opened his eyes. "It has begun!" A low mutter escaped the young man's lips, sounding almost like a soliloquy, but surprisingly received a response. "Is it your plan?" A calm yet indifferent voice rang out from not far away. Upon hearing this voice, the young man nodded slowly. "The plan has started. I should be on my way now. By the way, thank you for helping me find a temporary resting place." The young man's words left the mysterious figure speechless. After a moment, the mysterious figure, with a slightly irritated tone, said, Hey, don't forget this isn't free." "Don't worry, I know. If nothing unexpected happens, I might still need to trouble you to assist me once more. Helping you is fine, but the price. Heh. Moreover, Your Highness the Demon Lord should know that in my current state of barely alive, the things I can set my eyes on are quite rare." The previously calm and indifferent voice instantly transformed into a shrewd demeanor. Even though the Demon Lord had dealt with this person before, he still couldn't endure the person's seemingly split personality style of doing business. When there was no conflict of interest, he was icy like a statue, decisive and ruthless in actions. However, once benefits were mentioned, he was truly calculating, like feathering a goose. "Sigh." The Demon Lord felt somewhat helpless toward this guy. "Don't worry, your wish is something I can help you fulfill." After saying this, the Demon Lord's figure suddenly vanished, but a wave of mental energy was instantly transmitted into the mysterious figure's mind. The soul grafting technique allows one to transplant their soul into a fresh body where another soul has died. Forbidden, prerequisites, required items and props. Reading through the entire method of soul grafting left by the Demon Lord and the necessary prerequisites in detail, after a while, a burst of wild laughter abruptly echoed throughout the basement. The frenzied power swept through the entire basement like a storm, until the walls of the basement began to crack, and only then did the laughter slowly cease. "Come here, convey my will, gather all demonic path practitioners below the 5th layer to capture 100 visitors from other realms who have entered the Heavenly Palace. Level does not matter." Naturally, when Yu was completely unaware of the events taking place in the demonic clan-occupied area. At this moment, when Yu was squinting his eyes, enjoying the warm currents transmitted back from the heaven-piercing demon vine. Looking at the heaven-piercing demon vine wrapping around a black-skinned demon creature, and glancing at Victor on his shoulder, a trace of a ferocious smile slowly appeared on Wen Yu's face. It has been proven that there are no holy warriors in this world. In the absence of strong reconnaissance power, and under the premise that the demon creature patrol squad could not detect Victor at all, the netherworld teleportation tactic completely suppressed the entire demon creature squad. This was the second one, and it could be anticipated that there would be a fourth. At this moment, when Yu was like a rasp slowly cutting flesh from this demon creature squad, feeding himself until he was dripping with grease. Only when the heaven-piercing demon vine completely drained the black-skinned demon creature did Wen Yu finally let out a comfortable sigh. He gently patted Victor's body. "Continue." Such simple and effortless slaughter, along with the seemingly effortless way of gaining physical qualities, left Wen Yu completely unable to stop. In stark contrast to Wen Yu, Huck's current mood was filled with terror. And fear, to a large extent, stemmed from the unknown. That's right, the unknown, because Huck had no idea what method the enemy was using to make his teammates disappear one after another. Since his birth, he had experienced countless battles, clearing out countless enemies for the Sovereign, but he had never encountered a situation like today. A sound like a muffled fart came from behind him, accompanied by a scream from his companion. Huck barely suppressed his fear of the unknown and shouted loudly, "Stay alert and run fast. The information has already been transmitted. Reinforcements will arrive soon." Despite saying that, Huck knew well that while the information had indeed been transmitted, he had no idea when the reinforcements would arrive. He was currently in a frontline battlefield, positioned in a blank defensive area outside the internal key defense zones. All the patrol squads combined might not exceed 10, and the nearest gathering point was far away. One could only say that the road ahead was uncertain. However, the one-eyed giant ogre running beside him suddenly stopped. "Stop!" A roaring sound wave burst forth from the one-eyed giant ogre. Upon hearing this word, combined with the one-eyed giant ogre's immense strength and the intimidation it had built up over time, the remaining few demon creatures slowly came to a halt. "What's wrong?" Huck asked, puzzled. "SHH, listen!" Upon hearing this, Huck immediately perked up his ears. Boom, boom, boom in the distance, a faint rumbling reached Huck's ears. "That sounds like the rumbling explosive of Rex." "It's not a sounds like, it is," the one-eyed giant ogre provided an exceptionally certain answer. "Huck, I think we've been ambushed. Didn't you notice? The 4 teammates that disappeared all had physical qualities below 10,000 points. That unknown enemy isn't strong at all, they just have some peculiar skills. The ability of the space system forcibly teleports our teammates a certain distance away before killing them. This combat style proves that the unknown enemy does not have the confidence to face us all together." From the one-eyed giant ogre's words, it was easy to analyze a fact. This one-eyed giant ogre was considerably smarter than Huck. "Then what do we?" "Hey," the one-eyed giant ogre grinned widely and casually glanced at the only remaining teammate with a physical quality below 10,000 points, whispering, "Since we've figured out the enemy's means, let's send them a big gift." On the compass, the light spot representing Tang Haofei was located approximately a few hundred kilometers away from Wenyu, indicating that Tang Haofei had stopped in the distance. Then, under Wenyu's gaze, the light spot representing Tang Haofei began to move again. However, this time it was not moving towards Wenyu's direction, but rather straight towards Wenyu's right side. Perhaps he encountered something, Wenyu thought to himself, then confirmed Tang Haofei's position on the compass once more. He transformed into a black mist and slowly drifted towards the direction of Tang Haofei. Wenyu's plan was simple. Since old Tang had changed direction in the distance, it proved that there were some unknown dangers ahead, or perhaps Tang Haofei had discovered something else. Regardless, it was always right to converge first and face the unknown risks together with their combined strength. In the distance, Tang Haofei was hiding nearly 100 meters underground. Under the effect of Heaven and Earth Power Race Foundation level, active skill, the sky and the earth had become Tang Haofei's eyes, surveying all the surrounding information on his behalf. Heaven and Earth Power was Tang Haofei's first skill and also the one he mastered most proficiently. Every foundation-level skill had great potential to be explored, and for this first skill of his, Tang Haofei's mastery and application were naturally unquestionable. Using Earth Power to mask his aura, using Earth Power to hide underground and move quickly. These were simple applications of Heaven and Earth Power. Thus, the situation that Wenyu worried about did not occur. Tang Haofei in this state was indeed hard to detect by level 7 demonic creatures. The reason Tang Haofei had stopped or even changed direction was due to 4 natives from the immortal heroic world directly above him. "How much longer?" A low male voice sounded, its vibrations transmitted through the air and the earth to Tang Haofei's ears. At this distance, the movements and conversations of the guys above were no secret to Tang Haofei. 20 more minutes to go," another slightly sharp male voice responded. Upon hearing this, Tang Haofei slowly narrowed his eyes and directly took out the compass connected to Wenyu from his spatial ring. After a simple calculation, Tang Haofei immediately confirmed the targets of the few people above him. They were indeed Wenyu. Sensing that he had gathered some information, Tang Haofei, without much hesitation, chose to closely follow the 4 natives of the immortal heroic world above him. "Southwest, position has not changed for now," another voice reported Wenyu's real-time location to his teammates. "Are there any demonic creatures around?" "Not sensed for now, big boss. You know my ability can only locate one target. Strictly speaking, sensing is not my strong suit." "Hey, I've slept for who knows how many years. I actually forgot about this." As the scout and the team chatted with the squad leader, the atmosphere of the entire team gradually warmed up. "Captain, what do you think this mission is about? Why does the Heavenly Dao Lord want us to eliminate His Highness the Young Master?" Hearing this, Tang Haofei narrowed his eyes. Despite already knowing about the inexplicable hostility the Heavenly Dao had towards Wenyu, Tang Haofei truly did not expect the Heavenly Dao to directly send out pawns with the clear intent to kill Wenyu. This might be the doing of the Heavenly Dao, creating an illusion in Tang Haofei. The Heavenly Dao didn't need to go through so much trouble to kill Wenyu, which was why Tang Haofei felt that the Heavenly Dao's hostility was merely hostility. However, hostility does not equate to murderous intent, but now it seemed. Before Tang Haofei could think further, another conversation came from above. "How would I know? I'm just a errand boy." A few seconds before teleportation, the Heavenly Tao Lord told me to eliminate His Highness the young master here directly. Do you know what the reward is? When it came to interests, the squad leader's words immediately caught the attention of the team members. What, ahem? The squad leader deliberately cleared his throat and slowly said, the permanent residence rights to outer heaven. Is that true? Voices of disbelief emerged. Fool, the Heavenly Tao Lord's words are like gold. How could he possibly deceive us? The squad leader seemed somewhat angry, while another person continued. It's unlikely he would deceive us, and the Heavenly Tao Lord is really determined, even offering outer heaven's residence rights. Who says otherwise? The squad leader's voice sounded again, but this time it was very low. You all know the current situation. We are revived from remnants of souls, but this method of revival is not complete at all. At most, it's slightly better than the Sovereign's method of revival. Every moment, every action we take causes a slight loss to the remnants of our souls. Even if we do nothing, we can only live for another 100 or 80 years. And with the war now, I haven't lived enough yet. Who has lived enough? No one has lived enough. Another team member interjected. So the residence rights to outer heaven are definitely something we want. Don't forget, outer heaven, as the ultimate refuge of the immortal heroic world, not only has the spring of the spirit realm that nourishes souls, but also the reincarnation ancient tree that allows rebirth while retaining memories. I've also heard that. The squad leader's voice became even lower. Outer heaven can isolate the gaze of the sovereign while also possessing the power to break through space. I've even heard that the Heavenly Tao Lord is determined to control outer heaven to preserve the last spark of hope for us in the immortal heroic world once the war goes awry. He who wouldn't want to be that spark? The squad leader's words made all the team members fall silent again. After a while, another voice spoke up. I think this should just be a rumor. Otherwise, why wouldn't the Heavenly Tao Lord use outer heaven to preserve a spark for the immortal heroic world during the final battle? Yeah, I think it's fake too. Amidst the chaotic discussions, the squad leader shouted, Stop! Stop! He called out to halt the team members' discussions and then summarized, regardless of whether it's true or not, we'll know once we get to outer heaven. Just remember one thing. If you want to survive, there is only one way to enter outer heaven. In this current situation, we might be wiped out by demonic creatures at any moment. At least once we enter outer heaven, we won't need to fight, and we won't have to consider the threats from demonic creatures. Isn't that enough? It's definitely enough. Therefore, this time we must absolutely complete the order from Heavenly Tao Lord. The captain made a final summary. Sensing the silence above him again, Tang Haofei squinted his eyes and quickly calculated the current situation. Heavenly Tao sent someone to kill Wen Yu, and there's this unknown place, outer heaven. Moreover, for these souls that have died and come back to life in the immortal heroic world, they are well aware of their current state. This does not align with Tang Haofei's earlier judgment. The development and growth of intelligent races are always accompanied by power disputes and internal competition. But in situations where life is running out, engaging in such trivial matters seems rather ridiculous. What was that saying? As one approaches death, their words become kind. From the conversation of the few earlier, Tang Haofei could also deduce the predicament Heavenly Tao is currently facing. Lacking lifespan, is Heavenly Tao trying to annoy Wen Yu before dying? As for the claim that outer heaven can leave a spark for the immortal heroic world, Tang Haofei absolutely does not believe it. Old Tang Underground scratched his head. He also couldn't understand what Heavenly Tao really meant. How much farther? A voice came from above ground, and at almost the same moment, Tang Haofei Underground took out the compass from the spatial ring. Not far, and His Highness the young master is heading in our direction. Tang Haofei immediately discerned the truth of this statement. It was clear from the compass in his hand that it indicated Wen Yu's position. A thought flashed through Tang Haofei's mind. Wen Yu is coming to find him. Stop! The captain called out sharply, bringing the advancing team to a halt. Get ready here. Later we will pretend to meet by chance. First gain His Highness's trust, and then take him out in one strike when he's unprepared. Don't give him a chance to escape. Understood? Fatty, take out the positioning compass and see if anyone nearby is playing tricks like a mantis catching a cicada with a yellow bird behind. Positioning compass. Another new term, and this term immediately gave Tang Haofei a bad feeling. Could it be that these guys are all entering with full map hacks? However, the response from above made Tang Haofei relax. Captain, there's no one else nearby. The positioning compass only shows us 4 and His Highness's position, but I don't know if there are any demonic creatures around. Got it, the captain replied, then issued his final order to his team in a low voice. Be prepared. Tang Haofei set aside thoughts about the positioning compass. While it showed the positions of these 4 guys and Wen Yu, it didn't indicate his own, a mystery that old Tang would never solve. The more practical issue at hand was the target of the four-person team above. Having figured this out, Tang Haofei gradually moved underground, closing in on Wen Yu's direction. Under the cover of the natural forces and the fact that the team's positioning compass did not detect his position, Tang Haofei's small movements went unnoticed by anyone. "We're getting closer." The fat guy with the positioning compass continuously reported Wen Yu's position to his teammates when suddenly a mental wave instantly returned to the fat guy's mind. "Idiot. Using mental waves, if you're too close, His Highness might hear you." "Oh," the fat guy replied, somewhat aggrieved, then continued, "Boss, there's a presence of demonic creatures about 50 kilometers to the east. Let's head there in a bit." "Okay," the captain replied without changing his expression, then spoke to a lanky guy beside him. "Pole, how many have we gathered so far?" "We've already hunted 12 level 7 demonic creatures." As if following the normal process of a squad's harvest, this four-person team sat under a withered tree, discussing the tactics and plans ahead while mentally researching how to take down His Highness the Young Master. Crack, a slight sound came from not far away, triggering a huge reaction from the entire team. Who's there?" In an instant, swords were drawn, the killing intent surged. It must be said, these people's acting certainly did not betray their age. "It's me. I heard a sound this way, so I came to take a look." A calm voice echoed from the darkness not far away, and then Wen Yu's expressionless face slowly emerged from the shadows. Seeing this scene, the captain let out a sigh of relief, as if completely relaxed, and immediately sheathed his war blade, respectfully bowing to Wen Yu. "So it's His Highness the Young Master. This humble one is He Luo, greeting Your Highness." "He Luo, right? I remember you, we met in the dining hall." Wen Yu smiled and greeted He Luo. "His Highness the Young Master sees clearly I admire you." He Luo bowed his head even lower, but secretly a mental command connected to all team members issued. The plan was to lead His Highness into a four-person encirclement and then directly strike to kill. He Luo had a rough estimate of Wen Yu's strength, and upon meeting, he immediately assessed Wen Yu's true power, weak enough to be unworthy of the title Young Master. Among his own team members, anyone could easily defeat this young master in a one-on-one confrontation. Once Wen Yu was led into the encirclement, no matter how heaven-piercing techniques he had, he would not escape the violent slaughter of the four. In a conventional situation, He Luo's tactic was not wrong. The snake is often more deadly than the tiger. If you strike, it must be a sure kill, and you can't give the enemy any chance to escape. This is an important lesson taught in the elementary textbooks of the immortal heroic world. However, this is quite a coincidence. I didn't expect our teleportation point to be so close, and you four could gather together so quickly. Wen Yu spoke as if he knew nothing, walking slowly towards He Luo and the others. "Indeed, quite coincidental," He Luo replied without changing his expression. Then, as if recalling something, he asked Wen Yu with a puzzled look. "I remember, His Highness the Young Master also has companions, right? That visitor from another realm, I wonder." "Oh, you mean that guy? You've reminded me, let me see." Wen Yu seemed to suddenly realize something, stopping his body about 200 meters in front of He Luo's team. Seeing this scene, the fat guy immediately sent a mental wave to He Luo. "Captain, should we strike?" "Wait a bit longer." As Wen Yu came to a halt, the scene immediately fell into an unspoken, awkward atmosphere. It wasn't until Wen Yu took out a compass, carefully examining the light spot representing Tang Haofei, and then looked up to reveal a strange smile at He Luo. "You really shouldn't say my teammate is not slow, he's right here. Look." After Wen Yu finished speaking, he directly pointed the compass dial at He Luo. "What is this?" He Luo, unable to comprehend the technological product from Earth, looked at Wen Yu in confusion. Wen Yu's smile widened. "Fool, he's right beneath your feet. Soul battlefield." The battle broke out far more abruptly than expected. He Luo's team didn't even understand the situation before they saw Wen Yu's body instantly transform into a black light, diving into the mind of the leading He Luo. Wen Yu's body completely disappeared, while He Luo stood still, as if under a paralysis spell, gazing blankly into the distance, frozen in place. However, battle does not grant anyone enough time to react. In the next moment, a pair of large hands reached up from the ground, grabbing fiercely at the pillars and the fat man behind. Boom! The enormous explosive sound from the ground left the remaining team member in a daze. Turning around, he looked at the position where the pillars and the fat man had been, only to find a bottomless pit, with muffled sounds of fists striking echoing from within. Turning his head again, he looked at the immobile form of his captain. This person couldn't figure out what to do for a long time. The ability of the soul battlefield was bizarre. It transformed one's physical and spiritual form into an energy attack, instantly rushing into the opponent's soul world. This meant that after Wen Yu unleashed the soul battlefield, he was in a completely invisible and untouchable state. Of course, this ability had a significant weakness. Once the soul battlefield was released, if he engaged in battle within, if when you won, he would forcibly acquire the enemy's soul power and reappear in the external space through the enemy's lost soul. So if the enemy's helpers ignored their teammates' life and death during the soul battlefield's activation and ruthlessly attacked the teammate affected by the soul battlefield, would that have any impact on Wenyu? Wenyu had never tested this, nor did he dare to. However, under normal circumstances, such a situation was unlikely to happen. The enemy wouldn't know the detailed effects and methods of the soul battlefield. When they saw their teammate was affected by it, they would typically think to save their teammate rather than outright kill them. The remaining team member of He Luo was obviously within the ordinary person range. Looking at the captain in front of him, this member gently shook He Luo's shoulder. He had no idea how to break the soul battlefield. Inside the soul battlefield, in the pure white space illuminated by an unknown light source, every detail was crystal clear. The familiar spatial environment instantly filled Wenyu with a sense of security. He had already designated the soul system abilities as his main development direction, and as the core skill of this ability system, the soul battlefield, its importance to Wenyu was self-evident. The soul battlefield was his trump card, his realm. Here, he was the deity creating the world. However, when Wenyu turned to observe the movements of He Luo's soul body, he suddenly realized a fact. There was no trace of He Luo's soul body in here. Frowning slowly, he surveyed the entire space generated by the soul battlefield once more, but still found nothing. What's going on? Just as Wenyu was perplexed, a sensation akin to a needle prick at his feet brought him back to reality in an instant. Could it be that? A sudden possibility surged in his mind, and Wenyu slowly lowered his head to look at his feet. Then, ha-ha-ha, a violent burst of laughter erupted from Wenyu. This time, I want to see how you will play. Ha-ha-ha. Wenyu's laughter sounded to He Luo like rolling thunder, shaking his soul body to the point of rippling like water waves. Looking at the towering giant before him, despair instantly washed over He Luo's face. In an instant, piecing together what had just happened and the current situation, He Luo understood the kind of skill he had been struck by. However, understanding did not mean he could resolve it. In the current situation, He Luo had no room for resistance. The giant before him, resembling a hill, slowly bent down. A simple action of bending over felt to He Luo like the sky was collapsing. The violent wind pressure from the falling mountain knocked He Luo off his feet. The soul armament in his hand, the wild goose blade, slipped out of his grasp. Inside the soul battlefield, along with He Luo shrinking in size, his only weapon, his soul armament, also diminished. And this was also where Wenyu felt the source of pain earlier. He Luo was desperately wielding his soul armament, trying to regain a sliver of dignity as he persistently tried to tend to Wenyu's feet. Two fingers, like two towering pillars, gently pinched down on He Luo. This gentleness was from Wenyu's perspective. To He Luo, this simple action felt like being crushed between two city walls. The immense force forced He Luo to let out a pained howl. "What did you say? I can't hear you." Another thunderous roar echoed, and Wenyu watched as white light points scattered across He Luo's soul body. The violent sound waves transformed into a chilling gale, instantly dispersing about half of He Luo's soul body. The heaven-piercing demon Vine once said, "Souls in the immortal heroic world could gain a second life through the remnants within the soul orbs, and the strength of these remnants was pitifully low." Wenyu naturally kept this saying in mind, but he never expected that the remnants of the immortal heroic world souls were so weak. Not like ordinary people or low-level practitioners, they were even weaker, weak like ants. In a brief moment, Wenyu instantly adjusted his positioning in this hunting reward plan, armed with the soul battlefield. Wenyu feared no natives of the immortal heroic world. Looking at the struggling soul of He Luo in his hand, Wenyu revealed a slight mocking smile. Then, he applied force with his fingers and directly crushed He Luo's soul. The white soul light points scattered and danced all around, while He Luo's soul had already disappeared without a trace. Casually eliminating a 7th-level limit breaker did not move Wenyu at all. Having the soul battlefield, Wenyu had an overwhelming advantage against these natives of the immortal heroic world who were revived with remnant souls. The advantage was so significant that Wenyu didn't even feel a hint of victory's joy. A crushing battle indeed lacked any excitement. In the soul battlefield space, as He Luo's soul perished, it slowly shattered like a mirror. The walls of the pure white soul battlefield space cracked into pieces, transforming into tiny white light points. In the next moment, Wenyu felt a tremendous force pulling at his soul. Being aware of his own abilities, Wenyu calmly closed his eyes and only opened them again when the pulling force on his soul gradually disappeared. In front of him, a teammate of He Luo was staring at Wen Yu with a bewildered expression. He still couldn't understand why his captain had suddenly turned into His Highness the young master. However, a big man displaying a foolish expression could not evoke any sympathy in Wen Yu. Slowly raising his right hand, the skill fluctuations belonging to the soul battlefield surged out once more, instantly locking onto the confused man in front of him. Soul battlefield. Black light surged into the man's body, and in less than 3 seconds, the man's body melted and reformed like a candle, transforming into Wen Yu's appearance. 3 people, still a 2-on-1 situation, yet the outcome was rapidly determined in a nearly silent battle. However, the higher the risk, the greater the reward. The 2 consecutive soul battlefields brought Wen Yu negligible benefits. After all, remnant souls were just that, remnant souls. Once he won in the soul battlefield, the remnant soul shattered and disappeared, and after absorbing the soul power within, Wen Yu didn't even feel any increase in his soul strength. Not even a bit. Moreover, since his physical body was directly destroyed by the soul battlefield, the benefits on the physical side were completely wiped out. The essence of the immortal heroic world within was entirely wasted. If considering purely from the perspective of gains, this battle was utterly meaningless for Wen Yu. The trade-off in benefits did not delay Wen Yu for long, fully aware that without the soul battlefield, he was a weakling that anyone could easily defeat in this demonic clan-occupied area. Thus, the most prudent choice for Wen Yu was to prioritize his own survival. First, he picked up the 2 spatial rings that had fallen to the ground. Without checking their contents, Wen Yu glanced at the deep pit not far away, cleared his throat slightly, and immediately roared towards the pit in the language of the immortal heroic world. "Old Tang, I've dealt with the 2 above. How's it going down there?" Using the news of his teammate's death to slightly distract Tang Haofei from the battlefield situation below, just a little trick. Wen Yu's roar quickly spread along the tunnel opened by Tang Haofei and swiftly reached the eardrums of the 3 people underground. Hearing Wen Yu's voice, the fat man's right fist momentarily hesitated, then with an even more violent momentum, it instantly smashed into Tang Haofei's right cheek. Boom! In an instant, flesh and blood splattered. Tang Haofei's body was forcibly smashed deeper into the ground like a cannonball. The violent tremor even made Wen Yu, who was above, feel the ground shake. Unlike Wen Yu, who possessed a bug-like ability, the battlefield for Tang Haofei was one of genuine combat, a true contest of absolute strength. Having knocked Tang Haofei away with a slap, the fat man spoke gravely to the pillar nearby. "What's going on?" In the battle with Tang Haofei, the sturdy and powerful fat man had become the absolute main force to withstand Tang Haofei's iron fist. "I don't know." The pillar beside him was making a strange seal technique with both hands, eyes tightly shut, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, as if he was striving to suppress something. In their fight with Tang Haofei, the 2 indeed had no leisure to pay attention to the situation above. Moreover, He Luo's strength surpassed the 2 of them combined. After a brief thought, the fat man quickly said, "Don't worry about it here, go check it out upstairs first." As a 7th-level professionist, the fat man, along with the pillar, wasn't foolish enough to misjudge even the sound. They immediately recognized Wen Yu's loud, clear voice. Then what about their captain and teammate? Knowing the extent of their captain's strength, the fat man absolutely did not believe that He Luo could be taken down by Wen Yu in such a short time. In the fat man's mind, He Luo should only be under control. Regardless, the upper side definitely needed support more than they did. Hearing the fat man's words, the pillar directly asked, "Can you handle it here? That guy is not weak. My skill can help you suppress 80% of his physical quality." The sounds from below became increasingly distinct. This indicated that Tang Haofei was desperately swimming upwards. At this point, the fat man had also clearly assessed his opponent's strength. Though only at level 5, his skills and physical quality were completely on par with that of a 7th-level limit breaker. Taking a deep breath, the fat man turned to look at the pillar, nodding seriously. "Understood, be careful." After the pillar spoke, he immediately released his skill and formed another seal technique. In the pit, gusts of wind began to coalesce, continuously gathering behind the pillar, transforming in an instant into a pair of enormous wind wings. Gently flapping the wings on his back, the pillar shot upward like a sharp arrow. Sensing the unknown pressure and the sudden absence of skill fluctuations on his body, as well as a presence rapidly moving away above, Tang Haofei sighed inwardly. The fat man and pillar were indeed very strong. The pillar was a peak level 7 professionist, while the fat man was a 7th-level limit breaker. Moreover, their combat styles were strong attack and support, respectively. The duo truly posed a significant challenge for Tang Haofei. However, old Tang was looking forward to the trouble. The greater the trouble, the faster the true god dominance body would activate, resulting in even greater enhancement to his physical qualities. In this sense, Wen Yu's little trick inadvertently affected Tang Haofei's gains. Fortunately, it wasn't all for nothing. The alarm for the challenger trial still hadn't stopped. This also meant that the fat man above qualified to be his challenge target. In the depths of the earth, Tang Haofei felt as if he had returned to the womb. Under the influence of the earth's power, the injuries on his body gradually healed, with the power of heaven and earth at his fingertips. As long as he stepped on the ground, the earth could provide Tang Haofei with unimaginable combat strength. As Tang Haofei approached, the stones and soil in front of him quickly parted, revealing a solid and spacious passage. Describing Tang Haofei as a fish in water while underground was not an exaggeration. This passage led directly to the feet of the hefty opponent above. Sensing that his target was getting closer, Tang Haofei felt the aura of his opponent above suddenly surge again as they activated another skill. Taking a deep breath, his muscles rippled with energy. In the next second, Tang Haofei's legs exerted tremendous force, and his powerful leg muscles instantly tore through old Tang's pant leg. The soil beneath him quickly hardened, providing a platform to push off from. Boom! Every cell in his body erupted with unimaginable energy, and in that moment, Tang Haofei leaped up like a fish breaking through waves, swiftly piercing through the layer of soil above him and arriving in front of his opponent. Without the suppression of the column skill, Tang Haofei felt every cell in his body cheer. He raised his right fist high, closed his eyes, and relied solely on his sense of presence to lock onto his enemy's position before striking down with a punch. A sound reminiscent of a bell echoed as the surrounding rocks and soil, fortified multiple times by Tang Haofei's skills, could not withstand the fierce shockwaves. The entire tunnel collapsed in an instant. Instead of the expected sensation of his fist colliding with flesh and bone, he instead encountered an incredibly hard metallic texture. Opening his eyes quickly, Tang Haofei saw his hefty opponent in front of him, surrounded by a golden defensive shield resembling battle armor. As debris rained down from the collapse of the passage, visibility was gradually obstructed by soil and rocks. However, just before being buried in the rubble, Tang Haofei clearly saw the hefty opponent slowly raise his right hand. A brilliant golden light surged from his right hand, and then a standard uppercut slammed into Tang Haofei's chin. Visible sound waves erupted from Tang Haofei's chin, and the immense force instantly shattered his teeth and the bones in his jaw. Fragments of bone exploded from his mouth, turning old Tang's tongue into a pile of mush. Then the massive force detonated again, sending Tang Haofei, who had just broken through the surface, shooting upwards at an even faster speed, breaking through the soil layer above and continuing skyward without losing momentum. A series of sonic booms formed shockwaves as Wen Yu, who had just resolved the column with the Soul Battlefield, watched Tang Haofei soar like a rocket, his mouth agape in surprise. Wow. Boom, 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 boom. After witnessing such a spectacular sight, the sound of sonic booms echoed in the air. Sensing a ferocious aura rising from the earth below and approaching him, Wen Yu, familiar with old Tang's skills, took a few steps back. Then his mental waves connected with Tang Haofei, who was controlling his form in the sky. Need help? No need, damn it, this little fatty is addicted to hitting my face. The injury to his tongue naturally didn't affect the transmission of mental waves, and since old Tang hadn't been concussed by that punch, his thoughts remained relatively clear. It was evident that although he had undergone violent transformation, Tang Haofei's combat strength was not significantly hindered by his injuries. Then hurry up, that guy below is about to come up. If he dares to rush at me, I'll take him out in an instant. Tang Haofei's strength was far superior to Wen Yu's, which was an undeniable fact. However, here they were facing natives of the immortal, heroic world who had flaws in their souls, and Wen Yu could exert combat effects far surpassing Tang Haofei. Understood? After Tang Haofei finished speaking, the lightning in the sky suddenly flared up. One bolt of thunder after another took form, assembling into a pair of light blue wings for Tang Haofei. With the aid of these wings, Tang Haofei barely managed to control his body, then dove towards the direction of the hefty opponent who was about to break ground, like a massive bird. Too much noise, Wen Yu commented, furrowing his brow. I know, but there's no choice. I can't resolve this guy without all my power. Look for someone among them who has a spatial ring containing a compass. That thing can locate the surrounding natives of the immortal heroic world and help me observe the environment. Tang Haofei was also aware that his actions could easily attract others' attention. He Luo's team feared others might play the strategy of the mantis stalking the cicada, while Wen Yu and Tang Haofei also had concerns about this in the already settled battle. However, having finally encountered a challenge, Tang Haofei could not let it slip away. upon hearing Tang Haofei's reminder, when you immediately snapped back to focus. Trusting Tang Haofei's combat power, when you didn't watch the confrontation between Tang Haofei and the hefty opponent any longer, but instead searched through the spatial rings of the three deceased. Really poor. You guys are really poor. These natives of the immortal heroic world had already expended all their supplies and good items during the final battle. What remained were only some basic materials reallocated by the 10,000 Immortal Alliance after their rebirth. There were no good items, so amidst these meager possessions, the compass mentioned by Tang Haofei stood out even more. Taking out the compass, when you tossed the three spatial rings onto the ground. Ignoring the hefty opponent about to break ground, when you deliberately moved a bit further away before lowering his head to examine the compass. The interface of the compass was very clean. Though it was called a compass, it was essentially like a tablet computer on Earth, albeit with somewhat limited functions. The completely foolproof operation allowed when you to easily understand how to use the compass. Each red dot on it represented a native of the immortal heroic world. This is me. This is that hefty guy. No Tang Haofei. After a simple observation, when you quickly realized that this compass could not locate Tang Haofei's position. It's based on aura for positioning, the heaven-piercing demon vine explained to Wen Yu. Wen Yu nodded lightly, indicating that he understood, and then carefully observed the glowing points on the compass. The densely packed light points moved back and forth along different routes. The good news was that these light points were not directly approaching his location. This meant that the natives of the immortal heroic world had not detected the battle happening here. However, as Wen Yu observed the compass again, he slowly discovered something amiss. "Luo Hai, what's wrong?" A middle-aged man with a bald head saw Luo Hai stop behind him, frowning as he scrutinized the compass in his hand. Unable to hold back, he asked with a puzzled expression, "Something's not right, there's an issue here." Out of respect for the 7th-level limit breaker, Luo Hai replied, "What issue? Is it about the young master's encounter with those 4 people? By the way, you haven't said how the battle is going. Don't let others seize the opportunity." The one speaking was a delicate young girl, around 13 or 14 years old, blooming like a budding flower. Unfortunately, in the apocalypse, age became a hard-to-discern issue based solely on appearance. She was the second strongest in the squad, also a 7th-level limit breaker. With thousands of people participating in this hunting reward plan, it was only natural that these individuals were confident in their own strength, so the proportion of limit breakers among them was terrifying. Take Luo Hai's squad as an example. Luo Hai himself was a 6th-level limit breaker, and in addition to him, the 8-member squad had 4 7th-level limit breakers. It was precisely due to their confidence in their squad's strength that Luo Hai felt his team was the strongest in this hunting reward plan. Thinking of this, the image of Wu Long suddenly appeared in Luo Hai's mind. Yes, they were always reachable. A jumble of thoughts flashed through Luo Hai's mind, and perhaps sensing that Luo Hai was pondering for too long, the girl gently pushed his body. Hey, I'm talking to you." This push seemed to wake Luo Hai up, and he shifted his gaze to the upper right corner of the compass. Looking at the 2 red light points still flashing above, Luo Hai sighed softly. 3 are already dead, just don't know if the young master is inside. After saying this, Luo Hai immediately shook his head. "No, it shouldn't be. That 4-person squad's hunt must have failed." Phew, a long sigh escaped from the bald man's mouth. "Then it's good if they failed. Perhaps the immortal emperor left some treasures for the young master. In any case, we should be careful." As the strongest in the squad, the bald man naturally had enough confidence in his strength. No matter what trump card that young master had, encountering him would only lead to death. What I meant by the strange thing isn't this. Luo Hai knew the bald man misunderstood and decisively corrected him. What I found strange is the movements of each participating squad. At this point, Luo Hai sat down, gently pointing at the densely packed light points on the compass. "Look at this squad is clearly heading straight towards another squad. Here, these 2 squads are approaching each other, and then they directly made contact. Within a short time, 10 red points have already extinguished 7, and the remaining 3 red points then moved in another direction. From this time, their movement direction seems to be more casual. And this one, this?" After Luo Hai finished speaking, he looked up at his 7 teammates. Perhaps sensing the confusion in their eyes, Luo Hai sighed deeply and then summarized. "Each squad at the beginning has a clear purpose in their movement. They are looking for someone. And once they find them, the battle erupts immediately, and the light points quickly extinguish. This means people are dying, so their purpose is easy to guess. They, like us, have other tasks, a hunting task." The bald man stroked his chin, speaking with a serious tone. "Exactly," Luo Hai nodded affirmatively. And unlike our previous assumption, their task is not to hunt the young master, but to hunt other squads. Moreover, it's highly likely that they received orders from the Heavenly Tao Lord. What is the Heavenly Tao Lord thinking? Bang! A sharp knock landed on Luo Hai's head. The girl, retracting her right hand, smiled, but her tone uncommonly carried a hint of coldness. Is the Heavenly Tao Lord's thought something you can guess? Just focus on completing the task. Hearing this, Luo Hai rubbed his forehead and calmly spoke. Understood, there's one more thing. I've been observing since just now, and there are 4 light points charging towards us. They aren't close yet, but combining it with my previous guess, their target should be us. Oh, the middle-aged man's eyes slowly narrowed. Who? It should be the Wulong squad, whom they are the only ones who could have the chance to take us down. Wulong, the middle-aged man murmured the name Wulong. After a while, he took a deep breath. So should we take down the young master first, or take down Wulong? Luo Hai slowly retracted the compass in his hand, his eyes shining with a glimmer. Why not take them both down at once? Don't forget, the young master doesn't know who our target is, and there's plenty of room for maneuvering here. However, we need to revise our action plan now. Although he wasn't the strongest in the squad, Luo Hai's abilities and identity placed him as the de facto spokesperson and leader of the squad. How should we revise it? We'll take a slight detour. At the very least, we can't let others figure out our real target from our actions. Luo Hai's plan was quite successful, at least when you could not see anyone charging directly towards him from the compass. After Tang Haofei had finished recounting the conversation of the He Luo 4 to when Yu had roughly understood the Heavenly Tao's intention, he wanted to send out pieces directly to kill him. In this situation, if someone charged straight toward his location, even a fool would know something was wrong. The reason when Yu felt something was off was actually identical to Luo Hai. After some simple reasoning, when Yu reached the same conclusion as Luo Hai, then frowned as he asked the heaven-piercing demon vine, "What's going on?" "I don't know." The response of the heaven-piercing demon vine was as straightforward as always. Hearing this answer, when Yu let out a quiet sigh. He gradually raised his head and looked in the direction of Tang Haofei and the fat man. When Yu had no way to guess the thoughts and intentions of the Heavenly Tao. Since that was the case, he simply chose not to guess. Anyone who dared to approach him with bad intentions would face the soul battlefield, and when Yu would definitely teach them a lesson. The suppression of the soul battlefield on the natives of the immortal heroic world, along with the probability of the heaven-piercing demon vine preserving his life. These favorable conditions gathered on his side. In such circumstances, when Yu would be cautious, but to say he was fearful, sorry, but those who should be afraid should be the natives of the immortal heroic world. What caught when Yu's attention more was the upcoming battle between Tang Haofei and the fat man. One side was the 7th-level limit breaker of the immortal heroic world. When Yu couldn't assess his exact strength, but judging by the fat man's earlier punch that almost sent Tang Haofei flying to the 8th layer of the heavenly palace, it was clear that the fat man's strength should not be underestimated. On the other side was the invincible Tang Haofei from Earth. As the first in the human race ranking, Tang Haofei had never shown his true strength to Wen Yu. Likewise, even though Wen Yu had a rough estimation of the terrifying aspects of Tang Haofei, how could assumptions compare to seeing it with his own eyes? Though it seemed that Wen Yu and Tang Haofei were joking and acting like brothers on the surface, the reality was well understood by both. Camps, ideals, goals, desires, what mattered, the way of survival, the style of doing things, there were far too many differences. Ultimately, Wen Yu and Tang Haofei were on different paths. Therefore, rather than saying he wanted to see their battle, it would be more accurate to say Wen Yu wanted to observe Tang Haofei's true power in more detail. The ground began to tremble, as if it were giving birth to a terrifying monster. Sensing the increasingly powerful fluctuations beneath him, Tang Haofei waved his wings of thunder and slowly floated in midair. The brief sparring underground had already clarified one fact for Tang Haofei. When it came to physical strength, the fat man was significantly stronger than him. So shall we change to a more open battlefield? There was no battlefield more open than this area, with only a few scattered dead trees. Narrowing his eyes, the wounds on his chin slowly healed. The true god dominance body had already begun to take effect. Although the previous hit had marred Tang Haofei's appearance, the physical attributes returned by the true god dominance body were quite impressive. Gently touching his chin, the itchy feeling of the healing wound and the pain from the contact made Tang Haofei slowly crack a smile. One side had a bleeding chin, while the other was Tang Haofei's smile. A bizarre scene. However, Wen Yu, who was watching from the side, understood that this was the excitement of finding a worthy opponent. Tang Haofei might have not felt this for a long, long time. The sensations in his body did not affect Tang Haofei's focus. At that moment, he was more focused than ever before. His eyes were fixed intently on the ground below, with a burning battle intent and desire radiating like roaring flames. For Tang Haofei, a battle, especially one that was evenly matched, represented not only an increase in physical strength and a potential +1 to his resurrection count, but also boiling blood and exhilarating enjoyment. Until a golden light like the blazing sun slowly rose from the earth. The earth had no power to stop the fat man's steps. The soil below seemed to be torn apart by an unknown force, slowly revealing a bottomless pit. Boom, boom, heavy footsteps echoed from underground, along with the golden light spilling out of the pit. It was holy and filled with a sense of power. Sensing the increasingly explosive momentum from the pit, Wen Yu raised his eyebrows sharply. Only now did Wen Yu truly feel the power belonging to the elites of the immortal heroic world. Compared to his own strength, it was completely overwhelming. Moreover, it wasn't difficult to draw a conclusion. If he didn't have the soul battlefield, nor the ability to target the weaknesses of the souls of the natives from the immortal heroic world, then what lay before him? Thinking of this, Wen Yu shivered. Boom, boom, boom. The footsteps grew closer, yet faced with the immense pressure ahead, Tang Haofei remained unfazed. No matter how high Tang Haofei's status was on Earth, old Tang would never forget his most fundamental identity, a warrior. What made Tang Haofei proud was not the official title of the guardian of the human race, nor the title of the first in the human race ranking dictated by the sovereign, and certainly not the invincible Tang Haofei that spread through the countryside. Throughout it all, Tang Haofei only held one understanding of himself. A warrior, fighting to grow stronger, fighting to survive, fighting to protect. That was the fundamental meaning of his existence. His blood began to boil and his battle intent surged rapidly. Sensing the overwhelming pressure below, Tang Haofei, the undefeated warrior on Earth, lightly licked his lips. Really strong, but I am Tang Haofei. In the next second, lightning flashed, and the sky was filled with thunder that poured down like raindrops onto the ground. Thunder, the punishment of heaven. With the power of heaven and earth in his hands, Tang Haofei enacted heaven's punishment. The power contained within the thunder rapidly spread and roared across the battlefield, as if the entire area had been concentratedly bombarded by countless missiles. However, such power was merely a tickle to a 7th-level limit breaker. The tremors of the ground continued until, at a certain moment, a figure appeared in Tang Haofei and Wen Yu's perception. Finally seeing his opponent, Tang Haofei slowly halted his attacks. The previous attacks were, strictly speaking, merely a greeting. A sneak attack? Sorry, that was Tang Haofei. As the challenger, Tang Haofei always had a strangely obsessive adherence to one-on-one duels. In Wen Yu's view, this kind of battle looked more like a sacred ritual to fools or young adolescents. Coincidentally, Tang Haofei, who possessed the challenger's trial, seemed to be that kind of guy. On the battlefield, after the thunder rumbled, smoke filled the air. With Tang Haofei choosing not to continue his assault, the fat man also strangely remained still. It wasn't until the smoke cleared that the fat man's figure became clear before Wen Yu and Tang Haofei. Seeing the state of the fat man at that moment, Wen Yu narrowed his eyes and instantly transformed into a black light, fleeing into the distance, while a mental wave rapidly transmitted to Tang Haofei's ear. Be careful, that guy is going all out. Yeah, going all out. Tang Haofei took a deep breath as he looked at the fat man before him. No, it shouldn't be called the fat man. At that moment, the fat man, who had originally weighed close to 300 pounds, had completely vanished. In his place stood a figure clad in golden armor, lean yet tall. Every muscle on his body rippled like lines, and his chiseled face bore a hint of unmasked coldness. Every fat man is a potential stock. That's not a lie. Tang Haofei even had the leisure to comment on the fat man's appearance now. He had to admit that the fat man's looks at this moment were indeed far superior to Tang Haofei's. However, the fat man standing below Tang Haofei didn't pay any attention to the teasing. He simply turned his head to survey the surroundings. After a while, the fat man's voice rang out. Are they all dead? His tone was flat, as if he were asking, did you eat tonight? All dead. Tang Haofei's reply sounded like, I ate tonight. This simple exchange of questions and answers was enough to inform the fat man of the current situation. The fat man slowly lowered his head, then asked in a low voice, his tone slightly trembling, then, did they die with dignity? Wen Yu's possession of the soul battlefield was known to Tang Haofei, and he also understood that the soul battlefield could greatly counteract the souls of the dead resurrected in the immortal heroic world. Comparing the speed at which Wen Yu resolved the battle and the method he used to crush the natives of the immortal heroic world, Tang Haofei understood clearly. So after pondering for a moment, he gently shook his head. Not at all with dignity. A crushing battle like slaughtering ants, what dignity was there? Upon hearing Tang Haofei's answer, the fat man calmed down instead, slowly raising his head, and at that moment his eyes even glimmered with golden light. "Can I ask you for one thing? Speak." "I want a death with a bit of dignity." The battle intent slowly condensed. The fat man's momentum began to boil, only to gradually compress, compressing like a super bomb. When this momentum fully exploded, one could only imagine the incredible power it would unleash. The fat man did not surrender. What he wanted might simply be a fair fight. Seeing this scene, Tang Haofei slowly grinned and nodded heavily. "I, Tang Haofei, the first in the human race ranking. I will fulfill your wish." After speaking, the wings forged from thunder waved gently, and under this power, Tang Haofei slowly rose higher. The fat man probably just didn't want to die without dignity or value, and maybe in this battle where he was destined to die. He aimed to take down Tang Haofei and give his team and himself some vengeance. Who knows, but coincidentally, Tang Haofei actually liked this kind of thing. Perhaps a fair fight was also what Tang Haofei hoped for in response, when you could only harshly label Tang Haofei as a fool. Like a great bird breaking through the sky, Tang Haofei ascended higher and higher, until he reached a certain height where he finally came to a slow stop. Looking at the golden figure below, Tang Haofei took a deep breath and then raised his right hand. Once again, the skies filled with thunder gathered, and endless lightning gradually formed in Tang Haofei's right hand. This glowing mass of lightning slowly elongated and transformed, like a lump of clay, eventually becoming a 3-meter-long thunder-forged spear. In the next second, Tang Haofei took a deep breath. His chest visibly swelled, as a large amount of air was drawn into his lungs, turning into nutrients that supported his body's movement. The wings on his back flapped freely, and in an instant, Tang Haofei had vanished from his original position. "Die!" A wild roar echoed through the heavens and earth, and then a deep blue light shot toward the direction of the fat man. Using the terrifying diving speed to create an appalling acceleration for the thunder spear, coupled with the second surge of power from his right arm, Tang Haofei's strike left Wenyu's heart racing. There was no creature on Earth that could withstand Tang Haofei's attack. Even he himself would probably be severely injured under this might of heaven and earth. However, Tang Haofei's assault was still not over. Thunder instantly transformed into a force propelling Tang Haofei, and in the blink of an eye, he retreated to his previous position in the sky, the light in his right hand shimmering again. Whoosh, Tang Haofei's figure disappeared again, and yet another deep blue flash shot toward the fat man. Then once again, the blue light wings vibrated in the sky, and Tang Haofei's repeating motions traced a blue linear trajectory. Those were the afterimages left as Tang Haofei danced along this launching path. The thunder spear descending from the sky was not Tang Haofei's trump card. This was merely his regular attack. Yes, a regular attack that could be repeated countless times. Unlike the previous thunder attack during the greeting, the thunder-forged spear at this moment was not only more condensed in energy form, but also faster. With both factors combined, the increase in power went without saying. However, as the rain-like thunder spears descended toward him, the fat man remained completely still, until the first thunder-forged spear, accompanied by violent wind pressure and the ZZT sounds of lightning, struck toward his face. Bang, the long and piercing sound caused Wenyu to furrow his brows sharply and then step back a little further. These two guys, based on Wenyu's regular strength not counting the soul battlefield, were undoubtedly in the realm of monsters. Bang, the first thunder-forged spear came to a halt about 3 centimeters in front of the fat man's eyes. The wind pressure squeezed from the thunder-forged spear clashed with the golden armor, producing an ear-piercing sound, but the actual damage was practically none. Half a meter in front of the fat man, a large hand shimmering with golden light tightly gripped the thunder-forged spear, and the lightning that cracked along the spear appeared so pitiful and laughable before the golden armor. Tang Haofei's charged strike was directly crushed by the fat man with a single hand, rendering it completely ineffective. Sensing the power from the thunder-forged spear, a sinister smile gradually crept across the fat man's lips. "This kind of power, you think you can kill me? You're far from it." Gently twisting the thunder-forged spear in his hand, the chubby man leaned back slightly, his whole body taut like a great bowstring. Then, whoosh, the thunder-forged spear belonging to Tang Haofei was thrown back by the chubby man in a standard posture, colliding head-on with another spear. Boom, a loud explosion erupted as the two spears collided, instantly triggering a surge of thunderous power. In an instant, the sky filled with flashing thunderclouds, dyeing the gray sky into a deep blue brilliance. Then the chubby man moved. Watching Tang Haofei in the sky, wielding thunder-forged wings and continuously throwing spears downwards, the chubby man's expression remained calm and unperturbed. Among the He Luo team, the chubby man, as another limit breaker outside of He Luo, naturally had formidable strength. Moreover, as an elite warrior in the immortal heroic world, he wasn't lacking in intelligence either. Luo's strength surpassed his own, yet was effortlessly taken down by the young master without even a ripple. Coupled with the calm gaze of the young master when he had just stepped up, it felt like a certain death trap. Run? No. That would be meaningless. As the thought of escape barely flashed through his mind, it was abruptly snuffed out by the chubby man. Slowly squatting down, the muscles in his legs bulged. Why run? I'm tired of living anyway. Perhaps remembering the days of endless warfare, recalling the times of laughter and anger with his team. He looked at the figure in the sky flickering with blue light and took a deep breath. The thick layers of fat transformed into energy for his body. Infinite strength coursed through his veins, and the golden armor on him shimmered with even more dazzling light. If I can take that guy down before I die, I can at least have an explanation for the captain when we meet in the underworld, the chubby man thought, and then, boom, he shot straight into the sky. Like a cannonball, the chubby man's body transformed into a shining golden light, charging directly toward the direction where Tang Haofei was. Countless thunder-forged spears rained down like precision-guided missiles, crashing down on the chubby man with terrifying energy and violent wind pressure. However, to the chubby man, such attacks were truly insignificant. Throughout his long life, the chubby man had experienced countless battles, seen numerous strange abilities. Tang Haofei's attack methods, combined with the disparity in hard power, made the thunder-forged spears feel like mere raindrops to him. With a gentle wave of his fists, he effortlessly deflected the incoming thunder-forged spears, which then fell to the ground, leaving a series of craters in the earth. At this moment, the chubby man resembled a giant golden bird soaring toward the blue spears straight into the sky. And he was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, the golden light had already reached the height where Tang Haofei was located. Whoosh! The blue figure waved the dual wings on his back, nimbly dodging the chubby man's flight path, and then the thunder-forged spear condensed once again. In the air, the agility of the winged figure was evident. However, boom! Once again, a loud noise. In midair, the chubby man pushed off with his legs, the immense force compressing the air pressure around him. The sudden explosive force made the air beneath him explode like a bomb. Under the great recoil, the chubby man accelerated again and changed direction. Tang Haofei did not know if this was a skill of the chubby man or a cultivation technique from the immortal heroic world, or just a simple combat trick. These things weren't important. What mattered was that at this moment the chubby man was charging directly toward him. The butterfly lively and beautiful, the swallow fast and powerful. At this moment, Tang Haofei was like a butterfly changing direction continuously in midair, trying to dodge the chubby man's aerial assault. And the chubby man, like a swallow, turned his whole body into a streak of golden light with tremendous straight-line speed, occasionally erupting with booming sounds from beneath his feet, providing some force to change his direction. Under Wen Yu's watch, the aerial capture ended in a flash. The faster swallow, even with limited agility, finally achieved victory. Boom! Waves of air erupted from beneath his feet, the immense recoil propelling the chubby man's body instantly beneath Tang Haofei. Then the chubby man reached out his hands and grabbed Tang Haofei's ankle. Crash! A blue figure, resembling a crashing airplane, was slammed down to the ground by the golden figure in midair. Then the golden figure dove fiercely, aiming straight for the spot where the blue figure had fallen. As soon as his ankles were seized, Tang Haofei sensed something was off. However, before he could react, a great force spread from his legs. The chubby man tightened his grip on Tang Haofei while exerting incredible strength with his arms, throwing Tang Haofei toward the ground. From the recent brief exchange in the air, it was evident that the powerful Tang Haofei, wielding the power of heaven and earth, was more suited for aerial combat. The chubby man's intention was clear. He aimed to pin Tang Haofei down on the ground, turning the earth into a battlefield, and relying on his vastly superior close-quarters combat ability to settle the outcome. However, understanding the opponent's intentions was one thing, being able to counter them was another. Under the chubby man's strength, the thunder-forged wings of Tang Haofei could not withstand the chubby man's ferocious power, and he crashed down to the ground like a falling sack of potatoes. The howling sound and immense pressure from above triggered Tang Haofei's instinctive reaction. Under the influence of the power of the earth, Tang Haofei's body instantly shifted 3 meters to the right, and the next second. With a boom, a golden-footed figure stomped down hard on the spot where Tang Haofei had just been. So strong, Tang Haofei quickly adjusted his balance while rapidly estimating the chubby man's displayed strength. Combined with his divine beast species identity and nearly 30,000 points of physical prowess, as well as the enhancement from the true god dominance body, his level of physical prowess was nearly half weaker than that of his opponent. Tang Haofei probably didn't expect that the chubby man, who didn't stand out in the He Luo team, had such astonishing strength. One could infer a lot from the small details. He had likely severely underestimated the true power of the natives in the immortal heroic world. However, the chubby man, who had resigned himself to fighting for one last battle, paid no attention to Tang Haofei's thoughts. Seeing that his kick had achieved nothing, he immediately swung his fist down toward Tang Haofei, who was not far away. "My head hurts. I wanted to finish this section today, but I'm simply out of strength. Let's call it 6,000 words for today." The biting cold wind pressed directly against Tang Haofei's head from not far away. Sensing the immense power contained within the fat guy's fist, Tang Haofei quickly focused his mind, and a single word roared from his mouth. "Stop!" The true word activated. Under the influence of the true word, the fat guy's fist immediately came to a halt, accompanied by a series of creaking sounds from his arm bones. The heavy punch was blocked by a mysterious force, causing a slight injury to the fat guy's arm from the reaction force. However, the moment Tang Haofei uttered the word "stop," his face turned slightly pale. No matter how high the skill level or how strong the effect, aside from certain specific skills, such as the Soul Battlefield, which clearly states, this skill can only be blocked by a small number of Soul Defense-type Foundation-level skills. No other skills can block the opening of the Soul Battlefield. It ignores level differences. All other skills are based on the strength of the user. Currently, there was a gap in basic physical quality between Tang Haofei and the fat guy, which caused the release cost of the true word to far exceed Tang Haofei's psychological expectations. Moreover, "Die!" With the fat guy's roar, a crisp cracking sound abruptly echoed from his arm. As if some unknown barrier had been shattered, the golden light on his arm shifted from stillness to movement, instantly shattering the power of the true word and striking directly at Tang Haofei's face. With a loud bang, even Wen Yu from a distance could see the blood gushing from Tang Haofei's head and teeth splattering everywhere. "Damn!" A muffled curse escaped Tang Haofei's lips. His mouth full of broken teeth from a punch. It was painful, definitely painful, but this minor injury couldn't be considered serious for him. "You really are addicted to hitting my face, damn it!" Boom! At this moment, the fat guy had no desire to chat idly with Tang Haofei and aimed another punch at his head. With Wen Yu, who possessed the Soul Battlefield as support, and Tang Haofei himself having an unknown number of revival chances from the Challenger trials. To him, the fight with the fat guy was merely a challenge and training for himself. However, the fat guy was different. He simply wanted to take Tang Haofei down with him to hell. An observable shockwave erupted from Tang Haofei's head, and under the tremendous force, his gaze momentarily flickered. One punch didn't work. What about 2 punches? The damage wasn't significant, but the shockwave from the fat guy's punch indeed left Tang Haofei momentarily dazed, essentially a slight concussion. The next second, the 2-meter-tall, handsome, well-built fat guy, shimmering in golden light, pounced towards Tang Haofei like a fierce tiger. The immense strength crashed down on Tang Haofei's body like a mountain, causing him to lose balance, and then the fat guy's fists, glowing with golden light, aimed ruthlessly at Tang Haofei's head. Like street thugs exchanging blows, the battlefield for the 2 melee fighters shifted from the skies to the ground, losing the dazzling light and shadow effects of earlier. However, for 2 close combat warriors, this gritty fighting style resembled the true form of battle they excelled at. Tang Haofei narrowly dodged the fat guy's initial punch, but the golden fist collided with the ground, creating a shockwave that made his eardrums buzz. In the very next moment, another punch hit him squarely in the chest. With a crackling sound, Tang Haofei's chest visibly caved in, accompanied by the clear sound of bones breaking as he was propelled into the ground by the tremendous force. A series of brutal strikes left Tang Haofei defenseless. Fortunately, his long years of battling between life and death kicked in, and as he saw a thick leg descending from above, he gathered all his strength and shouted, "Stop!" The fat guy's offensive momentarily froze, and in the next second the power of the earth activated rapidly, and Tang Haofei's body disappeared from the spot in an instant. Shorten the distance to an inch. In midair, Tang Haofei invoked heaven's punishment, controlling the thunder. Meanwhile, on the ground, as a child of the earth, he was endowed with the power of the land, far exceeding ordinary imagination. Thus, to the fat guy's astonished eyes, Tang Haofei had reappeared 100 meters to his right in an instant. Cough, cough, cough. The intense pain in his chest made it difficult for Tang Haofei to breathe. Fortunately, at this moment, he stood firm on the ground, with the continuous power of the earth flowing into his body from beneath him. The mysterious energy flowed warmly through his body, and the damage inflicted on his muscles and bones during the recently fierce battle was continually recovering. As a foundation-level skill, the power of the earth seemed unremarkable, but its enhancement to Tang Haofei's combat effectiveness was absolutely comprehensive. Attack, defense, movement speed, teleportation, body quality enhancement, and even injury recovery capability. As a monster with 5 foundation-level skills, Tang Haofei's terrifying aspect does not lie merely in the skills themselves, when you could also come up with 5 foundation-level skills. What's truly terrifying is that these 5 foundation-level skills were meticulously selected by Tang Haofei, forming an entirely cohesive system that complemented his fighting style. One could say that while Wen Yu was racking his brain to find a skill suitable for him, Tang Haofei was already debating which among his selections would best suit his combat style and system. This is not only a manifestation of hard power, but also highlights the superiority of the faction compared to the lone walker system. When a faction can provide nurturing support to practitioners, the effectiveness it can yield is indeed much stronger than fighting alone. The continuous influx of the power of the earth restored Tang Haofei's injuries, while another ability of his, True God Dominance Body, began to take effect. As his wounds continuously scabbed and healed, Tang Haofei distinctly sensed his physical quality skyrocketing at an alarming rate. Suffering damage led to a permanent enhancement of his physical quality limit. Unmatched in the world does not merely refer to a suppression of absolute strength. Even in terms of personal growth, Tang Haofei completely crushed any creature on Earth. The more he fought, the stronger he became, the more courageous he grew. These 8 words perfectly describe the superiority of Tang Haofei's skill combination. Therefore, at this moment, Tang Haofei had already found a strategy to deal with the fat guy. Seeing the fat guy take several strides towards him, Tang Haofei almost simultaneously threw a punch. The clash of their fists produced a massive sonic boom that echoed far and wide. Under Tang Haofei's full-powered strike, the fat guy's body trembled slightly, and his wild onslaught was interrupted once again. Meanwhile, Tang Haofei, like a cannonball, was sent flying by the tremendous force from the fat guy's punch. In the air, the sound of bones cracking was painfully clear. A single punch exchange had severely injured Tang Haofei's arm bones. However, having just landed, Tang Haofei quickly utilized the power of the earth to teleport to another direction, enduring the damage, then creating distance to recover his wounds in order to elevate his physical quality limit. Tang Haofei's intentions were clear. At this moment, he completely regarded the fat guy as his sharpening stone. Unfortunately, Tang Haofei overlooked one point. As a 7th-level limit breaker of the immortal heroic world, the fat guy undoubtedly had means to counter such shameless kite-flying tactics. Seeing Tang Haofei teleport to another direction, the fat guy did not rush to chase after him. Given Tang Haofei's methods, even if he pursued, it would merely lead to another brief encounter followed by distance being created once again. This bore no significance. A terrifying aura began to brew around the fat guy. Suddenly, the fat guy formed a strange hand gesture with one hand, then maintaining the gesture, his legs powerfully propelled him forward once more towards Tang Haofei. In battle, Tang Haofei's focus was undoubtedly intense. But even so, due to the multitude of cultivation techniques in the immortal heroic world and the complexity of skills, Tang Haofei could not ascertain the fat guy's intentions behind his single-handed gesture. To remain unchanged amidst 1,000 changes, this was the only thing Tang Haofei could do at present. The brutal close combat unfolded once more as the fat guy's fist slammed into Tang Haofei's chest, sending him crashing away instantly. However, just before Tang Haofei flew away, he saw old Tang's right foot hook in a certain way, directly catching the fat guy between his legs. With the enhancement of the True God Dominance Body, this strike proved effective. Accompanied by a sharp scraping sound, Tang Haofei, whose physical quality limit had already risen to a certain extent, momentarily shattered the golden armor on the fat guy's body, and he felt his foot make contact with something soft then. The fat guy's face visibly flushed red. However, any practitioner skilled in close combat possesses an excellent advantage. Their pain tolerance is extraordinary. Even after receiving a violent hit to his lower region, the fat guy did not lose his combat effectiveness. It was as if he was venting, or perhaps out of anger. A loud roar erupted from the fat guy's mouth, and the next second he quickly released the hand seal. A massive golden light erupted instantly, and Tang Haofei, in a retreating posture, felt a tremendous force surge from behind. In the next second, with a loud thud, Tang Haofei, still in a retreating position, crashed into a solid object that felt like a wall, only to be bounced back. Seeing this scene, the fat guy gradually relaxed, then wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. His legs trembled slightly before he bared his teeth in a sinister smile and said, "This time I want to see how you run." Perhaps due to the pain in his weak spot, the fat guy did not immediately launch an attack, and this also gave Tang Haofei time to observe the surroundings. A hemispherical golden light barrier enveloped both the fat guy and Tang Haofei tightly. Its range was not large, perhaps covering only nearly 100 square meters. For both of them, this was truly a tiny battlefield. Barrier? Tang Haofei frowned and asked. Just a two-way defense skill, the fat guy replied nonchalantly. However, from the way he lightly moved his legs, it was evident that he was slowly adapting to the pain in his body. Old Tang furrowed his brow lightly, then sensed the power of the earth. The power of the earth as a foundation-level skill was still effective, but when Tang Haofei attempted to use it for teleportation, he suddenly realized he couldn't escape the range of the golden light barrier, understanding the fat guy's intentions. Using a defensive skill to create a barrier-like effect, the purpose of this skill was merely to hinder Tang Haofei's mobility. The power of thunder began to flicker on his fists as Tang Haofei turned his head to look at the slowly moving fat guy. The fat guy was gradually acclimating to the pain in his lower body. Simultaneously, Tang Haofei's injuries were also healing rapidly. Not testing the defensive capability of the golden light barrier, Tang Haofei understood one thing deeply. Now that his teleportation distance had been restricted, the fat guy could not allow him to break this barrier. Thus, the next battle strategy for Tang Haofei had become significantly simpler. The blue lightning and heavy earthy yellow glow around his body flickered back and forth, and within a short time, Tang Haofei's body seemed to swell up like a balloon. Even his eyes gradually turned blue, until they emitted two beams of pale blue light like spotlights. Noticing Tang Haofei's gaze growing resolute, the fat guy revealed an ambiguous smile. "Thank you, this is what I wanted." In the next second, golden light erupted and blue light soared. Gold and blue wove together in the small golden light barrier in a frenzied tangle. In Wen Yu's eyes, this blood-pumping battle of fist against fist lacked any aesthetic appeal. But in the eyes of the two involved, this type of battle was probably what they truly desired. Inside the golden light barrier, shadows of fists intertwined, dirt flew, and under the immense force collision, even the external golden light barrier continuously deformed. Fortunately, the fat guy's strength was indeed impressive, and based on Wen Yu's deductions, this golden light barrier must have a high level. Only then could it withstand the aftershocks of their battle. In a battlefield space of less than 100 square meters, two fierce beasts bared their fangs without concealment. Finally, 20 minutes later, the golden light barrier slowly dissipated. Once the dust settled, Wen Yu could finally see the two figures. Tang Haofei's body had completely vanished from the waist down, and even the remaining upper half was covered with countless fist marks. The fat guy's massive strength had shattered old Tang's bones, and even in the chest area, fragments of pale bone could be seen faintly. As for the fat guy, his condition was undoubtedly better. The golden battle armor still surrounded his body, and although the golden light had slightly dimmed, the astonishing energy fluctuations emanating from it remained formidable. However, at this moment, the fat guy had already lost his life force. Slowly walking forward, Wen Yu first checked Tang Haofei lying on the ground, then turned to look at the fat guy's massive wound on his neck. Wen Yu inhaled sharply, then turned back to tease Tang Haofei, saying, "Old Tang, your teeth are quite impressive." The fat guy's fatal wound was at the neck. Only a small piece of flesh remained connecting the neck, while the internal bones and blood vessels had completely burst. From the traces on the wound, it seemed that Tang Haofei had bitten through it piece by piece. It was easy to imagine that scene. Tang Haofei hanging onto the fat guy's back, enduring the fat guy's attacks while desperately grasping his body, then opening his mouth wide to bite off chunks of flesh and bone. Cough, cough, cough. In response to Wen Yu's remarks, Tang Haofei let out a series of coughs, blood foam continuously spewing from his mouth. However, this half-alive Tang Haofei still had the energy to give Wen Yu a thumbs up. "Who told that guy to always hit my face?" A vague voice emerged from Tang Haofei's lips. Under his current condition, he could barely articulate. "Do you need healing potions?" Hearing Wen Yu's question, Tang Haofei slowly shook his head, then closed his eyes, sensing the changes in his body. First and foremost was the one thing Tang Haofei was most concerned about: challenge success. Revival chances +1. The moment he bit off the fat guy's neck, Tang Haofei immediately felt a mysterious power surge into his body. Being well acquainted with his skills, Tang Haofei naturally recognized this as a sign of completing the Challenger trials. The skill description changed from 10/13 to 11/13, indicating Tang Haofei's battle achievements. Then came the enhancement of the physical quality limit brought by the true god dominance body. The gains from the battle against the fat guy far exceeded Tang Haofei's expectations. and as his physical quality improved along with the continuous influx of the power of the earth. In Wen Yu's view, within less than 10 minutes, Tang Haofei's gruesome wounds began to heal slowly, even grotesque flesh buds sprouted from his waist. Long-range and close combat, physical quality and even recovery ability. The combat strength Tang Haofei displayed at this moment undoubtedly shocked Wen Yu, based on the previous battle, Wen Yu could easily assess Tang Haofei's true power. If he were to engage in close combat with old Tang, he would likely not withstand even a single move against the current Tang Haofei. The battlefield was ravaged, with charred marks from lightning strikes and deep, bottomless pits everywhere. Fortunately, as the fat man and Tang Haofei settled their battle, the once earth-shattering sounds of fighting subsided, returning the area to its usual silence. The heaven-piercing demon vine in Wen Yu's right hand slowly elongated, then spontaneously coiled around the body of the deceased fat man. Wen Yu felt a continuous influx of origin power from the immortal heroic world entering his body. He is a divine beast species. Tang Haofei, standing nearby, seemed to sense what Wen Yu was about to do. His bloodied mouth opened, and he mumbled this incoherent remark. Wen Yu nodded. There was indeed a considerable amount of origin power from the immortal heroic world contained within the fat man's body, making it undoubtedly a divine beast species. However, whether the heaven-piercing demon vine absorbed the origin power from the immortal heroic world or the flesh and blood of the demonic clan to enhance physical limits, there would be a conversion ratio involved. The energy loss was significant. Just the origin power that a divine beast species could provide wasn't enough to compensate for the void of origin power within Wen Yu's body. Moreover, using the soul battlefield wouldn't leave behind a corpse. Looking at it this way, replenishing origin power and evolving into a divine beast species from the immortal heroic world would still need to rely on Tang Haofei. With this thought, Wen Yu raised his head to assess Tang Haofei's condition once more. Disgusting flesh buds bulged out, and the wounds had already formed grotesque scabs. Although Tang Haofei still appeared in a near-death state, his eyes and the fluidity of his speech indicated that within just a few minutes, old Tang's injuries had transitioned from dying to critical care. Massive energy fluctuations and a violent aura surged into the sky. Severely injured, Tang Haofei struggled to control his own momentum and the energy fluctuations within him. However, from the current situation, this was actually a good thing. Within this hunting ground, Wen Yu and Tang Haofei not only needed to contend with the hostility of the natives from the immortal heroic world, but also the attacks from the demonic clan. Showing fangs and blades at the right time would help avoid conflict. Wen Yu's soul battlefield was far from being an evident constraint against the demonic creatures. The information relayed back from Victor's dual body confirmed Wen Yu's suspicions. Big boss, those demonic creatures have been standing still since the battle started here. The so-called demonic creatures were precisely the patrol squad from the demonic clan that Wen Yu had encountered. When the battle broke out, Wen Yu had already sent Victor's dual body to monitor the movements of this demonic squad. Wen Yu didn't know what these demonic creatures were thinking, but judging from their current behavior, it was clear that this patrol squad had certain plans. This suited Wen Yu perfectly. Once Tang Haofei healed, Wen Yu would immediately take him to capture this demonic squad. If he couldn't gain benefits as the young master, then he would claim them with his own strength. In this demonic clan-occupied area, the walking demonic creatures and the natives from the immortal heroic world were all sources of enhanced physical limits and origin power. The fat man's body visibly shriveled, and once the origin power within him was completely absorbed, the heaven-piercing demon vine slowly retracted its vines, returning to Wen Yu's right hand. What a pity, Sai, what a pity. He was a worthy opponent. Tang Haofei, still nursing his injuries, sighed softly at the sight of the fat man's disfigured corpse, prompting a scoff from Wen Yu. Seems like you're putting on quite the act. You were the one who killed him. I had no choice but to kill him. Actually, he knew he couldn't escape this time. At the very end, that guy held back a bit. Otherwise, I really would have died. Seeing Tang Haofei's solemn expression, this might have been the truth. However, this fleeting thought was quickly cast aside by Tang Haofei. People who could reach Wen Yu and Tang Haofei's level might have sympathy, but to expect sympathy for an opponent was utter nonsense. Regardless of what the fat man thought in his final moments, death was death, and the dead, especially fallen enemies, didn't deserve to have their emotions wasted by the two. By the way, you got the compass, right? Their target this time is clear. They want to kill you. I don't know how many other squads share the same goal, and we might have misjudged the strength of the natives from the immortal heroic world. Tang Haofei said with a serious expression as he laid out his judgment. This fat man whose nameless is already this strong, If a full squad came and they happened to have a way to counter your sole battlefield, this battle could be tough. I understand. Wen Yu's expression grew solemn as well. It was essential to think of possible defeats before victories. The conditions to resist the sole battlefield were extremely harsh. However, Wen Yu couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be any, especially with the overwhelming strength of these natives from the immortal heroic world. If the sole battlefield activated, then everything could be resolved easily. Yet if it failed, the question of how to fight became the dilemma facing Wen Yu and Tang Haofei. With this thought, Wen Yu pulled out the compass from the spatial ring, scrutinizing the light points on it while explaining to Tang Haofei. Each squad has different objectives. Currently, the only one targeting me is the He Luo squad. The rest are aiming at other squads. Wen Yu paused for a moment before continuing. No, they might be putting on a show. Take a look at this. After saying this, Wen Yu stepped closer to Tang Haofei, ignoring the strong smell of blood and the red-dyed ground, plopping down right in the blood pool and pointing to the nearest light points. These 8 light points and these 4 light points are the closest to us. When you were fighting that fat man, I checked the movements of these 2 squads. The 4-member team had a clear target at first. They were looking for the 8-member team. I couldn't figure out the target of the 8-member team. They seem to be wandering aimlessly, yet they're getting closer to us. And since just now, the movements of the 4-member team have also become puzzling. They must have realized the fact that each squad has different goals. Hearing Wen Yu's words, Tang Haofei furrowed his brows as he looked over the compass, and after a moment old Tang said with a wry smile, I can't see it. I really can't tell which one is coming for you. Wen Yu had never been the brains of the group. Strictly speaking, his IQ was merely at a normal level. As for Tang Haofei, he might be a bit smarter than Wen Yu, but not by much. 2 young men in their 20s trying to match wits and tactics with these ancient monsters that had lived for who knows how many years in the immortal heroic world. That was akin to using eggs to break stones. Seeing Wen Yu stroking his chin, still deep in thought, Tang Haofei chuckled softly. Perhaps this smile pulled at the wound on his face, and what was originally a warm smile turned awkward on Tang Haofei's countenance. Hiss, don't think too much. If you ask me, we might as well treat these 2 teams as hostile targets. If we see them, we fight. If we can't win, we die. You make it sound easy. Let's not even talk about whether we can win or not. If you die, you can come back. But if I die, it's really the end for me. Don't you have life-saving measures? Wen Yu waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want to rely on the heaven-piercing demon vine as his final trump card. After a moment, Wen Yu concluded, let's stay vigilant about the 8-member team. They're still quite far away, so let's set that aside for now. How long do you need? Tang Haofei glanced at the wounds on his body and quickly provided an accurate estimate. Half an hour for complete recovery. All right, I'll wait for half an hour. Then let's ignore those guys for now. I'll take you to find something fun. What fun is there? And stop smiling like that. I can't shake the feeling that you're trying to trick me. Wen Yu didn't respond, but instead winked mysteriously at Tang Haofei, giving old Tang a chill. If Wen Yu didn't use old Tang as a fighter and maximize his combat power, it would truly be a waste of resources. While Tang Haofei and Wen Yu were discussing the movements of various teams, not far from Wen Yu, Huck looked grimly at the dissipating energy waves in the distance. After a moment he frowned and turned to the nearby one-eyed giant ogre with a serious tone. Stop! The one-eyed giant ogre nodded, first glancing at the demonic creature beside them, which was covered in bombs and looked like a puppet, then at the other team members whose expressions showed slight fear. He sighed deeply. The plan needs to change. The enemy's strength far exceeds our expectations. Peak level 7 and a 7th level limit breaker were entirely different concepts. The strength of a limit breaker had no upper limit, while peak level 7 was capped at 20,000 points in physical attributes. The energy fluctuations from the recent battle between the fat guy and Tang Haofei had made this patrol team of demonic creatures realize one thing. The enemy's true combat power seemed to be much stronger than theirs. We need support. Upon hearing the one-eyed giant ogre's words, Huck decisively nodded. I've already sent a distress signal to the command center, but you know our current position. The nearest support will probably take at least several dozen minutes. Then let's hide for now. In matters of life and death, the one-eyed giant ogre decisively took control of the conversation within the team. While he might be weaker than Huck, he was clever, and Huck wasn't the type to be petty about authority. Hearing the one-eyed giant ogre's words, Huck couldn't help but look at their teammate, who was covered in bombs and appeared puppet-like. He slightly pursed his lips. What about him? Leave him be. These bombs might cause some trouble for a 7th level limit breaker, the one-eyed giant ogre said, then turned and moved in the opposite direction of Wen Yu. However, unbeknownst to the demonic creature squad, a black cat hidden in the void was watching all their movements. There's still a 30-minute journey to the young master's location. Upon hearing his teammates' report, Luo Hai gradually slowed his pace, then took out a compass and carefully compared it with the light points above. The battle over there has concluded, and His Highness the Young Master won decisively. Plus, we've just confirmed the team that engaged with His Highness the Young Master. It should be the He Luo squad. The He Luo squad? Hearing Luo Hai's words, the strongest member of the team, the bald, muscular man, asked in surprise. Surely not. The emerald wave's spiritual light from He Luo is something I find troublesome. And that fat guy, I remember he once played a game with me and could last around 20 exchanges against me. The overall capability of the He Luo squad isn't weak. How could they be gone just like that? Luo Hai nodded affirmatively. It has to be the He Luo squad. The young master might have some hidden tactics, either a treasure left by the immortal emperor or some super powerful skill. When we engage, everyone be careful. Understood. A synchronized response came from the team members. Being a 7th-level elite squad of the 10,000 Immortal Alliance, rules and discipline were ingrained in each of them. So how do we proceed now? Should we go around? A girl spoke up. No need, didn't we just hear vague sounds of fighting? Going around would seem inappropriate. Let's head straight there, but control our speed to try and draw the Wulong squad over. We'll handle these two problems together. And when we see the young master, don't talk, I'll speak first, follow my instructions before taking action. Understood. Hearing his teammates' voices, Luo Hai put away the compass and his pace suddenly quickened. Behind him, 7 teammates closely followed, and the 8 of them shot forward like 8 black arrows toward Wenyu. Bang, bang, boom. The continuous explosions shook the ground, causing cracks to form and dust to rise. Wulong stepped on the head of a peak level 7 demonic creature, his expression unchanged as he looked at the compass in his hand. The target has changed direction. Luo Hai probably knows our goal is them. Of course, Luo Hai is quite clever. Not far away, an old man sat on a large stone, holding a massive pipe. He leisurely took a puff, then his chest swelled, and a mouthful of fiery smoke burst forth, instantly transforming into a dragon that soared and pounced toward a distant demonic creature. The rising flames and thick smoke illuminated this small battlefield, making it clear that on this patch of land no bigger than a football field, nearly 100 demonic creature corpses lay scattered, twisted, and fallen. What's next? A child further away chewed on a strangely shaped gummy candy, mumbling incoherently to Wulong. Hearing this, Wulong put away the compass, looked at the distant, continuous explosions, and sighed deeply. Let's chase after them and eliminate them. Time is running short. The demonic creatures have already reacted to our invasion, and the number of demonic creatures we encounter will only increase. Moreover, it's clear that before long, limit-breaking demonic entities will appear in this area. Don't forget, we are standing on the territory of the demonic clan. Despite Wulong's towering stature, he had a meticulous mind. He wouldn't let the mission cloud his judgment. Right now, the strongest faction on this battlefield was not some small squad, but the ruling overlords, the demonic clan. By the way, Brother Long, didn't you say Luo Hai's target is the young master? I see they are heading in the direction where the young master is. The woman next to Wulong pointed at the compass and asked him, Yeah, I know. What if? There's no what-ifs. Wulong waved his hand, interrupting the woman. Find Luo Hai and kill him. The task is that simple. Anyone who dares to stand in our way will be killed. Don't forget here, identity doesn't matter. Half an hour later, seeing Tang Haofei, who had gone from the brink of death to being full of vitality, when you couldn't help but marvel at Tang Haofei's incredible recovery ability. Using his dark abilities, when you extracted Tang Haofei's blood from the soil and carefully placed his extra gain into a container. Needless to say, this was prepared for Faceless. Seeing Wen Yu's expression, Tang Haofei smiled. If you want it, you can just come to me directly. There's no need to go through all this trouble. Wen Yu curled his lips. Asking Tang Haofei for something would require a favor in return, so it was more enjoyable to do it himself. Where to next? Noticing that Wen Yu ignored him, Tang Haofei wisely changed the topic. Follow me. After saying this, Wen Yu quickly stood up, patting his butt, and headed directly towards the direction where Victor's dual body had reported the demonic clan's patrol team. In Wen Yu's right hand, a compass that shimmered with countless light spots was clearly visible. Above the compass, an 8-member team and a 4-member team were rushing towards Wen Yu's direction without any concealment. While Tang Haofei was recuperating, Wen Yu had already observed the movements of the other 2 teams. Without Luo Hai's team taking any detours, the speed of both teams had suddenly increased. Originally, in Wen Yu's plan, after Tang Haofei had healed, the 2 would first look for the demonic clan team, with Tang Haofei responsible for killing and Wen Yu picking up the physical attributes. However, with the changes in the movements of Luo Hai's team and Wulong's team, when you also had to make some adjustments to the plan. It can only be said that plans change faster than anticipated. Thus, Wenyu was fully aware of the movements of the two teams on the compass, and at this moment, his actions were naturally to respond to the two teams behind him. What methods he would use, only Wenyu himself knew. Stop. Right here, upon hearing Wenyu's voice, Tang Haofei slowly halted. Looking around, even with Tang Haofei's perceptive abilities, he couldn't detect any other life form's breath fluctuations. Turning back in confusion, Tang Haofei saw Wenyu frowning, fiddling with the compass in his hand while murmuring something softly. "What's wrong? Now's the time to tell me your battle plan, right?" In response to Tang Haofei, Wenyu raised his index finger. After signaling Tang Haofei to be quiet, Wenyu carefully observed the movements of the 8-member team while mentally communicating with Victor. "Is the distance enough? This position is perfect." Victor's reply was exceptionally certain. Upon hearing this, Wenyu immediately entered battle mode. Second Soul Realm Enhancement, Super Destiny Fight SSS level, Passive Skill. Third Soul Realm Enhancement, Dragon Blood Amplification SSS level, Active Ability. Fourth Soul Realm Enhancement, Strengthening a level, Passive Ability. Fifth Soul Realm Enhancement, Eye of the Night SS level, Passive Ability. In an instant, Wenyu felt his blood begin to boil. The combination of Dragon Blood Amplification and Super Destiny Fight provided an unimaginable boost to his physical qualities. Coupled with the reinforcement from Faceless, at that moment, Wenyu felt his vision improve dramatically, allowing him to see through the overwhelming demonic energy and even catch a glimpse of the demonic clan team several dozen kilometers away, as well as Luo Hai's team rapidly approaching from another direction. After roughly assessing the movements of the two teams, Wenyu lowered his head and carefully observed the movements of the other 4-member team. After a moment, he cautiously put away the compass and advised Tang Haofei beside him. "Old Tang, get ready, the game is about to start." "Game? What game?" "Hee." Wenyu revealed a strange smile to Tang Haofei. "Of course, it's the life and death game you mentioned." With that, Wenyu immediately transformed the Eye of the Night SS level, Passive Ability, into Ethereal Race Foundation level. When the ethereal enhancement enveloped him, Wenyu felt the power belonging to the ethereal world spreading out far and wide, covering a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Under the multiple enhancement skills, the intensity of the ethereal realm Wenyu displayed was vastly different from Victor's. The extremely powerful coverage range of the ethereal realm was precisely the prerequisite for Wenyu's strategy this time. In fact, Wenyu never intended to engage with the 8-member and 4-member teams rushing towards him. Most likely, the 4-member team's target was the 8-member team, and the 8-member team's target was him. Wenyu did not need to determine their goals face-to-face. Just a bit of suspicion was enough for him to strike ruthlessly at this moment. Almost instantaneously, the force field of the ethereal realm unfolded. Centered on Wenyu, an invisible force field elegantly covered the entire area, and the next second, sensing that the demonic clan team and the 8-member team were already within the ethereal realm's coverage, Wenyu lightly snapped his fingers. In a flash, the human bombs from the demonic patrol team were directly teleported in front of the 8-member team. "Eat my big bomb!" Boom! A violent burst of flames and overwhelming demonic energy erupted from not far away. Seeing the human bomb standing next to him vanish in an instant, the one-eyed giant ogre immediately triggered the bomb's detonation device. A thunderous roar echoed from afar, and sensing the sudden surge of energy from the explosion, the one-eyed giant ogre shouted, "Run!" In reality, it wasn't necessary for the one-eyed giant ogre to say much. The astonishing energy fluctuations coming from the explosion had already told the demonic creature team what the situation was. They were clearly outmatched by the strength of their opponents. However, before the demonic patrol team could run 10 meters, another figure suddenly appeared in front of them. The one-eyed giant ogre came to a halt. Its enormous eye focused on the professional before it, who was covered in burn marks and bloodstains, and had even lost a leg. Based on the wounds, it was easy to judge that this guy had taken the brunt of the explosion. Additionally, with its dazed eyes and constricted pupils, the one-eyed giant ogre could clearly sense that this guy hadn't yet come to his senses from the violent explosion. But that wasn't important. What truly mattered was that the person standing in front of the demonic patrol team had a physical quality comparable to its own. This was not a limit breaker. This was merely a peak level 7 professional. After a brief moment of contemplation, the one-eyed giant ogre immediately swung its fist and smashed down towards the professional on the ground. The encounter between the demonic clan and the natives of the immortal heroic world, combined with the soft target in front of them, made it impossible not to fight in this situation. Boom! As the explosive sound rang out, Luo Hai immediately activated his defensive skill. A translucent light barrier tightly protected him. Given Luo Hai's status, skill level, and physical qualities, there was no need to elaborate. He emerged from the mini-nuclear explosion completely unscathed. However, not every member of the team was as fortunate as Luo Hai. He witnessed with his own eyes that the weakest member of the team didn't recover from the explosion, having his leg blown off by the intense blast. The next second, a strange energy fluctuation flashed, and that member instantly vanished, exactly like the method used to teleport the bomb earlier. Eagle, report the location. Southwest direction. Eagle, with the strongest perception ability, almost instantly sensed the energy fluctuations produced by Wen Yu's earlier ethereal realm. This is the young master's technique. The plan has failed. Everyone accelerate and take him down. As soon as Luo Hai's order left his mouth, the whole team immediately quickened their pace, regarding the member who had been teleported away. Life and death are fated. Moreover, how could there be no sacrifices in battle? The sacrifice of a team member was a normal occurrence in past battles. Within the influence of the Netherworld, Wen Yu is akin to a deity of this realm. No, that description is not quite accurate. At least in this situation where his absolute strength is weaker than others, Wen Yu cannot control everything. However, observing the movements of each person within the Netherworld is a simple task. When Luo Hai's squad suddenly accelerated, Wen Yu had already sensed their intentions. With an unprecedented level of mental focus, Wen Yu quickly observed the footsteps, speed, heartbeat, and even the flow of blood of each of the remaining 7 members of the squad. After a while, Wen Yu obtained the information he desired. Without hesitation, he grabbed the bewildered Tang Haofei and activated the teleportation again. In an instant, Wen Yu and Tang Haofei appeared in another location, along with the shifting of the Netherworld. This ability of the Netherworld centers around the host. When Wen Yu moves, the Netherworld naturally moves along with him. With this movement, the Netherworld directly enveloped another squad. Wu Long's squad was closely following behind Luo Hai's squad, and the distance between them was not far. The next second, the teleportation ability of the Netherworld was activated once again. When the Netherworld enveloped him, Wu Long frowned immediately. His powerful perception even allowed him to detect the existence of the Netherworld. However, before Wu Long could react, a figure suddenly appeared before him, a shiny bald head with a stature slightly smaller than his. Wu Long was all too familiar with this guy. He was his target, the strongest member of Luo Hai's squad, Mu Qing. Mu Qing, too, was disoriented by the teleportation power of the Netherworld. For a moment, the 5 members of Wu Long's squad stared wide-eyed at each other, unsure of how to react. When Yu provided them with an answer once again. Whoosh! A strange energy fluctuation erupted, and Wu Long's robust figure instantly vanished. Gently licking the corner of his mouth, Mu Qing slowly clenched his fist. Wu Long's squad aimed for his team, and with less than 10 meters separating them, this battle was unavoidable. Moreover, the most important factor was that Wu Long was not present. 1 against 3, he could definitely fight it out. As for where Wu Long had gone, Mu Qing didn't want to speculate. He was well aware of both sides' strengths and understood that at this moment, Wu Long must be staging a scene of a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Seeing Mu Qing, who was running ahead, vanish in an instant made Luo Hai's heart tremble. Thinking of the urgency behind him with Wu Long's squad in close pursuit, Luo Hai immediately felt a twinge of bad premonition. However, bad premonitions often turn into reality. When a more robust figure appeared in the center of the squad, Luo Hai felt an urge to curse. This damned skill was utterly unfair. Yet complaints wouldn't solve anything. Upon seeing Wu Long, Luo Hai immediately issued his command. Yun Duo, entangle Wu Long, the rest keep moving forward. The girl called Yun Duo, also the second strongest in the squad, visibly paled. Entangling Wu Long. This command was basically asking for her death. However, the long-standing militarized management of the immortal heroic world, along with the obedience to orders, made Yun Duo's body react instinctively. From the earth, a bright green vine suddenly erupted, swiftly extending and wrapping around Wu Long's legs in an instant. Luo Hai cast a deep glance at Yun Duo, whose expression was gradually firming up, then nodded gently and continued running toward the direction where Wen Yu was. At this moment, Luo Hai's squad still had 5 members left. Pooh! A mouthful of blood spurted from Wen Yu's mouth. When Wen Yu teleported Wu Long into the middle of Luo Hai's squad, he felt an unprecedented pressure returning from the Netherworld. Teleportation consumes energy, and the energy required to teleport a strong being is incalculable. Even with the boosts from the Super Destiny fight and Dragon Blood amplification, Wen Yu was instantly drained of all his stamina. Cough, 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 this monster. Muttering with a slurred voice, Wen Yu quickly rummaged through his spatial ring and soon pulled out a large handful of elixirs, swallowing them all at once. "Hold on to me and run to the right, quickly." Although Tang Haofei was dazzled by Wen Yu's series of actions, he understood Wen Yu's skills and had a rough idea of what he was up to. Hearing Wen Yu's words, Tang Haofei wasted no time in picking up Wen Yu and sprinting in the direction indicated. Behind them, Luo Hai and his 5 members were getting closer. The elixirs from the immortal heroic world certainly guaranteed quality. In a short time, Wen Yu's stamina had already recovered to nearly 1/3. He reopened the netherworld, which had automatically shut down due to exhaustion, and immediately observed everyone's movements within the realm. However, upon regaining control of the situation, Wen Yu instantly noticed something amiss. In the distance, 3 members of Luo Hai's squad were straightly chasing toward his location, while Luo Hai and another squad member had completely vanished. Before Wen Yu could observe further, a sudden massive energy fluctuation came from above his head. The next second, Luo Hai and another squad member fell straight down from the sky. Spirit Light Flash S-Rank, Active Skill. Designate a life form, and after obtaining their acknowledgement, the caster and the target will teleport a certain distance together, sharing the stamina cost. This ability belonged to the individual next to Luo Hai, who in previous battles had often been employed for decapitation tactics alongside Mu Qing's overwhelming personal strength. At this moment, carrying Luo Hai. Well, while Luo Hai's strength didn't rival Mu Qing's, given Wen Yu's power, describing it as a decapitation was fitting. As Luo Hai and the other individual fell directly onto him, Wen Yu immediately reacted. First, in an instant, he activated the netherworld, teleporting the strongest of the 3 behind him directly to the demonic creature patrol squad that was about to determine the outcome. Second, Wen Yu swallowed a foundation-level elixir to restore his stamina. Finally, with his remaining stamina, he activated his skills, transforming into a black light and shooting toward Luo Hai, who was still in midair. Soul Battlefield, isn't it just 2 against 2? With the Soul Battlefield and Tang Haofei, Wen Yu felt completely unafraid at this moment. The black light surged into Luo Hai's body in an instant, leaving him in midair unable to react at all. Beside Wen Yu, Tang Haofei's body began to flicker with blue and yellow light as he understood that from this point on, it was a hard battle with clear weapons involved. If they won, everything would be fine, but if they lost, the situation would become unmanageable. Fortunately, Wen Yu's soul battlefield did not disappoint Tang Haofei. Luo Hai, who was caught in Wen Yu's soul battlefield, suddenly went blank. Before his body could even hit the ground, his appearance began to change. His facial features gradually morphed into Wen Yu's likeness, until the moment he hit the ground, Luo Hai had completely disappeared, turning into the nourishment of the soul battlefield. Seeing this scene, Tang Haofei let out a slow sigh of relief. The just-landed Wen Yu wasted no time and turned to face the dumbfounded members of Luo Hai's team, smashing another soul battlefield towards them. With 2 more people behind him, Wen Yu didn't even consider the benefits of the origin power of the immortal heroic world. As Wen Yu just activated the soul battlefield and entered the soul space of Luo Hai's team, Tang Haofei below was straining to listen, trying to determine the battle situation elsewhere from the sounds coming from a distance. However, in the next second, Tang Haofei's eyes froze. Right in front of him, where Luo Hai had just been obliterated, a figure slowly emerged from midair and quickly transformed into a solid form, instantly changing into Luo Hai's appearance. The Book of Life and Death Foundation-level artifact. A supreme treasure of the Heavenly Court, a life form from the immortal heroic world that signs its name on the Book of Life and Death will gain the right to resurrect once. When this life is consumed, it can sign its name on the Book of Life and Death again to gain another chance at resurrection. The Heavenly Court is the strongest sect in the immortal heroic world. Great Luo is the leader of the Heavenly Court, and Luo Hai is the son of Great Luo. It must be said that as a second-generation sect leader, Luo Hai started on the right foot from birth. Luo Hai, who had just resurrected in midair, quickly turned his head to look at the team member who was caught in the soul battlefield. At this moment, this team member's body was already beginning to change, indicating that the battle of souls had determined the outcome. The result was self-evident. He then glanced at Tang Haofei on the ground, who had already made an attacking move, and Luo Hai grinned, revealing a sinister smile. "You guys are exposed." In the next second, Luo Hai extended his right hand directly towards Wen Yu's direction while shouting loudly, "Sealing heaven." Brilliant golden light burst forth from Luo Hai's hand, striking directly at Wen Yu's body, which was in the process of transforming. At the same time, Tang Haofei exerted force with his feet, and his entire body soared into the sky, delivering a punch to Luo Hai. Luo Hai, who took Tang Haofei's punch head-on, was sent flying backwards, but Luo Hai's skill had already firmly hit Wen Yu. Sealing Heaven Race Foundation level active skill. Evolved from the supreme technique of the Heavenly Court, Sealing Heaven Decision. Due to the excessively harsh training conditions of Sealing Heaven Decision, the 23rd generation sect leader of the Heavenly Court used a page from the Heavenly Court's supreme treasure, the writings without words as a scroll to modify it into a skill. Skill effect, at the cost of being sealed by this skill, it seals all skills on the opponent with no time limit. The effect is only lifted when one side dies. Note, this skill cannot be released on life forms higher than one's own level. Note, this skill cannot be released on life forms whose physical quality is more than twice one's own. The release conditions of the Sealing Heaven skill are relatively harsh. However, in terms of level and physical quality, Wen Yu does not compare to Luo Hai. Moreover, the effect of this skill is incredibly strong. Exchanging one skill to seal several skills on the opponent is truly a worthwhile transaction. All of this happened in just a few seconds, and by the time Wen Yu landed on the ground, everything had already been decided. Wen Yu's greatest trump card, the Soul Battlefield, was sealed. Quickly testing his skills, the results made Wen Yu's heart sink to the bottom. Phasing S-level skill, active skill, Soul Battlefield Race Foundation level, active skill, Dark Absorption S level, active ability, Dark Divine Light SSS level, active ability were all rendered ineffective. The only skill he couldn't test, Soul Strike S level, passive skill, also seemed unusable. Luo Hai's one skill took away 5 of Wen Yu's abilities. If he weren't the victim, Wen Yu would genuinely want to applaud Luo Hai. After the brief testing, Wen Yu immediately shifted his focus elsewhere. The perception ability of the Netherworld still existed, and Wen Yu still possessed absolute control over the Netherworld. Luo Hai's skills did not seal away the abilities he gained from his spirit pet. This was undoubtedly a glimmer of hope in the current dire situation. The power of the Netherworld slowly activated. Without knowing the detailed information about Luo Hai's skill, Wen Yu had already thought of his escape route: run first. However, Luo Hai's next words extinguished Wen Yu's desire to flee. "Your teleport ability hasn't been sealed," a puzzled voice rang out from afar. "Oh, I remember now. Your profession is called Soul something Master, right?" "I have an impression." Though the profession of Soul Master was rare, it was not non-existent. Just look at Earth, where they already knew of 2, and over the countless years in the immortal heroic world, there had been no shortage of Soul Masters. "Also, Your Highness the young Master, I give you a piece of advice. It's better not to rush away now. Let me finish speaking first before you decide what to do." Watching Luo Hai, who had been sent flying by Tang Haofei, leisurely rise from afar, tidying up his clothes, Wen Yu hesitated for a moment and slowed the teleportation force of the Netherworld. "I initially thought that your method to deal with He Luo's team was something the heaven-piercing immortal emperor left behind for you to save your life, but I didn't expect it to be a skill. And Your Highness the young Master," even from a distance, Wen Yu could still see the strange expression on Luo Hai's face. "Your soul strength doesn't seem like that of a native of the immortal heroic world. Tusk, no wonder the heavenly Tao Lord wanted me to eliminate you, he. Speak quickly." "I'm in a hurry," Wen Yu retorted impatiently. Luo Hai shrugged, utterly unconcerned by Wen Yu's words, and continued at a leisurely pace. "This sealing skill of mine has an unlimited duration. If one of us dies, the seal will automatically lift. That's why I want you to hear me out. Cough, cough, now, Your Highness the young Master, I give you the right to choose. If you don't want to fight, you can leave now. After all, I can't stop you." Looking at Luo Hai's annoying expression, Wen Yu instead felt calm. Leave. With all his skills gone, where could Wen Yu go? As long as Luo Hai was alive, Wen Yu would be deprived of 5 skills. What if Luo Hai never died? Wouldn't that make Wen Yu useless? As for whether what Luo Hai said was true or false, Wen Yu couldn't discern, but in this situation he dared not gamble, nor could he afford to. Therefore, in this matter, Wen Yu had no choice. He could only eliminate Luo Hai here. Directly dissipating the energy fluctuations of the Netherworld's teleportation, Wen Yu rummaged through his spatial ring and casually took out a foundation-level elixir for recovery, chewing it vigorously while not forgetting to banter with Luo Hai. "You've got some guts, actually using your life to test my trump card. Aren't you afraid of any unexpected situations leading to your death here?" "Afraid? Who wouldn't be afraid?" Luo Hai generously admitted his fear, then winked at Wen Yu. "However, Your Highness the young Master, you may have forgotten who I work for now and who my father is. As for means of escape, revival items, I can pull out 3 or 5 without hesitation. With so many things, if I didn't dare to gamble, what would I be doing?" This statement was quite reasonable. Compared to Wen Yu, a fake, Luo Hai's family background and identity seemed more fitting for a young master. At this moment, Luo Hai had finished tidying up his clothes and once again appeared as the clever and capable elite. Taking one step after another towards Wen Yu with a confident attitude, Wen Yu immediately realized that what Luo Hai had just said was true. This guy was not afraid that Wen Yu's sole battlefield had not been sealed. The reason was simple: he had other means of survival. Until he reached a few hundred meters in front of Wen Yu, Luo Hai finally stopped, standing still in place. "Hey, Your Highness the young master, aren't you going to run?" Wen Yu's choice did not surprise Luo Hai. At this moment, Luo Hai merely held a confident attitude, teasing Wen Yu a bit. "Killing you first would be a better option." Wen Yu replied with irritation while taking an elixir from his spatial ring. His harvest from the fourth layer of the Heavenly Palace was significant, and at this moment, it provided him with logistical support. The elixir melted in his mouth, and Wen Yu felt a warm current slowly flowing through his body, quickly nourishing every dehydrated cell within him. Luo Hai stood still, not revealing his intentions. Meanwhile, Wen Yu waited for his stamina to recover, showing no desire to take the initiative. Suddenly, two hurried footsteps approached from the distance behind Wen Yu. Luo Hai's remaining two teammates appeared behind Wen Yu. Seeing this scene, Tang Haofei became a bit anxious. "Wen Yu, are we fighting? Can we still fight now?" "Wait," Wen Yu responded curtly. However, not far away, Luo Hai, in a favorable numerical position, unexpectedly did not choose to attack Wen Yu directly. Instead, he waved at the two latecomers. "Come here." The two teammates exchanged confused glances before circling around to run over to Luo Hai's side. Squinting at the distant Wen Yu and Tang Haofei, Luo Hai took out a compass from his spatial ring, carefully examining the light spots above. The battlefield was currently divided into 4 areas. One was Yundu against Wulong. In Luo Hai's judgment, Yundu had no chance of victory. All she was doing was exhausting herself to entangle Wulong. As the second strongest in his own team, Yundu's skill set leaned more toward control. According to Luo Hai's assessment, Wulong should not be able to free himself in a short time. The second area involved the remaining Wulong squad members, battling the strongest member of his own squad, Mu Qing. Luo Hai glanced at the 4 light spots entangled above and slowly closed his eyes, his brain operating quickly. Strictly speaking, this battlefield was the most troubling for Luo Hai. The goal of Luo Hai's squad was to kill Wen Yu, while Wulong's squad aimed to kill him. Luo Hai's squad was caught in the middle, and the pressure he felt at this moment was immense. After taking care of Wen Yu, he would still have to deal with Wulong. Currently, the strength gap between Mu Qing and the 3 Wulong squad members was not significant. Wulong's 3 members were slightly stronger than Mu Qing. Moreover, given that Yundu had no chance against Wulong, the most troublesome situation was indeed for Luo Hai's squad. In almost an instant, Luo Hai made a decision. Mu Qing absolutely could not die. If Mu Qing died, no one could handle Wulong, and even if they killed Wen Yu, Luo Hai would not escape Wulong's pursuit. Thinking of this, Luo Hai opened his eyes and looked at the expressionless Wen Yu, who was continuously consuming elixirs, the corners of his mouth curling up faintly. "It seems you think the same way." Then, Luo Hai's gaze immediately focused on another light spot on the compass. There, at the location of the demonic clan's patrol squad, the battle had already yielded a winner. Another limit breaker from Luo Hai's squad had swept through the entire demonic clan patrol squad and was quickly heading toward Luo Hai. Thump, 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 urgent footsteps echoed from afar until a handsome young man walked over. Tang Haofei could only wipe his forehead and sigh. "Wen Yu, what are you thinking? In this situation, we can't fight anymore." With Wen Yu's 5 skills sealed, originally 2 against 3, Tang Haofei believed he still had the strength to fight. However, with the arrival of another limit breaker from Luo Hai's side, the whole situation tilted immediately. This was not the last straw that broke the camel's back. A 7th-level limit breaker was like a mountain to both Tang Haofei and Wen Yu, enough to suppress them into eternal despair. Seeing another member of Luo Hai's squad arrive, Wen Yu instead broke into a smile. "Is everyone here? This should be enough." As if speaking to himself, Wen Yu immediately activated the teleportation ability of the Netherworld. 2 ghostly lights flashed, and 2 figures abruptly appeared not far from Luo Hai, an old man and a child. In response to Mu Qing's 3 Wulong squad members, Wen Yu had directly summoned 2 people. With the power of the Netherworld in hand, Wen Yu at this moment became the manipulator of the entire battlefield situation. "Just as I thought." Realizing Wen Yu's intentions, Luo Hai slowly clenched his fists, while mental waves rapidly spread, quickly sending a message to his 3 teammates nearby. "Don't act yet. Eagle, prepare your skill, target the old man." Wen Yu's plan was easy to guess. Right now, this area gathered 3 squads: Luo Hai's squad, Wulong's squad, and Wen Yu's squad. As for that demonic creature patrol squad, even when you didn't take them seriously, the three sides seemed to form a bizarre chain of pursuit, but the actual situation was far more complex than it appeared. Luo Hai aimed to kill Wen Yu. Wulong aimed to kill Luo Hai, and Wen Yu, to deal with Luo Hai's pursuit, dragged the Wulong squad into the battlefield in a way they absolutely did not want. Additionally, since Wen Yu had pulled the old man and the child over to counter Luo Hai's 4 people, the situation on the battlefield where Mu Qing was located was needless to say. In this scenario, Luo Hai could easily guess how the Wulong squad perceived Wen Yu. The enemy's enemy does not always become a friend. They may still remain enemies. A thought flashed through his mind, and seeing the shocked and furious expressions of the old man and the child not far away, Luo Hai pointed at Wen Yu and shouted loudly, "That's him! He's the one who brought you over. If he keeps doing this, the beauty in your squad is probably in big trouble." He first threw the blame on Wen Yu. This kind of instigating animosity between both sides, with just a few words, was something Luo Hai had no qualms about doing multiple times. Hearing Luo Hai's words, the old man and the child quickly pieced together the whole situation. The child's plump little face turned bright red, and he clenched his little fists, shouting angrily at Wen Yu, "UTMD!" However, before the child could finish his sentence, the old man immediately tugged at the child's clothing. "Wait, don't act impulsively. But Yao Yao, let's deal with this matter first." The old man's serious expression made the child swallow the rest of his words. The child's anger is understandable. 3 against 1. Their side can barely suppress Mu Qing. However, with Wen Yu playing this trick, the situation with Mu Qing and the woman is obvious. Saying that Wen Yu caused the woman's death is completely justified. Seeing the child's furious expression and the old man's increasingly cold gaze, Wen Yu let out a sneer. "Want to kill me? You should take a look at which side is the strongest here. If you kill me, then Luo Hai and the others will kill you and they'll go help their teammates. Tusk, tusk, tusk. One wrong move and you lose everything. Little friend, keep your eyes open and see who your greatest opponent really is." This is why Wen Yu didn't pull the old man and child over immediately. If the battlefield only had Wen Yu, Tang Haofei, and Luo Hai, and the old man and child had just been teleported in, he really couldn't predict whom they would attack first. Luo Hai is indeed the mission target, but Wen Yu is also indirectly the culprit in the deaths of his teammates. This is a choice between responsibility and emotion, but this choice depends more on each person's character, temperament, and style of doing things. In other words, it depends on human hearts. However, human hearts are difficult to fathom. But with the gathering of Luo Hai's team, the situation has become clearer now. So long as the old man and the child are not disoriented, they have only one choice. Their choice did not surprise Wen Yu, nor did it surprise Luo Hai. Seeing the old man nearby focusing his gaze on himself, Luo Hai shrugged lightly. "Old man, that guy caused your teammate's death." "Partly, yes." The old man gently tapped his huge pipe and grinned at Luo Hai, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "But isn't it your teammate Mu Qing fighting against Yao now? Clap, clap, clap." Wen Yu, unafraid of making things worse, clapped his hands from a distance. "The old man understands reason. I admire you. I admire you." The old man turned his head, grinning at the distant Wen Yu, his mouth full of yellow teeth paired with an increasingly cold stare. No need to look, this smile is not a friendly one. Once this old guy seizes the opportunity, he will certainly not hesitate to give Wen Yu a heavy punch. Taking a deep drag from his pipe, thick smoke quickly spread from his chest, visibly inflating his torso. "Directly take down Luo Hai." Through mental waves, he conveyed this thought to the child, gradually locking his gaze on Luo Hai's team. Seeing this scene, Luo Hai shook his head gently. He had initially thought about stalling for time here to see if he could change the old man's mind with words. But unexpectedly, Luo Hai wasn't in a hurry. Wen Yu wasn't in a hurry, but the ones who came later were anxious. They probably wanted to quickly resolve the battle here and then go assist the woman. Wulong's 4-man team had worked together for years, and their bond was extraordinary. In Luo Hai's eyes, this bond was truly boring. Mental waves transmitted into his teammates' minds. "Eagle, how's the skill preparation?" "Already ready, just need to activate it." "All right, in a moment, Eagle will entangle the old man, Agu will entangle the child, and Kang, you go kill the person next to Wen Yu. Remember, quick battle and quick resolution, then reinforce Agu." The man referred to as Kang, who was the last to arrive and a 7th-level limit breaker, was also the strongest among Luo Hai's 4. He nodded lightly and then fixed his gaze firmly on Tang Haofei. Meanwhile, Luo Hai looked at the distant figure wielding dual pistols and lightly licked his lips. "As for your highness, the young master, let me personally send him on his journey." Sensing the increasingly tense atmosphere among the 8 and the sudden silence of chatter, Wen Yu knew the time had come. No matter how many plans or thoughts there are, what ultimately decides everything is still battle, and it can only be battle. Wen Yu's various entanglements and checks were merely to make his final battle simpler and more advantageous. However, the real goal has always been singular, destroying everything about the enemy from both physical and mental levels. This is why Wen Yu has always emphasized the supremacy of strength, how to defeat the enemy. Naturally, it's by killing them, and battle is the prerequisite for killing. The long-lost thrill and wild song slowly appeared between his hands. Without all his skills, the weapons that Wen Yu had long discarded, along with the outdated hand-to-hand combat methods, were picked up once more. The increasingly calm and oppressive atmosphere felt like the tranquility before an impending storm, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Each of the 8 knew that probably only one team would make it out of this area. The survival rate was 1/3. No, for Wen Yu, that probability was likely even lower, until a sound resembling a beast's snore reached the ears of the 8 present, and the next moment, the tranquil atmosphere was instantly ignited. The thick smoke in his chest quickly transformed and brewed, turning into a scorching current. In the next second, the old man opened his mouth wide, and the dense smoke erupted forth, transforming in midair into a dark red, fierce flame dragon, fiercely pouncing towards Luo Hai's direction. Just as the old man released the smoke, the remaining 7 figures suddenly vanished from their spots, and the next moment, a massive mushroom cloud rose from the battlefield. Amidst the smoke, beams of skill light flashed rapidly, and explosions sounded continuously like firecrackers. A 7th-level limit breaker is already considered a backbone force within the professional system, and there's no need to elaborate on Tang Haofei and Wen Yu's strength. In less than a second, the entire battlefield had swiftly transitioned from silence to chaotic combat. The overwhelming energy surged everywhere, and in a brief moment, the small hill where the 8 stood had been flattened. The roaring flame dragon surged forth, while the old man who had just unleashed one attack was still busy. Wisps of blue smoke spread from the top of his pipe, transforming in midair into one grotesque monster after another, roaring as they charged towards Luo Hai's team. However, in the next second, amidst the chaos, a yellow-green beam of light suddenly flashed across the old man's peripheral vision. Seeing the light about to hit his body, the old man gently shook his pipe. A large cloud of ash quickly dispersed from the pipe, covering his body like a layer of armor. Bang! The yellow-green light struck the old man, producing a crisp sound akin to an egg hitting a rock. The old man remained unscathed, while the yellow-green light seemed to collapse, gradually dimming. Seeing this scene, the old man frowned slightly. The intensity of this attack was truly pitifully low. Just as the old man decided to ignore this unclear attack, the nearly collapsed yellow-green light surged quickly, and the next second it exploded with a thunderous sound, completely dissipating. However, a gap resembling a spatial tear appeared where the yellow-green light had vanished. A slender arm rapidly protruded from the spatial tear, grabbing the old man's ankle, which was covered in ash. Dimensional maze? An indistinguishable echo rang in his ears, and the old man suddenly felt a powerful force pull from his ankle. In an instant, his body was directly pulled into the spatial tear. The old man and a member of Luo Hai's team both disappeared without causing much of a stir. Using the dimensional maze to trap the old man was Luo Hai's plan from the start, and the child was even less worried. Fully aware of the old man's strength, the child was certain that in this battlefield, no one could take down the old man in a one-on-one fight. Therefore, the disappearance of the 2 did not cause the remaining 6 to pause for a moment. Instead, with the decrease in numbers, the intensity of the battle surged dramatically. Buzz, a ripple, like that of water, spread rapidly through the air, emanating outward. The strange power contained within it made Wen Yu feel as if he were burdened with countless heavy objects, instantly dulling his movements. Heavenly thunder and orange flames fell from the sky like a heavenly tribulation, their terrifying lethality forcing Wen Yu to use various defensive items from the spatial ring to resist the almost omnipresent attacks. It was not until a loud shout rang out from not far away that he finally took notice. Ha! This shout, infused with a child's voice, seemed to possess a strange magic. As soon as it reached Wen Yu's ears, it stirred his mental world, causing his soul to feel as if it were being stripped away, and he couldn't even control his own limbs. Wen Yu run, in a dazed state, Wen Yu thought he heard Tang Haofei's voice. He managed to raise his right hand, and the power of the netherworld surged forth in an instant. In the next moment, Wen Yu had already teleported to a spot 1 kilometer away from the battlefield. Where he had just stood, a pure white energy fist fell from the sky, instantly creating a massive crater in the ground. Gasping for breath and standing a little farther away from the main battlefield, cold sweat dripped into Wen Yu's eyes. It was only then that Wen Yu realized a more serious problem, with all of his main combat skills sealed. At level 5, with only around 16,000 points of physical fitness, in a battlefield filled with 7th-level elites from the immortal heroic world, his meager strength could hardly withstand the aftermath of the battle. Just moments ago, when you had almost been knocked to the ground by a few people's area of effect skills, looking at the 5 figures of different colors floating in the dust, when you felt a wave of confusion, how was he supposed to fight? He couldn't even see the movements or shadows of the 5 guys clearly. The gap in strength rendered him completely helpless when facing their attacks. It wasn't until a figure glowing with white light came to a halt at the spot where Wen Yu had just vanished that he regained his senses, staring wide-eyed at Luo Hai. "Tusk, tusk, tusk, Your Highness the young master, why did you run away like that?" The teasing tone and disdainful expression would have infuriated anyone else, damaging their pride. However, in Wen Yu's eyes, pride was something that could be discarded when necessary. Wiping the blood seeping from his nose, Wen Yu hoarsely replied, "What do I need to report to you?" "Not at all." A faint smile hung on Luo Hai's face as he stepped closer to Wen Yu. The ripple of air, for Luo Hai, was like a gentle breeze, causing him no hindrance or harm. As soon as the heavenly thunder and orange flames made contact with Luo Hai's body, they instantly dissipated like snowflakes encountering the sun. Even the continuous shouts from the child became nothing more than whispers of lovers in Luo Hai's ears, causing him no harm. With the cultivation technique and the 5 remaining skills after the heaven sealing, along with his identity as a divine beast species from the immortal heroic world and his superhuman physical fitness, combined with various items from the spatial ring. Even though Wen Yu already knew Luo Hai's strength was formidable, Luo Hai's display still made his heart sink. The gap was too vast. As Luo Hai slowly approached, seemingly intent on putting pressure on Wen Yu quickly consumed a large number of elixirs to restore his stamina and heal his injuries while swiftly scanning the entire battlefield. The child was engaged in a fast-paced battle with one of Luo Hai's teammates, appearing evenly matched on the surface. However, in Wen Yu's eyes, the high-speed movements of the two created one after another afterimage, and he could hardly discern the details of their fight. Meanwhile, Tang Haofei was being pressured and beaten by the 3rd strongest member of Luo Hai's team. This time, there was no final performance in the soul battlefield or the fat man seeking death, and it was likely that Tang Haofei wouldn't be able to hold on for long. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, who knows? And it was only left with Wen Yu and Luo Hai now. Without outside assistance or the ultimate weapon of the soul battlefield, the disparity in their strengths was glaringly obvious. The dire situation made Wen Yu feel a pang of bitterness. No matter how many calculations or adjustments he made for the battlefield, when it came down to the final moment, he had to face a problem he had never encountered before, the gap in hard power. However, as he thought about the 5 skills that had been sealed, a glimmer of determination flickered in Wen Yu's eyes. Gently raising his twin guns, he quickly pulled the triggers. The sharp sounds of bang bang and the low rumble of boom boom continued to echo. Some battles had to be fought, even if he couldn't win. Seeing Wen Yu's reaction made the corner of Luo Hai's mouth curl up even more. If Wen Yu didn't care about his skills and just turned to run, it would have been difficult for Luo Hai. Failing the mission meant his heaven sealing would also be sealed. But now, since Wen Yu appeared to be ready to fight to the death, "Let me accompany you on your journey," Luo Hai thought to himself, and then with a burst of power in his legs, he transformed into a beam of white light, charging straight at Wen Yu. The pulsing energy bullets from the trembling pulse and the low song of fury struck Luo Hai's body, immediately collapsing and dissipating. This level of attack couldn't even breach the external defenses of Luo Hai's body. Likewise, the weapon effects of the trembling pulse and fury had no room to manifest at all. The white light quickly tore through the barrage Wen Yu unleashed, and in the next moment, a massive white energy fist descended from the sky. Then it struck empty space. "So this skill of yours really is a bit unreasonable." With a bland assessment of the netherworld, feeling the skill fluctuations not far away, Luo Hai, like a great bird, instantly arrived at the location where Wen Yu had teleported in the netherworld, and then launched another punch. The short-range instant movement of the netherworld was only slightly faster than Luo Hai's speed. Faced with the immense pressure brought by Luo Hai, Wen Yu's mental state at this moment was beyond description. Using the netherworld for continuous teleportation, he tried to create distance between himself and Luo Hai. But this was merely a tactical measure akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. The stamina consumed by the netherworld's teleportation was glaringly easy to compare to the stamina Luo Hai expended in pursuit on foot. Moreover, with Luo Hai already in combat mode, he had no desire to waste time chatting with Wen Yu. Under Luo Hai's rapid attacks, when you didn't even have the time to open his spatial ring to take medicine. The battle had barely begun, and Wen Yu's side was already plummeting into the abyss. However, there was a solution. The light of the netherworld flashed as Wen Yu quickly teleported to another location. He saw Luo Hai rapidly crossing the battlefield where the child and Agu, as well as Tang, Haofei, and Zhang were engaged in combat, closing in on him. Wen Yu had no time to react and teleported again. The two instances of teleportation created a minuscule window of time. It wasn't long, but it was enough for Wen Yu to observe the battlefield situation briefly. Wen Yu's chance for survival and victory lay hidden in this battlefield. Ha! The childish voice carried a shocking power. The fierce sound wave attack caused Agu to stagger, and his brief duel with the child had already left him in a miserable state, even leaving him with slight injuries. The true strength of Luo Hai's squad was actually inferior to that of the Wu Long squad. 8 people were weaker than 4, indicating a significant disparity in individual strength. This wasn't merely because of Wu Long, who was an exceptionally strong combatant. Every member of the Wu Long squad possessed strength that looked down upon their peers of the same rank. Even before the fight began, Agu knew he couldn't defeat the child. But the dignity and confidence in his own strength led Agu to believe that he had a chance to contend with the child. If he couldn't win, at least he could hold him back. But therein lay the problem. He couldn't hold him back at all. Looking at the small child about a meter ahead, swinging his delicate fists toward him, the roaring pressure of the wind and the suffocating force bore down on Agu. He had no time to react and was sent flying far away, landing on the ground in a head-first position. Under the heavy blow, Agu's body froze for a moment, while the child, having thrown that punch, was also momentarily halted by the reaction force. Wen Yu, observing the two figures, disregarded Luo Hai, who was almost within reach, and activated the power of the netherworld instantaneously. Whoosh! Wen Yu and the child's positions exchanged in an instant. Luo Hai's powerful strike landed right on the child's head, driving him into the ground like a nail. A simple logic, since Wen Yu couldn't defeat Luo Hai, he would switch opponents. Although Wen Yu was undoubtedly the weakest link on the battlefield, facing someone who was the second weakest was far better than confronting Luo Hai. And the second weakest was none other than Agu. The method of swapping positions had drained the last bit of Wen Yu's stamina. With a pale face, he collapsed on the spot. Not caring about the surrounding situation, he instantly disengaged from battle mode and activated the fourth soul realm, summoning the Faceless. He pulled out a large number of elixirs from his spatial ring, stuffing them into his mouth without even looking, while a small glass vial appeared in his palm. Opening the vial, he quickly poured the crimson liquid onto the Faceless's body. The doughy figure visibly swelled, and within a few seconds, the Faceless had transformed into the likeness of Tang Haofei, perfect replication activated. With a bodyguard back by his side, Wen Yu felt slightly more at ease. The blood that had just poured onto the Faceless was gathered by Wen Yu, meaning that the Faceless's surface combat power was now not far from Tang Haofei's. At the very least in this current state, the Faceless was more than enough to deal with Agu. Re-entering combat mode, Wen Yu successively enhanced himself with Super Destiny Fight, Dragon Blood Amplification, and the Netherworld, then let out a deep breath of turbid air, looking up at Luo Hai's position. At this moment, Luo Hai wore a grim expression as he stared at the soft, delicate hand emerging from the ground, gripping his ankle. The immense force from that small hand rendered Luo Hai's body completely immobile. Though Wen Yu's teleportation in the Netherworld had angered the child, the goal of his squad was Luo Hai himself, so, for the child, it was irrelevant whether the opponent was Luo Hai or Agu. In any case, they were all going to die. In the next second, the ground cracked open, mud flying everywhere, and amidst the chaos, a tiny figure shot up into the sky, small hands pressing down on Luo Hai's head. The cute little face instantaneously turned terrifying in Luo Hai's eyes. An unknown force instantly sealed Luo Hai's mobility, while the child grinned wickedly, a voice like a devil's whisper echoed in his ears. Turn into Candy. In the next second, Luo Hai's body began to undergo a transformation. Turn into Candy, race foundation level, active skill. When the user's hands come into contact with the target's head and they shout the 4 words, turn into candy, they instantly expend all their stamina to transform the opponent into a piece of soft candy the size of a palm, resulting in the opponent's immediate death. When the user eats this piece of candy, they will fully restore all their stamina and injuries. Note, after learning this skill, the user's appearance will permanently be fixed at the age of 8, and no means can remove this negative effect. Note, once this skill is activated, it cannot be interrupted by any means, and it ignores level differences. Note, this skill disregards the cannibal rules set by the Sovereign, an absolutely terrifying skill with a direct lethal nature. Although the name is somewhat amusing, its true horror makes it impossible for anyone who opposes the child to laugh. As long as the skill hits, it will have an absolutely lethal effect. Although the conditions for release are harsh, requiring both hands to be placed on the enemy's head while chanting a somewhat joking activation incantation. Once the skill is successfully released, the destructive effect is self-evident. At least at this moment for Luo Hai, who had already been hit, his doomed fate was already sealed. An unknown force continuously compressed Luo Hai's body, and under the terrifying mysterious power, Luo Hai let out a wail akin to a butchered pig as his entire body rapidly shrank, while a sweet aroma emanated from him. Within about 3 seconds, Luo Hai had been transformed into a palm-sized, exquisite cartoon candy resembling himself. The entire battlefield fell into silence in an instant. 4 pairs of eyes stared unblinkingly at the child, who stood there panting heavily, and the cartoon candy that had fallen to the ground. A sense of absurdity and fear spread through everyone's hearts. Luo Hai's strength was not weak on this battlefield, yet in an instant of contact, he had turned into a sticky piece of candy. Fighting, even in extreme disadvantage, did not frighten anyone present. However, the idea of turning into sugar to be consumed by others felt too cheap. Wen Yu swallowed hard, and at that moment, he even had the thought of directly eliminating the child. Such a lethal skill was impossible to guard against. If hit, there would be no room for resistance, and life would be wiped out in an instant. Especially given that his physical attributes were not as high as the child's, one could easily imagine the scene. Facing the child's supermobility brought by their extraordinary physicality, Wen Yu had no effective means to respond to the action of putting both hands on the head. In other words, once the child wanted to use turn into sugar against him, he would undoubtedly fall victim. Who could endure such a skill? Wen Yu asked himself, and he couldn't. Thinking of this, Wen Yu slowly mobilized the power within his body, wanting to eliminate the child with a soul battlefield. The soul battlefield in hand made Wen Yu unafraid of these natives from the immortal heroic world. However, the next second, a sudden sinking feeling arose in Wen Yu's heart. His skill was still unusable. "Be careful, he's not dead, he's not dead." The voice echoed far and wide, reaching the eardrums of everyone present. Hearing Wen Yu's warning, Tang, Haofei, and the child paused in surprise, but Luo Hai's teammates showed no reaction of astonishment at all. They reacted quickly, hiding and striking out at once, sending Tang Haofei flying far away, while Agu straightened up and pounced towards Wen Yu's direction. They didn't even bother to consider Luo Hai and the child's situation. The next second, the soft candy on the ground exploded, vanishing into thin air, and in the spot where the candy had disappeared, red rays of light emerged out of nowhere, flowing like liquid in place, quickly gathering and reorganizing like cotton thread woven in the hands of an artisan. An exceptionally terrifying life fluctuation poured out from this pile of eerie, red-glowing objects until the red light reached an extreme brightness, then exploded with a roar. A gentle force pushed the child far away, and amidst the child's stunned expression, Luo Hai's figure clearly appeared in the red light. "You are very good." A sinister smile hung on Luo Hai's face, and his fierce tone revealed his current mood. Having died once in the form of becoming candy, this experience was far from wonderful. Worse still, his hidden revival means had decreased again. Phoenix Blood SSS level item. Reputedly the heart's blood of the ancient creature Phoenix in the immortal heroic world, possessing the miraculous power to bring one back to life. When the host suffers a fatal attack, the Phoenix Blood automatically activates, reviving the host on the spot for a short duration, surrounded by a fierce energy wind, immune to any attacks for the next 10 seconds. The immortal heroic world and the demonic clan had been at war for countless years, accumulating numerous technological means and skill items. Even in the final battle, although many of these items were consumed, there were still plenty of good ones left. And who would these good items be prioritized for? As a lackey of the heavenly Tao and the son of great Luo, Luo Hai undoubtedly had the qualifications to obtain these things. In other words, his background bridged the gap in strength between Luo Hai and the child. This external factor truly left the child, a grassroots figure, feeling helpless in reality, when Yu also had a revival item in his possession, a substitute Death Doll S-level item which he had exchanged with the Treasure Land Guardian during the earlier skirmishes. For a long time, when Yu had not encountered life-threatening dangers on Earth, meaning this kind of item had not had a chance to play its role. Yet, this also served to show one thing. As the second ranked Wen Yu on Earth, having only one revival item in hand was enough to prove that such items were inherently rare. It was precisely because of this that the child selectively ignored the possibility that Luo Hai has a revival item. Looking at Luo Hai, whose body was surrounded by a faint red aura, the child felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. The earlier attack opportunity was excellent, and the result was just as good. He took Luo Hai down in one blow. However, revival items truly left the child feeling helpless. It was all because he didn't have a good father, but despite his frustration, the battle had to continue. With his skills rendered ineffective, Luo Hai had returned to peak condition, while the child's stamina had been completely drained. Thinking of this, the child quickly took out 2 elixirs from the spatial ring and swallowed them whole, attempting to recover some stamina as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, Luo Hai, who had already died twice, would not give up this hard-won opportunity. Energy within him rapidly condensed. An intense white light surged from Luo Hai's body. In a short span of time, he transformed into a giant glowing entity. The next second, Luo Hai, resembling a miniature sun, charged fiercely toward the child not far away. Phoenix Blood SSS-level item could grant immunity to any attacks in the next 10 seconds after resurrection. However, this claim was not entirely accurate. In this world, there were no skills or items that could provide absolute defensive effects. Simply put, this immunity to attacks essentially equipped Luo Hai with a highly effective energy shield. However, the truly terrifying aspect of Phoenix Blood was that within these 10 seconds, any enemy wishing to attack Luo Hai would first have to break through the energy shield brought on by the Phoenix Blood, while Luo Hai could attack the enemy without restraint. For a 6th-level limit breaker, 10 seconds was enough to accomplish many things. The dazzling white light directly collided with the child's body. With his stamina completely exhausted, the child was unable to mount any effective defense against Luo Hai's attack. The terrifying energy contained within the scorching white light felt as if the child were trapped within a massive smelting furnace, his skin visibly drying and burning. The pain caused the child to emit intense screams uncontrollably. However, mercy towards the enemy was cruelty towards oneself. Luo Hai showed no hesitation. His right hand quickly clenched, and a gigantic hand formed from condensed white light appeared instantly beside Luo Hai. The large hand, agile like Luo Hai's limbs with a violent sonic boom, grasped the child's body and then tightened violently. One misstep could lead to total defeat. Feeling the continuous pressure on his body and the surrounding searing white light, the child's stamina depletion left him unable to move. Despair suddenly flooded his mind. It's over. There was something happening tonight. The update might be a bit late. Sensing the child struggling within his skill, Luo Hai's smile widened as the child's movements became weaker and weaker. In terms of pure strength comparison, Luo Hai's power was indeed less than that of the child. However, the beauty of battle lay precisely in this. Nobody knew what would happen in the next second. Therefore, the process didn't matter. In battle, what mattered was the outcome. You live, I die. In the next moment, a fierce surge of energy erupted, and Luo Hai instantly pushed all of his strength into the large hand that gripped the child. The energy-formed hand visibly swelled, and even the lines on the palm became much clearer. Then Luo Hai controlled the massive hand and squeezed down fiercely. However, the clear feedback from the skill made Luo Hai's expression darken. The deadly squeeze of the energy hand clutched at nothing but empty space. Turning his head, he looked at Wen Yu in the distance, whose face was pale, and at the small, charred figure at Wen Yu's feet. Luo Hai sighed deeply. You little troublemaker. Thank you for the compliment. Wen Yu smiled and nodded at Luo Hai while feeding the elixir into the child's mouth, simultaneously directing Faceless to fend off Ogu's attacks in the distance. He gently tapped the child's body with the tip of his foot. How are you? You can't die now. If you die, who will hold off Luo Hai? This was Wen Yu's fundamental purpose in saving the child. Given the current state of the battle, the child belonged to the allied forces. If the child were easily crushed by Luo Hai, the balance of power on the battlefield would surely be lost again. In that situation, Wen Yu would have no option but to flee. Cough, cough, cough. I can't die. A weak voice came from beneath Wen Yu's feet. The child let out a series of coughs, and his severely injured body and exhausted stamina recovered slightly under the effect of the elixir. Then the child took out a jade tablet and sent out a clear mental wave. Old man, save me! In the next second, a dark spatial rift suddenly appeared before Wen Yu. From the black spatial rift, a series of sounds reminiscent of the howling of evil spirits echoed continuously, and a cold gust of wind blew from the rift, sending a chill through Wen Yu's body. At the same time, accompanied by the sound of tap, tap, tap footsteps, a figure slowly emerged from the end of the spatial rift. A hunched body, covered in ash and sporadic flames, holding a massive smoking pipe that looked like a heavy hammer continuously spitting fire. At the smoking bowl, a gruesome head covered in blood seemed to ignite, sending flames shooting out as wisps of blue smoke wafted from the head's 7 orifices. The smoke emitted an unknown scent that made Wen Yu feel a jolt of energy, as if the sealing power of heaven was loosening. Watching the old man appear so leisurely, it seemed that the eagle, as the old man's opponent, hadn't managed to withstand a few blows before the old man twisted its neck, and its body turned into tobacco in the old man's pipe. This scene made Wen Yu shake his head with a wry smile. No one was foolish. Bringing the old man and the child here was clearly an intention to use the two as weapons. However, after the eagle led the old man into the dimensional maze, the old man decisively took action, instantly killing the eagle while hiding within the maze, creating the illusion that he was still entangled in battle with it. If nothing went wrong, the old man seemed to plan to wait until the battle outside ended and then come out to clean up. Luo Hai and Wen Yu, he didn't want to let either of them go. If it weren't for the child's situation, the old man's plan should have succeeded. Under normal strength comparisons, the battle process should have been that Luo Hai's team eliminated Wen Yu and Tang Haofei, with the child desperately holding out against the remaining three. At that time, the old man would open the dimensional space and directly enter the battlefield. Luo Hai's trio had exhausted a considerable amount of stamina, and their trump cards had been partially depleted by Wen Yu and Tang Haofei, whereas the old man was at full strength. Furthermore, the old man and the child's individual strength undoubtedly surpassed that of Luo Hai's trio. The outcome of the battle was self-evident. However, with the child's serious injury, the old man's little scheme had been easily unraveled. Step by step, he walked toward the spatial rift. Though his pace seemed slow, as if an elderly person taking a stroll in the blink of an eye, he reached the entrance of the dimensional rift. As if stepping through his own front door, the old man stepped out from the rift, first glancing at Wen Yu, who was so close, and then at Luo Hai in the distance, standing still without any movement, and finally at the child lying on the ground, who was continuously letting out low groans of pain. Truly a pathetic sight. The joke among friends infuriated the child. "Stop the nonsense, that Luo Hai, kill him for me." Wen Yu, standing right beside them, was elegantly ignored by both the old man and the child. After all, you couldn't expect a 7th-level limit breaker to pay much attention to a 5th-level limit breaker who had lost all skills. This was actually part of Wen Yu's original strategy. When a lion and tiger decided to fight to the death, the wolf standing on the side, merely an observer, could easily be overlooked. The old man picked up his pipe and took a deep puff. The rich flames instantly ignited the head in the bowl, and in an instant, a strange aroma filled the entire space. The overwhelming scent flooded Wen Yu's taste buds, and realizing this scene, Wen Yu quickly sealed off his airways, fearing it was some kind of tactic from the old man. Seeing Wen Yu's reaction, the old man smiled kindly. "Don't worry, young man, this is just a little healing technique." Sure enough, the child, whose burned body slowly began to grow flesh, also improved in mental state. Seeing the child slowly sit up, the old man smiled kindly, then turned his head to look at Luo Hai, who seemed to be watching the show. A hint of confusion flashed in the old man's mind. "Luo Hai, why haven't you made a move until now?" Luo Hai's smile responded to the old man's question. Looking at the three people standing together, the smile on Luo Hai's face grew wider. "I knew you were fine. I also know that the eagle is long dead. You have life tokens in your squad too, right?" Seeing Luo Hai smile, the old man's heart sank instantly. "So," Luo Hai leisurely snapped his fingers. "Killing one while seriously injuring two is much better than just killing one, don't you think?" In the next second, countless white light spots suddenly lit up on the child's body. Wen Yu and the old man, sensing this scene, almost instantaneously reacted. That energy hand, when it had grasped the child, had already placed some deeply hidden method within him. This method had transformed the child's body into a human-shaped bomb. Explode! Boom! Countless spots of light erupted from the child's body, crazily flashing along with Luo Hai's thunderous shout as a massive wave of energy surged from the child's form. Kid, no! The relationship between the old man and the child was extraordinary. After a long period of cooperative battles, the two shared more than just the bond of comradeship. Under the influence of turn into candy, the child's physical form and personality were forever fixed at the age of 8. Moreover, with the old man's entire family having perished at the hands of the demonic disaster, he regarded the child not only as a close comrade, but also had inexplicable feelings akin to viewing him as a grandson who had died young. Yet the deeper the affection, the greater the pain in the old man's expression of shock. The spots of light on the child instantly brightened and expanded, as a tremendous amount of energy was completely contained within the child's body, causing it to balloon outward in an instant. "Run fast!" A vague murmuring escaped the child's lips, and the old man was frozen in place. However, Wen Yu's reaction, though slightly delayed, was still quick enough. With both Void Transformation S level, Active Skill, and Dark Divine Light SSS level, Active Skill sealed, Wen Yu had no way to elementalize himself. meaning he had lost his powerful ability to be immune to physical attacks. And it was the explosion, the real terrifying lethality, most of which lay within the powerful shockwave generated by physical attacks. His legs seemed to turn into two afterimages as Wen Yu dashed away like a bolt of lightning. Then die, boom! Accompanied by Luo Hai's sharp and triumphant roar, a gigantic mushroom cloud rose up. In the next second, a visible shockwave swept past Wen Yu's body. He felt himself being lifted into the air, followed by a brilliant flash of white light crossing before his eyes. In an instant, scorching heat enveloped him, and Wen Yu felt like a plucked chicken being roasted in an oven, the smell of burning flesh wafting from his body. Then everything went dark, and with a crash he fell heavily onto the hard ground. The omnipresent pain instantly drowned Wen Yu's perception. No wonder he could barely register the secondary explosions and the relentless heat waves around him. In an instant, he communicated with Faceless, ordering it to rush back to his side. At the same time, Wen Yu quickly grabbed a large handful of elixirs from his spatial ring, swallowing them without even discerning their types or functions. A wave of spiritual energy swept through his body and the surrounding environment, and Wen Yu's heart sank. His entire body had shrunk significantly, losing much of its fat and even a portion of muscle tissue under the white light. Despite the tremendous explosion, Wen Yu had managed to get off lightly, paying only the price of one leg. Intense pain surged within him continuously. However, this pain was far from the severity he had imagined. Instead, with each wave of pain that hit him, he felt a tremendous power rising within his body. Super Destiny Fight SSS level, passive skill activated. As his second spirit pet, the core skill of the one-eyed creature, enhanced through Wen Yu's two previous modifications, naturally provided a substantial boost. Being injured meant an increase in combat power. What truly chilled Wen Yu's heart was the clearer perception of the outside world under his enhanced physical condition. In the distance, at the center of the explosion, the old man was covered in thick ash and flames. Resembling a stone statue with flickering flames, cracks covering his body, through which blood and torn flesh could be faintly seen flowing. He had been at the heart of the explosion, and even with his strong defensive capabilities, it was impossible for him to not sustain some injuries. However, his injuries did not affect his imposing aura. A dense killing intent continuously radiated from the old man's body, as palpable as substance, even isolating the sporadically burning white flames around him. The smoking pipe in his hand slowly grew larger and longer, transforming in an instant into a 3-meter-long weapon, resembling a heavy hammer. "You must die, gulp." He swallowed hard, forcing the last word back into his throat, unable to let it out. Because he saw Luo Hai not far away, still standing there, wearing a seemingly amused expression. "What must I do?" The low, hoarse, eerie tone carried far. Calmly uttering a single sentence, Luo Hai wiped the dirt from his forehead. His thick arms were covered in pure white spots, and seeing this, Luo Hai surveyed his current body with satisfaction. His height had reached nearly 10 meters, countless white spots flashing on his body, an immense spiritual pressure sweeping across the battlefield, causing everyone else present to turn their heads in surprise. What truly alarmed Wen Yu and the old man was not Luo Hai's combat ability in this state. On the surface, it was merely a transformation ability, which wasn't uncommon. What truly terrified them was the incredibly unstable energy fluctuations radiating from Luo Hai's body. This scene was identical to when the child had exploded earlier. In terms of energy, Luo Hai's fluctuations at this moment were even stronger than the child's previous state. Luo Hai, after the child, had transformed himself into another super bomb. Boom, the heavy footsteps resonated as the 10-meter-tall Luo Hai lumbered forward, taking slow, heavy steps toward the old man. Seeing this, the old man stood frozen in place. Whether to attack or not was undoubtedly a difficult choice. As Luo Hai drew nearer, he let out a series of sinister laughs, casually glancing toward Wen Yu, who was in the pit, battered and bruised. The anticipated netherworld transmission did not occur. At that moment, Wen Yu was heavily injured and, with considerable energy drained, was rapidly consuming elixirs in the pit, completely ignoring the old man's intentions. Seeing this, Luo Hai quickened his pace. A white light instantly wrapped around the old man's body, halting his attempt to retreat. In the next second, another earth-shaking explosion roared. Sensing this scene, Wen Yu sighed deeply. Knowing full well that the old man wouldn't be killed just like that by Luo Hai's explosion, Wen Yu found himself lacking in countermeasures. Intense explosions and multiple skill activations had already drained his stamina. Moreover, the old man's strength was greater than the child's, which meant that teleporting the old man would require much more energy. Currently, Wen Yu could not muster any. commanding Faceless to stand in front of him and shield against the residual shockwaves from the explosion. Wen Yu stuffed more elixirs into his mouth while extending his perception to focus on the explosion's center. Two figures appeared within Wen Yu's sensing range. Luo Hai stood still, casually removing the broken pendant from his neck and tossing it to the ground. The prerequisite for a self-destruct tactic is a disregard for life. Clearly, Luo Hai still possessed the means of resurrection. On the other hand, the old man across from him looked far worse. The ash covering his body had completely disappeared, making him resemble a rag doll, with wounds and thick blood splattered across the ground below him. The old man, whose strength was far superior to Luo Hai's, had been severely injured by Luo Hai's two self-detonations. So this is what battle is. As the victor, Luo Hai let out a rather pretentious sigh, then turned his gaze toward the incapacitated old man. In the next second, another surge of white light rose, enveloping Luo Hai in a dense glow, as a vague, towering phantom slowly emerged behind him. Boom! The phantom behind Luo Hai stepped forward, raising its giant fist and smashing it down toward the old man. The fierce wind pressure and scorching heat waves surged toward the old man, who barely managed to prop himself up and labored to swing the massive smoking pipe in his hand. The pipe collided with the glowing fist, accompanied by a tremendous noise, and the old man's battered body was driven deep into the ground like a nail. In the next second, the massive light figure struck again, swinging its fist, smashing down, then swinging again and smashing down once more. The movements flowed seamlessly, the glowing energy giant's fists creating an array of afterimages, tirelessly pounding the earth beneath them like a relentless craftsman. Heat waves rolled and the white light scorched the ground, instantly evaporating moisture from the soil. Coupled with the continuous onslaught of heavy punches, the earth cracked in pieces, and fragments of battle armor along with flesh and bone flew from the ground. The old man's cries grew weaker and weaker, until they were barely audible in everyone's perception. The life wave that belonged to the old man gradually weakened before vanishing in a brief period. On the battlefield, two members of the Wulong squad, who were among the strongest individuals, were brutally taken down by Luo Hai alone. Level 6 against level 7, and he was still taking down two 7th-level limit breakers. Even with the aid of items at this moment, Wen Yu had to admit that Luo Hai was indeed terrifying, whether in strength, temperament, or decisiveness. The opponent's death did not stop Luo Hai's assault. The light-crafted giant swung its fists again and again, a brutal act reminiscent of Ling Chai, which inexplicably filled Wen Yu with pressure. Only after smashing the old man's sole armament, the massive smoking pipe, into a pile of rubble did Luo Hai slowly signal to withdraw the light-crafted giant. Confirming that the old man had no means of resurrection left, Luo Hai took a deep breath and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. His recently used revival items had some flaws and did not completely restore his stamina after resurrection. Coupled with the energy expenditure from the series of attacks by the light-crafted giant, Luo Hai was now far from his peak condition. However, even not at his peak, with the existing strength of Luo Hai's team, dealing with the current situation could easily be described as ample. Luo Hai Zhang, Agu against Wen Yu, Tang Haofei, who was stronger and who was weaker, was evident. Thinking of this, Luo Hai leisurely took out an elixir, slowly crunching it in his mouth, and then grinned at Wen Yu from a distance, saying with a sinister smile, "Your turn." Hiss, taking a deep breath, looking at Luo Hai, who appeared to have everything under control, Wen Yu maintained a composed expression while quickly strategizing in his mind. In the netherworld perception, aside from the current battlefield, the remaining two battlefields, the woman and Mu Qing, the Cloud and Wulong, were still entangled, but he couldn't act here. Not to mention the stamina needed to transport these super-strong individuals. The current two sides facing each other illustrated how a single action could influence the entire situation. The former 4th battlefield, the demonic clan patrol squad, had long been annihilated by Zhang. Thus, for Wen Yu, there was no external assistance left. What's worse, the old man and the child, whom Wen Yu regarded as able to confront Luo Hai head-on, had only served as a disruptor. Aside from the old man killing an eagle and the two of them taking down two of Luo Hai's lives, overall, the old man and the child had not significantly impacted this battlefield. Lacking strength and relying on external forces, the current situation undoubtedly conveyed a truth to Wen Yu. The factors influencing external forces were too numerous. How could others' power compare to one's own strength? Looking at Luo Hai, who was staring at him unblinkingly, Wen Yu managed a faint smile. "Hey, how about we negotiate? You see, I'm the young master, right? My dad left me many good things before he died. I'd like to buy my life with money. What do you think?" "Hee hee." Luo Hai glanced at Wen Yu with a half-smile, and the next second, a sharp spear of condensed white light shot directly toward Wen Yu's body. Luo Hai's stance was firm. There was no room for negotiation. The faceless body shimmered with brilliant lightning as a spear forged from thunder solidified and shot forth, directly colliding with the incoming spear. The two spears clashed, white light and lightning intertwining endlessly before both dissipated into the air. Tang Haofei's physical condition was not far from Luo Hai's, and Faceless, who had replicated Tang Haofei's attributes, naturally matched Luo Hai's physique at this moment. However, the true disparity lay in skills and items. Luo Hai's items were numerous, exceeding Wen Yu's imagination. More troublesome was the fact that aside from Heaven's Sealing, Luo Hai still had 5 skills, whereas Faceless, transformed from Tang Haofei, had merely 2. Knowing full well the disparity in power, Wen Yu had no choice but to have Faceless confront Luo Hai head-on while instantly connecting with Tang Haofei through his spiritual waves. Old Tang, think of something? Struggling to parry Zhang's fierce slash, Tang Haofei glanced at his own injuries. After a moment, Old Tang sighed softly, got it. Asking for help was not Wen Yu's strong suit, but there's a saying, under the eaves one must bow their head. Given the current situation, Wen Yu had no choice but to seek Tang Haofei's assistance. Wen Yu was well aware of Tang Haofei's skill set. Holding the true god dominance body, Tang Haofei grew stronger with each battle. The stronger he became, the more effective the life and death battle resolution would be after his death. On top of that, there was the effect of the Challenger trial. Now that Tang Haofei was facing Kang, the Challenger trial could produce a challenging effect. However, once the life and death battle resolution took effect, his overall strength would double, leaving it uncertain whether Tang Haofei's Challenger trial could still have an effect. Calculating this back and forth, the losses Tang Haofei faced were definitely not small. In fact, if Tang Haofei truly had no selfish motives, this battle would be easy for Wen Yu. Just as Wen Yu had said before, there was nothing that Tang Haofei couldn't solve with his last death. If there were, then he would just die twice or 3 times. With a total of 11 revival chances, if all of them were used up, then even Wen Yu, a poor student in math, could roughly calculate how many times Tang Haofei's physical quality could multiply. This would be a figure of despair. However, no one is a saint, and no one is devoid of selfishness. Tang Haofei's purpose in accompanying Wen Yu here was simply to find a challenge target to enhance his physical quality limit with the true god dominance body. Dying early or dying late made a big difference to Tang Haofei. At this moment, although Wen Yu did not explicitly state his request, the situation had reached this extent. Tang Haofei understood that sending himself to die was the only solution. Fully aware of this, Tang Haofei took a deep breath, and the power of the earth surged wildly, instantly forming an outstanding set of battle armor around his body. Barely withstanding Kang's counterattack, the fierce blade light tore through the earth battle armor, leaving a gruesome scar on Tang Haofei's body. Sensing that the Faceless behind him was fiercely entangled with Luo Hai and was being pushed back step by step, he also sensed Wen Yu bouncing on one leg, dodging Agu's attacks. The hesitation in Old Tang's eyes flashed away. Don't forget the condition you agreed to in advance. 1 life, 1 favor. The things you are capable of must be done properly for me. Bro, hurry up. As Agu lunged towards his face with a dagger, Wen Yu barely blocked the strike with the length of his crazy song, then unleashed a surge of strength, kicking Agu away while urgently shouting, "Damn, I really have. No way to deal with you." With a sigh of dissatisfaction towards Wen Yu, Tang Haofei's eyes gradually became resolute. With lightning swirling around him, watching Kang continuously wielding blade light in front, Tang Haofei transformed into a massive light sphere and charged towards Kang's direction. In an instant, lightning flickered and blade light rampaged. Amidst a dazzling brightness, 2 figures intertwined. One figure made no defense at all, continuously urging the 9 heavens thunder as if a heavenly tribulation. The enormous lightning fiercely struck down, turning the area where Tang Haofei and Kang were into a terrifying thunder pool. The other figure, with sharp blade light spilling everywhere, the blade light tangible and qualitative, dispersed all the lightning around him. Not only that, Kang even had the energy to roar, and the blade aura instantly cut Tang Haofei's body, leaving him drenched in blood. One side had offense without defense, while the other side had both offense and defense, further compounded by a hard power gap, making the result clear. As the thunder in the sky gradually dissipated, a battered figure flew out from the thunder pool, landing not far from where Luo Hai and the Faceless were battling. When the lightning calmed, Kang's tall figure appeared at the scene, looking at the distant figure that resembled a rag. He slowly wiped the blood off his blade, and a flicker of doubt flashed in the corner of his eye. This fighting style Kang had truly never seen before. Wasn't this just courting death? Boom! 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 Tang Haofei's body flew from afar, crashing to the ground like a glass ball, bouncing away and landing even further, kicking up clouds of dust. While entangled with the Faceless, Luo Hai was handling the Faceless's attacks while keeping a lookout. He naturally noticed Tang Haofei's strange behavior. As for the purpose of this action, it was easy to guess. Wasn't it just a means of revival? Luo Hai was proficient in such things, but at the same time, he became even more cautious of this combat method of revival. With a giant light-crafted giant behind him punching the Faceless away, Luo Hai looked at the distant Tang Haofei and chuckled softly. His stamina was slowly recovering thanks to the elixirs. After battling the Faceless for so long, Luo Hai's stamina had not only been consumed, but was instead even better than before. He wasn't in a hurry for the battle now. After taking down His Highness the Young Master and his teammates, he would still be in good shape. This was the perfect script in Luo Hai's heart. Then he would team up with Kang and with Mu Qing face Wulong. That would be the true test. Thinking of this, Luo Hai focused his thoughts, and the light-crafted giant behind him began to change. Brilliant white light flickered again, quickly condensing in the hands of the light-crafted giant. In a short time, a giant war blade nearly 5 meters long appeared in its hands. Ignoring the Faceless coming at him again, Luo Hai's eyes remained calm as he watched the bloodied figure about to collide with his body, and lightly flicked his index finger. In the next second, the light-crafted giant raised the warblade in hand and brought it down towards Tang Haofei's incoming figure. The white light-emitting warblade generated a sharp friction sound against Tang Haofei's neck, and then the light on the warblade solidified again. Crack, crack! The crisp sound of bones cracking rang out, blood instantly sprayed forth. In this simple encounter, Tang Haofei, without any semblance of a defense, could not withstand Luo Hai's full-force strike and was directly decapitated. The light-crafted giant did not stop. Having swung its war blade, it reversed the motion and let out an even more intense blade light that immediately struck the now bisected Tang Haofei's body. Boom! The massive explosion sound and dazzling white light rose along with terrifying heat. Tang Haofei's lifeless body was instantly evaporated by the horrifying white light. Luo Hai, who didn't know how many times he had used revival, was very clear that depending on the level, revival items had different usage conditions and effects. Some revival items needed remnants of the body. By completely destroying Tang Haofei's corpse, it might be possible to break the effectiveness of the revival method, but who knows? After all, it was just a single strike. If it's not done, it's a waste. After destroying Tang Haofei's body, Luo Hai controlled the light-crafted giant to kick the Faceless far away. The gap in skills was far greater than imagined. Slowly squinting his eyes, he first glanced at the Kang that had already rushed over from the other side, and then looked at the distant place where Tang Haofei's body had disappeared. Luo Hai swallowed another elixir. Is he dead? Of course not. Luo Hai would never pin the hope of defeating the enemy on that elusive luck. Looking at the Faceless once again getting up and when you further off battling Agu, Luo Hai smiled faintly. These two guys were not a threat at all, so he should take care of that revivable guy first. After all, the situation was completely under his control, wasn't it? Thinking of this, Luo Hai slowly turned around, and the light-crafted giant raised its pure white war blade once more. Watching the place where Tang Haofei had disappeared, the slowly gathering aura fluctuations, Luo Hai didn't give Tang Haofei the chance to fully revive. The resplendent white light surged out once again. The feeling of death was not pleasant. Even though it was not his first experience with death, Tang Haofei had not developed any adaptation to dying and being reborn. Perhaps no one could adapt to the feeling of death. Tang Haofei thought to himself. The light in front of him dissipated entirely, and his sensing ability was compressed back into his body. Tang Haofei only felt himself drifting in a pitch-black space, as if losing all perception of time and space. Loneliness, solitude, countless negative emotions surged into his heart, but were quickly crushed into dust by Tang Haofei's iron will. Slowly, after drifting for an unknown amount of time, Tang Haofei suddenly felt a light appear ahead. The hazy white light brought a glimmer of hope and warmth in the endless solitude. His body gradually heated up, an unknown power surged into him from an unknown space. Sensing his body growing hotter and his strength increasing, Tang Haofei couldn't help but emit a fierce wail in that lonely and dead space. Ah, 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 ah. The huge sound waves roared continuously, and the entire unknown space began to shake, cracking like a mirror. In the next second, Tang Haofei felt a flash before his eyes, and the familiar air and clear perception of the world returned to his senses. Then, Tang Haofei saw the pure white blade light radiating waves of heat before him. Dong, the sound, as if a bell was struck, made Luo Hai's sneer gradually fade. Looking at the now resurrected and naked figure, the seriousness in Luo Hai's eyes flickered momentarily. Something seemed off. Tang Haofei, who had taken Luo Hai's heavy blow with his head, involuntarily sank a bit, his head drooping as if he were pondering some unknown issue. After a while, Tang Haofei slowly raised his head and took a deep breath. Air rushed into Tang Haofei's mouth like it was attracted by a black hole, visibly expanding his chest cavity. Then all the pores on Tang Haofei's body opened wide. Countless steam-like air currents surged from every pore of Tang Haofei, enveloping him in a haze. Dong, dong, dong! His heart slowly began to beat. The recently revived Tang Haofei could not adapt to the sudden increase in his strength. At this moment, every movement Tang Haofei made seemed to disrupt everything around him. Even his heartbeat could stir strange sound waves. Life and death battle resolution race foundation level, passive ability requires rebirth class skills as a precondition. Each time the host is reborn, racial talents and physical quality double. Note: doubling racial talents includes lifespan, physical quality limits, and raw physical strength under the same physical quality. For example, the first time is a mouse, the second time is a cat, the third time becomes a dog, and the fourth time turns into an even more ferocious beast. The physical quality of 1 point from a mouse compared to 1 point from a cat brings different strength. Doubling physical quality plus doubling racial talent is not a simple 1 + 1 = 2. Seeing this scene, Luo Hai furrowed his brows deeply. He felt that certain things were beginning to slip out of his control. His right index finger gently flicked, and the light-crafted giant behind him once again raised its war blade. The resplendent blade light surged forth once more. Dong! Another muffled sound rang out, and this time even Kang, who was further away, unconsciously stopped, drawing out his long blade once more, adopting a serious defensive posture. Because he saw that Tang Haofei used his head to take Luo Hai's second strike, the second blade struck down at the same spot as the first blade. The combination of the two caused Tang Haofei's head to bow even lower, but the true outcome made Luo Hai's mouth twitch slightly. The two blades striking the same spot had already cut through Tang Haofei's short hair, and beneath the short hair, a clear blade scar was visible, even exposing the bone beneath. However, the bone was not broken, which meant that the damage from these two strikes was merely superficial. A trickle of blood slowly oozed from Tang Haofei's scalp, dyeing his cheeks red, creating a bizarre oil painting effect, adding a sinister look to Tang Haofei's face. Then the wound began to heal slowly. Tang Haofei licked the corner of his mouth and slowly straightened his body. His not-so-tall frame now radiated a sense of grandeur, and a fierce momentum began to emanate, causing even Luo Hai to feel a pressure akin to facing a natural enemy. Finished, then, boom! Tang Haofei's legs suddenly exerted force, creating a large pit in place, his body leaving behind a series of afterimages. The word until had just escaped his lips when Tang Haofei was already in front of Luo Hai. Like a devil's whisper, Luo Hai's body had no time to react, watching as a fist loomed larger in his sight. Boom! Tang Haofei's heavy blow directly struck Luo Hai's forehead. The white light on his body surged instantly, and the arms of the light-crafted giant behind him opened wide, wrapping around Luo Hai's body. Then the heavy punch and white light intertwined. In an instant, the white light splashed, and cracks spread across the arms of the light-crafted giant. In the blink of an eye, the arms of the light-crafted giant shattered into pieces of light. The remaining force of the punch did not stop. After breaking through the light-crafted giant's defense, it struck heavily against Luo Hai's forehead. Countless bright flashes from passive defensive items activated from Luo Hai's body, then were torn apart by the heavy punch. Bang! With a muffled sound, Luo Hai's body was sent flying. Originally, Tang Haofei's physical quality had been comparable to Luo Hai's, but under the powerful effect of the life and death battle resolution, his overall strength instantly experienced a qualitative leap. Just as Tang Haofei had said, on Earth he was invincible. He was so before, is so now, and will surely be so in the future. At this very moment, those who first experienced Tang Haofei's terrifying nature were not the demonic clan or Earth's beings, but rather the natives of the immortal heroic world, who were NPCs. They would have the fortune of experiencing the overwhelming, sovereign power of Tang Haofei, who was recognized by the world and reborn by the Earth's will, possessing both the true protagonist template and the reborn person identity. Kang, be careful, this guy's strength has multiplied several times. Luo Hai was sent flying by a single blow, his forehead a bloody mess. Blood continuously flowed into his eyes, dyeing them with a strange red light. The pure white light surged once more. The light-crafted giant behind him, whose arms were shattered by Tang Haofei in an instant, restored its arms within the raging white light. Tang Haofei was now powerful. He might be the strongest among the 5 remaining. However, Luo Hai and Kang were not pushovers. Watching Tang Haofei, who was slowly adjusting to his explosively increased physical strength, Kang took a deep breath and slowly drew out the long knife at his waist. In a somewhat awkward and unnatural posture, he held the long knife horizontally in front of his eyes. Void style, initial resolution. A sharp aura began to emanate from Kang's body, and upon sensing this, Tang Haofei narrowed his eyes slowly. A trump card, huh? This scene did not surprise Tang Haofei. As the 3rd strongest of Luo Hai's team, Kang naturally had some desperate measures at his disposal. During the earlier exchange with Tang Haofei, Kang had maintained the advantage, and the entire battlefield had been under Luo Hai's control. Holding back some tricks for the upcoming battle with Wu Long was the right move. But now, under immense pressure from Tang Haofei, how could there be any talk of trump cards? A bizarre force field slowly enveloped Kang's body. Under the influence of this mysterious power, the long knife-shaped soul armament in Kang's hand visibly began to fade until it disappeared completely. Yet, Kang remained in the same posture, his arm holding the knife slightly lowered, as if he were gripping an invisible weapon. Radiant light, a low murmur escaped Kang's lips, and the next moment, Tang Haofei felt a sharp pain in his body, looking down at his chest. A nearly meter-long knife wound appeared out of nowhere, the gaping injury exposing muscle and gushing blood, which then quickly stopped under the effects of the true god dominance body and the power of the earth. Disgusting flesh began to grow over the wound. "I can't see it," a troublesome opponent. Thinking this, Tang Haofei kicked off the ground and dashed towards Kang. Seeing that Kang had used a foundation-level skill that required a soul armament willing to sacrifice itself for a year to activate, which was also his ultimate trump card, Void Style, Luo Hai's mind echoed with his previous reckless taunting. "This is the beauty of battle, because you never know what will happen next." With a deep sigh, how to deal with Wu Long was decisively cast aside by Luo Hai. Watching Tang Haofei charge forward like a wild beast, Luo Hai slowly began to gather his strength. Blinding white light quickly brewed from Luo Hai's body, and one light spot after another grew out from him, creating a bizarre scene as if Luo Hai's body were afflicted with some ghastly, incurable disease. Even the light-crafted giant that had been guarding him slowly transformed into light spots and merged into Luo Hai's body. Self-explosion, in terms of raw strength, Luo Hai was currently no match for Tang Haofei or Kang. Even the 2 consecutive attacks he had just launched were deflected by Tang Haofei's scalp. Apart from self-explosion, Luo Hai couldn't think of any other way to contribute to this battle. Looking at the 3 remaining revival items in his spatial ring, Luo Hai's body began to swell slowly. "Cover me!" A voice that had changed pitch roared out. A terrifyingly massive yet extremely unstable energy wave exploded, and Luo Hai transformed into a giant about 10 meters tall, charging wildly towards Tang Haofei. "Formless blade!" Kang's murmured words sounded once more, and then a wave resembling a gentle breeze swept from Kang's hand, enveloping Tang Haofei's oncoming body in an instant. "HSSS!" The terrifying sound, like a snake hissing, echoed continuously as the invisible breeze swept across Tang Haofei's body, instantly creating countless bloody marks. "Prison!" Kang swung his knife again, and as the murmured words like an incantation fell from his lips the next moment, without caring about the wounds on his body, Tang Haofei charged forward, only to find his legs mired as if in a swamp, their movement slowed down instantly. Then numerous varying depths of blood marks appeared where his face and chest met the unknown barrier. In the blink of an eye, Tang Haofei's front had been stripped of all skin by the invisible blade aura. At this moment, Luo Hai, transformed into a self-explosive truck, had also approached Tang Haofei. "Explode!" A changed voice roared out, and along with Luo Hai's bellow, a brilliant white light radiated from him, spreading in all directions. This explosion was even more ferocious than the last 2, sending Wen Yu, who was watching from a distance, along with the entangled Faceless and Agu, flying far away. The terrifying heat and energy wave instantly flattened the entire mountaintop, leaving only a bottomless pit in its place. However, Tang Haofei was still alive. With only half his body remaining, Tang Haofei lay on the ground, gasping for breath, the blood continuously spurting from his mouth and nose indicating the power of the previous self-explosion. Not far away, drops of flesh slowly coalesced into a mass, the steadily increasing life force within it signaling to everyone present that this mass of flesh was Luo Hai's revival method once again. The first revival had revealed Wen Yu's trump card, sealing Wen Yu's skills. The remaining 3 revivals had killed a child, killed an old man, and gravely injured Tang Haofei. Luo Hai's explosive behavior produced the best battle results. The so-called trump cards and precious treasures ultimately served the purpose of battle, and as for battle, it only required results. fight to the death. Void-style next resolution? In the distance, Kang, surrounded by countless invisible blade auras, remained unaffected by the explosion's aftermath, and an unknown power surged forth from Kang's body once again, coalescing in his right hand in an instant. Void slash, blood splattered. Tang Haofei's head fell once more. "Damn it, big brother, I owe you one," Wenyu casually countered from the side, completely unconcerned. He had witnessed every step of the earlier situation. The resurrected Tang Haofei had not used true words nor the Earth's power. What he was holding on to was simply dying once more, and then using absolute power to crush Luo Hai and Kang. On one hand, this extremely wasteful tactic aimed to eliminate all unexpected factors, while on the other hand, Tang Haofei had designs to bring out Wenyu's soul battlefield as soon as possible. With the soul battlefield in hand, the situation could never escape from Wenyu and Tang Haofei's control. Unfortunately, Luo Hai and Kang had no idea about this. The mass of flesh slowly solidified into Luo Hai's form. Looking at Tang Haofei's decapitated body on the ground, Luo Hai let out a heavy breath of foul air. Dead! His right hand trembling, he pulled out a large number of elixirs from his spatial ring and stuffed them all into his mouth. Then he lifted his head and glanced toward the distant Wenyu. A vicious smile crept onto Luo Hai's face, and his trembling lips formed words as he mouthed to Wenyu. "This time it's your turn, right? Ha-ha!" Wenyu's face turned extremely awkward as he pointed casually at where Tang Haofei had been. Luo Hai's heart sank immediately. The next moment, a voice filled with terror echoed from afar. "Void-style final resolution, reversal slash, freeze!" The deep voice rang in Luo Hai's ears. Before Luo Hai could perceive his surroundings, a tremendous force erupted beside him, instantly spreading out into the distance. In the distance, Kang unleashed a devastating blow, the blade light seeming almost tangible, as if it were caught by some unknown force, frozen in midair and shining with a mournful glow. It was like a crescent moon, beautiful and desolate. Luo Hai could only feel that his body was unable to move at all, his powerful perception trapped within the confines of his body. The next second, a rough hand slowly grasped his hair, lifting Luo Hai off the ground entirely. Then Luo Hai saw that grinning face. "Still alive? How could you still be alive?" His body trembled in fear, unable to move at all under the power of the true words. At this moment, Luo Hai felt no despair. Despair was useless now. What remained in Luo Hai's mind was only deep suspicion. "Why, Kala?" The sound of bones breaking echoed as Luo Hai, who had just coalesced into a body, had his neck twisted by Tang Haofei. Then Tang Haofei slowly lifted his head, glancing at the massive blade light hovering above him, and then looked at Kang, who was completely immobilized under the effects of the true words. Slowly licking his lips, Tang Haofei sighed inwardly. "Challenge objective failed. What a loss!" The power of the earth surged, and Tang Haofei's body seemed to teleport directly next to Kang. With a punch, Kang's head exploded. The second revival of Tang Haofei, based on the first, resulted in a doubling of his physical quality and another doubling of his racial talent. This was the Earth-human race ranking created by the Sovereign and Earth's will, a truly invincible existence. The power of the true word technique slowly retracted, and the brilliant blade light finally descended, cleaving at the spot where Tang Haofei had been resurrected. A violent explosion rang out, but everything was already too late. Kang's headless corpse collapsed to the ground, and Luo Hai's twisted neck corpse also died with unclosed eyes. "He can still revive." Hearing the alarm from Wenyu, Tang Haofei gently nodded, shifting his steps, and the next second he appeared beside Luo Hai's corpse in an instant. Numerous white light spots swirled around the body, while an overwhelming life energy spilled forth. Luo Hai was about to be resurrected. However, awaiting Luo Hai was yet another death. Casually pulling off the spatial ring from Luo Hai's hand, Tang Haofei weighed it in his hand, pleased by the ring's quality and its contents. Looking at Luo Hai, who was starting to show signs of life at his feet, Tang Haofei expressionlessly raised his right leg and stomped down on Luo Hai's head. Luo Hai's life force disappeared once again. At the same time, Wenyu, who was far away, sensed an energy fluctuation that felt like a shackling force slowly drifting out of his body before vanishing into the air. The power began to awaken, and his skills returned one by one into his control. Wenyu gently pressed his lips together, turned his head, and looked at Agu, who was fighting against Faceless, his face filled with despair and fear. Wenyu's teeth were bared, and a sinister smile crept onto his lips. "Soul battlefield!" Black light surged and instantly rushed into Agu's body. Agu's flesh slowly melted away like a wax figure encountering flames, and then solidified into Wenyu's likeness. Raising his head, Wenyu looked into the distance at Tang Haofei. He saw Tang Haofei raise a finger and make a one gesture at him. Wenyu smiled wryly and nodded. he had taken on this favor. However, Tang Haofei's combination of challenger trials and life-and-death battle resolution with dual foundation-level skills opened Wen Yu's eyes. After witnessing Tang Haofei's strategy of resurrection, Wen Yu's understanding of him had elevated to another level. Perhaps sealing skills, like Luo Hai's heaven sealing earlier, could restrain Tang Haofei, but any remaining skill set would be crushed when facing him. However, judging by the overall strength level on Earth, considering Tang Haofei's current physical condition, even with a sealing skill, no one might be able to face the current physical strength of Tang Haofei, at least not Wen Yu. Invincible, after dying just twice, this had already become a fact. The heaven-piercing demon vine slowly crawled out from his right hand, heading toward Luo Hai and the position where the hidden treasures were located. Wen Yu would not let the origin power within the bodies of the two of them go. Sensing a warm current gradually flowing from the heaven-piercing demon vine into his body, Wen Yu pondered for a moment and took out a large number of potions and elixirs, attempting to heal the wounds on his body, the broken leg caused by the explosion that had yet to heal. Then Wen Yu slowly narrowed his eyes, and the sensing ability of the netherworld rapidly expanded. In no time at all, Wen Yu had found information about the remaining 2 battlefields. The other 2 battlefields had already determined their winners. From the perspective of the netherworld, the woman at this moment appeared as if crushed by countless heavy trucks, her body shattered and unrecognizable. A large amount of blood and shattered flesh was spread across a radius of about 100 meters, and amidst this slaughterhouse-like battlefield, Mu Qing held a compass and a token-like object, frowning in deep thought. Sensing the slight trembling of Mu Qing's muscles, Wen Yu could tell, Mu Qing was somewhat afraid. According to the message relayed back by the life token, all of his teammates had perished, and the compass showed that there were only 2 people left on Wen Yu's battlefield. Whether Wen Yu and his companion won, or whether the old man and child survived, posed a difficult problem for Mu Qing. Out of an 8-member team, he was the last solitary commander. Whether facing Wu Long or the unknown cards held by Wen Yu and Tang Haofei, his strength felt flimsy. However, the order issued by the Heavenly Tao Lord. Heavy doubts left Mu Qing in a dilemma. Noticing Mu Qing's thoughts, Wen Yu sneered and then ignored him. The perspective of the netherworld shifted again, and Wen Yu directly focused on Wu Long's position. At this moment, Wu Long's state left Wen Yu somewhat puzzled. A nearly 3-meter-tall, eerie flower stood beside Wu Long, its pure white petals scattered on the ground, and its damaged flower buds swayed forlornly in the wind, their life force slowly fading. This was the true form of Yun Duo, the second strongest member of Luo Hai's team. Transforming from a demon was no easy task, yet in front of Wu Long, this rare flower demon had reached its end. Yet Wu Long paid no attention to the flower beside him, sitting cross-legged like a statue, his eyes tightly shut. Is he dead, or still? Wu Long's aura fluctuations were almost non-existent, and a confused Wen Yu had no choice but to control the netherworld to get closer to Wu Long. However, in the next second, Wu Long suddenly opened his eyes. The abrupt opening of his eyes made Wen Yu's heart tighten. Before Wen Yu could react, Wu Long, who had been sitting cross-legged, made his next move. His right hand instantly opened, and a yellowish light burst forth from Wu Long's hand, quickly enveloping his entire right hand in an instant. In the next moment, Wu Long's right hand struck fiercely beside him. Visible yellow light radiated outward, instantly shattering the power of the netherworld. A vast and eerie force transmitted directly from the netherworld to Wen Yu's body. Wen Yu felt his mind spin, as if his brain were being hammered, and even his soul felt a jolt. The power of the netherworld instantly retracted into his body, and the disoriented Wen Yu, in a daze, heard Tang Haofei's furious shout. Freeze, struggling to open his eyes, Wen Yu was stunned by the scene before him. In midair, countless whirlpools hung high, as if the entire sky had grown countless large eyes. Horrific heat surged from the vortices, and fireballs emanating dazzling light burst forth from the whirlpools, crashing down like meteors, then suspended in midair under Tang Haofei's verbal command, unable to move at all. However, the whirlpools continued to churn, and blinding black rifts in space flashed incessantly on either side of the vortex. Under the clash of 2 immense forces, Tang Haofei's face turned from white to purple, then to a ghostly pale. "What have you done?" Tang Haofei's roar echoed in Wen Yu's ears, and Wen Yu stammered, "I just glanced at him." As soon as Wen Yu's words fell, Tang Haofei turned around and grabbed the Wen Yu lying on the ground, quickly rushing away. Behind them, numerous meteors crashed down, shattering Tang Haofei's commands, landing directly where they had just stood. "Who did you look at?" Tang Haofei asked breathlessly as they sped away. "Wu Long. He can sense my netherworld." Wen Yu's voice was muffled. Just moments ago, under the attack Wu Long unleashed through the netherworld, when you felt weak all over, his brain swirling like mush. However, before when you could finish, a faint energy fluctuation suddenly came from beside him, and then he felt a sharp pain spreading from his chest, quickly radiating throughout his body. The Tang Haofei who had been carrying him was suddenly sent flying, as if struck by a heavy hammer. Wen Yu stared in shock at the protruding yellow fist glowing in front of his chest, then slowly turned his head to see Wu Long, who was now so close. Soul, bang! The yellow light flashed again, and Wen Yu felt his mind whirl, even the impending soul battlefield was violently interrupted by Wu Long. "It was you, plotting behind the scenes, that got my 3 teammates killed." A calm voice reached Wen Yu's eardrums, and the next second an overwhelming pressure surged forth. "Save me?" Mental fluctuations were instantly transmitted into the heaven-piercing demon vine. The emerald green light in his right hand brightened, and the green light flickered with the yellow light, as if immense power was about to tear Wen Yu's body apart. Creak, crack, the nauseating sound of bone fracturing echoed continuously. Wu Long's fist pierced through Wen Yu's chest like a sharp sword, the yellow light incessantly tearing at Wen Yu's body. As the light flowed, eerie forces surged into Wen Yu's mind, causing turmoil in his mental world. Forget about skills, he couldn't even control his body's movements. Meanwhile, another stream of green light was continuously repairing Wen Yu's injuries while intertwining with the yellow light. After a moment, Wu Long furrowed his brow slightly, slowly raised his right hand, and then flicked it away. Wen Yu's body shot away like a cannonball, while the yellow light on Wu Long's fist disappeared entirely, leaving only pale white bones. In that brief confrontation between the heaven-piercing demon vine and Wu Long, the heaven-piercing demon vine had slightly gained the upper hand, if not for Wen Yu's tragic injuries. The boom! Wen Yu, who fell to the ground, was pale, a large hole in his chest continuously oozing blood. He barely raised his head and saw Tang Haofei quickly getting up in the distance and Wu Long approaching him not far away. Gathering his spirit, Wen Yu activated the soul battlefield instantly, but to his astonishment, just as the soul battlefield locked onto Wu Long's figure suddenly vanished. The soul battlefield lost its target. In the next moment, less than 10 meters away, the yellow light ignited once more, and then a massive wave of energy fluctuations swept towards Wen Yu. The green light on the heaven-piercing demon vine flickered again. Soul battlefield? The black light shot towards Wu Long, but as soon as the black light had traveled halfway, it collapsed directly. Wen Yu's figure appeared at the original spot. The soul battlefield lost its target yet again. He can sense your skill fluctuations. The soul battlefield can't lock on. The mental fluctuations relayed back from the heaven-piercing demon vine explained the current situation to Wen Yu. The yellow light behind him flashed again. Boom! Even with the protection of the heaven-piercing demon vine, Wen Yu's body was still blasted away. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of thick blood. The large hole in his chest continued to flow with blood. For a moment, Wen Yu felt an intense chill throughout his body, even his senses began to blur. Soul! Buzz, a strange sound emanated from Wu Long's position in the distance, and the moment after, the skill fluctuations of the soul battlefield he had just gathered quieted down again. The gap in strength made it so that Wen Yu's mental power and eyes could not capture Wu Long's figure. In this situation, Wen Yu's soul battlefield could not even find a target to release, let alone trigger a skill. What Wen Yu had regarded as his ultimate trump card, the soul battlefield, failed to function against Wu Long completely. In the next moment, a massive energy wave surged forth once more. When Tang Haofei stood upright, the sight before him was this bizarre battle scene. The yellow light flashed around Wen Yu, with energy fluctuations bombarding his position like cannonballs. The emerald green light on Wen Yu's body flowed continuously, blocking one after another attack that could completely shred him to pieces. And Wen Yu's body was enveloped in swirling black light. Tang Haofei recognized this as a precursor to the activation of the soul battlefield, but Wu Long's speed was too fast. Even after dying twice, Tang Haofei could barely catch a glimpse of Wu Long's figure. In such a vast disparity, Wen Yu's soul battlefield was like a blind man, utterly useless. Blood gushed out quickly, staining the ground crimson. The overwhelming energy fluctuations surged from every direction around him. And even if the heaven-piercing demon vine could withstand the onslaught of energy waves, Wen Yu, under its protection, still felt intense tremors. The vibrations tore at his wounds again, and Wen Yu felt himself growing colder, his stamina rapidly draining, and then, "Go, quickly take me away." Unable to see or hit anything in this adverse combat environment against an opponent far superior to himself, at this moment, Wen Yu did not even dare to activate the netherworld again. Likewise, he did not expect Tang Haofei to be able to protect him from Wu Long's attacks. At this moment, Wen Yu could only place all his hopes on the heaven-piercing demon vine. Hearing Wen Yu's words, a brilliant light suddenly burst forth from the emerald-green vines of the heaven-piercing demon vine, and eerie symbols rapidly coalesced in midair. The next second, a green symbol array resembling a teleportation array fully enveloped Wen Yu. When the light faded, Wen Yu's body had already vanished from the spot. Seeing this scene, Wulong slowly ceased his attacks. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed the energy fluctuations that had just occurred. After a moment, Wulong opened his eyes. "I can't catch him." Wulong clearly sensed the energy fluctuations of the netherworld, and he even had the ability to directly transmit his attacks through the netherworld to Wen Yu, who had cast it. This meant that once Wen Yu used the netherworld, the outcome would simply be a reenactment of the previous scene. However, the teleportation of the heaven-piercing demon vine was different. Its energy was more concentrated, its effects more singular and focused, without any flaws. Moreover, this teleportation was exceptionally far enough that Wulong immediately lost the desire to continue the pursuit. Slowly turning his head, Wulong's gaze fell upon the distant Tang Haofei, who appeared grave. A smile slowly crept across his lips, and the light of skills on Wulong's body flared once more. With the main culprit escaping, capturing the accomplice would still count as a successful mission. Tang Haofei's heart tightened, and he too revealed a trace of a smile. The person before him was the perfect target for a challenge. As the light from the heaven-piercing demon vine flashed, Wen Yu felt a pulling force coming from all directions. Though this kind of power wasn't difficult for Wen Yu to endure, his current injuries were severe. Thus, Wen Yu fainted without hesitation. Upon seeing Wen Yu unconscious, the heaven-piercing demon vine gently brushed Wen Yu's cheek, transmitting a wave of gentle energy into his body, alleviating his injuries slightly and ensuring he wouldn't die from them. Then the energy erupted once again, with symbols flashing continuously, transporting Wen Yu to a farther location. Tick-tock, tick-tock, a faint coolness accompanied the ticking sound, blossoming from his forehead, then flowing down his cheek. Perhaps the slight coolness stimulated Wen Yu, causing him to frown slightly in his unconsciousness before quickly opening his eyes. The chaos in his eyes shifted to clarity as Wen Yu slowly propped himself up, first assessing the injuries on his body. The large wound on his chest still remained, but it had stopped bleeding. Although painful, it wasn't life-threatening. Aside from that, the remaining injuries were minor cuts, completely inconsequential. Noting this scene, Wen Yu paid no more attention to his wounds and swiftly turned to look around. In the pitch-black environment, some scattered, faintly glowing unknown plants provided minimal light to the entire space. In this dim light, Wen Yu could vaguely see the surrounding situation, suffocating air, blackness on both sides resembling the monstrous jaws of a cave, undoubtedly indicating his current location. This was a cave, or maybe a burrow. Who knows, but the good news was that within Wen Yu's perception range, he didn't detect any dangerous signals. This provided him, who had narrowly escaped death, with a safe space to recover. Opening the spatial ring, Wen Yu quickly pulled out a handful of elixirs and stuffed them into his mouth. While chewing, he spoke to the heaven-piercing demon vine. "Thank you. You really didn't let me down at a critical moment?" "Humph!" The heaven-piercing demon vine let out a dismissive snort, ignoring the heaven-piercing demon vine's reaction when you asked, "Where are we now?" "We're still in the 7th layer of the Heavenly Palace in the demonic clan-occupied area. I don't know the exact location. It was a random teleport, you understand." Upon hearing this, Wen Yu frowned slightly. While enduring the itching sensation from his wounds, he took out a compass from the spatial ring. The position of the light point on the compass caused Wen Yu to sigh deeply. If the general location of the teleport was near the 10,000 Immortal Alliance in the demonic clan-occupied area, then Wen Yu was currently deep in the rear of the demonic clan-occupied area. Just how far back? When you had to zoom the compass display to a scale of 1 centimeter to 10,000 kilometers to barely see a red dot. Really safe. Wen Yu twitched his mouth, harshly praising the heaven-piercing demon vine. After quickly summarizing his current situation, Wen Yu found that things were still far from ideal. He had lost contact with Tang Haofei, but Wen Yu wasn't overly worried about Tang Haofei's safety. He even suspected that if Tang Haofei used up all his remaining resurrection chances, he might be able to confront the heavenly Tao directly. The problem lay with himself. The natives of the immortal heroic world had deficiencies in their souls, allowing Wen Yu to excel in the soul battlefield. However, the souls of the demonic clan had no such loopholes. In simple terms, Wen Yu was skilled in internal battles but inexperienced in external ones. Once facing demonic creatures, he could only rely on his own hard strength. However, Wulong and Luo Hai had just given him a lesson, titled The Impact of Levels on Hard Strength. Moreover, considering he was currently deep in the rear of the demonic clan-occupied area, when you held no hopes of stumbling upon any demonic creatures, let alone limit-breaker-level demonic entities. So this is troublesome, sighing as he put away the compass, when you slowly stood up straight. After a brief physical activity to confirm that his injuries would not affect his mobility, when you glanced at the passages on either side and casually walked in one direction. The sound of footsteps echoed in the dim corridor as when you touched the rough stone walls, extending his perception to survey his surroundings. However, the feedback from his perception wasn't favorable. Everywhere he looked, it was just dirt and stones, not even a trace of soil could be found in the netherworld. He was currently deep underground in a burrow, a simple judgment. Thinking of this when you stopped and said to the heaven-piercing demon vine, "Can you teleport me out of here?" It will take time. The recent consumption was significant. "Ah, I see," sighing when you continued along the path he had just taken. "Wait!" The voice of the heaven-piercing demon vine stopped when you look behind you. "There seems to be something over there." The heaven-piercing demon vine slowly reached out and pointed behind when you, turning his head in confusion when you looked back. A pale white light point, resembling a firefly, slowly emerged from the darkness behind him, then wobbled its way in front of Wen Yu. Curiously sensing the little thing in front of him, after a while, Wen Yu gently shook his head. "Just a light point, no energy fluctuations." Using energy fluctuations to judge the danger of an object is undoubtedly more reliable than relying on the naked eye. Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, the heaven-piercing demon vine fell silent, while the little light point that had already floated in front of Wen Yu swayed and continued deeper into the cave. Seeing this, Wen Yu scratched his head. Though confused, he didn't stop his footsteps and followed the slowly drifting little light point into the depths of the cave. After all, the heaven-piercing demon vine had already proven its protective ability, meaning that what was originally a 50-50 chance might have increased to 70%. Additionally, since there were no dangers in his perception, in a situation where his safety was guaranteed, Wen Yu felt a surge of curiosity. The light point drifted slowly, as if moving at the pace of an average person sprinting 100 meters. At this speed, it could hardly be considered a walk for Wen Yu. As he closely followed the little light point while studying its characteristics, Wen Yu gradually discovered something interesting. This thing doesn't seem to be dead. His initial judgment of the little light point had some errors. There were indeed energy fluctuations on the little light point, but they were extremely weak, to the extent that Wen Yu needed to observe carefully to notice them. Moreover, when you couldn't determine the nature of the energy fluctuations on the light point, there were similarities to the breath of life, but the nuances were entirely different. A strange life form, or a unique phenomenon of the immortal heroic world, when you couldn't make a decision, until at one moment the little light point's speed visibly increased, when you frowned. It seems to lack independent consciousness, yet its speed has increased here. Thinking of this, when you looked toward the depths of the dark cave. In the pitch-black depths of the cave, nothing was visible. Slowly extending his right hand, Wen Yu observed for a long time before tentatively reaching out to touch the increasingly speedy little light point. The light point passed through his fingertips, and a chilling coldness spread from his fingers, causing Wen Yu to shiver. Aside from that, there was no other sensation. Strange thing. Following closely behind the small light point, as its speed increased, Wen Yu's steps became increasingly hurried. At the same time, the injuries on his body were continuously healing. In less than 10 minutes, Wen Yu had fully recovered from his injuries. At that moment, the small light point reached its peak speed, shooting into the depths of the cave like a beam of light. Without any hesitation, Wen Yu's body slowly transformed into a black light, following the trajectory created by the small light point, gradually merging into the dark cave, until a pure white light appeared before Wen Yu. Wen Yu's body emerged from the darkness, slowly coming to a stop. The light source ahead was somewhat blinding, forcing Wen Yu to raise his right hand to shield his eyes to adapt to the sudden change in brightness. At the same time, Wen Yu's perception ability was unleashed, meticulously scanning every inch of land ahead. However, there was nothing. In his perception, directly in front of Wen Yu was merely a somewhat empty open cave. After taking a careful look at the striking white light with the naked eye, Wen Yu heightened his vigilance and cautiously moved forward until a giant light sphere came into his view. In his perception, there were still no objects ahead. However, the light sphere that appeared in sight undoubtedly indicated to Wen Yu that this peculiar light sphere had the ability to shield perception. This feeling was unpleasant, as the naked eye's perception was not more effective than Wen Yu's own perception ability. The small light point that had originally been in his sight had vanished. Based on Wen Yu's guess, it had likely merged into the massive light sphere before him. Slowly raising his right hand, Wen Yu gently touched the glowing object in front of him. The sensation was identical to that of the small light point. Is it the same substance? No, calling it a substance seems a bit inappropriate. Wen Yu concluded about the unknown object before him, though the conclusion itself was uncertain, as Wen Yu had no idea what it was. Then Wen Yu circled around the light sphere, wanting to see if there was anything else in the entire space. However, this glance startled Wen Yu. A figure abruptly appeared in Wen Yu's field of vision, causing him to freeze for a moment before quickly reacting. The twin swords, Crazy Song and Heartbeat, appeared in his hands, while Wen Yu's body slowly became hazy, immediately taking a defensive stance. The figure before him remained motionless. Wen Yu took 2 steps back as his perception ability rapidly spread out. However, the figure before him still did not appear in his perception. A corpse that doesn't decay? Wen Yu could only make such an evaluation. However, this evaluation was unreliable because even a corpse could not hide from close-range perception. So, before Wen Yu could think of a second explanation, the figure's eyelids trembled, and then, to Wen Yu's astonishment, it slowly opened its eyes. A disdainful snort came from the figure, then it closed its eyes again, as if treating Wen Yu like a stone blown by the wind. There was no pressure, no hostility. The figure merely glanced at Wen Yu as if he were just another passerby. Seeing this scene, Wen Yu took 2 more steps back. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and after a moment, Wen Yu slowly retracted Crazy Song and Heartbeat, bowing to the figure. Senior, I am Wen Yu, the young master of the 10,000 Immortal Alliance. I apologize for intruding here and disturbing you. I hope you can forgive me. In the bizarre situation where perception was ineffective and it was impossible to gauge the figure's strength, Wen Yu decisively chose to negotiate. In fact, Wen Yu was not the type to act recklessly. Especially after being educated by Wu Long, he felt it best to communicate rather than fight in the 7th layer of the Heavenly Palace. The figure slowly waved its hand, its hoarse voice flatly uttered 3 words, "Don't bother me." All right. Under the figure's aloof attitude, Wen Yu decisively took a few steps back. In this way, it could at least be considered a successful negotiation. Wen Yu thought to himself, then continued to wander around the expansive underground space. In the entire cave, aside from the light sphere and the figure, there were no other objects. After a simple glance around the scene, Wen Yu frowned, first examining the massive light sphere before turning to look at the figure sitting next to it. The figure didn't appear to be very old, looking to be around 30 years old. Even though the person was sitting cross-legged, Wen Yu could still sense their tall stature. Dressed in black, the figure's overall aura became significantly more imposing. After a brief appraisal of the young man before him, Wen Yu quickly averted his gaze. Although he felt no hostility from the young man, he also sensed no indication of strength. And since he couldn't gauge the latter, Wen Yu could only assume the worst. This guy's strength far surpassed his own, thus avoiding contact and interactions was the best course of action. With this in mind, Wen Yu bowed again to the young man, then turned to walk back in the direction he came from. However, in the next second, a flash of white light darted across the corner of Wen Yu's eye. "What is this?" Frowning, he looked toward the place where the white light had flashed. This light was familiar to Wen Yu, as he had just followed this light to find this place. However, the following movement of the small light point that had just arrived here opened Wen Yu's eyes wide. He saw the small light point trailing a long tail of light, instantly dashing past the position of the great light sphere. Contrary to Wen Yu's expectations, this small light point did not directly dash into the great light sphere, but rather soared over it, quickly decelerating and stopping right in front of the young man. Then the young man opened his mouth, and the small light point seemed to be drawn by an unknown force, directly swallowed into the young man's stomach. The abdomen visibly swelled, then slowly subsided. After that, Wen Yu saw the young man gradually opening his mouth. A stream of white light gushed from the young man's mouth, connecting to the great light sphere like a thread. In Wen Yu's gaze, the young man gently inhaled. The white stream from his mouth, akin to a straw, instantly drew a wave of energy fluctuation from the great light sphere. The instantaneous flow of energy was perceived by Wen Yu, and within this wave of energy fluctuation, he immediately caught a familiar scent. "Soul power," his low mumble echoed back and forth in the empty space. "Soul power," a low murmur echoed back and forth in the vast space. "You understand? Can you perceive the nature of this energy?" Hearing Wen Yu's words, the young man not far away suddenly raised his head in surprise, looking at Wen Yu. After hesitating for a moment, Wen Yu nodded. "I have a bit of research on soul power." With the soul battlefield and soul strike in hand, especially with the pure soul-body battles in the soul battlefield, Wen Yu was no stranger to soul power. Upon hearing Wen Yu's response, the young man seemed to become interested. He waved his hand at Wen Yu while sitting in his spot. "Don't be in a hurry to leave. Sense this light sphere and see what you can see." At the young man's words, Wen-Yu closed his eyes, sensing the great light sphere in front of him. However, there still seemed to be no results. Fool, ordinary sensing methods can't perceive soul energy. The young man's words made Wen-Yu hesitate for a moment, then he turned back with a wry smile. I don't even know ordinary sensing methods. The atmosphere became quite awkward until the young man sighed deeply. You don't know how to perceive the external world using the soul body? Wen-Yu shook his head. Who helped you compile your soul system skills? I figured it out myself. The young man sighed again, then spoke to Wen-Yu. Do you have means to attack the soul? Wen-Yu nodded. Use your soul attack abilities on yourself, and then carefully experience the changes happening to your soul. After the young man finished speaking, he immediately fell silent, reverting to his original stone-like state, leaving Wen-Yu standing there, utterly confused. After a while, Wen-Yu first glanced at the gigantic light sphere in front of him, then looked at the young man sitting beside him and gently bit his teeth. The young man's words made Wen-Yu a bit tempted. Learning an extra little technique is always good. Having more skills never hurt anyone, it's just that the current environment. Thinking of this, Wen-Yu directly activated the soul realm, releasing his spirit pets, the one-eyed, Xing, and Victor. He then took out Faceless and dripped Tang Haofei's blood onto it. After that, Wen-Yu sat cross-legged on the spot. Gently raising his right fist, Wen-Yu lightly struck himself. The soul strike took effect, and Wen-Yu felt a buzz in his head, but then there was nothing more. Wen-Yu's soul power was significantly higher than his physical strength, which greatly reduced the effect of the soul strike. But this was a minor issue. Wen-Yu raised his right fist again and struck himself hard. The pain from his body and soul burst forth simultaneously, and Wen-Yu was extremely focused, seriously sensing the changes within his body, yet still saw nothing. The soul is formless and intangible. It is a conceptual thing. At this moment, could he really discern the essence of his soul just by casually striking himself a couple of times? That was simply a joke. Seeing this scene, the young man sitting nearby sighed inwardly. The guy he chose seemed to be incredibly foolish. His fingers lifted slightly and then gently fell. Invisible energy fluctuations erupted from the young man's fingertips, quickly spreading throughout the surrounding space. Soul battlefield? A faint murmur rose from the young man's heart, and then, in his perception, the entire space suddenly transformed. Countless streams of light crisscrossed, and the nearby light sphere shimmered like a sun, emitting dazzling brilliance and generating huge energy fluctuations. Meanwhile, Wen-Yu appeared to morph into a slightly ethereal shadow, with a dim glow revealing his general shape. Not only Wen-Yu, but even the one-eyed, Xing, and Victor beside him, as well as the heaven-piercing demon vine in Wen-Yu's right hand, all emitted faint glows. Seeing this scene, the young man slowly stood up. As if his soul had left his body, the young man was enveloped in deep gray air currents, slowly stepping forward, while his physical body remained seated cross-legged, seemingly lifeless. The young man's soul body gently passed in front of the one-eyed, Xing, and Victor, walking straight to Wen-Yu's side. Long time no see, heaven-piercing. Long time no see. Lord Demon, the spiritual fluctuation of the heaven-piercing demon vine, greeted the demon lord standing in front of it. So this is how things transpired. Hearing the detailed account from the heaven-piercing demon vine about what happened after entering the heavenly palace, the demon lord asked casually, Truly, you've worked hard. It's not hard. As long as you can help us fulfill our long-cherished wish, our sacrifices will be worth it. Don't worry, that day will come. The demon lord casually replied to the heaven-piercing demon vine, then shifted his gaze to Wen-Yu. Let me see Soul Battlefield and Soul Strike and Dark Divine Light. Overall, it looks pretty good, but the way you use the skills is too rough, really too rough. The demon lord sighed and slowly placed his hand on Wen-Yu's head. In the next second, Wen-Yu's soul body suddenly trembled. Wen-Yu was relentlessly pounding his own thigh with his fist, until a sharp pain surged in his thigh and his soul trembled incessantly. Wen-Yu still hadn't noticed any changes. I'm really sick. Just because a stranger said a word, I've been beating myself for this long. It's really. Wen-Yu thought for a long time but couldn't come up with any evaluation for his actions. With a light sigh, Wen-Yu prepared to give up. Yet in the next second, Wen-Yu felt his body tremble, and then he felt the world spinning. Then Wen-Yu saw another version of himself. This perspective was quite interesting. He couldn't sense his own body, almost like an unknown existence, opening a godlike view with the ability to control his perception and freely switch the angle of vision. Adding to this was another version of himself in front of him. Wait a minute. This is... As the perspective zoomed in closer, Wen-Yu saw something different. At this moment, the version of himself seated cross-legged was surrounded by 5 light spheres of varying sizes and colors, spinning endlessly as if planets were orbiting a sun. Wen-Yu could even feel the strange energy fluctuations above the light spheres. Just when Yu wanted to further observe, a huge voice came from the outside. Control your own soul body, use it to perceive everything in the external world, soul body. It must be talking about the other version of himself in front of him, Yu thought to himself. However, that is not the main point. Recalling the voice from earlier, Yu reacted quickly and infused his perception ability directly into his soul body. In the next second, Yu's physical body in the external world opened its eyes. Everything was as it was before. In fact, because he opened his eyes, his spirit pets looked at him with confused expressions. Did nothing happen? Just as he thought that, a massive force struck his body once more, and in the next second, Yu's perception ability again saw his own soul body. Your strength is lacking. Instead of thinking about learning something useful quickly, you're always acting like there's someone trying to harm you. Who are you learning this from? Hearing this, Yu fell silent. Control your soul body with your will. Try to use your soul body to perceive the outside world. The voice of the young man came again. You! Bang! With a dull sound, Yu felt a fluctuation in his will, as if he were experiencing motion sickness, and a wave of nausea washed over him. Stop talking nonsense. This TMD? Bang! The process of manipulating the soul body was not particularly difficult. As soon as Yu's intention moved, his soul body in front of him immediately opened its eyes. In the next second, a tremendous suction force surged from his soul body, instantly pulling his will into the soul body. Yu's external physical body slowly opened its eyes, and everything in front of him had transformed into a different scene. In his perception, the huge light sphere had become a temperatureless sun. Fortunately, his perception ability did not rely on sight. The immensely compressed energy within the light sphere was clearly visible to Yu. It was soul energy. However, because it was overly compressed and too concentrated, it was causing Yu to be unable to see the energy within the light sphere before. The perception ability of the soul body manifested once more. In the next second, Yu saw his several spirit pets lying on the ground, each radiating different colors of soul energy, with the one-eyed pet being the weakest, Victor the strongest, and Faceless having none, as well as the young man sitting cross-legged a short distance away, and beside him, the soul body of the young man radiating terrifying white light. Yu swallowed hard and raised his hands, bowing respectfully to the soul body of the young man not far ahead. Thank you, Senior, for your teachings. The situation was clear. This guy, solely based on the ability of soul projection and his terrifyingly strong soul power, was definitely not someone he could take lightly. Instead, the young man waved his hand, looking at Yu with a face of disdain. You are really quite foolish. Yu let out a bitter smile. Using the perception ability of the soul body is not much different from normal perception means. The only difference is that the perception ability of the soul body can sense the soul strength of living beings and objects containing soul energy, like that one. The young man pointed to the great light sphere beside them. Hearing the young man's explanation, Yu turned his head and scanned his spirit pets again, they hadn't even noticed the soul body of the young man not far away. Among the three spirit pets, the one-eyed was the weakest, followed by the star pet, with Victor being the strongest. This should represent the inherent strength of the three spirit pets. The three pets did not have skills to amplify soul power, so using soul strength to judge their inherent strength was definitely a feasible method. As Yu dispelled his soul perception, his vision returned to normal, and then he once again entered a state of soul perception. This was a comparison, and also a small test for Yu. In normal vision and perception, the soul body of the young man was completely invisible and untraceable. In that case, Yu suddenly thought of a possibility. If in this state of soul projection, he still had the ability to launch attacks, then for opponents unfamiliar with soul power, this would be an extremely unsolvable, terrifying form. Invisible and untouchable, it meant a unilateral advantage in attacks. In such a situation, no one could fight back. Yu thought of Tang Haofei, perhaps sensing Yu's unnatural expression, the young man chuckled lightly, then gently stepped on the tail of the one-eyed pet. Bark, bark, bark. What are you doing, Victor? Victor shot a disdainful glance at the one-eyed pet, then lay still in place. The one-eyed pet, feeling embarrassed, shook its head, turned away, and continued to lie down in a different direction. Seeing this scene, the young man smiled and shrugged. Just a little trick. Is this a skill? The young man slowly shook his head. It's just a way of using soul power, quite similar to soul perception. However, using this ability requires a prerequisite skill. In fact, soul perception also requires any soul system skill as a prerequisite. After saying this, the young man smiled at Yu. Just one glance, and Yu felt as if he were completely seen through. Well, Soul Strike, Soul Battlefield, coincidentally, I also have these two skills. Moreover, the key point is that the skill, Soul Battlefield, is the core skill for soul projection. As for Soul Strike, Tusk, A soul master receiving the soul strike skill inherently, that's really lucky. You have no idea I spent hundreds of years to obtain that ability, killing 3 soul masters to get this skill. Soul strike. When you looked at the young man ahead in confusion, the young man smiled and shook his head. Soul strike is an absolutely core skill in my ability system. It's even more useful than the 5 foundation level skills I possess. When you fell completely silent. After a while, he slowly asked, how far can the soul body leave the physical body with this method? It's determined by the soul's strength. Your current soul strength is enough for your soul body to roam over 1,000 kilometers away from home. When you thought of the netherworld. If he stored his physical body in the netherworld and then launched an attack with his soul leaving the body. Then, regarding receiving damage, the soul body only receives soul attacks and can only be detected by soul perception. However, it can also only use soul-related attacks, but there are solutions for that. For instance, tusk, the flexible use of soul strike. Looking at the smiling young man, when you swallowed hard and then fell completely silent. After a long while, when you deeply bowed to the young man, Master, please allow your disciple to pay my respects. The temptation of power is self-evident, and the young man in front of Wen Yu opened a new door for him. This was not merely about relying on skills and physical attributes. Rather, it was about using skills as a foundation to develop more power, stronger power, a way of utilizing energy that was closer to the essence of energy. Therefore, Wen Yu did not hesitate to bow down. In the face of benefits, lowering one's head was nothing to Wen Yu. Do you really want to learn? The young man's voice came, and Wen Yu immediately nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Seeing Wen Yu's state, the demon lord had an expressionless face, but deep inside he sighed softly. This kid, although he was chosen by himself, truly had no grace in either personality or temper. It seemed that this fellow had some similarities with Bai. It's not impossible to teach you, the demon lord pondered for a moment before decisively speaking, but you need to help me with something. I will do my utmost, Wen Yu quickly agreed. Instead, it was the demon lord who waved his hand. Don't be anxious, let me finish my words. Saying this, the demon lord's soul form sat in front of Wen Yu. Looking at Wen Yu's deliberately determined eyes, he wanted to laugh but had to pretend not to understand Wen Yu's little thoughts. He pointed at the huge light sphere behind him and slowly spoke. Do you know what that thing behind you is? It's a collection of soul power, right? Yes, it should be something like that. Do you know who created this thing and what it is used for? Wen Yu fell silent. How could he possibly know these things? This thing, as you have perceived, is a collection of soul power. Its function is equivalent to a huge container for storing soul energy. Once the owner's soul energy is depleted, it can absorb the stored soul energy inside to restore and enhance its own soul. As for the source of this soul energy, at this point, the demon lord smiled mysteriously at Wen Yu. The souls from the outside immortal heroic world, every time one dies, their soul energy will be absorbed by this light sphere. The light points you just saw are the soul energy of the deceased immortal heroic world souls. Hearing this, Wen Yu immediately shivered. The demon lord had not finished his words. So now you can understand who orchestrated this grand scheme, right? Heavenly Dao. Wen Yu murmured this name. No wonder the Heavenly Dao created this hunting reward plan. No wonder it wanted those participating in the hunting reward plan to kill each other. At its core, it just wanted these participants to become nourishment for its soul. There might even be various plans and war actions being implemented under the Heavenly Dao's orchestration in places Wen Yu was unaware of. Every indigenous person from the immortal heroic world who died would supplement the light sphere with a portion of soul energy. Until finally, the people of the immortal heroic world have become mere props. Even if revived by the soul orb's power, their own souls will still bear significant flaws. The demon lord did not consider Wen Yu's thoughts and continued speaking. The Heavenly Dao naturally cannot escape this rule. The current Heavenly Dao has significant weaknesses and flaws in its soul, but this light sphere is enough to compensate for the weaknesses in the Heavenly Dao's soul. At that time, the Heavenly Dao will be completely resurrected in a state of a complete soul. Of course, even if it is completely revived, the Heavenly Dao will still bear the characteristics of a prop. After all, a level 11 transcendent strongman, no matter how strong, cannot escape the control of the sovereign. However, the immortal heroic world has a means. It's called soul takeover. As for whether one can escape the limitations of being a prop after the soul takeover, I'm not too sure. However, this is undoubtedly the only method with hope for a complete death and rebirth. After finishing, the demon lord immediately fell silent, looking at Wen Yu with a strange expression. At this moment, Wen Yu was completely bewildered. If everything was as the young man before him said, then who was the target of the Heavenly Dao's soul takeover? It couldn't be just anyone, could it? And he, with his strength, status, and even his lack of family or friends in his social circle, undoubtedly added a lot of points towards being a target for the soul takeover, if one were to consider the current attitude that the heavenly Tao was showing towards him. This TMD, heaven-piercing demon vine, you need to give me an explanation. Wen Yu's mental fluctuations immediately transmitted to the heaven-piercing demon vine's body. Facing Wen Yu's question, the heaven-piercing demon vine was silent for a while before hesitantly replying, "I don't know about these things." Wen Yu remained silent for about 3 minutes until yet another small light point floated towards the vicinity of the light sphere from afar, seemingly unable to find a target. The light sphere lingered nearby for a long time before finally finding its direction and darting into the demon lord's soul form. In a state of soul perception, the situation in front of Wen Yu was completely different from what had just happened. As the young man in front of him opened his mouth to inhale, the small light point drifted and sank into the young man's body. The semi-transparent soul form was fully observable in Wen Yu's soul perception vision. When the small light point sank into the young man's body, an unknown wave of power radiated from within the demon lord's soul form, directly acting on the small light point, and then began to stir and separate until the small light point was completely divided into 2 streams of differently colored energy. One stream was crystal clear, which in Wen Yu's perception was an extremely pure soul power. However, the other stream of grayish energy appeared mottled and chaotic. Vaguely, Wen Yu could even hear the sounds of wailing and roaring coming from within. The young man in front of him was actually functioning as a filtering device. The crystal-clear soul power was expelled from the demon lord's soul form and sprayed onto the great light sphere. Then, the demon lord's soul form inhaled a stream of soul energy that was much weaker than the expelled energy. Overall, this energy that returned was sufficient to compensate for the consumption of the demon lord in filtering the small light point. Until the entire process was completed, the demon lord finally turned to look at Wen Yu. "Got it," a deep voice echoed in Wen Yu's ears. Wen Yu swallowed and gently nodded. "This is the reason I want your help. The heavenly Tao has sealed me here, imposing a multitude of restrictions and forcing me to filter soul energy for it. I can't get out. I can only passively act as a sieve. If you want me to teach you something, that's fine. I can even give you more, but you have to rescue me. How do I save you? Quite simple. I'll teach you some tricks that will allow you to absorb the energy from this great light sphere. If you drain the energy from the light sphere, it will have no source of soul energy left, and naturally I will be able to leave." "Is it really that simple?" Wen Yu was stunned. This was great news. Not only could he absorb soul energy and enhance his own soul strength, but he could also obtain numerous good things from the young man. "By the way, I need to clarify first. Once the soul energy here is completely absorbed, the restrictions laid down by the heavenly Tao will become ineffective. It will definitely notice the situation here and its reaction." A heavy feeling settled in Wen Yu's heart. Although the heavenly Tao had already sent someone to kill him, the two hadn't truly reached a point of confrontation yet. If he were to destroy the heavenly Tao's rebirth plan, its reaction would be obvious. However, Wen Yu gritted his teeth. He was likely already targeted by the heavenly Tao and had become its sole takeover candidate. In this situation, was Wen Yu still thinking about coexisting peacefully with the heavenly Tao and easing the relationship with his fellow disciples? That would be insane. Perhaps noticing Wen Yu's change from hesitation to determination, the demon lord leisurely added another sentence. "In fact, the problem with the heavenly Tao can be easily solved. As long as you rescue me, I have a way to deal with this trouble. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. You can call me Demon. Before the immortal heroic world was destroyed, I was the Lord of the Palace of the 8 Extremes. Of course, titles like Lord don't matter. What truly matters is that I am an 11th level strongman worthy of being White's master. After I get out, I have to talk with White." At this point, the demon lord's soul gently patted Wen Yu's shoulder. "A clash between 2 11th level strongmen will surely be interesting." "I absolutely hate when people speak only halfway," Wen Yu grumbled. Originally, in Wen Yu's thinking, he would obtain benefits from the demon, then drain the soul energy from the light sphere, and afterward decisively flee. He wouldn't stay in this broken treasure land, right? However, the demon's self-introduction provided Wen Yu with another path. If the demon could indeed summon White, then things would become much easier. The heavenly Tao and White were both 11th level strongmen, which meant for Wen Yu, it was like one sky falling, but there was another sky to support him. In this case, what was there to fear? "But I'm the son of the heaven-piercing immortal emperor. As far as I know, my dad had some conflicts with White." "Oh, you're talking about the time the heaven-piercing killed White's son?" The demon replied blandly and then slowly continued. "That guy White has a flaw. He is lustful. As for his son, he may have 800, if not 1,000. A mere son, what does that count for? In my opinion, you're still too young and don't understand the mindset of those ancient beings who have lived for tens of thousands of years. For that guy, White's sons are really not important. When you felt a bit uneasy, are you sure that White will help you? The demon lord shot when you a glance. Believe it or not, being suspicious wasn't necessarily a negative trait from certain perspectives, because suspicion means comprehensive thinking. Moreover, being suspicious and decisive weren't mutually exclusive, although when you had asked many questions, deep down, he had already made his choice. Letting out a deep sigh, when you looked at the demon's soul before him and nodded affirmatively. Seeing this, the demon lord slowly stood up, a white light beginning to appear on his right hand, which gently covered Wen Yu's forehead. In the next second, Wen Yu felt the world spinning, followed by his consciousness re-entering the previous perspective. Before him, his own soul was sitting cross-legged, while 5 small balls of light circled around continuously. The profession system has a long history. According to the speculations of the past immortal heroic world, it should have been created entirely by the sovereign. However, when the demonic clan appeared, this speculation was directly overturned. The ability system utilized by the demonic clan is also a profession system. Furthermore, according to reliable intelligence, the appearance of the demonic clan should predate the sovereign. So, theoretically, the demonic clan should have grasped the profession system even earlier than the sovereign. Of course, these are only speculations. You will need to seek and judge the more specific content yourself. A grand voice echoed within Wen Yu's consciousness space. We won't discuss those matters. Now, the first thing I want to teach you is an alternative application method of your first skill, Soul Strike. Before that, I need to clarify the nature of skills. What do you think is the essence of a skill? Hearing this lecture-like instruction, Wen Yu was completely bewildered. He shook his head. For Wen Yu, what the essence of a skill was a question for military researchers to consider. All he needed to do was use it. Ah, the demon lord sighed, questioning once again why he had chosen such a guy. Skills, in essence, are merely a means of utilizing energy, like certain fixed procedures. When you focus your mind, it's like pressing the activation button of a skill, allowing the skill to take effect. A very simple way to release skills, yet very few people mention or study the essence of skills. In my eyes, a skill is essentially a program. After using a skill scroll, this program will be directly imprinted into the host's body, becoming part of the body. And where is this program imprinted? Hearing the demon lord's words, Wen Yu's gaze fell on the 5 small balls surrounding his soul. Next to the soul body? Correct, just next to the soul body. The 5 small balls revolving around your soul body are the 5 skills of your soul beast. Although the profession of a soul master is slightly different from other professions, the general direction is still the same. The soul beast, as part of the soul master, turns into the soul master's skills when you enter combat. Now, take a look at your first skill, Soul Strike. Upon hearing the demon lord's words, Wen Yu's mind moved, causing the light ball representing Soul Strike to suddenly magnify in his eyes. Soul system skills differ from any other system skills because matters relating to the soul have only been fully explored by one profession throughout history. The sovereign? No, it's the demon lord. That's not important. Don't interrupt, let me finish. According to my research, the biggest difference between soul system skills and others is that soul system skills can perfectly integrate into the host's soul, like Soul Strike. Now, use your mind to manipulate the soul body in front of you. Start with some simple actions, like moving a finger. The demon lord's explanation was thorough and meticulous, and when it came to intricate details, he could easily be described as a hands-on teacher. However, the process of mentally manipulating the soul body was not as simple as the demon lord had described. Almost an hour later, just when Wen Yu was intensely focused, the soul body in front of him finally made a slight movement. In that moment, an unprecedented sensation surged in Wen Yu's heart. It felt as if he suddenly had a second self. On one hand, Wen Yu could clearly sense the existence of his own body in the outside world, and on the other hand, in this strange space, Wen Yu could also feel that his soul body was connected to his consciousness. Done, I see that's a decent speed. Now command your soul body to open its eyes. As they say, the first step is always the hardest, and once Wen Yu took that step, the remaining tasks became much simpler. Over the next few hours, Wen Yu's soul body progressed from moving fingers to opening its eyes, then standing straight, and during this process, Wen Yu felt increasingly tighter bonds of will with his soul body, until the two completely merged into one. In an instant, everything in front of him changed dramatically. Wen Yu felt his will rapidly surge into his soul body, and then his original godlike perspective quickly transformed into a perspective dominated by the soul body. In the vast empty space, there was nothing but boundless whiteness, with only his soul body and the 5 floating small light spheres in front of him. Is this how it is? Yes, this is just the first step. Right now, you can only see your soul body and soul space by relying on my power. In the future, you need to familiarize yourself more and find that feeling. Once you're used to it, things will become much easier. So what's next? Control your soul body and grasp the light ball representing Soul Strike, slowly extending his right hand when you tentatively touched the light ball representing Soul Strike. However, in the next second, perhaps sensing the movement of Wen Yu's soul body, the light ball suddenly trembled and then quickly darted away. Its speed was astonishing, and at least with Wen Yu's current speed, he simply couldn't catch the light ball of Soul Strike. What is this? As I mentioned earlier, a skill is merely a program, and you only have usage rights, not ownership. This is part of why the Sovereign can arbitrarily strip part of a profession's skills and physical attributes. What we are doing now is to enhance your combat ability and also the first step to completely reclaiming the ability as your own. When Yu's hand came to an abrupt halt, the Sovereign controlled the life and death of practitioners and held their skills. He had thought that this teaching was merely to elevate his capabilities, but unexpectedly, he found a way to break free from the Sovereign's control. Though it was small and might not be useful, it was undeniably a good beginning. With that thought, Wen Yu's mind turned rapidly, manipulating his soul body to accelerate continuously, his hands never stopping as he chased after the light ball representing Soul Strike. Although the light ball moved swiftly, it had an invisible limit. It could not escape from Wen Yu's soul body. No matter how fast the light ball was, it could only circle around Wen Yu's soul body. Thus, the simple chase quickly came to an end. When Wen Yu finally seized the light ball representing Soul Strike, he felt an overwhelming power surge through his right hand, and the intense vibrations of the ball caused his soul body to tremble, bringing about sensations of pain, nausea, and dizziness. Hold on, the next step is to swallow the light ball. Wen Yu's expression soured as he looked at the light ball in his hand. Merely holding onto this thing had made him feel extremely uncomfortable, and now he had to swallow it. Wasn't this like eating arsenic? However, he didn't hesitate for too long. Just a few seconds later, a fierce determination appeared in Wen Yu's eyes. Gripping the light ball tightly, he swallowed it without hesitation. In that instant, Wen Yu felt an excruciating pain surge from his stomach, rapidly spreading throughout his body, as if he was enduring Soul Strike every moment. The intense agony made him let out a sharp wail. Sensing everything within the soul space, the Demon Lord slowly walked in front of Wen Yu and placed his hands once again on Wen Yu's head. A rich surge of soul power was transmitted through the Demon Lord's hands into Wen Yu's body, continually enhancing the strength of Wen Yu's soul body, until the light ball representing Soul Strike dimmed and struggled less and less. The waves of intense pain came again and again. After an unknown amount of time, Wen Yu slowly regained his senses. The pain in his body had weakened considerably. Looking down, the once radiant Soul Strike within him was gradually dulling. At the same time, streams of unknown energy flowed out from the light ball, rapidly wrapping around his soul body. The light ball grew smaller, its glow dimming further. Meanwhile, a massive amount of energy flowed out, gathering into Wen Yu's left hand, gradually forming a strangely intricate pattern. Did it succeed? The Demon Lord's voice rang out once more. Yes, it succeeded. Now the ability of Soul Strike fully belongs to you. The steps just taken mean you have secured ownership of Soul Strike. Was it really that simple? The Demon Lord was momentarily at a loss for words. Had he not been there to guide and support, and to provide energy to stabilize the soul body, even if Wen Yu had a few tens of thousands of years, he wouldn't have been able to accomplish this step. Wen Yu ignored the Demon Lord's thoughts and focused on the changes within himself. However, nothing had changed. So, what you're saying is that the recent process only granted me ownership of a skill, but it doesn't help with my combat power at all, right? It helps immensely. To put it simply, the original Soul Strike was like a dead program. You only had the right to use it. However, now that this program has become your own, you not only have the right to use it, but also the right to modify it. The reason this ability can become one of my core skills is that it possesses an extraordinarily strong auxiliary effect. Listen to my instructions, now. Grasp the light sphere that symbolizes phasing S-rank active skill. Upon hearing this, Wen Yu decisively stretched out his hand toward another light sphere. The light sphere jumped restlessly in Wen Yu's hand, but could not escape. The Demon Lord's voice sounded once more. Soul system skills differ slightly from other system skills. Soul system skills can merge with the soul body through special means, but skills from other systems cannot merge. If what you just consumed was the ability of phasing, then it would only lead to the soul body being overwhelmed. However, After my research, I've found a method to integrate peripheral skills into the soul body. That is the soul strike. Now, place the phasing light sphere against your soul body and then use the soul strike. The demon lord pondered for a moment. It's like forging iron, merging two iron pieces together. Do you understand what I'm saying? A strange smile suddenly appeared on Wenyu's face. That metaphor was indeed fitting. Buzz, Wenyu pressed the light sphere tightly against his chest, and at the same time his hands moved swiftly. Intense tremors emanated from his hands as waves of soul strikes surged toward the light sphere and his body. The pain kept assaulting him. Enduring the soul strikes with his soul body was far from pleasant. Fortunately, the demon lord's words were not false. The light sphere representing phasing visibly smashed into his body, then was digested and absorbed, just like the soul strike he had just swallowed. Only after completing this step did Wenyu let out a heavy breath. It worked, but what purpose does this serve? Not much. It just allows you to use this ability in a state where your soul is separated from your body or on the soul battlefield. The demon lord's casual remark startled Wenyu. You mean to say, these skills, Wenyu pointed toward the dark divine light ahead, I can also use them on the soul battlefield. Of course, the skills have integrated into your soul, so why can't you use them on the soul battlefield? Upon hearing this, Wenyu immediately reached out toward the other light spheres ahead without hesitation. Although the integration process took time, it was not particularly difficult. Not to mention the dark sucking and dark divine light, the difficulty of merging on the soul battlefield was simply outrageous. After picking it up, merely attaching it to his body caused the soul battlefield to integrate into his soul body. A few hours later, Wenyu looked at the empty space in front of him, then glanced at the several runes on his body. His left hand bore the soul strike, his forehead had the soul battlefield, and his heart was marked by the dark divine light, while the dark sucking and phasing had been casually tossed into the corners of his body. Seeing the 5 runes on himself, Wenyu nodded in satisfaction, then thought of another question. In that case, if I want to forget a skill, use the soul strike to tear off the rune representing that skill. Pain is inevitable, but the effect is exactly the same as a skill-forgetting scroll. After replacing it with a new skill, just use the previous steps to integrate it into your soul body. It's a very simple process. The demon lord's words completely reassured Wenyu. The phasing being cleansed was already part of the plan. Once everything was done, Wenyu slowly closed his eyes and his consciousness began to drift. The next moment, when Wenyu opened his eyes, his consciousness had appeared in the outside world. Everything before him was different from the state of soul perception just now. The pure light spheres still radiated immense energy fluctuations and incredible brightness, while the demon lord's soul body appeared somewhat blurred in Wenyu's eyes. But he still faintly saw the numerous strange patterns covering the demon lord's body. These were the runes generated after the skills merged into the soul body. After a quick glance, Wenyu immediately withdrew his gaze, because in his perception there weren't 7 runes on it. With a sigh deep in his heart, the guy who just called himself the demon seemed to be doing things and pointing out methods beyond what a 7th-level professionist should be able to access. Subsequently, these doubts were buried deep in Wenyu's heart. Sometimes, keeping silent about what you understand and pretending to be confused is the best strategy. Perhaps sensing the slight, unusual expression on Wenyu's face, the demon lord sighed softly. This avatar was too weak, and with another avatar above battling against the sovereign, it had fallen into a disadvantage. The current demon lord truly had no energy or time to hide the traces of his skills. He slowly raised his hand and gently pointed at Wenyu's several spirit pets beside him. Take a look at them again. Upon hearing this, Wenyu turned his head to look. The one-eyed creature, Star, and Victor still looked the same, but on the bodies of the 3 spirit pets, 3 dazzling white lights were flickering incessantly. That was the soul bodies of the spirit pets, and surrounding each of them were 5 varying-sized light groups. Can you see the skills? Wenyu nodded. Another function of the soul battlefield is to forcibly erase skills. Erase skills? Wenyu's brow twitched. Yes, you can directly attack your opponent's skills, forcibly removing that skill and permanently erasing it. That sounds like a useless function, but if you encounter a very troublesome opponent with multiple revival methods, you can first clean up their revival skills and then strike to kill them. For example, Tang Haofei. Wenyu thought to himself, of course, this method requires a bit of a prerequisite, for instance, the soul battlefield. After the demon lord finished speaking, his soul body slowly retreated 2 steps, then returned to his own body. The next moment, the demon lord slowly opened his eyes. The demon lord suddenly opened his eyes, startling several spirit pets. Seeing this, Wenyu immediately sent the spirit pets into the soul realm space and then looked at the demon lord in front of him. A deep voice echoed. I've already told you that the prerequisite for the soul separation technique is the soul battlefield. Originally, the form of the soul battlefield manifests as a black light, rushing into the opponent's body, using the opponent's soul space as the battlefield for a soul duel. However, you may have also noticed a flaw in the soul battlefield. If your opponent has teammates who are familiar with this skill, they could directly strike down your opponent's physical body during your soul duel. In such a case, the consequences would be severe. When the soul is bound to the body without the ability to separate, any damage to the body means the soul receives equal damage. Furthermore, during the operation of the soul battlefield, if the opponent's physical body dies, your soul will also perish. After obtaining the soul battlefield, I conducted a thorough analysis of this skill and found a solution. After finishing, the demon lord lightly flicked his finger. The soul battlefield? In the realm of soul perception, a dim light quickly expanded from the demon lord, spreading across the entire underground cave in an instant. When the light swept over Wen Yu, he felt a massive force surge toward him. His body trembled as his soul was forcibly squeezed out. Looking at his soul body surrounded by runes, and then glancing down at his physical body sitting cross-legged on the ground, Wen Yu immediately understood the operational method of the demon lord's soul battlefield. It did not rush into the enemy's body, but instead expanded the soul battlefield to create a field that forcibly extracts the soul. In front of him, the demon lord's soul body walked step by step toward him, while the demon lord's physical body remained stationary. Wen Yu gently licked his lips and then asked, "Is this a modified version of the soul battlefield? Once you obtain ownership of the skill, you can make some changes to it. The place you are in is also a soul battlefield, but this space is somewhat special. If external life forms enter, they will be directly pulled out of their soul bodies, forced into a soul battle. At the same time, outside attacks, except for foundation-level soul-type attack skills, will not pose any threat to the barrier of the soul battlefield. Likewise, foundation-level soul defense techniques will have no effect on the current soul battlefield. From a single target attack, it has transformed into a field-type skill." Wen Yu silently added in his heart. Of course, the original method of skill application can still be used. One is a single target attack but fears foundation-level soul defense skills, and the other is a group attack but is restrained by foundation-level attack skills of the soul system. How to use this depends on your judgment of the situation. This is just a minor trick. The focus is on the operational principle of soul separation. At this point, the demon lord flicked his finger once again. Nearby, the range of the soul battlefield's barrier slowly contracted. When the boundary retracted to Wen Yu's soul body, he felt a pulling force from his physical body. In the blink of an eye, Wen Yu's soul had re-entered his physical body, yet the demon lord's demonstration had not ended. The soul battlefield gradually shrank until it returned to the edge of the demon lord's soul body, as if a membrane enveloping the demon lord's soul body completely. This meant that the demon lord's soul body was still in the midst of a soul battle. This is the general principle of soul separation. Watching the demon lord's live demonstration, Wen Yu was enlightened. The demon lord's demonstration was one thing, but Wen Yu's true experience was another. The first step is to change the external manifestation form of the soul battlefield. How to change it? Just this first step confounded Wen Yu. "Release the soul battlefield on me." After the demon lord said this, his soul body returned to his physical body. Seeing this scene, Wen Yu focused his thoughts and directly opened the soul battlefield towards the demon lord's body. In an instant, black light surged, and Wen Yu's body instantly transformed into a beam of black light, rushing to the demon lord in the blink of an eye. Then with a ding sound, Wen Yu felt a great force surge before him, and then the black light instantly dissipated, causing Wen Yu's body to drop stiffly in place. Seriously experience the feeling from just now, right at the moment you were ejected, that sense of skill casting failure and soul separation. Slowly propping himself up, Wen Yu gritted his teeth, enduring the shock to his soul, and launched another soul battlefield. For a poor student like Wen Yu, the learning process was quite torturous. But if the learning process could be reframed as gaining power, it would be very motivating. The soul battlefield was continuously released. Wen Yu felt his physical strength deplete significantly, then took an elixir to restore his energy, and continued repeating this process. In a daze, Wen Yu felt time fly by swiftly. As he became increasingly proficient in the use of the soul battlefield, his control and understanding of the skill rapidly improved. At one moment, when Wen Yu once again collided with an invisible barrier in front of the demon lord, he suddenly discovered that his perspective had changed. Dim light continuously poured out from his body, as if on the verge of collapsing, and right beside him, his physical body still lay in a disheveled position on the ground. Seriously experienced this feeling. the Demon Lord's voice transmitted over, and at that moment, a vast amount of soul energy instantly surged into Wen Yu's body, stabilizing the energy field surrounding him. A familiar yet strange sensation burst forth from the depths of his soul. Lowering his head, Wen Yu saw countless bizarre patterns appearing on his soul body, gradually flowing toward the runes of the soul battlefield on his forehead. Carefully experiencing this feeling, after a while, when the runes calmed down, Wen Yu slowly opened his eyes, and his soul body gradually merged back into his physical body. Soul battlefield. The next second, a dim current erupted from Wen Yu's body, spreading outward. Under the influence of this energy, Wen Yu's soul body naturally floated out, and in front of him, the Demon Lord's soul body was similarly pulled out by a force akin to rules. The soul battlefield completely ignored level differences. Very good, just like this. It wasn't in vain that I spent 3 days teaching you these things. The Demon Lord looked at Wen Yu's soul body and the strange rune representing the soul battlefield on his forehead with a smile, then licked his lips, a strange glint flickering in his eyes. 3 days? Wen Yu was somewhat surprised. Yeah, mastering the changes of the soul battlefield in 3 days is already quite fast. Next, there's one last step. After the Demon Lord finished speaking, his soul body suddenly trembled, and the next second, a blurry figure split from the Demon Lord's soul body, landing directly on the ground. I'll teach you the combat mode in the soul state. The Demon Lord stood in place and lightly snapped his fingers. With the Demon Lord's action, the separated soul body nearby immediately began to change. Its aura shifted from weak to strong, and specks of light separated from the soul body, gradually transforming into 7 light spheres of different sizes. Wen Yu could sense that both the strength of the soul and the skills of the soul body in front of him were not much different from a normal 7th-level professionist. The skill system I created is based on the soul battlefield, with soul strikes as the main auxiliary means. Now, let me explain the power of this capability system in detail. Suppose you face an opponent who uses the soul battlefield. Their soul body will be directly extracted from their physical body, leaving their body soulless, reduced to a mass of dead flesh. At that moment, the soul battle has already commenced. Do you see the skill light spheres next to the opponent? Wen Yu nodded. If the opponent possesses soul-type skills in the soul battlefield, the light sphere representing that skill will shine significantly brighter than normal skill light spheres, like this. After the Demon Lord finished speaking, he pointed at a light sphere on a nearby dummy. The next second, the light sphere suddenly brightened. In this situation, you can choose to either blow up the skill light sphere first or directly kill the soul body. Do whatever is convenient. However, generally speaking, I prefer to blow up the skill light sphere because... After the Demon Lord spoke, he gently waved his right hand, and a shiny skill light sphere immediately appeared in the Demon Lord's soul body. Then the Demon Lord squeezed it. Boom! The skill light sphere immediately exploded, showering a cascade of sparkling white light. The skill imprint is completely exposed to the outside world with no defensive means whatsoever. In this situation, blowing up the skill light sphere is as simple as popping a balloon. Of course, this combat method is not without weaknesses. For example, the Demon Lord waved his hand again, and the aura of the soul dummy surged dramatically, reaching a level that made Wen Yu's heart race. The strength of the soul body is derived from the physical quality of the body. If you insist on using the soul battlefield to take on someone whose strength is dozens or hundreds of times greater than yours, no matter how powerful the skill system, it cannot bridge that gap. After saying this, the Demon Lord slowly dispersed the soul dummy beside him. Looking at Wen Yu's contemplative eyes, he spoke again. When you use soul strikes to imprint skills into your soul body, it's equivalent to controlling the essence of those skills. Each skill can produce unimaginable effects. What I just taught you about soul strikes and the use of the soul battlefield is merely a simple skill expansion application. The remaining aspects are for you to explore and ponder. For example, how to enhance your spirit pet skills on yourself in the soul battlefield. And for another example, how to apply the enemy's skills onto yourself. After the Demon Lord finished speaking, the light on his soul body flickered, and in the next second, the Demon Lord's soul body had appeared in front of Wen Yu. Quickly extending his right hand, the Demon Lord grabbed the rune representing phasing S-grade, active skill in Wen Yu's soul body, and gently pulled. The pain of soul separation erupted in an instant. Wen Yu felt his soul body shudder, as if something was missing inside him. Then, he saw the Demon Lord press the rune representing phasing directly onto his body. The power of soul strikes surged instantly, and in the blink of an eye, the phasing rune collided with the Demon Lord's body dozens or even hundreds of times, and then the phasing skill was directly imprinted onto his body. This is another function of soul strikes, deprivation and then assimilation. Of course, Because our soul essences are not identical, this skill I extracted and attached to myself can only last a very short time before the rune dissipates, turning into an unabsorbable soul energy. However, your spirit pets are different. There is a soul connection between the soul master and the spirit pet. You can extract the skills from your spirit pet's body and place them onto yourself. As long as you control the timing well, you can help them reattach it. By the way, this method does not have any skill slot limitations. Therefore, the soul master profession is actually the most suited to apply this set of soul system skills. Once you wish, you can activate all the skills of your spirit pets on yourself. Every time you level up, others gain one more skill, while you gain all the skills from a spirit pet. Moreover, in the soul battlefield, others cannot use their skills at all. Even if they can, you can easily shatter them, while all your skills can exert effects in the soul battlefield. This is an unparalleled capability system that surpasses nearly all skill systems. After hearing this, Wen-Yu pondered for a moment and then looked at the demon lord with a strange expression. Then my phasing, is it gone? Looking at Wen-Yu's face filled with conflict, hidden beneath it was a cunning expression, the demon lord shook his head with a smile. Yep, just a little experiment. I'll compensate you with something better later. That's great, Wen-Yu nodded with a beaming smile. Wen-Yu was unreservedly asking for things, even after receiving so much teaching from someone else. Because Wen-Yu now felt that something was amiss. This guy called Mo was not a coincidence at all. He was deliberately brought to him by the heaven-piercing demon Vine. Just earlier, from the perspective of soul separation, Wen-Yu had clearly seen some things that were usually invisible. The guy in front of him, although his soul strength was roughly at the 7th level, had no less than 12 skill runes entwined around his body. Normal professionists only had 1 skill at level 1, while 12. Along with what this guy had just mentioned, and the completely tailored and brand new ability system that matched him perfectly. Wen-Yu had already made a rough deduction about Mo's identity. Wen-Yu never believed that his luck would be that good, nor did he believe that there would be unprovoked love and hate in this world. If this guy was giving him benefits, he definitely had ulterior motives. Even if not now, it would be in the distant future. Regardless, it was still a scheme. You scheme against me, and I can't do anything right now, but isn't it a bit excessive to ask for benefits? The demon lord's reaction was also within Wen-Yu's expectations. He didn't think providing Wen-Yu with a skill was excessive, or rather, giving a skill was inherently part of the plan. Under the unspoken agreement between the two, the small matter of the virtualization being cleared was simply brushed aside. Looking at Wen-Yu in front of him, he once again began to familiarize himself with the application of his newly acquired skills, including soul perception, the new soul battlefield, soul separation, and even the ability to enhance his spirit pet skills onto himself. After a few more hours, once Wen-Yu had fully mastered everything, the demon lord nodded, and his soul form slowly retracted back into his physical body. Gently tapping the ground with his finger, the sound attracted Wen-Yu's attention, and the demon lord spoke. I've taught you everything you need to know. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. With that said, the demon lord pointed at the giant light sphere nearby. The soul form and physical body slowly merged into one, and Wen-Yu opened his eyes while gradually moving his physical body. A series of creaks emanated from his body, and fearing that the soul separation might bring about negative effects, Wen-Yu carefully checked his physical condition. The demon lord beside him scoffed. The negative reaction in your body is from when you just ran into a wall. Wen-Yu immediately felt embarrassed and quickly canceled his combat state. When the little soul beast reappeared on Wen-Yu's shoulder, he instantly felt its changes. This change was not unexpected for Wen-Yu. The skills of the little soul beast had all been inscribed onto his body, and now the little soul beast had no usable skills left. A small change, there's no need to be surprised. In fact, soul masters can only utilize their skills in a combat state, which is a small limitation for soul masters. Now all the ownership of skills belongs to you. Your soul beast can only enhance your physical attributes and help you learn skills. Wen-Yu pondered for a moment and quickly accepted this fact. This was a good thing. The fact that skills could only be used in combat had always been a point of criticism for him. When entering combat, the little soul beast needed to merge with his body. Although the time seemed short, as levels increased and enemies became stronger, the reaction time outside of combat became shorter, which ultimately counted as a weakness in his profession. Moreover, since the little soul beast itself had no direct combat ability, this situation was more suited to Wen-Yu's current circumstances. With this in mind, Wen-Yu no longer worried about these small matters and turned to the demon lord. What should I do next? Very simple. Since the skills have been imprinted onto your soul body in a state of soul separation, your soul body can use dark divine light. As far as I know, dark energies should have an absorption ability. Ah, I almost forgot you also have dark absorption. That makes it even simpler. In a soul separation state, directly use dark absorption on this light sphere to completely drain its energy. Hearing the Demon Lord's suggestion, when you thought for a moment before decisively standing up and instantly activating the soul battlefield. The gray barrier symbolizing the power of the soul battlefield slowly unfolded, and then when Yu's soul form began to drift out. The range of the soul battlefield slowly shrank until it completely enveloped Wen Yu's soul body. After adapting briefly to the soul separation state, Wen Yu raised his right hand. A black light shot out instantly and struck the great light sphere. A tangible collision erupted, and immediately the originally brilliant great light sphere showed a black mark. The black mark stretched and expanded like a dark, poisonous snake, and simultaneously an invisible black line connected the mark to Wen Yu's soul body. In the next moment, a surge of immense power was transmitted. Endless soul energy surged into Wen Yu's soul body. He felt his soul body rapidly expand, accumulating more and more soul power, which was then continuously compressed into nutrients to strengthen his soul body. The soul power contained within the light sphere was vast, but Wen Yu's strength was not considered strong within the heavenly palace, which led to the absorption speed of dark absorption not being very fast. Therefore, absorbing the soul power from the great light sphere was destined to be a slow process. Wen Yu couldn't estimate exactly how long it would take, nor did he want to calculate it, because at this moment, he only wished for it to last as long as possible. Every minute and second, his soul power was increasing, and this feeling of power enhancement was truly addictive for Wen Yu. Time is a curious thing. It can feel particularly long at certain moments, such as during times of extreme boredom. Yet at other times, it flashes by like a fleeting horse. Just like now, in a state of soul separation, Wen Yu could only feel the soul energy from dark absorption surging more and more vigorously, yet the energy within the light sphere showed no signs of weakening. In this moment, Wen Yu suddenly realized that perhaps his greatest gain from this trip was not the skill application methods taught by the Demon Lord or the future skills he would acquire, but rather it was the light sphere in front of him, filled with immense soul energy. The soul energy filled Wen Yu's soul body, and the pure soul energy didn't require any transformation process. It directly became his own soul power. With the presence of the soul battlefield, the enhancement of soul power, in a sense, meant an increase in Wen Yu's physical attributes and combat abilities. Enjoying the exhilarating feeling of power enhancement, Wen Yu's soul body felt as if it were soaking in a warm and comfortable hot spring. His soul body kept its eyes closed, and the aura around him strengthened with each passing moment, until the energy flowing into his soul body gradually weakened and eventually dropped to an imperceptible level. "Wake up!" A sudden roar echoed in Wen Yu's ears, the loud sound even causing his soul body to tremble. Startled, Wen Yu immediately snapped back to reality. The enormous light sphere in front of him had shrunk by over 90%, now resembling a light orb about the size of a soccer ball, still stubbornly emitting a dim white light. In sharp contrast, Wen Yu's soul body now radiated intense soul energy fluctuations and bright white light. The transfer of soul energy was very straightforward. The soul energy from the light sphere had been almost completely absorbed by Wen Yu. As soon as he uttered a single word, Wen Yu felt a tremendous sound wave and soul shock power erupt from his mouth, instantly filling the entire cavern. The soul wave swept out like a tempest, and the overwhelming soul energy even made the Demon Lord, not far away, frown. Wen Yu quickly closed his mouth, but the next second, a pain that felt as if it could tear his soul surged from within his soul body. Wen Yu frowned. Perhaps it was due to the strange connection between the soul and will, the suffering that could make even an Ironman wail, in this moment felt merely like a prick from a steel needle to his soul body. "You've taken in too much," the Demon Lord said nonchalantly, explaining the scenario before them. "Now, you need to return to your original body and properly adapt to the sudden surge of soul power." Similarly, the Demon Lord also provided a solution. Following the Demon Lord's instructions, Wen Yu's soul slowly floated back into his body. The fusion of the soul and body did not produce any peculiar changes. Long before he acquired the soul battlefield, the physical quality of Wen Yu's soul body had already become disconnected from that of his physical body. At this moment, the gap merely widened, but there was no negative effect. Slowly standing up, Wen Yu casually moved some joints, then closed his eyes to fully experience the sudden surge of soul power. Afterward, he turned to look at the Demon Lord. "If you feel fine, then carry on." The Demon Lord glanced at Wen Yu and then spoke. The enhancement of soul power spurred the amplification of Wen Yu's skills while in soul form. When his soul body appeared again and unleashed the dark absorption technique, the light sphere, only the size of a soccer ball, shrank at a visibly rapid pace. When you felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, as if he had bitten into a bun, and then with a pop, the light sphere vanished without a trace. At the same time, a ding sound echoed. Among the remnants of the light sphere, a broken fragment of a pearl fell to the ground. Before Wen Yu could take a closer look, the demon lord, who had been sitting still, slowly opened his eyes and stood up. The sound of joints creaking echoed. The demon lord's body resembled a machine that had not been operated for a long time, gradually regaining vitality. He gently waved his hand, and the pearl fragment on the ground was attracted by an unknown force, flying directly into the demon lord's grasp. "What is this? Soul orb." With these simple 2 words, the demon lord immediately closed his mouth, apparently not intending to elaborate further. Wen Yu wisely chose not to ask more questions. After surveying the surroundings of the cave for a while, the demon lord turned back to Wen Yu. "Let's go. Follow me back to the Palace of the 8 Extremes to find Bai." This was already part of the plan, so the demon lord paid no mind to Wen Yu's thoughts and feelings at that moment. In a flash, he directly grabbed Wen Yu's shoulder. A black light erupted from the 2 of them, and in the next second, Wen Yu felt as if his body had turned into a phantom, floating upward alongside the demon lord. They soon broke through the thick layer of soil above their heads and landed on the surface. Dim light gradually poured down from above, revealing a scene on the surface that was just as Wen Yu had seen before. However, the stench of decay and the overpowering smell of blood that pervaded the air made Wen Yu frown heavily. In a state of soul perception, Wen Yu clearly felt the concentration of demonic energy on the surface rising once again. At the same time, the surrounding air was filled with an intense sense of murder that made Wen Yu extremely uncomfortable. "The war has begun. So many people have died." Wen Yu murmured softly. The situation he sensed was eerily similar to when the demonic creatures attacked the gathering place in Beijing. Even ordinary people could feel the tense and sinister atmosphere of war, and with Wen Yu's strength, how could he not sense it? "No, it's not war." The demon lord's deep voice rang out as he closed his eyes, fully unleashing his sensing ability. "What an interesting little fellow. Come, let me take you to see." After saying this, the demon lord slowly opened his eyes and headed off in a specific direction. "But what about the Heavenly Tao?" "Don't worry, even though the Heavenly Tao is an 11th level transcendent strongman, he cannot act with impunity here. You may underestimate the strength of these demonic clans. Although an 11th level strongman is unattainable, some limit breaker level demonic entities are equally formidable. For limit breakers, levels are not insurmountable chasms. If the Heavenly Tao dares to take significant action, there will be demonic creatures to stop him." Wen Yu did not know how strong the demon lord's sensing ability was, but with the sudden surge of his own soul power, he believed that his soul perception range was already sufficiently large. However, this still did not allow Wen Yu to locate the interesting little fellow the demon lord mentioned. Staying closely behind the demon lord, their speed increased until Wen Yu could barely keep up by utilizing the netherworld. As they continued on their path, Wen Yu also noticed some discrepancies. Theoretically, this should be the demonic clan's rear guard, where the number of demonic creatures should be significant, but Wen Yu not only sensed no presence of the demonic clan, but even the presence of life was nearly non-existent. Until scattered demonic creature corpses lay strewn by the roadside, charred burn marks, signs of violent tearing as if by beasts, and a battlefield environment resembling one after an earthquake. A hint of realization slowly dawned on Wen Yu. "How long have I been in the cave?" 15 days. 15 days, neither long nor short. However, in the context of the demonic clan-occupied area, this duration felt excessively lengthy, 15 days. No matter how foolish the demonic clan may be, they would eventually realize that some foreign entities had entered their territory, leading to scrutiny and counterhunting. What this meant for the natives of the immortal heroic world entering this place was naturally self-evident. The stench of blood grew stronger ahead, and the number of corpses on the ground increased. Not just demonic creatures, but when you even spotted 3 corpses of natives from the immortal heroic world on the ground. They had not died from an attack by demonic creatures, but had been directly killed by a living being with brute force, their necks twisted. The direction in which they fell was identical to that of the surrounding demonic creature corpses. Natives from the immortal heroic world had died at the hands of the same entity as the demonic creatures. When you fell silent, stepping over the ever-growing piles of corpses and rivers of blood until a massive city appeared before him. The pitch-black exterior of the city was grotesque, with countless sharp barbs protruding from the walls, wrapping the entire city like a hedgehog. However, the city before Wenyu, only slightly smaller than the gathering place in Beijing, had been violently breached. The city walls near Wenyu had even crumbled into ruins, allowing a clear view of the interior. Countless demonic creature corpses lay sprawled across the ground, heaping up nearly 10 meters high, while the blood that flowed painted the entire ground black. Under the artificial light, the surface shimmered with an unusual luster, reminiscent of reflected water surfaces. At the very center of the city, a towering corpse tower reached into the sky, where a not-so-large figure sat at the pinnacle. Sensing the figure in the distance, the person atop the tower slowly lifted their head. Wenyu felt a fierce aura rush toward him, and the overwhelming physical power spread outward, forming tangible ripples of force. In the next moment, he seemed to hear a heartbeat akin to a drumbeat. The figure at the top of the tower slowly stood up, and upon seeing this scene, Wenyu let out a low sigh. How many times has this guy died? You know that person, right? Upon hearing the demon lord's words, Wenyu nodded. What a heavy stench of blood, such a thick killing intent, and such strong physical quality. Tusk, since you know him, I won't move closer. You can handle the problems here yourself. I'll set up a teleportation array here, and once you resolve the issues, come back to find me. Hearing the words of the demon lord, Wenyu thought for a moment, gently nodding his head before walking forward. The muddy blood plasma mixed with the corpses that had already sunk to the bottom, creating a swamp-like quagmire. Walking in such a place was naturally inconvenient, but more so it was due to psychological pressure. To be honest, Wenyu had never seen so many corpses. A stench assaulted him like a wave, and coupled with the occasional squish of some unknown demonic creature's entrails underfoot, the slimy sensation was certainly not pleasant. The psychological reaction naturally fed back into his actions. With the ethereal enhancement, Wenyu's body slowly ascended into the air, until he arrived in front of Tang Haofei. Tang Haofei's state was somewhat strange. He appeared almost frozen, with bloodshot, vacant eyes. His clothes were torn to shreds, yet he bore no injuries. The murderous intent and violent aura radiating from him distorted the space around him. Wenyu felt as if the air around him had solidified, and an invisible pressure bore down heavily on his body. Glug! Wenyu swallowed hard. Tang Haofei, old Tang! Wenyu waved his right hand in front of Tang Haofei, looking at the unresponsive figure. Had he gone stupid, or had he fallen victim to some enemy's bizarre skill during the battle? Just then, the blood-red eyes moved slightly, and the scarlet gaze locked onto Wenyu. Wenyu felt the pressure double. At this distance, combined with Tang Haofei's current physical condition, he truly worried that Tang Haofei might suddenly snap and decapitate him. Fortunately, the worst didn't occur. The vacant eyes slowly began to focus, and the strange red light gradually faded, leaving only dense blood vessels in their wake. Tang Haofei slowly moved his neck. The sound of his joints cracking made one wince. You've returned. His voice was deep and hoarse. Wenyu nodded and then asked, What happened to you? Cough, cough. Tang Haofei coughed heavily twice, then gradually bent down and plopped down on top of a corpse tower, breathing heavily. In that moment, Wenyu suddenly realized that although Tang Haofei's aura was still fierce, there was an unmistakable weariness in his expression. The number of resurrections has been too many. The people and demonic creatures I've killed are countless. I need to rest a bit. The almost unmasked exhaustion left Wenyu silent. Perhaps it was the bloodthirst that had clouded his mind, or maybe it was the sudden spike in power that Tang Haofei couldn't control. It could even be a combination of the Challenger trials and the life-and-death battle resolution, leading to some unknown side effects. Who knows? The simple pondering was cast aside as Wenyu looked at the fatigued Tang Haofei, slowly lowering his body and ignoring the dreadful environment around them. He sat down beside Tang Haofei. Lighting up 2 cigarettes, he shoved one into old Tang's mouth. The rich smoke spread as Wenyu glanced around the horrifying slaughterhouse before them. So, what happened? It seems like something incredible went down. What incredible thing could have happened? Wenyu's comment caused Tang Haofei to chuckle in disbelief, his expression relaxing considerably. Then a simple recount of the slaughter process spilled from Tang Haofei's mouth. After Wenyu was teleported away by the heaven-piercing demon vine, Tang Haofei was left to face Wulong alone. The outcome was Tang Haofei was utterly pummeled by Wulong. Even after having resurrected twice, Tang Haofei still lacked the strength to defeat Wulong. Although the Challenger trials had sounded an alarm, there was still a significant gap in strength. The result of their fair duel was evident. Tang Haofei died while Wulong sustained light injuries. And then, the unfair duel began. After Tang Haofei resurrected for the 3rd time, he was already able to keep up with Wulong's seemingly teleported speed, and his attacking power surpassed Wulong. The outcome was that Wulong fled while Tang Haofei pursued relentlessly. Did you catch up? Tang Haofei shook his head slightly, then nodded. At first, I didn't catch up, but later, the absolute ruler of this area, the demonic clan, reacted, and chaos erupted throughout the entire demonic clan-occupied area. A horde of level 7 demonic entities appeared, including limit breaker levels. Yeah, I killed several hundred. While chasing Wulong, I had to deal with the demonic creatures that were catching up to me. I chased for about half a day, and more demonic creatures appeared, along with some stronger ones. I ended up surrounded and died once again. Fourth time, Tang Haofei nodded. At that point, my state was a bit off. I was filled with thoughts of killing, thinking how these demonic creatures were as annoying as flies. Since you weren't here and there were enemies everywhere, I decided to kill them all. And then I followed Wulong here. That thing, Tang Haofei pointed to a distant, broken structure resembling a giant column. It should be a strategic weapon of the demonic clan. I didn't react in time, and it blasted me with a shot, and I died once more. After saying this, Tang Haofei fell silent for a moment, then opened his palm, gesturing a 5. After the 5th resurrection, my consciousness was muddled. All I knew was to kill, and I had no thoughts at all. By the time I opened my eyes, this place had transformed into what it is now. After saying this, both Wen Yu and Tang Haofei fell silent. After a while, Tang Haofei's hoarse voice broke the silence. I've summarized it. It should be the sense of loneliness between life and death, and the transformation of strength after resurrection that confused my mind. It seems that resurrecting 5 times in a short period is my limit. Wen Yu extinguished the cigarette butt, and then patted Tang Haofei on the shoulder. You've worked hard, and thank you, I owe you a favor, so feel free to use it. Hearing this, Tang Haofei grinned widely, an expression of genuine happiness. He casually extended 4 fingers. 4 times, oh, you have quite a lot to do now. However, the actual situation was not as Tang Haofei described. Tang Haofei couldn't perceive it, and neither could Wen Yu prior to this. But now, as Wen Yu transformed his ordinary perception into soul perception, he could vaguely sense something amiss with Tang Haofei's state. His soul was in an unprecedentedly weakened condition. This was not a weakness in strength. Tang Haofei's soul was still on par with his physical condition, even surpassing Wen Yu's current soul strength. Yet, the power beneath this level could hardly mask that extreme and bizarre sense of frailty. So strong, yet so weak, Wen Yu couldn't understand this state. The Challenger trials and life and death battle resolution, familiar mental fluctuations flickered through Wen Yu's mind. Looking at the Demon Lord in the far distance, Wen Yu silently nodded. You know, he. The Demon Lord emitted a strange laugh. Of course I know. Then does he still have any feelings on a soul level? The Demon Lord fell silent for a moment. After a while, a faint voice finally reached Wen Yu's ears. This is called the price of power. Cost of power? Wen Yu's confusion was not answered. After the Demon Lord mentioned the term cost of power, he immediately stopped talking, burying his head and gesturing at something on the ground, not revealing what he was tinkering with. Tang Haofei, weary, also said no more. In the vast demonic clan fortress, a sudden silence enveloped the area. It wasn't until he sensed a subtle wriggling on his right hand that Wen Yu was awakened. Are you dumb? Look at all these demonic creature corpses on the ground. How many points of physical quality do you think that is? Don't you have a clue? To be fair, if it weren't for the cold mockery from the heaven-piercing demon vine, Wen Yu might have truly forgotten about this matter. Gentle energy filled Wen Yu's body, continuously boosting his physical quality. This improvement in physical quality also enhanced the strength of his soul. Moreover, after the mutation of the heaven-piercing demon vine, it could also absorb soul power. This would further widen the gap between Wen Yu's physical strength and soul strength. Fortunately, with his skill system already established, Wen Yu was pleased with this development. The endless stream of demonic flesh and blood energy brought Wen Yu a permanent enhancement. Though slow, it was lasting. There were enough corpses of demonic creatures for Wen Yu to consume for a while. In fact, to save time, Wen Yu even released the single eye to enjoy the feast brought by Tang Haofei together. The Demon Lord fiddled with the teleportation array while Tang Haofei rested, and Wen Yu absorbed the blood and flesh of the demonic creatures. The 3 people existing near the fortress had found their tasks. If one disregarded the corpses strewn across the ground and the bizarre vines that had already spread out, this might be considered a rather harmonious scene. However, good times are always fleeting. The Demon Lord was the first to sense something, and he looked up at the sky. Boom, the dull sound echoed like a drum, resonating throughout the 7th layer of the heavenly palace. Wen Yu opened his eyes and instantly saw the Demon Lord's movements accelerate. What is this? It's here. They've started fighting above, so you need to hurry, the Demon Lord replied. As soon as the Demon Lord finished speaking, there was another boom. And in the next moment, Wen Yu felt his body suddenly sink, as if an invisible pressure enveloped the entire realm. What's wrong? Tang Haofei beside him asked. After a short time of rest, his condition had improved considerably. Upon hearing Tang Haofei's question, Wen Yu gave a wry smile. I just did something that offended the heavenly Tao, and now it seems my elder brother is coming to trouble me. Perhaps sensing the heavy atmosphere, the heaven-piercing demon vine and the single eye quickly sped up their corpse collection without Wen Yu needing to say more. However, Tang Haofei had killed far too many demonic creatures. Before the corpse collection action was halfway through, the artificial sky above them began to change. The artificial light source hanging high in the sky gradually dimmed, as if covered by an invisible veil. The chilling cold wind gradually subsided, while at the same time, Wen Yu felt the murderous atmosphere in the air escalate. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In a state of soul perception, Wen Yu felt the temperature of the entire realm drop sharply, and then raindrops began to slide from the artificial sky. Who knew it could rain in the heavenly palace? The rain intensified, the sky darkened, and in less than 3 seconds, the initially sparse raindrops turned into a torrential downpour. As the rain fell on Wen Yu's body, he felt an intense chill rise from within, instantly draining a large amount of his energy. In the next second, with a loud crack, a massive lightning bolt streaked across the sky, its blinding light piercing through the increasingly dark canopy. In the blur, Wen Yu seemed to see dozens of bizarre figures in the sky surrounding a seemingly small humanoid shadow. Run! The demon lord's roar awakened Wen Yu, who quickly retracted the single eye and the heaven-piercing demon vine. He grabbed Tang Haofei and rushed toward the direction of the demon lord. On the ground, the strange teleportation array drawn by the demon lord flickered with a dim light. One corner of the teleportation array was still unfinished, and at this moment, the demon lord was hurriedly completing it. Without disturbing the demon lord's actions, Wen Yu looked up at the sky again. As if responding to his actions, a fierce lightning bolt split the sky, and under the illumination of the lightning, Wen Yu vaguely sensed that the bizarre figures in the sky had already reduced by more than half in a brief moment. These demonic creatures are too weak. The demon lord appeared anxious, but still had the leisure to complain about the combat power of the demonic clan in the treasure land. A sudden thought flashed through Wen Yu's mind. He looked up at the sky and then at the demon lord, casually asking, "Weren't you saying that there's not much difference between a level 10 limit-breaking demonic entity and an 11th level strongman?" "I'm talking about real demonic clan members, not these weaklings. An 11th level strongman may have a fundamental gap compared to a level 10 limit breaker, but this gap can be compensated by numbers. The heavenly Tao isn't like the heaven-piercing immortal emperor, a rare genius who appears once in hundreds of worlds. If one can't win in a one-on-one, 10 against one should still be able to hold on, unlike now." The demon lord replied casually, and his hands immediately stopped moving. "All right," when you looked down and saw that the last corner of the teleportation array had been completed. "Go in." As soon as the demon lord said this, Wen Yu had already grabbed Tang Haofei and eagerly dove into the teleportation array. Once Wen Yu and Tang Haofei stood firm, the demon lord stepped into the teleportation array as well. Gently biting his fingertip, a drop of thick, dark-colored blood dripped from the demon lord's fingertip directly onto the teleportation array. In the next second, the light of the teleportation array suddenly surged. However, almost simultaneously, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, and then a face that seemed to be formed from cloud and mist suddenly materialized from the sky. "Junior brother, you've really done something remarkable." A simple sentence echoed out, and the booming sound resonated through the clouds, as if the air in the entire 7th layer of the heavenly palace had solidified. Then the face of the heavenly Tao descended like a meteor from the sky. In that instant, Wen Yu felt as if the sky of the 7th layer of the heavenly palace had collapsed. The majestic heavenly might was nothing less. Even Tang Haofei beside him looked shocked as he stared at the increasingly close face above, his entire being stuck in a daze, unable to muster even the slightest courage to resist. "Go!" In the haze, Wen Yu only felt the demon lord roar beside him, and then everything spun around him. When Wen Yu came back to his senses, the scene before him had changed drastically. The once corpse-filled city had vanished, replaced by a narrow, damp, and dark passageway. "Safe now?" The demon lord's reminder reached his ears, and both Wen Yu and Tang Haofei exhaled a breath of relief almost simultaneously. Even though Wen Yu's soul power had increased dramatically, and Tang Haofei had activated the life and death battle resolution 5 times, their own power seemed too insignificant in the face of the terrifying 11th level strongman. The demon lord glanced at the still shaken Tang Haofei and Wen Yu and casually remarked, "After all, he is an 11th level strongman. Even when he was at the 5th level, his strength was not far off from yours now." What were you thinking, trying to fight an 11th level strongman with your 5th level strength? After finishing this sentence, the demon lord showed a sneer-like expression, then pulled on Wen Yu's sleeve, dragging him forward. The passage was not long, but the smell of demonic energy and an unknown, malicious odor filled the air, making Wen Yu feel dizzy and nauseous. This is also the 7th layer of the Heavenly Palace, belonging to the demonic path leader, the Palace of the 8 Extremes. The odor you smell should be some aura that dissipates during the cultivation of demonic cultivation techniques. It's unpleasant, but it poses no harm to the body. After these simple sentences, figures appeared ahead. Who goes there? Clang! Before the guard stationed here could finish speaking, the demon lord had already thrown out a token-shaped object. The guard briefly glanced at the token and then respectfully bowed to the demon lord. "Where's Bai? Tell him to come see me." Ignoring the guard's astonished expression, the demon lord's style of action was straightforward and brutal. The guard, looking puzzled, first glanced at the demon lord and then at Wen Yu and Tang Haofei, followed by a look at the token in his hand. After a moment, as if he realized something, he smiled broadly and respectfully said to the demon lord, "Please follow me, my lords. I'll go report this right away." After saying this, the guard took out a walkie-talkie-like device, said a few words into it, then turned around and led the three deeper into the passage. Tap, 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 tap. The hurried footsteps echoed in the dark tunnel, where eerie dark green flames flickered everywhere, casting shadows that made the passage feel as if it were in the realm of the dead. Combined with the distant, faint sounds of screams and wails, this scene caused the owner of the footsteps to shiver involuntarily. The footsteps quickened until the owner reached a tightly shut steel door. "Reporting, my lord, the person that Lord Bai asked us to watch has arrived." As soon as these words were spoken, the ghost fire in the entire passage suddenly blazed brightly, followed by a deep voice sounding from behind the door. "Understood." The tone of the deep voice was flat, but in this eerie and narrow environment, the echoes made the voice sound bizarre and terrifying. Hearing this, the owner of the footsteps let out a heavy sigh of relief, bowed slightly, and retreated as if fleeing. Noticing this scene, the voice from behind the door let out an inexplicable laugh, then spoke again. "Bai, the demon lord has arrived." Responding in a nonchalant manner, Bai's gaze remained fixed on the frozen corpse before him. The naked body seemed to be sleeping within a crystal-like block of ice, with bizarre, crimson markings on its body glowing vividly under the dim green light. The voice behind him spoke again. "How is it? Are you satisfied?" Bai nodded slightly. "More than satisfied. By the way, is there any issue with the soul grafting technique?" "No issues. Theoretically, this technique is viable. I estimate the demon lord wouldn't resort to any tricks in this matter." "If you say it's fine, then I'm at ease." Bai casually praised the figure behind him. When it came to matters of the soul, Bai had little knowledge, and among the demonic path practitioners in the immortal heroic world, the one who understood the soul best was probably the person behind him. As if recalling something, Bai spoke again. "By the way, have you found out the identity of my new body?" In the darkness, the sound of pages turning could be heard, and after a moment, the voice hidden in the shadows spoke once more. "Wan Ping, peak 5th level practitioner, profession as a Trinity soul demon. This profession has good compatibility with foreign souls. No wonder he could survive among so many samples. As for his identity on Earth, non-sequential, no forces, a solitary individual. Oh, this is interesting." In the darkness, footsteps approached, and a hunched figure about 5 feet tall slowly emerged, handing Bai a black notebook. Bai focused on it. "Wan Ping, no relatives, no allies. Enemies, known hatred with the second sequence. When you unilateral, the second sequence's hatred towards Wan Ping is not high, and is also wanted by the military alongside another practitioner named Yi Nan, with a life-and-death grudge." The details of Wen Yu and Yi Nan's appearances and approximate strength were written below. Upon seeing this, Bai scoffed, casually igniting a stream of dark green energy that shredded the black notebook to pieces. "Get him a makeover, change his appearance. He's attracted too many troubles." The second sequence and the Earth military seemed like two simple names, but they represented the most powerful forces and lone walkers on Earth. "Don't you want to help him take revenge or something?" the hunched figure quipped. "I have no such intentions. It's rare to have a hope of living again. I'd rather live quietly, enjoy the scenery, eat well, and sleep with women. That's better than anything. By the way, has the residual soul in this Wan Ping been completely worn out?" "Completely worn out. In fact, this Wan Ping was sent over by the Blood Soul sect. Before you issued the order to find Earth practitioners, he had already been used as experimental material by the Blood Soul sect and was in such a state that he was practically dead when he arrived here." Hearing this, Bai nodded lightly. "Refine him again. I don't want any cliché situations like two residual souls fighting for one body." "Understood." Hearing the hunched figure's words, Bai slowly exhaled, his gaze once again locking onto Wan Ping's corpse. After a moment, Bai lightly licked his lips and turned to walk out the door. Thanks to the generous reward from the Lone Walker, the update will be posted the day after tomorrow. Following the guard, they arrived at a reception room. The attendants respectfully served tea and snacks, and then they waited. The wait wasn't long. When you felt a cold aura approaching, a figure had already appeared in the reception room. Standing over 2 meters tall, the figure seemed slender, and while the facial features were relatively upright, they were rather unremarkable. Wen Yu's first impression was of a tall stranger. His appearance was far inferior compared to an 11th-level strongman in the Heavenly Dao. The reason Wen Yu could recognize this person as Bai was because he exuded an aura similar to that of the Heavenly Dao. He stood there, visible to the naked eye, yet no fluctuations in aura could be perceived. Even in a state of soul perception, Wen Yu could only vaguely see a faint soul entity within Bai's body, unable to gauge its true strength. Master! Before Wen Yu and the others could speak, Bai had already bowed respectfully to the Demon Lord. Seeing this, Wen Yu immediately felt his heart ease. The Demon Lord appeared quite ordinary, casually eating the snacks on the table while nodding and transmitting a lengthy series of mental waves to Bai. Wen Yu couldn't perceive the specific content, but he guessed that the Demon Lord was informing Bai of the recent events. When the mental transmission concluded, Bai furrowed his brows and after a moment slowly nodded, turning to look at Wen Yu and Tang Haofei. "I am very familiar with this Heavenly Dao person." As Bai spoke, he walked to the large chair in the center of the reception room and sat down heavily. "Our ages are nearly the same, we can be considered of the same generation. All along, the righteous Heavenly Dao and the demonic Bai have been regarded as the leaders of the new generation in the immortal heroic world. Just now, my master explained the situation to me. For his own selfish reasons, Heavenly Dao has imprisoned my master for so long. I certainly must seek an explanation from him. Moreover, I also want to see how strong Heavenly Dao is at the moment. According to my master, this little brother here is the son of the heaven-piercing immortal emperor, the young master of the 10,000 Immortal Alliance, right?" Bai first explained his stance, then abruptly changed the topic to Wen Yu's false identity. Wen Yu hesitated for a moment and then nodded. He, Bai chuckled. "I never expected the illustrious heaven-piercing immortal emperor after his death, his disciple would end up enacting a play of killing his own son within the sect. Fellow disciples turning against each other, tusk, and this guy still claims to be righteous." Bai lightly mocked for a moment, then spoke with righteous indignation. "Little brother, don't worry, you can stay here with me. If Heavenly Dao comes, I will definitely have to spar with him." After saying this, Bai immediately clapped his hands, and 2 attendants entered the reception room. "Bring rooms for the 2 guests, let them rest well." Wen Yu was instantly taken aback. This guy is truly straightforward and direct. After arriving, Bai took charge of the situation, and Wen Yu hadn't said a word, yet Bai had already made the decision. Noticing Wen Yu's emotions, the Demon Lord took a sip from his drink, and a mental wave immediately entered Wen Yu's mind. "Bai is like that. If he says he will help us deal with Heavenly Dao, then he will naturally take action. You can rest assured I will notify you of any developments. Both of you please follow me." The attendant's voice rang out almost simultaneously. Wen Yu glanced at the weary-looking Tang Haofei, then at the unmoving Demon Lord and Bai, hesitated slightly, and then stood up to take his leave. As soon as Wen Yu and Tang Haofei left, Bai immediately broke into a series of strange laughs. "Earth Sequence 1 and Sequence 2? You know. Nonsense. I've investigated their information thoroughly. So that guy is your backup this time?" Bai lightly gestured toward the spot where Wen Yu had just been sitting, and then added with a solemn tone, "Just like the original me?" Upon hearing this, the Demon Lord hesitated slightly and then slowly shook his head. "No, not quite the same." With that, the Demon Lord said no more, and Bai did not pursue the topic further. "I will take action this time, but you must agree to one condition." "What is it?" "The soul grafting technique you gave me, I have already found a vessel. After the matter is settled, I need you to supervise. That's what after-sales service is for, I understand." The Demon Lord readily agreed. "Also, the specifics, you didn't make it clear earlier. What exactly do you need me to do? It can't be just to block Heavenly Dao, right?" "No." The Demon Lord put down the cup in his hand, speaking with a grave tone. "I need you to kill him." He. Bai's characteristic strange laughter echoed throughout the reception room once more. "You really think highly of me. You know how big the gap in strength is between the 2 of us, don't you?" "I certainly know, but this time the situation is different." At this point, the Demon Lord directly closed his mouth, his lips moving slightly as a mental wave quickly transmitted to Bai's ear. Bai's expression gradually solidified, and after a while an indescribable emotion that could only be described as either sorrowful or melancholic slowly appeared on his face. Is it already like this? Then, I understand. Following the attendant, they walked to the prepared room. All along the way, when Yu remained anxious, Bai's earlier behavior seemed odd to him. In contrast, Tang Haofei, who followed behind, showed no confusion. He seemed like a walking corpse, simply trailing Wen Yu. Are you okay? Seeing Tang Haofei's current state, Wen Yu furrowed his brows and gently nudged Tang Haofei's body. Ah, huh. Tang Haofei was slow to respond, his consciousness muddled from the perspective of soul perception. The strange weakness within Tang Haofei's soul entity was slowly dissipating. Perceptually, this was a positive sign, but externally, Tang Haofei's condition appeared to be worsening. Wen Yu, wanting to discuss Bai's attitude with Tang Haofei, slowly closed his mouth. With Tang Haofei in this state, it was impossible to judge anything. Rest well. With a light sigh, Wen Yu gently patted Tang Haofei's shoulder. After seeing Tang Haofei dizzily collapse onto the bed, Wen Yu furrowed his brows and followed the attendant back to another room. Kill, kill, kill. Annihilate these flies. Boom! The explosion and wailing echoed endlessly in his mind. This is a dream. But even knowing it was a dream, Tang Haofei couldn't escape this state. Just like being pressed by a ghost, his consciousness was clearly awake, but his body was completely out of control. Fuzzy images kept flashing through Tang Haofei's mind. It wasn't just the recent battle and the loneliness between life and death, but much more. Nightmares from his past life, comrades from his previous life, the smooth sailing of this life, as well as the current supremacy and power in his hands. The scenes changed one after another, then froze on another face. Neatly dressed in military uniform, white hair mixed with black, a resolute face and piercing eyes, Tang Haofei, I want to know your attitude. Do you have more of a human attribute or more of a divine beast species attribute? Then, for humanity, the Sea King control plan is imperative. What's wrong? Will you kill me? The scene of his previous discussion with Lin Haifeng kept flashing through his mind, and for Tang Haofei it was a complete nightmare. The entanglement of ideals and reality, the conflict between principles and goals. Looking at himself trembling across from Lin Haifeng, Tang Haofei seemed to return to that moment when he was forced by Lin Haifeng to make a choice that went against his heart. A sudden thought flashed by. What if I kill Lin Haifeng in advance? What would happen? If I grasped the power of the human race in my hands, what would happen? In the next second, Tang Haofei's consciousness fluctuated violently, and the nightmare suddenly awakened. Who, gasping for breath, everything in the dream gradually faded and blurred, yet the conversation with Lin Haifeng still lingered in his heart. Damn it! Tang Haofei mocked himself, then vigorously shook his head. The dream was just a dream. Tang Haofei deeply understood his identity. Harsh as it was, he was just a martial artist, and he could only be a mere martial artist. As for the highest leader of the human race, only Lin Haifeng had the ability to sit in that position. This had nothing to do with strength. A great leader is not necessarily the strongest one, but rather the one with the strongest overall ability, the highest prestige, the wisest judgment of the general trend, and the most excellent ability to identify and use people. Even though Tang Haofei had many complaints about Lin Haifeng during their long-term contact, he had to admit that Lin Haifeng was indeed the only person qualified to sit in that position. The dryness in his mouth kept rising, and Tang Haofei barely crawled out of bed, forcefully patting his cheeks. The sting on his face slightly brought Tang Haofei back to awareness. Sensing the swelling in his mind, he picked up the cup from the table and drank it all. Here, the attendants were quite diligent, with snacks and drinks fully provided in the room. The cold liquid slid down his throat, and Tang Haofei let out a comfortable breath. Ever since his 5 rebirths, his state had been very poor, a situation Tang Haofei attributed to fatigue. At least, that was the only explanation in his heart. Sleepiness surged in waves. After finishing the water, Tang Haofei dove back into bed. His consciousness began to blur, dreams gradually emerged, and soon, Tang Haofei vaguely saw the figure in the dungeon. Is my death of any value? Ziyan, a pawn and subordinate of Lin Haifeng, who was ruthlessly sacrificed to commit suicide in the Sea King control plan, asked with a blank expression. Yes, it was still the same answer from before, but Ziyan slowly raised his head. A strange smile appeared at the corner of Ziyan's mouth. No, my death is of no value. Tang Haofei was suddenly taken aback. Why is there a Sea King control plan? Why does Lin Haifeng sacrifice loyal subordinates like us? Why can't we see the sun of tomorrow? Why? Why? The sorrowful roar echoed throughout the dungeon, then Ziyan's expression calmed down. Tang Haofei, why did you agree to Lin Haifeng's Sea King control plan? Tang Haofei's tone faltered as thoughts raced through his mind, and the Tang Haofei and the dream simultaneously spoke. The Sea King control plan is for humanity. Controlling the Sea King can significantly boost the overall strength of the human race. This was Tang Haofei's true thought. But the mindset of a weakling. Ziyan's expression turned cold. Do we need the Sea King? Do we need the Oceanic Tribe? No, we don't need them. We don't even need Lin Haifeng. We don't need this Beijing gathering place. What we need is you. Tang Haofei, you can destroy a demonic clan fortress that isn't much smaller than the Beijing gathering place. You can massacre at the 7th layer of the Heavenly Palace. You can easily take down 7th-level limit breakers and 7th-level demonic entities of the immortal heroic world. You even have 6 more lives to revive now. Your strength is so strong, you clearly could resolve everything with absolute power. Why do you have to be with Lin Haifeng and mess around with things that anger everyone? The entire Beijing gathering place combined is not enough for you to fight alone. Why do you have to listen to Lin Haifeng's words? Why do you have to collude with Lin Haifeng, plotting against me, plotting against Qin Tian, plotting against Wen Yu? Why? Tang Haofei couldn't speak. A thought rose in his mind. Yeah, why? No, it wasn't like this. I didn't have that strength at that time, and personal power can't resolve the apocalypse, can't handle the demonic clan. Tang Haofei's argument flashed through his mind in an instant. The next second, the scene abruptly changed, and Wen Yu's figure appeared before him. I want to kill Lin Haifeng. Looking at Wen Yu, who was filled with anger, Tang Haofei took a sip of coffee and said in a calm tone, "Then go ahead." Then the scene shifted. Tang Haofei saw Wen Yu break through the defenses of the Beijing gathering place, turning the enormous black tortoise war god into scrap iron. Then, Tang Haofei stood beside Wen Yu, looking down at the lifeless Lin Haifeng. Are you satisfied? Thank you. Wen Yu tiredly expressed his gratitude, but there was no satisfaction on his face after the outburst. Revenge felt good for a moment, but the follow-up issues. What about the Beijing gathering place? What about humanity? Wen Yu thought of these things. Tang Haofei shook his head with a smile. It's okay, I'll handle everything. After saying that, Tang Haofei looked at Wen Yu with a beaming smile, and the next second he grabbed Wen Yu's neck, then shoved a wriggling, maggot-like worm directly into Wen Yu's mouth. But I can't handle these things alone. So Wen Yu, my friend, my comrade, my ally, my brother, are you willing to help me? The scene shifted again. Tang Haofei sat high on a gigantic chair carefully crafted by those below, looking at the figures below. Sir, the demonic clan has been cleared from Earth. What should we do next? The next step? Tang Haofei, seated at the top, sneered, then stood up. An overwhelming power instantly spread across the entire Earth. Wait for my return. In the next second, the scene shifted again, and Tang Haofei found himself in an unknown space, watching the struggling figure before him. Sovereign, speak your last words. The indistinct figure slowly raised its head. I never expected. Bang! Its head exploded like a watermelon. Looking at the corpse lying at his feet, Tang Haofei wore a vague smile. I'm sorry, I don't want to hear it anymore. The sunlight slowly poured down from the sky, and Tang Haofei floated in midair, radiating a light that shone even brighter than the distant sun. We won. No. I won. A voice akin to a deity spread across the globe, then cheers erupted from below. Long live Tang Haofei! Long live Tang Haofei! A voice resembling self-talk sounded. So why follow behind Lin Haifeng like a little follower? Have you thought about what kind of chemical reaction the life-and-death battle resolution and challenger trial will produce? You don't even see your own strengths, only blindly placing humanity's hopes on Lin Haifeng. Why should the strong be controlled by the weak? Why can't the strong do what they want? Why can't the strong be a high and mighty deity controlling the lives and deaths of everyone, manipulating the fate of this world? Why? Why? Do you see it? Above the multitude, controlling the lives and deaths of all. Do you feel this sensation? Consciousness fluctuated. No, this is wrong. Why is it wrong? What you want is to drive the demonic clan out of Earth, to find the truth of the apocalypse, to break free from the sovereign's control. Haven't all of these become reality? No, no, it shouldn't be like this. In the next second, Tang Haofei opened his eyes. Who's plotting against me? He. A sneering voice echoed from deep within. It's me, you. I am your power. Tang Haofei felt a wave of dizziness. At the deepest, invisible part of his soul body quietly sat in place. In the next second, a black aura slowly rose from within the soul body, enveloping it in darkness, then gradually dissipating. Bang! The sound of falling echoed, and Tang Haofei collapsed onto the bed, followed by loud snores. Sigh! In the distance, the demon lord lying in bed slowly opened his eyes, letting out a heavy sigh. The price of power. Today it was finally written down plus. The next morning, when Yu woke up early and immediately headed to the room where Tang Haofei was, preparing to check on old Tang's condition. Yesterday, Tang Haofei's state was far from good. As when Yu pushed open the door, he saw Tang Haofei lying in bed, deeply asleep. Perhaps the sound of the door opening was a bit loud. The soundly sleeping Tang Haofei stirred slightly and immediately opened his eyes. "Whoa, you scared me. I thought it was someone else." Tang Haofei looked much better, sporting the usual smile on his face. In a state of soul perception, when you could clearly feel that the strange weakness of Tang Haofei's soul had completely improved. "Are you all right now?" "Yeah," Tang Haofei nodded. "Just too tired. I took a long nap yesterday and feel much better now." Tang Haofei couldn't recall the dream he had last night. Seeing this, when you didn't think much more about it, how would he know about the strange changes happening to Tang Haofei? He simply took a quick look at Tang Haofei's physical condition and waved his hand at him. "Let's go eat." During breakfast, when you kept observing Tang Haofei, it wasn't until breakfast ended that when you finally felt relieved. Tang Haofei's condition was perfectly fine. Whether it was his demeanor or his tone, everything was just like usual. Seeing this, the bizarre state Tang Haofei exhibited yesterday was immediately thrown out of Wen Yu's mind. After breakfast, Wen Yu and Tang Haofei sat in the small living room, chatting about what had happened yesterday. It was just some trivial matters, and they didn't come to any useful conclusions until the Demon Lord gracefully walked in from a distance. "Hey, did you rest well yesterday?" The Demon Lord smiled broadly as he greeted Wen Yu and Tang Haofei, then casually found a chair to sit down. "Not bad, this place is quite nice. By the way, I didn't thank you yesterday, Senior." Tang Haofei, completely shedding his groggy state from yesterday, spoke with a face full of smiles. The Demon Lord remained expressionless, glancing at Tang Haofei not far away, then at the silent Wen Yu who was looking down. A barely noticeable sigh escaped his lips, and then he shifted the topic directly to the matter of the Heavenly Tao. "I went out yesterday to look for the trace of the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao already knows we're here and is currently handling some matters. It shouldn't take long before it comes looking for us." Wen Yu raised an eyebrow and silently awaited the Demon Lord's next words. "You guys have no idea, the Heavenly Tao is going crazy up there. A large number of level 10 limit-breaking demonic entities are obstructing the Heavenly Tao's actions, but it's ineffective. The Heavenly Tao has been fighting down from the 10th layer of the Heavenly Palace and has already reached the 9th layer. Tusk, tusk, tusk. The fighting up there is intense. Can't stop it. Cannot stop it. Those demonic creatures are weak enough and their numbers are insufficient. I estimate that later today, the level 10 limit-breaking demonic entities in the Heavenly Palace will be cleared out by the Heavenly Tao, and then the distance between the Heavenly Tao and us will just be a step away." First, he gave Wen Yu a little scare, and then the Demon Lord spoke again. "However, Bai has prepared everything. The preset battlefield is right above us, and the ultimate formation treasures have been brought out by Bai. Today, you two will just stay here and wait. I reckon the matter will come to a conclusion by tonight." The Demon Lord meant that the two little fellows should not go to join the fun of the two 11th level strongmen. Although Wen Yu wasn't particularly astute, he wasn't foolish either. He immediately understood the Demon Lord's implication and decisively nodded. After saying this, the Demon Lord looked at Tang Haofei, who was stuffing his mouth with food, and promptly stood up. "Just wait here. I will come to notify you if anything happens." With that, the Demon Lord left immediately. The waiting process felt a bit long, but fortunately, both Wen Yu and Tang Haofei, having attained their current levels of strength, certainly had the patience needed. Their curiosity, however, was deeply hidden within their hearts. Knowing full well how spectacular the clash between two 11th level strongmen would be, the gap in strength was painfully evident. Even though they felt the urge to want to see the confrontation between the Heavenly Tao and Bai, the moment that thought emerged, it was instantly suppressed by both of them. It wasn't until after lunch that, in a daze, Wen Yu suddenly felt as if the air had solidified for a moment. Then, a thin mist appeared to permeate the air in front of him, a cold sensation brushing against his skin, causing Wen Yu to shiver slightly. At the same time, a faint pressure enveloped the entire 7th layer of the Heavenly Palace. "They're here." Tang Haofei looked up with a serious expression, his powerful physical constitution enhancing his perception ability to an extreme. Vaguely, he seemed to sense that above him, a figure exuding a terrifying aura was slowly descending from the sky. Each movement seemed to stir the rules of the world. Even a simple step gave an impression of the heavens collapsing and the earth sinking. Another wave of aura also gradually spread out, and Tang Haofei could even sense the astonishing energy fluctuations contained within that aura, accompanied by an endless, eerie sound that resembled the wails of evil spirits. A thought suddenly surged in Tang Haofei's mind. If I were to die 6 more times, could I reach that level? There should be hope, right? They're here. At nearly the same moment, Wen Yu also sensed the astonishing aura above him. However, in the state of soul perception, Wen Yu's perceptual view was slightly different from Tang Haofei's. Two dim and unremarkable soul entities above them were freely unleashing streams of terrifying energy, as if they had the power to change the world, yet they could not conceal their weakness in terms of soul. This must be the price of being reborn, Wen Yu thought. Then a thought began to spread in Wen Yu's mind. If he could seize the opportunity to directly release the soul battlefield, could he resolve these incomplete 11th level strongmen? After a brief contemplation, Wen Yu immediately suppressed this dangerous thought deep in his heart. In theory, this tactic was definitely feasible. However, in reality, when he sensed the 11th level strongmen, those 11th level strongmen would also sense him, and then, Wen Yu believed that his speed of action would absolutely not match that of the heavenly Tao. Chaotic thoughts flitted through Wen Yu's mind, and in the next second, boundless light filled his perception view. Vaguely, Wen Yu seemed to see two dim soul entities colliding directly. Then, boom! The entire branch of the Palace of the Eight Extremes shook violently, and massive amounts of rubble fell from the sky. The intense tremor instantly turned the hall where Wen Yu was into a pile of ruins. Wen Yu forcefully spat out the dust from his mouth, while the dark divine light instantly expanded. A pure black light curtain enveloped Wen Yu and Tang Haofei. Above them, rubble continued to fall, quickly burying the entire black light curtain and obscuring the figures of Wen Yu and Tang Haofei. Of course, this rubble posed no threat to Wen Yu and Tang Haofei. At most, it made them a bit disheveled. Ignoring the dust on his body, Wen Yu summoned the heaven-piercing demon vine, taking out the last safeguard for his life, while expanding his soul perception to observe the movements above. The entire Palace of the Eight Extremes was shrouded in a dim gray glow. In Wen Yu's perception, countless runes continuously flowed from the light. Wen Yu understood, the formation of the Palace of the Eight Extremes was the reason it hadn't been instantly vaporized during the recent clash between two 11th-level strongmen. At the same time, in Wen Yu's perception, the two souls above were still entangled, moving so quickly that he couldn't catch a glimpse of the heavenly Tao and Bai just moments ago. The question of whether he could kill a flawed 11th-level strongman like Heavenly Tao using the soul battlefield instantly became a false proposition. He couldn't catch up, nor could he see. How could he strike? Fortunately, these minor issues were not within Wen Yu's consideration, because currently facing the Heavenly Tao was Bai. However, the scene above was not as Wen Yu perceived. At this moment, Bai and the Heavenly Tao were sitting on the ground, casually launching attack after attack. But the targets of their assaults were not their opponents' bodies, but rather the empty distance. Brilliant lights and explosions erupted continuously, as the casual attacks from the two 11th-level strongmen effortlessly dismantled the underground Palace of the Eight Extremes. "How's the preparation going?" The one speaking was the Demon Lord beside them. At this moment, the Demon Lord was forming a strange seal technique with his hands, an endless stream of energy surging from his body, spreading across the entire battlefield. Within this energy fluctuation, two ethereal figures could be seen, resembling holographic projections, intersecting in midair like lightning. Combined with Bai and the Heavenly Tao's casual attacks, the entire battlefield momentarily resembled a fierce battle. Upon hearing the Demon Lord's words, the Heavenly Tao fell silent for a moment, then raised his head and nodded lightly. "The outer heaven eternal divine palace has been cleared out. I've also brought the key. Skills, items, and even the core technologies of the immortal heroic world are all stored inside. And this." After speaking, the Demon Lord pulled out the spatial ring he wore on his finger and tossed it to the Heavenly Tao. "This is something I prepared for Wen Yu. Let's put it into the eternal divine palace." Hearing the Demon Lord's words, the Heavenly Tao fell silent again. After a moment, he raised his head, his gaze fixed on the Demon Lord. "Can it succeed? Your plan, the Master's plan, and the long-cherished wish of our entire immortal heroic world?" Seeing the Heavenly Tao's desolate tone and sorrowful gaze, the Demon Lord remained silent for a while before slowly shaking his head. "I don't know. There's hope." "Right, yes, there's hope." This time the Demon Lord nodded very firmly. "Then that's good, that's good." The Heavenly Tao seemed to lose himself, nodding blankly, and then the light in his hand shifted, causing the spatial ring he had been holding to vanish in an instant. Observing this scene, the Demon Lord let out a deep sigh. "Then let's begin our final plan." Slowly closing his eyes, the Heavenly Tao's body became as motionless as a stone statue. Seeing this, the Demon Lord stepped forward slowly, and then the light in his hand began to glow gradually. The Demon Lord gently placed his right hand upon the top of the Heavenly Tao's head. A faint glow continuously showered down, and amidst this strange light, the Heavenly Tao's soul body visibly condensed and shrank until it formed a crystal-clear bead. Only after these actions were complete did the Demon Lord take a heavy breath. collapsing onto the ground as if utterly exhausted. Witnessing this, Bai slowly stood up and looked at the collapsed demon lord. "Are you all right?" The demon lord weakly shook his head. Seeing this, Bai sighed helplessly, then shifted his figure and floated off into the distance. The entire battlefield fell silent until 30 minutes later, when a series of crackling noises emerged from the rubble below. A peak level 7 practitioner from the demonic path poked his head out from underground, glancing around like a thief evaluating the surroundings above. "Hey, you!" "Yes, you," the sudden voice startled him greatly. Just as he was about to dive back underground, an unknown force seized him, pulling him directly in front of the demon lord. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The demon lord casually teased, ignoring the terrified practitioner who was about to collapse, and solemnly uttered a piece of information. "Go down and tell Wen Yu, who arrived here yesterday, to come up. Tell him that a great battle occurred between the heavenly Dao and Bai, resulting in Bai's death and the heavenly Dao being trapped in the soul world. Let Wen Yu come up and deliver the final blow to the heavenly Dao." The unknown force surged into the practitioner's mind along with the voice, causing his expression to momentarily blank out. Then, like a puppet, he followed the passage he had just ascended through, heading into the now ruined depths of the Palace of the Eight Extremes. It was only at this moment that the demon lord let out a deep sigh. Looking at the seemingly lifeless heavenly Dao beside him, the demon lord felt as though he was seeing the once mighty heaven-piercing immortal emperor. "This is the truth, isn't it? This is the sovereign's purpose, isn't it? This is the reason for our two clans' war spanning hundreds of thousands of years, the reason for the loss of billions of lives, isn't it? How ridiculous. How tragic." Staring at the frenzied figure of the heaven-piercing immortal emperor, the demon lord remained silent for a while before slowly stating, "I have a plan." Mental waves quickly flowed, and in just a few seconds, the entire plan was transmitted into the heaven-piercing immortal emperor's mind. Without much hesitation, as soon as the heaven-piercing immortal emperor finished hearing the plan, he immediately nodded. "I agree. The premise of this plan is the entire immortal heroic world." Heh. The smile of the heaven-piercing immortal emperor was indescribably strange, resembling a soulless murderer and a stimulated madman all at once. "The immortal heroic world is already gone. When the sovereign arrived here, the immortal heroic world was already finished, long gone." With a fierce tone and savage eyes, the heaven-piercing immortal emperor now resembled a desperate gambler. "Promise me one thing." The heaven-piercing immortal emperor's expression calmed down. "Help me kill him, you must help me kill him." The demon lord fell silent for a moment, not responding. Instead, the heaven-piercing immortal emperor seemed to understand the demon lord's choice, a twisted smile appearing on his lips. "What's wrong? Powerless? Reluctant? Or are you soft-hearted?" "I knew it." The vague voice quickly dissipated just as another voice grew closer. Senior. The demon lord came back to his senses, seeing Wen Yu pushing against his body nearby. The demon lord suddenly shivered, the recent memories abruptly interrupted. Looking at Wen Yu beside him, the demon lord slowly moved his body and propped himself up. "You're here. This is. White is dead. The heavenly Dao is severely injured, trapped in the soul world. I am now exhausted and unable to deliver the final blow, so I need you." Wen Yu fell silent for a moment, glancing at the demon lord half reclining on the ground, and then at the seemingly lifeless heavenly Dao. He hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and asked resolutely, "What do you need me to do?" "Use the soul battlefield, the unedited version, charge into his soul world and take him out directly." "I understand." From the perspective of soul perception, the demon lord's soul light was unprecedentedly dim, while the heavenly Dao seemed like a corpse. When you concentrated fully, only to discover scattered soul lights within the body of the heavenly Dao, like a glass bead shrunk into a ball, containing a surging and powerful soul power. However, this power was too weak for an 11th level strongman. Indeed, it was even far lower than Wen Yu's current soul strength. Feeling this scene, Wen Yu clenched his teeth, suppressing his fear of the 11th level strongman, and transformed his entire body into a beam of black light, instantly drilling into the body of the heavenly Dao. Beside him, the demon lord observed this scene as if something significant had occurred, letting out a heavy sigh. Meanwhile, the light on his body gradually surged, as if his entire body was swiftly shrinking and dissolving like dried fruit. In no time, he completely disappeared. 11th layer of the heavenly palace. As the clone dissolved, the power belonging to the clone and its memories continually surged into the demon lord's main body. Noticing the plan unfolding smoothly, the demon lord maintained a stoic expression, his hands deftly continuing to move as if casually placing chess pieces. "General!" It was like two elderly men sitting at the entrance of their neighborhood playing chess, but with their identities, this game had a unique flavor. "You won." The sovereign was even simpler, waving his hand again to set up a brand new chess game on the board. This scene had occurred countless times over the past 20 days. In the new game, the sovereign took the first move, followed by an exchange of offense and defense. Their movements were swift. The speed of their chess playing could even be described as dazzling. A seemingly casual voice emanated from the sovereign. "Your mood has changed." "Yeah," the demon lord responded ambiguously. "So it was your little tricks with heaven piercing that went very smoothly, right?" The demon lord's hand movement paused. "Guess, hee." The sovereign let out a light sneer, casually dropping a piece and turning to glance at the space trapping him. "The power of this barrier is growing weaker and your strength is dwindling. From this, it seems your tricks should be nearing completion. How many days are left? 1 day? Or 2? The demon lord remained silent until the sovereign slowly stood up. "Since that's the case, I won't play with you anymore. I'm actually quite curious to see who you consider the backup to defeat me." As soon as the sovereign's words fell, the demon lord immediately looked up. In front of him, the sovereign's body flickered in and out of visibility, and then white light raged, the terrifying power swiftly crashing against the surrounding space barrier. Then the demonic energy surged, and the demon lord's body erupted with eerie black light, constantly reinforcing the power of this space. "You've gone mad. Do you know how much demonic realm origin power it will consume to forcibly charge through the barrier?" "Oh, just decades worth of demonic realm origin power. However, I believe, since you can use decades worth of demonic realm origin power as a price to try to keep me here, what you are doing outside poses an even greater threat to me." "So, Tusk, what is happening outside?" A teasing tone came from the sovereign. "Let me think. Heaven-piercing demon vine plus sequence 2, and this mysteriously opened heavenly palace treasure land, that should be the case. Speaking of which, this sequence 2 that never appeared in the last life certainly has a strange feeling, and then there's the profession of soul master. By the way, your main skill system should be the soul system, right?" The strange tone filled the entire space, and the next second the white light abruptly vanished, the sovereign's figure reappearing at the original spot. Tusk, just a little thought. Don't be angry, don't get mad, let's just play chess." Seeing the sovereign's indifferent attitude, the demon lord chuckled lightly and sat back beside the chessboard. In the demon lord's plans, the greatest danger was not a person outside the plan or a piece that acted against the plan. The true threat had always been the sovereign sitting right in front of him. The power of the soul battlefield surged, and when you transformed into a beam of black light, instantly charging into the body of the heavenly Tao. A familiar sensation washed over him, and the next second, when you found himself standing in a pure white space. Before him, a crystal-clear sphere radiating white light was spinning. After a simple observation of the sphere in front of him, this was a gathering of soul energy, and under soul perception, when you did not feel anything amiss. The next second, a beam of black light shot out from Wen Yu's fingertips. Dark energy surged, instantly piercing through the sphere like a laser. With a bang, the defenseless light sphere shattered and exploded under the combination of Wen Yu's dark divine light and soul attack. A shower of crystal-like light particles scattered, rendering the entire space fantastical and beautiful as if it were a celestial realm. Then, the expected situation of being withdrawn from the soul battlefield space did not occur. In Wen Yu's bewildered gaze, a dim light slowly coalesced at the location where the light sphere had dissipated. In the next moment, Wen Yu felt a tremendous force suddenly emerge, pulling at his soul body. The newly formed dim light, like a miniature black hole, swiftly dragged Wen Yu's soul body towards an unknown space. At that instant, Wen Yu felt dizzy, and before he could sort out the situation, the scene before him had changed dramatically. Wah, it's here, it's a young master. Quick, stop the bleeding, the lady is about to die. Midwife, where is the midwife? And the doctor? Noisy voices echoed from all directions, yet Wen Yu couldn't perceive his own body. He felt as if he were trapped in a dark, small container, only able to vaguely hear the sounds from outside. Until a pair of rough, large hands appeared in his perception. The large hands were warm and powerful, carrying a soothing energy. The wah cries of the baby slowly faded away, replaced by the cheerful laughter of the infant. "My lord, the lady has died." A somewhat cold voice came from not far away. The owner of the large hands fell silent for a moment before calmly uttering a chilling statement that sent shivers through Wen Yu. "Then, there's no need for this Lin family to exist. Kill all those in the know." "Yes, my lord." Following this, the chaotic sounds transformed into wails and cries for help, gradually quieting down, until the owner of the large hands spoke once more. "What should I call you?" Tusk, oh well, I can't call you heaven-piercing, right? Your father's enemies are not few." I've thought of it. Since I aim for the great Tao and you are my only son, I hope you can, like me, stand at the pinnacle of this world and become the sovereign of everything." How about I call you Heavenly Tao? How does that name sound? Very good. Another voice, sounding somewhat tipsy, came from the side. You've been drinking again, Sai. I knew you wouldn't listen to me. Come on, let's call for a carriage to return to the palace. The 10,000 Immortal Alliance has just been established, and there are many matters within the alliance, plus the demonic disaster. Sai, a troublesome time. I don't know whether it is good luck or misfortune for you to be born at this time and become my son, the tipsy voice replied. Of course it's misfortune. Don't you think about how many people you've killed, how many high-ranking members of the demonic clan you've wiped out? If you ask me, being your son is absolutely the worst luck. The owner of the large hands remained silent for a moment. If that's the case, then we'll say that Heavenly Tao is a child I picked up. I will take him as my disciple. That's settled. And those subordinates, you handle it for me. At first, when you found these voices somewhat incomprehensible, but soon he realized. This should be the memory of the Heavenly Tao. As this thought emerged, when you felt his consciousness drifting constantly, slowly detaching from the original prison, likely the body of the Heavenly Tao. At the moment his consciousness separated from the Heavenly Tao's body, the vague thoughts from the Heavenly Tao immediately dissipated, replaced by a vast carriage flying through the sky. Two fierce, dragon-like monsters soared, pulling a palace-like gigantic carriage swiftly toward a certain direction. In the center of the palace, a tall figure whose face was obscured like a mosaic held a small infant, with a bottle-like object in hand, inside which a scarlet liquid glimmered faintly. Perhaps the liquid in the bottle tasted good. The small infant drank it while waving his hands and making ying-ying-ying giggles. This warm scene made when you realize, compared to himself, the impostor, the Heavenly Tao was the true young master of the 10,000 Immortal Alliance, the only son of the heaven-piercing Immortal Emperor. Understanding these matters, when you looked down at his body, invisibly intangible yet conscious, when you couldn't comprehend what kind of existence he was at this moment, along with the strange scene that occurred in the soul battlefield, when you had already formed some speculations. The scene in front of him flickered, as if a video was fast-forwarding, the images flying by at an unnatural speed. As an observer, when you witnessed the heaven-piercing Immortal Emperor return to the resplendent headquarters of the 10,000 Immortal Alliance with the Heavenly Tao. Subsequently, as the only disciple of the heaven-piercing Immortal Emperor, the Heavenly Tao received resources unimaginable to ordinary people. Celestial nectar, food and drink, even the materials used for the rooms and beds, were all supreme treasures capable of developing potential or enhancing physical limits. However, the plentiful supply of resources meant bearing the hopes and responsibilities of everyone. From the time he began to speak, there were some elderly scholars with gray hair who lectured the Heavenly Tao, teaching him the pinnacle cultivation techniques of the immortal heroic world. At the age of 3, he was placed in a cage by the heaven-piercing Immortal Emperor to fight a level 1 black-skinned demon creature, with only 2 points of physical fitness. Then he transitioned to become a professional, where under the watchful eyes of the heaven-piercing Immortal Emperor, the Heavenly Tao's professional system and skill system were adjusted to the known strongest skill system, followed by learning and killing. For the Heavenly Tao, the term childhood was merely a vocabulary, an unattainable dream. Yet, as an observer, when you couldn't help but form another viewpoint, terrifying, powerful. The Heavenly Tao, under elite education, grew at a speed that even when you found frightening, challenging beyond levels was commonplace, and his understanding of the immortal heroic world rapidly matured under the teachings of the heaven-piercing Immortal Emperor. His style of action and means were so mature that he hardly seemed like a child. The scene fast-forwarded again, and within the rapidly flowing images, when you saw the 10-year-old Heavenly Tao break through and out amidst a crowd of level 6 demon creatures. Even the 6th-level limit-breaking demonic entity was easily torn apart by the Heavenly Tao's overwhelming strength. Such power was even comparable to the resurrected Tang Haofei. Naturally, the Heavenly Tao effortlessly became a new generation leader of the immortal heroic world. In his underage years, he led teams on countless missions, solving numerous significant matters for the 10,000 Immortal Alliance. With an unstoppable demeanor and the care of the heaven-piercing Immortal Emperor, the Heavenly Tao easily entered the decision-making level of the 10,000 Immortal Alliance. On the day he came of age, the Heavenly Tao successfully became a level 10 limit breaker, and coupled with the powerful cultivation techniques of the immortal heroic world, the newly matured Heavenly Tao ascended to the 4th chair of the 10,000 Immortal Alliance, second only to the heaven-piercing Immortal Emperor, the drunken Taoist, and nominally the Lord of the 10,000 Immortal Alliance, Great Luo. Then the rapidly changing images slowed down. What appeared before when you was a somewhat dim meeting room. The four highest decision-makers of the 10,000 Immortal Alliance, the heaven-piercing Immortal Emperor, the Drunken Taoist, the Heavenly Tao, and Great Luo, were sitting in this meeting room, discussing one decision after another for the 10,000 Immortal Alliance. The meeting had reached its conclusion. At this moment, when you finally got a glimpse of the Drunken Taoist's appearance, disheveled and unkempt, he looked just like an ordinary drunken uncle. Perhaps the discussions had wrapped up, as everyone was preparing to leave. Sitting in the main seat, the heaven-piercing Immortal Emperor hesitated for a moment before his indifferent yet magnetic voice broke the silence. Actually, there's one last matter. Upon hearing the tone of the heaven-piercing Immortal Emperor, the three who were already ready to depart sat back down once again. The Sovereign has issued an edict, and the path of 11th level transcendence has been opened. This is the first time, and I don't know if there will be a second. As the sequence one of the immortal heroic world, this opportunity is mine by right, and I need the support of the 10,000 Immortal Alliance. The anticipated argument did not arise. Despite the four of them being 10th level limit breaker experts, the remaining three had no objections to the heaven-piercing Immortal Emperor's words. The drunken Taoist spoke up. The Sovereign said so, then it must be true. This simple statement was met with agreement from the other three, including the heaven-piercing Immortal Emperor. Seeing the expressions on their faces, when you felt a moment of daze towards the term Sovereign, the four held a sense of awe and inexplicable fondness. What more do you need? How can we help you? After all, from the current power comparison, you and we are not even on the same level. Hearing De Luo's words, the heaven-piercing Immortal Emperor slowly responded. The Sovereign told me that the so-called path of 11th level transcendence is about absorbing a large amount of origin power from planets, similar to the generation of divine beast species. However, the amount of origin power required is not on the same level as that of divine beast species. How many 11th level transcendence experts can the entire immortal heroic world support? That is unknown. At this point, the heaven-piercing Immortal Emperor looked around. For this path of transcendence, only the top 10 sequences can participate. Among them, I am Sequence 1, the Drunken Taoist is Sequence 2, Heavenly Tao is Sequence 3, and De Luo is Sequence 5. Together, we four are unassailable, but there can only be one who transcends. And that is you. Without hesitation, the Drunken Taoist directly expressed his stance. De Luo, beside him, stroked his bald head with a radiant and gentle smile, saying, "It doesn't matter who transcends among us. Although the 11th level sounds impressive, let it be you, heaven-piercing. I'm fine being a lazy leader." Heavenly Tao would not have any objections either. A truly harmonious scene unfolded before when you, at this moment, the 10,000 Immortal Alliance was united as one, revolving around the heaven-piercing Immortal Emperor. Then it's settled. The Immortal Emperor made the decision. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and before Wen Yu appeared a huge silver-white light circle. The chaotic lights and energy flows dazzled Wen Yu's eyes. In the blur, he saw the heaven-piercing Immortal Emperor swiftly diving into the silver-white circle, while the remaining three, led by the Drunken Taoist, firmly blocked the front of the circle. In the distance, 6 figures in various attires, their eyes red, were fiercely assailing the defense constructed by the Drunken Taoist and the others. Visually, the conflict between 3 and 6 was evenly matched. Thus, the outcome was not unexpected. As the energy fluctuations within the silver-white circle grew stronger, radiating an increasingly heavy aura and authority, the remaining 6 sequence experts of the immortal heroic world decisively retreated, leaving only the Drunken Taoist and the others to guard the heaven-piercing Immortal Emperor. Will it succeed? The dashing Heavenly Tao asked with concern. A large hand patted Heavenly Tao's shoulder. Don't worry, he is heaven-piercing. The scene fast-forwarded, and after 3 cycles of the sun rising and setting, the silver-white whirlpool gradually dissipated. Then with a puff, the heaven-piercing Immortal Emperor emerged from the almost vanishing whirlpool. An astonishing and unstable aura fluctuated continuously from the heaven-piercing Immortal Emperor, who barely suppressed his overwhelming joy and simply instructed, "I need to go into seclusion." Then his figure flickered and vanished. The scene switched once more, perhaps sensing that the immortal heroic world was about to witness its first 11th level transcendent expert. The onslaught from the demonic clan intensified. As Sequence 3, Heavenly Tao, combined with the super-strong experts of the immortal heroic world, constructed a high-end battlefield in the immortal heroic world. In a few simple scene transitions, when you could see blood and corpses everywhere. Once towering sequence-level experts were being reaped like wheat, one after another. The overwhelming energy fluctuations left the entire immortal heroic world in ruins, with few survivors, as if the whole world was mourning and trembling. The brutal war lasted for 3 years, until even Heavenly Tao felt it was unsustainable. Change finally occurred. In the distance, at the 10,000 Immortal Alliance headquarters, the site of the Heavenly Palace, a beam of light slowly ascended, resembling a second sun hanging high in the sky, radiating endless light and heat. In the blur, when you could see the figure within the light, the figure was not tall, yet at this moment its aura seemed to tower higher than the heavens. "Get out of my world!" The thunderous roar, like the bellow of a deity, echoed throughout the entire immortal heroic world. In the next second, countless streams of energy swept through indiscriminately, like precision-guided lasers, instantly striking every demonic creature in the immortal heroic world. Regardless of level, shape, or strength, the demonic creatures hit by the streams of energy were vaporized instantly, as if ice had met fire. Then, the light converged, and all the demon realm gates within the immortal heroic world were directly enveloped by white light. Countless runes appeared out of thin air, binding the demon realm gates tightly like chains, leaving no gaps. The terrifying might rendered the entire immortal heroic world silent, until the figure in the sky spoke once more. "Brothers, we have won!" Cheering resounded throughout the entire planet. Seeing this scene, Wenyu was immediately stunned. One, how could that be possible? However, across the entire planet, under the immense power of the heaven-piercing immortal emperor, there was no trace of any demonic creature left. Each demon realm gate was firmly sealed by the heaven-piercing mighty power of the immortal emperor, leaving not a single ripple. From this perspective, the demonic clan crisis had completely collapsed. Indeed, they had won, but unfortunately, it seemed like this was just the beginning. Knowing the outcome of the immortal heroic world, Wenyu, expressionless, watched as the scene before him continued to shift. Wenyu saw a grand celebration banquet, where, regardless of age or gender, all were passionately expressing their fervent emotions after the demonic disaster's end. Wenyu saw the heaven-piercing immortal emperor sitting high on the main seat, resembling a deity, raising his wine cup and drinking joyously, laughing extravagantly. Wenyu saw Heavenly Tao sitting to the right of the immortal emperor, unable to hide the smile on his face, resembling an excited child. "Master, I have one request." Casually letting a servant refill his glass with fine wine, the heaven-piercing immortal emperor turned his head to gaze at Heavenly Tao. After a pause, he gently nodded. "I agree to your request, but I haven't said what I want to do yet. Whatever you want to do, I agree to it." The wish of the Heavenly Tao is very simple and pure. He just wanted to wander around this world that he had guarded with his life alongside his father. Two figures walked through the mountains and rivers of the immortal heroic world on foot, rowing boats together, climbing to great heights together, and admiring the sun rise and set together. The imprint from their bloodline gradually deepened, and the distance between their hearts slowly closed. Although they both knew that the most important person was right beside them, neither dared to break this final barrier. The scene fast-forwarded once again, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. In that familiar small conference room, the four of them once again gathered. However, the topics of discussion this time were not as bloody and brutal as before. At this moment, the 10,000 Immortal Alliance had already become the most powerful organization in the immortal heroic world, exercising powers akin to that of a government agency. In just 3 short years, it was not enough for the immortal heroic world to regain the pre-war landscape. Countless years of battle had left deep scars on this world caused by the demonic clan. The recovery after the war would likely take several generations. "Regarding the new round of land allocation, let's proceed as the great Luo suggested," said the heaven-piercing immortal emperor, who sat at the head of the table, issuing one command after another. "Master, I have something to report," one of them said. "What is it?" "About the exchange stone pillars that still remain in the immortal heroic world. I was thinking, since the war has ended, there is no longer a need to keep these exchange stone pillars that are still out there. I believe we should resolve this issue. Since ancient times, heroes have violated prohibitions, and during wartime, the use of exchange stone pillars was self-evident. However, when peace comes, this simple means of gaining power may lead to a series of situations. The immortal heroic world human race slaughtering other races just for some insignificant points and their own greed. This was not the situation that the 10,000 Immortal Alliance wanted to see. The heaven-piercing immortal emperor fell silent for a moment and nodded, saying, "I'll ask the sovereign about this matter later to see if the sovereign can remove the exchange stone pillars." Upon hearing this, the heavenly Tao hesitated to speak. Instead, the drunken Taoist mumbled, "The sovereign should agree, right? I met the treasure land guardian one some time ago, and that guy said the sovereign is already prepared to leave. Perhaps the sovereign also feels that the war has ended." This simple statement did not raise any suspicion among those present, and the meeting soon concluded. The heavenly Tao watched as the heaven-piercing immortal emperor transformed into light and departed, followed by a period of waiting. And this wait lasted for over 10 years. During those years, the exchange stone pillars did not disappear. Rather, the seal that locked the demon realm gate inexplicably weakened. The scene shifted rapidly, and through the perspective of the heavenly Tao, when you vaguely heard some chaotic voices. Where is the heaven-piercing immortal emperor? Why is the seal of the demon realm gate weakening? Reinforce the seal, reinforce the seal. The seal of the demon realm gate on the West Forest continent has been breached. Where is the heaven-piercing immortal emperor? My lord, the demonic clan. The demonic clan is coming again. War began once more, but without the heaven-piercing immortal emperor, the situation in the immortal heroic world deteriorated rapidly. The returning demonic clan was more numerous and stronger, launching the Second War under the organization of the 10,000 Immortal Alliance, and the battlefield collapsed at an even faster pace, until at the horizon, a light, blazing like the sun, rose once more. The heaven-piercing immortal emperor had returned to the immortal heroic world at the most dangerous moment of the battle. Why, brother, why did you suddenly disappear? Why is the seal of the demon realm gate gradually vanishing? The drunken Taoist's questioning voice echoed. After a long moment, the heaven-piercing immortal emperor's voice came out, slightly weak. We were wrong from the very beginning. Wrong? What was wrong? The enemy, we got our enemy wrong. The blurry image gradually became clearer. In a spacious hall, the heaven-piercing immortal emperor sat high on a massive dragon chair, his pure gold battle armor stained with blood. Even though his facial expression was obscured, when you could feel the despair and collapse emanating from the heaven-piercing immortal emperor. Below, the drunken Taoist, perhaps sensing the heaven-piercing immortal emperor's current mood, slowly softened his tone. What exactly happened? After a long silence, the heaven-piercing immortal emperor slowly shook his head. I simply discovered the truth. What truth? The drunken Taoist's probing was interrupted by the heaven-piercing immortal emperor's wave of his hand. The heaven-piercing immortal emperor then looked at the few people standing at the pinnacle of the entire immortal heroic world below him. The drunken Taoist, the heavenly Tao, and the great Luo, and resolutely issued his final command. Notify all beings in the immortal heroic world. Tell them that the immortal heroic world has reached its end, that we have entered the final road. From now on, mobilize for war from the elderly to the young. Everyone must prepare for the final battle. But brother, hasn't the war already ended? Ended? The war ended long ago. We were tricked by the sovereign. From the moment the exchange stone pillars appeared, we in the immortal heroic world were already defeated. Sigh. The drunken Taoist let out a long sigh and then fell silent. Meanwhile, the heaven-piercing immortal emperor sent a mental wave to the heavenly Tao, indicating for him to follow the heaven-piercing immortal emperor to the rear court. Master, what is this all about? In the environment with only the two of them, the heavenly Tao couldn't help but ask. The heaven-piercing immortal emperor shook his head, not directly answering the heavenly Tao's question, but instead spoke of something else. Do you know what I regret the most in my life? The sadness in his tone, and the implication that he seemed to be at the end of his life, made the heavenly Tao fall silent. First, I did not fulfill my responsibilities as a father. I did not give you a complete family or a beautiful childhood. I am sorry for you. When you could sense the sorrowful tone of the heaven-piercing immortal emperor, causing the heavenly Tao's heart to fluctuate for a moment. However, that brief fluctuation was interrupted by the heaven-piercing immortal emperor's next words. Secondly, I sat in the position of Sequence 1 in the immortal heroic world. Heavenly Tao, remember my words. Never be Sequence 1 in eternal life. This title, even if the sovereign bestows it upon you, do not accept it. It is better to die than to be Sequence 1, do you understand? Before the heavenly Tao could react, the heaven-piercing immortal emperor immediately looked up at the sky, and his tone suddenly quickened. Time is short. Now I will send you to the world core. You will obtain a portion of origin power, raising your strength to level 11, and then live as long as you can. Live as long as you can. The words of the heaven-piercing immortal emperor echoed in his mind with a tone of pessimism and despair. The next second, the heavenly Tao felt the world spinning around him, while Wen Yu, who had been observing the memories of the heavenly Tao, saw the scene shift abruptly to a vast and unknown place. In the boundless space, brilliant lights danced around, with various streams of energy of different colors scattered about. At the center, a spherical stone block with nearly 100 meters in diameter continuously emitted an astonishing aura. Each fluctuation of this aura seemed like a drumbeat, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Without anyone needing to introduce it, a term abruptly flashed through Wen Yu's mind: World Core. It contained most of the origin power of the entire world, representing the pulse and life of a world, and it was also the heart of a world. When Yu watched as the heavenly Tao slowly approached the world core, then placed his right hand against it, energy began to transfer, and the aura of the heavenly Tao visibly intensified, while the world core began to shrink. The energy from the world core surged into the heavenly Tao's body, until the world core's volume was reduced by nearly 1/3, at which point the heavenly Tao finally withdrew his right hand. The overwhelming aura began to ferment. The heavenly Tao's strength, momentum, and even essence of life began to undergo transformation. Then, a gentle force slowly pushed the heavenly Tao's body, and in the blink of an eye, the heavenly Tao had appeared in the outside world. The location where the heavenly Tao appeared was far from the 10,000 Immortal Alliance headquarters. Even with the strength of the heavenly Tao, it took 3 days to return to the headquarters. Along the way, the scenes that the heavenly Tao saw vividly appeared before Wen Yu's eyes. Corpses littered everywhere. The already battered immortal heroic world was in an even more intense battle, resembling a helpless giant beast, torn and scarred by war. They lost. Even from Wen Yu's perspective, he could see the state of the war along the way. The war potential of the immortal heroic world had been completely depleted, and the remaining population and life could hardly withstand a second-race war. The heavenly Tao naturally understood this. However, the heavenly Tao was not the heaven-piercing immortal emperor. Alone, he had no ability to change the course of the war. With steady steps, the heavenly Tao returned directly to the 10,000 Immortal Alliance headquarters. "Where is my master?" In seclusion, no one can disturb him. The drunken voice of the drunken Taoist rang out, but there was a hint of despair and dissatisfaction with the heaven-piercing immortal emperor in his tone. Hearing this, the heavenly Tao hesitated for a moment before turning and walking towards his residence. Having just advanced, he needed some time to digest the level 11 power. "Wait," a voice came from behind. "Hey, I just went to see the Treasure Land Guardian. They told me the seal of the Demon Realm Gate was released voluntarily by the heaven-piercing. I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. But given the current situation, the Treasure Land Guardian gave me another path. The Sovereign has spoken. He can save a few hundred people from the immortal heroic world, and these people will become the Treasure Land Guardians. I was thinking, perhaps this wouldn't be a bad fallback." The heavenly Tao responded. "But the Sovereign has a condition." "What condition?" "Only level 10 limit breakers can become Treasure Land Guardians. Moreover, some time ago, the Sovereign had already made preparations to leave. So if one wants to become a Treasure Land Guardian, they must enter the Treasure Land within 3 years. And then—" The drunken Taoist fell silent for a moment. The heavenly Tao slowly turned around and gazed into the drunken Taoist's eyes. "How many level 10 limit breakers do we have in the immortal heroic world? If they leave, what will happen to the rest? We've already lost. Anyone who can escape should escape." The drunken Taoist felt a sense of helplessness. In his heart, this was a last resort. "I disagree. This matter, unless my master changes his mind, I won't allow you to take away all the high-end combat power of the immortal heroic world." A simple sentence made the heavenly Tao's stance clear. The scene before them fast-forwarded again. From the perspective of the heavenly Tao, the already precarious immortal heroic world showed 2 opposing voices internally. The drunken Taoist vigorously advocated for preserving the last spark of the immortal heroic world, while also enlisting Great Luo, while the heavenly Tao firmly stood with the heaven-piercing immortal emperor. Even though the immortal emperor was in prolonged seclusion, and the outside world expressed great doubts and dissatisfaction toward him, the situation took a sharp turn, and the main faction supporting the heaven-piercing immortal emperor was becoming increasingly pessimistic. "I persuaded the Sovereign, and he expanded the number of people he would choose. We can take away a few thousand people, regardless of their level. The Sovereign has once again relented. He can save the entire Heavenly Palace, leaving hundreds of thousands of people in the Heavenly Palace, so that our human race in the immortal heroic world can continue to thrive there. The time for the Sovereign to leave has been delayed. He said he wants to give us more time to consider. The Sovereign has provided us with a new option." The continuous stream of good news, brought by the drunken Taoist, plunged the immortal heroic world into chaos, with the main faction and the defectors on edge, while the situation outside deteriorated. When Yu watched as one piece of land after another fell to the demonic clan, until they had trapped the entire human race of the immortal heroic world in the heavenly palace. "We can't fight anymore, we've lost. Only the path of submitting to the Sovereign remains. Yeah, if the heaven-piercing immortal emperor were still here." Someone unknowingly mentioned the heaven-piercing immortal emperor, who had been in seclusion for several years. "Where exactly is the immortal emperor?" The scene shifted again. About a year later, within the secret chamber of the heaven-piercing immortal emperor, the long quiet door suddenly exploded open, and a familiar aura surged up into the sky. However, at this moment, the aura felt less like that of a king returning and more like a hero in decline. Heavenly Tao, drunken Taoist, great Luo, come see me. The final high-level meeting of the immortal heroic world unfolded in the seclusion of the heaven-piercing immortal emperor. Great Luo spoke expressionlessly, recounting the tragic state of the immortal heroic world after the immortal emperor's seclusion as if chanting a scripture. The drunken Taoist remained silent, simply sitting with squinted eyes. The heavenly Tao looked coldly at the drunken Taoist beside him. Clashing philosophies had created a vast rift between uncle and nephew. Meanwhile, the heaven-piercing immortal emperor listened to Great Luo's report with a dazed expression, occasionally glancing up at the ceiling. Once Great Luo finished, the heaven-piercing immortal emperor nodded. I understand. You understand? What do you understand? Aside from being in seclusion like a tortoise, what else have you done? The drunken Taoist's angry accusations were met with a sigh from the heaven-piercing immortal emperor. Looking at the disheveled and desperate heaven-piercing immortal emperor before him, and recalling the once spirited and majestic figure he used to be, the drunken Taoist's anger slightly subsided. Instead, he spoke with earnest concern. Heaven-piercing, big brother, what exactly happened? What have you seen and understood? You can tell us and we can brainstorm together like before. Isn't that better? The heaven-piercing immortal emperor merely shook his head, then stood up as if he had made a certain decision, and his gaze gradually became resolute. The future of the immortal heroic world is in your hands. You can do as you wish to stir things up. Heavenly Tao, follow me. Big brother, the voice of the drunken Taoist, filled with anger and sorrow, gradually faded away. Master, call me father. Father, what exactly is going on? What has happened? The specific situation is etched in the murals on the 11th level of the Heavenly Palace. There are seals set by me on them, but these things I cannot disclose. After saying this, the heaven-piercing immortal emperor indicated with his gaze toward the ceiling. The heavenly Tao suddenly realized, and Wen Yu's heart sank. The heaven-piercing immortal emperor had been silenced by the sovereign. Wen Yu was unclear what the sovereign could use to threaten the heaven-piercing immortal emperor in this situation, but from the current circumstances, it seemed that the heaven-piercing immortal emperor was like an outsider, remaining silent. He even insisted on using the etched mural method to leave the truth of the matter behind. This indicated that the sovereign's threat was quite formidable. Before Wen Yu could ponder further, the heaven-piercing immortal emperor continued, I remind you once again, do not seek eternal life as the top priority. And then, before you become the top priority, absolutely do not look at the contents of the mural. With that, it seemed to form a deadlock with two conditions, containing much helplessness and the heaven-piercing immortal emperor's final protection of the heavenly Tao. After a long silence, the heaven-piercing immortal emperor changed the topic. I don't know whether the drunken Taoist's approach is right or wrong, nor do I know if the sovereign can leave a flicker of hope for the immortal heroic world. After saying this, the heaven-piercing immortal emperor shook his head self-deprecatingly. It should be impossible. I can't care about that much anymore. The reason I called you here is to convey one last matter. With that, the heaven-piercing immortal emperor pulled the heavenly Tao and walked deeper into the heavenly palace. As they proceeded along the halls where the heaven-piercing immortal emperor was in seclusion, his deep voice echoed in the ears of the heavenly Tao, also reaching Wen Yu's heart. I haven't been in seclusion to consolidate my strength during this time. To put it frankly, my strength has already reached its peak, and there's no room for further improvement. At this point, the heaven-piercing immortal emperor let out a self-deprecating laugh. During my years of seclusion, I have been contemplating one thing. Then, silence fell until the heaven-piercing immortal emperor brought the heavenly Tao to a small flashing door deep within the hall. I've been thinking, is there any way to send you away, to let you escape from this world that has already been destined to sink? After saying this, the heaven-piercing immortal emperor formed a seal technique with his hand, and the small door glowed brightly. This is my achievement, another dimensional space outside the immortal heroic world. I call it outer heaven, the eternal divine palace. At this point, a hint of a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown appeared on the heaven-piercing immortal emperor's lips as he turned to look at the heavenly Tao. However, this plan wasn't successful, as the eternal divine palace still lacks the ability to escape the sovereign's control. So during this time, I have communicated with another existence and set another plan. Heavenly Tao, my child, now I want to ask you, are you willing to give up everything for me? The heavenly Tao fell silent, and after a long while nodded firmly. Good, the heaven-piercing immortal emperor let out a hearty laugh, and at that moment he seemed to regain some spirit. I have placed the specific plan in the eternal divine palace. After you enter, you can check it yourself. Now I will first teach you how to activate the eternal divine palace. After the heaven-piercing immortal emperor said this, he took out an item from his spatial ring. When Yu focused his gaze, what appeared in the heaven-piercing immortal emperor's hand was a bronze key. The key was palm-sized, with no intricate patterns, and at first glance, it looked just like a key to an ordinary dwelling in the immortal heroic world. However, at the moment he saw the key, when Yu's eyes instantly flickered, the heaven-piercing immortal emperor's voice followed. The key is one aspect, and next, there is the mental wave and the soul mark needed to activate this key. After saying this, the heaven-piercing immortal emperor immediately detailed how to activate the key to the heavenly Tao. No, it was as if he was informing Wen Yu every detail, every step, and even the frequency of each mental wave. The heaven-piercing immortal emperor explained meticulously several times. Until everything was over, the heaven-piercing immortal emperor finally activated the key. The light from the small door gradually merged into the key until the small door completely vanished, and the key suddenly shone brightly before slowly fading. The heaven-piercing immortal emperor then let out a long sigh. That's it, the somewhat weary tone of the heaven-piercing immortal emperor signaled the end of this father-son conversation. However, the heavenly Tao did not expect that this would be the last exchange between father and son. The scene fast-forwarded again, and when you saw the heavenly Tao enter the eternal divine palace, with hazy mist enveloping the small space. In the center of this fragment of a land, which seemed to be isolated from the world, a small building adorned with dragons and phoenixes, antique in style, stood out. When you saw the heavenly Tao enter the small building and pick up a dim light sphere placed on the table, absorbing and experiencing the information contained within. Naturally, when you could not know the specific content. Soon, the heavenly Tao immediately transmitted from the eternal divine palace and directly announced seclusion. Then came the dead silence within the seclusion stone hall. This silence lasted until a thunderous sound exploded above him. In the haze, the heavenly Tao seemed to hear the despairing roar of the heaven-piercing immortal emperor from above. Sovereign! Sovereign! The connection in his bloodline gradually weakened, and a heart-wrenching sadness uncontrollably spilled from his heart. A knocking sound came, and terrified voices from outside reached the heavenly Tao's ears. Heavenly Tao Lord, the immortal emperor has died, killed by the sovereign. The anticipated situation still caused the heavenly Tao's mind to fluctuate violently. When you could see the despair and anger on the heavenly Tao's face, followed by sadness, which gradually transformed into calmness. Understood. However, bad things come in pairs. In fact, at the end of the immortal heroic world, the heaven-piercing immortal emperor had been in seclusion for a long time, and his existence had become dispensable for the immortal heroic world. What plunged the entire immortal heroic world into an irretrievable state was the news that followed. The drunken Taoist, along with 80% of the 10th-level limit breakers of the immortal heroic world, has defected to the sovereign. All the exchange stone pillars have vanished, and the treasure land guardians are also missing. Heavenly Tao Lord, has the immortal heroic world been abandoned? Boom! The stone gate shattered into pieces, and the aura behind the door exuded a chilling and terrifying coldness. Abandoned? No, we have never been abandoned. We will never choose to abandon ourselves. Notify all living beings in the immortal heroic world. We vow to coexist with the immortal heroic world until death. To vow to coexist with the immortal heroic world until death, it sounded nice. But no matter how many vows and how much determination there was, it couldn't erase the gap in strength, nor could it withstand the decline of the immortal heroic world. The scenes of the impending war were almost unbearable for Wen Yu to witness. To put it nicely, it was called struggling for survival. To put it bluntly, it was a group of the old, weak, sick, and disabled, lined up to be slaughtered by fully armed soldiers. At that moment, in the 10th layer of the heavenly palace within the outer heaven, the 11th-level strongman of the immortal heroic world, Heavenly Tao, along with the Lord of the 10,000 Immortal Alliance, Great Luo, faced the siege of hundreds of 10th-level limit-breaking demonic entities, until they approached the end of their lives. With the disappearance of the sovereign, Heavenly Tao didn't even manage to become the first in the hierarchy before dying. Likewise, until death, Heavenly Tao still remembered the entrustment of the heaven-piercing immortal emperor and didn't glance at the murals left by the immortal emperor even once. Perhaps in memories that Wen Yu couldn't explore, Heavenly Tao's rebellious thoughts surged, quietly glancing at the murals left by the heaven-piercing immortal emperor, who knows. The scene slowly faded away, and Wen Yu's vision was fixed at the moment of Heavenly Tao's death. The lifeless eyes were filled with the struggle and despair of the last moments of life, as if silently accusing the heavens of their ruthlessness. Covered in blood and scars, along with the corpses surrounding him, Wen Yu had a deeper understanding of this apocalypse. In his memories, the power of heavenly Tao was simply unattainable for Wen Yu. With a wave of his hand, he could shatter space, and under full power, he could even make the heavens tremble. Yet even so, he still died at the hands of the demonic clan. Even more tragically, although the heaven-piercing immortal emperor had long since understood the sovereign's conspiracy and the truth of the apocalypse, he was struck down by the cruel reality, losing all composure, and until death, he still didn't find a way to save the immortal heroic world or even escape the sovereign's control. A strand of doubt surged in Wen Yu's heart. If it were him, could he do better? The answer was very certain no. Wen Yu had no confidence that he could do better than the heaven-piercing immortal emperor or even heavenly Tao. So where exactly was the road ahead? Thoughts surged in waves in his mind. After watching the memories of heavenly Tao, Wen Yu not only failed to understand the truth, but he also fell into deeper confusion. What exactly was the so-called truth? What was the true appearance of the sovereign? And what were the sovereign's true intentions? Various thoughts tangled Wen Yu's mind in chaos until a low, warm, calling voice echoed in his ear. "Junior brother." Wen Yu turned in astonishment. In the haze, he saw the blurry figure of heavenly Tao smiling brightly beside him, and then he raised his index finger and gently tapped Wen Yu's forehead. In the next second, Wen Yu felt the world spinning, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in a ravaged outside world. "Hugh! Hugh!" The sudden change of scene left Wen Yu startled. He raised his hand and lightly touched his forehead. The spot that had just been touched by heavenly Tao felt slightly cool, and apart from that, Wen Yu felt nothing else. Recalling the character of heavenly Tao from memory and the smile on the blurry figure when he appeared, Wen Yu barely calmed down. Looking around, heavenly Tao's physical body had already vanished. Under the soul battlefield, there were no remains, and heavenly Tao was no exception. Moreover, the figure of the demon lord also left no trace. The vast palace of the 8 extremes had only himself left. After calming his emotions, after a while, Wen Yu gently called out to the heaven-piercing demon vine. "Have you made up your mind?" The strange question came from the heaven-piercing demon vine, but it was met with Wen Yu's resolute response. "I have made up my mind. You must know that with your current strength, if you ignore the truth and such, you can live comfortably and live longer, but once you understand a part of the truth, many times, ignorance isn't necessarily a bad thing." "No," Wen Yu's answer was exceptionally firm. "I've already taken off my pants and you tell me this." The absurd tone left the heaven-piercing demon vine speechless. Then Wen Yu lowered his tone. "Moreover, the reason you brought me here is precisely for these things, isn't it? The truth, meeting that so-called demon, obtaining high-level applications of soul system abilities, and accounting for the method of advancing to the 11th level that I just saw in heavenly Tao's memories, along with the eternal divine palace." Things had progressed to this point, and Wen Yu had no reason not to realize the essence of the entire matter. Everything he had experienced in the heavenly palace was nothing but a play directed by the heaven-piercing immortal emperor, not to mention his inexplicable reincarnation. The process and purpose of all this were likely related to the demon lord. At this moment, the thoughts in Wen Yu's mind were clearer than ever. The entire line was clear, and under this analysis, he had about 80% certainty regarding the identity of the soul residing within the heaven-piercing demon vine. "Am I right, heaven-piercing immortal emperor? Ha ha!" The heaven-piercing demon vine chuckled ambiguously twice, then the light on its body surged. The force of teleportation violently tore at Wen Yu's body until he felt his consciousness begin to blur, his head starting to spin, and another wave of spiritual fluctuation transmitted into Wen Yu's mind. "Remember what I'm about to say. No matter what happens in a moment, do not react at all." Before Wen Yu could ponder the deep meaning of this wave of spiritual fluctuation, the scene before him suddenly changed. What appeared before Wen Yu was a dim stone corridor. Instinctively, his soul perception unfolded, and under the powerful ability of soul perception, Wen Yu noticed that both sides of the stone corridor were adorned with murals emitting a dim light. "This is the truth you seek, but please, please don't forget my last reminder." The warning from the heaven-piercing immortal emperor made Wen Yu's heart sink. Before entering the heavenly palace treasure land, the heaven-piercing immortal emperor used power and truth as bait, leading Wen Yu to willingly step into this drama. After experiencing the looting of the lower levels of the heavenly palace, the teachings of the demon lord, and the memories of the heavenly Tao, Wen Yu was thoroughly satisfied with the gains from this trip. However, compared to what he had already obtained, the truth of the apocalypse and the sovereign was undoubtedly of greater value. This became even more apparent to Wen Yu after witnessing the tragic experiences of the immortal heroic world. The recent alert from the heaven-piercing immortal emperor clearly indicated to Wen Yu that this matter was not over yet, and that there would be further twists and turns. It might have been that Wen Yu's actions were too slow, or maybe the heaven-piercing immortal emperor sensed that time was running out. Noticing Wen Yu's hesitant attitude, the heaven-piercing immortal emperor snorted coldly. "Be quick!" This familiar tone made it clear to Wen Yu the heaven-piercing immortal emperor would not provide further explanations. With this thought in mind, Wen Yu decisively walked towards the nearest mural. His fingers lightly touched the mural, and a cold sensation spread from his fingertips. Wen Yu felt a gentle wave of spiritual energy instantly transfer into his mind. Then, the spiritual wave transformed into a holographic image that appeared directly in Wen Yu's mind. On a lush green earth, a young child was walking on the vast expanse with a huge backpack on their back. This was the life of the heaven-piercing immortal emperor. Bang! The chess piece fell, but this time, the force used by the sovereign was undoubtedly greater. The demon lord beside him pretended not to know and quickly placed a piece as well. Then, boom! The chessboard was flipped, and pieces of two colors splashed everywhere, raining down like a shower from the sky. "Sorry, the game is over." The sovereign stood up coldly. Seeing the black light swirling around the demon lord once again, the sovereign sneered. "I'm not joking anymore. This time the game really is over. Do you think I haven't checked the things left by heaven-piercing? Do you think I haven't added another layer of restrictions to the truths left behind by heaven-piercing? Do you think there's anything in this world that can escape my gaze? The only reason I wasted so much time here with you is that I didn't want to waste the demon realm origin power for no reason, and I really want to see what your backup plan is. And now, it's time to close the net." After the sovereign finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the edge of the barrier as if taking a stroll. Then a large hand radiating white light gently touched the black barrier. In an instant, the two colors of light intertwined endlessly, but the outcome was remarkably clear-cut. The white light, like a scalpel, precisely tore through the black barrier, causing the demon lord's avatar to turn pale in an instant. In the next second, the sovereign forcefully tore with both hands. "Rip!" The sound of fabric tearing echoed, and even though the demon lord continuously mobilized the demon realm origin power to reinforce the barrier, it still could not withstand the might of the sovereign. The white light rapidly eroded the black barrier, and it wasn't long before the entire barrier was washed over in a blanket of white. The sovereign then turned around to look at the demon lord's avatar, whose face was ashen and breath extremely weak. "See you next time. By the way, I won this round of chess." Bang! The barrier shattered into pieces, and the figure of the sovereign had already vanished. Seeing this scene, the demon lord sighed, yet there was no hint of despair or defeat in his eyes. Truly as reckless as ever. The holographic image generated by the spiritual wave was much faster than an ordinary depiction. In a short time, when you had observed the heaven-piercing immortal emperor grow from a child into a peerless strongman of the immortal heroic world, subsequently leading the 10,000 immortal alliance against the demonic clan. Then the scene continued to unfold when you saw the heaven-piercing immortal emperor encounter and grow close to a woman during an outing, leading to the birth of the heavenly Tao. The image connected with the memories of the heavenly Tao. When you understood that what followed should be the moment when the heaven-piercing immortal emperor discovered the truth of the immortal heroic world, gradually withdrawing his hand, when you continued walking into the stone corridor, and then he stood before the next mural, extending his right hand to make contact. "Lord Sovereign, the war has ended. I would like to request that you withdraw the exchange stone pillar." The voice of the heaven-piercing immortal emperor rang out. "Oh, the voice that he had heard before on the battlefield of the two realms echoed. The sovereign was silent for a long time, and after a while he finally spoke. "Let's do this. I want you to see something first." The voice surged into Wen Yu's eardrums, and it was only then that the image slowly materialized before his eyes. It was a grand and spacious hall with the dome above half open. From the opening of the dome, one could see a starry, dazzling brilliance, like viewing the magnificent cosmic starry sky from space. "Let's do this. I want you to see something first." Seated high above, the sovereign was enveloped in light, obscuring his figure and face. After saying this, a white light slowly emerged, and then a silvery whirlpool suddenly appeared before the heaven-piercing immortal emperor. "Follow me." The sovereign, cloaked in white light, stood up and directly stepped into the vortex. The face of the heaven-piercing immortal emperor in the mural was no longer pixelated. His sturdy figure, combined with his handsome face, made him appear like a charming middle-aged man. Hearing the sovereign's voice, the heaven-piercing immortal emperor glanced at the silvery whirlpool ahead, and Wen Yu could see the confusion and surprise in his eyes. Then the heaven-piercing immortal emperor followed the sovereign into the vortex. The scene shifted. When the light brightened again, the sovereign and the heaven-piercing immortal emperor had appeared in another unknown location. This place lacked the previous grandeur, replaced instead by darkness and confinement, resembling an underground wine cellar. Countless shelves made of unknown materials lined the walls, with equally sized wooden boxes neatly arranged upon them. Here, Wenyu's first impression was that it looked like a collection room. "What is this?" the voice of the heaven-piercing immortal emperor sounded. "This is my collection, follow me," the sovereign said, and led the way to a nearby shelf. Casually pulling a wooden box from the shelf, the sovereign handed it to the heaven-piercing immortal emperor. "Open it and take a look." The heaven-piercing immortal emperor accepted it without suspicion and slowly opened the wooden box. In the next moment, a dazzling light suddenly burst forth, the immense brightness even dazzling Wenyu's eyes. Until the light settled down, Wenyu realized that inside the box was a crystal-clear pearl. The voice of the heaven-piercing immortal emperor provided an explanation for Wenyu. "What pure energy this seems to be, magic crystal?" "Exactly," the sovereign replied with a hint of amusement in his tone. "This is a level 11 magic crystal." After saying this, the sovereign glanced at the numerous wooden boxes on the surrounding shelves. "Inside here, every single one is a level 11 magic crystal." "You!" The heaven-piercing immortal emperor suddenly raised his head to look at the sovereign, astonishment and heaviness slowly surfacing in his eyes. The sovereign seemed oblivious to the emotions expressed in the immortal emperor's eyes and continued to speak. "Level 11 magic crystals are not easy to acquire. There is a fixed number of level 11 strongmen that can appear in a world, at most 5, at least one. With some special means and methods I possess, that number could double at most. So collecting these magic crystals has not been an easy task for me." The heaven-piercing immortal emperor's body began to tremble, as if the aura around him was fermenting uncontrollably. He had already figured out where these magic crystals came from. And compared to the attitude of the sovereign at present, he had a rough idea of what the heaven-piercing immortal emperor wanted to do. Killing, to obtain magic crystals. However, the heaven-piercing immortal emperor's guess was wrong. "Do you think I want to kill you?" No, I won't kill you. Level 11 strongmen are hard to come by, fundamentally different from level 10 limit breakers. I won't treat you all like pigs to be slaughtered. Right now, I just want to give you a choice. But before stating that choice, I want to tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a world. Crackle. The smooth voice suddenly transformed into a series of garbled noises, causing Wenyu's head to ache. He quickly retracted his finger, looking confusedly at the mural before him. "What's going on?" The question slipped out, and Wenyu intended to inquire about the heaven-piercing demon vine, but unexpectedly received another voice's response. "What's wrong? Can't see it anymore? Is it itching? Do you feel a sense of constipation?" The familiar voice, teasing in tone, pierced through Wenyu's eardrums. In almost an instant, he quickly recognized the owner of the voice. If Wenyu's ears were not malfunctioning, this was a voice he had just heard in the mural. Wenyu instantly fell silent, while the voice continued. "Has your curiosity been satisfied?" Probably not. "So you've heard the saying, curiosity killed the cat before, right? So now my second sequence, do you still want to see more?" In an instant, Wenyu grasped the intent of the final hint from the heaven-piercing immortal emperor. Acting, for whom? One was for Wenyu to let this suspicious guy let down his guard, to allow Wenyu this chess piece to play according to the given script. Strictly speaking, Wenyu was not the audience. He was merely an actor, and the true audience was standing right beside him, whose interests were infringed upon by the truth of the apocalypse. Wenyu did not need to think, the answer was clear, the sovereign's interests. And the sovereign, Wenyu recalled the words the heaven-piercing immortal emperor once said to him. The sovereign can do anything. In a daze, Wenyu thought back to the entire process of the heavenly palace treasure land. From the very beginning, this treasure land, whether it was demonic creatures, the natives of the immortal heroic world, or the heaven-piercing demon vine, posed no threat to him. Even if there was a threat, under the powers of the demon lord, heaven-piercing demon vine, and heavenly Tao, it would not cause the slightest disruption to the entire process. The real threat stemmed only from the sovereign himself. For Wenyu to uncover the truth equated to pulling on the sovereign's whiskers, and the sovereign's powers ensured that his ability to gain information far exceeded Wenyu's imagination, coupled with the fact that the treasure land was indeed created by the sovereign. This was tantamount to Wenyu continuously infringing upon the interests of the sovereign while within the sovereign's territory, under the sovereign's surveillance. This was a hurdle that Wenyu had overlooked from the beginning, yet could not cross no matter what. For Wenyu, the sovereign's attitude was the greatest threat in the entire heavenly palace, and at this moment, the distance between Wenyu and the sovereign was only a few meters. P.S. The truth certainly cannot be fully revealed at this point. If exposed at the 5th level time point, it would lead to a dead end. However, based on the memories of the heavenly Tao and the scattered images just seen, everyone can still guess some things. Also, to address some readers' doubts regarding why the heaven-piercing immortal emperor would rather watch his people die than reveal the truth. Let me give you an analogy. If someone were diagnosed with a terminal illness, their choices would boil down to two options: prolonging their life or facing death directly. To reveal a bit, the use of the exchange stone pillar is not without cost. The sovereign's control over the immortal heroic world is comparable to forcing them to die outright. In such a situation, the immortal emperor's choice is evident. He chooses to bear the truth himself and seek a solution. This is also part of the reason for eternal life without being sequence 1. Of course, you all know the outcome of the solution the immortal emperor sought. Lastly, many readers believe this section of the plot is unnecessary. I can assure everyone that this part of the storyline carries a lot of weight. Besides the future direction of the heavenly Tao memory, there are already some emerging truths. Firstly, Tang Haofei and Old Tang's changes in state will have a profoundly far-reaching impact on the future. Secondly, the Demon Lord's appearance is paving the way for the grand conclusion. All along, I have been conveying a theory: there is no love without reason and no hate without cause. Why would the Demon Lord help Wen Yu? There must be a reason for that, and this is a key point. Thirdly, the character of Big White that I introduced also has its reason. As for the small details of increasing strength and gaining treasures, I won't mention much here. In summary, this segment of the plot was indeed long in the early stages and may seem like padding, which I will revise later. Lastly, I want to mention that this book still has at least over 100,000 words of content to write. Therefore, Big White is here to encourage everyone. The author can only write 500 words for comments, so I'll place those at the top. I appreciate your understanding. Wen Yu's silence could not evoke any pity or sympathy from the sovereign. It was like finding a cockroach in one's own bed, one that had even crawled into one's underwear, trying to measure its size. Not being killed on the spot was already a great mercy from the sovereign. At that moment, the sovereign held an attitude of leisurely control over the entire situation, treating Wen Yu like a little bug jumping in his palm, enjoying the torment. "Still want to see?" The sovereign's voice rang out again, still gentle and full of mirth. Wen Yu swallowed hard, turning his head with difficulty, and then he saw the figure that resembled a kind old man. With graying hair and a kind face, he now leaned against the wall like a little rascal, one foot on the ground and the other against the wall, arms crossed, looking at Wen Yu with a teasing expression. The smile in his eyes, together with a deeper, growing killing intent, sent a shiver down Wen Yu's spine. "Hey, wake up! I'm not some man-eating monster. Speaking of which, I should fit quite well with your human aesthetic, right? Not to say I'm exceptionally charming, but at least I look amiable. So, child, don't be afraid, answer me, still want to see?" Wen Yu shook his head, forcing a smile that was more hideous than crying. "Not anymore." The sovereign's smile turned cold. "Incorrect answer," with a snap of his fingers. Wen Yu's lower body exploded into a pile of minced meat, thick blood mixing with flesh splattering everywhere, adding a splash of bright color to the dark corridor like spilled dye. Cold sweat instantly trickled down Wen Yu's forehead. On one hand, it was the pain in his body, and on the other, it was the fear of the sovereign's whimsical brutality. The sovereign was angry. The sovereign was unhappy. The sovereign was too powerful. If he was displeased, he could easily kill Wen Yu. A simple judgment passed through Wen Yu's mind, and the pain in his body made him once again understand the cruelty of reality. The sovereign bent down, grabbing Wen Yu by the hair and lifting him up to face him. "Let me ask you once more, still want to see?" Wen Yu's head bobbed up and down like a chick pecking at grain. "Good boy." The sovereign regained his smile, and with another snap, the sensation of bones and flesh growing faded away in an instant, and by the time Wen Yu realized what had happened, his lower body was back in his perception. "Come with me." The sovereign beckoned Wen Yu with a finger and then turned to walk deeper down the passage, like an enthusiastic tour guide introducing the story of this site. However, this site had no story. There was no need for the sovereign to explain anything to Wen Yu. "This one won't do, you can't see." With a wave of his hand, a white light shot out from the sovereign, illuminating a mural as if it were a spider web. The dim light from the mural vanished from Wen Yu's perception, an unmistakable seal placed by the sovereign once again. "You can't see this one either." Another mural was sealed away, and it was easy to imagine that with the sovereign's strength, no one could break through the seals he had personally laid. "This one won't do either." Wen Yu felt like a prisoner stepping onto the execution ground, closely following the sovereign, watching as the light in his hand flashed continuously, sealing every mural they passed. Humiliation. Yes, this was humiliation. At least in Wen Yu's eyes, everything happening now was rooted in the sovereign's blatant humiliation. However, for the sovereign, this was probably just some twisted amusement during his long life. Finally, they reached the deepest part of the stone corridor. At the end of the corridor, there was no more path, only the last mural standing there. When they arrived, the sovereign didn't reflexively wave his hand, but instead stood still, stroking his chin as if deep in thought. When mortals contemplate, the gods laugh. Yet at this moment, the sovereign was undoubtedly the true celestial god, possibly even far stronger than the myriad gods of myth throughout history. So when you did not laugh, he was only waiting for the ultimate judgment from the sovereign. After a while of silence, the sovereign turned his head and smiled at Wen Yu. This one you can see. Want to see it? Having learned from past experiences, Wen Yu decisively nodded. Then the sovereign stepped aside, gesturing with a smile for Wen Yu to proceed. The cold mural made Wen Yu shiver involuntarily, and then sounds and images surged into his mind. On the vast and boundless continent, a shocking battle unfolded, accompanied by spiritual fluctuations, like a painting slowly unfurling in Wen Yu's mind. The sovereign commands, kill the heaven-piercing immortal emperor. Kill the heaven-piercing one, promotion to a higher level. Those who defy the sovereign shall be punished by heaven and earth. Chaotic voices echoed around Wen Yu's ears, and with the sounds, he saw countless powerful figures rushing towards a solitary, cold, proud figure in the distance. Like a hurricane, every figure emitted energy fluctuations that were comparable to the peak of the heavenly Tao. And as countless figures gathered, the momentum caused the space to crack like a mirror, only to heal itself again and again. As the scene zoomed in this time, Wen Yu clearly saw the appearance of the heaven-piercing immortal emperor. A tall and robust figure with a handsome and resolute face, devoid of the past weariness reflected in the memories of the heavenly Tao. At that moment, the heaven-piercing immortal emperor stood like a giant, unmoved in the face of overwhelming enemies. In the next second, 4 glowing lights floated out from the heaven-piercing immortal emperor's body. With a sword in his right hand and a sail in his left, the heaven-piercing demon vine coiled around the immortal emperor, and above him, a gray glowing spherical object flickered incessantly. Today I will teach you a lesson. The heaven-piercing immortal emperor slowly raised the heaven-covering banner in his left hand. You are dogs and I am a person. Gray light surged from the heaven-covering banner, and in an instant the world changed color. The gray-black mist enveloped the first wave of enemies that charged forward, followed by endless screams. You shed your blood to be a better dog, but I wonder, why didn't you have such courage when you faced the demonic disaster? The sword in his right hand, the heaven-slaying divine sword, swept through, its fierce sword light cutting everything in its path. You garbage, how dare you block my way? Heaven and earth shall both punish you. Just you lot can you represent heaven. Can you represent the earth? The light from the soul orb surged forth, and enemies swept by the light seemed to have their souls extracted, their life force vanishing instantly, as the heaven-piercing demon vine waved its branches, lifting the corpses of the enemies and continuously enhancing the power of the heaven-piercing immortal emperor. In just a few steps, with a few simple movements, more than half of the enemies on the battlefield disappeared instantly. Bunch of useless dogs! The heaven-piercing immortal emperor stood proudly, radiating an awe-inspiring power. Sovereign, sovereign, come out! The roar echoed throughout the battlefield, and in the next moment, a pure black iron pillar descended from the sky. Surging waves of energy surrounded the iron pillar. Wen Yu focused his gaze and was shocked to find that this pillar, resembling a giant column, was not an iron pillar at all. Its dark nails and strange patterns all indicated one thing to Wen Yu: this was merely a finger. Then the heaven-piercing immortal emperor soared into the air, surrounded by 4 supreme treasures, charging fiercely towards the enormous finger. With a loud bang, Wen Yu felt his vision go white, and in the next second he was jolted out of the mural. The sensation of being shaken in his mind did not cease, and the sovereign beside him spoke again. This is a scene from the heaven-piercing immortal emperor before his death. I made it specifically for him. What do you think? Wen Yu forced himself to suppress the dizziness in his mind, managing to pull a slight smile at the corner of his lips. It's very exquisite, tusk, tusk, tusk. The sovereign shook his head and walked in front of the mural, as if admiring some rare treasure. That guy, the heaven-piercing immortal emperor, is very strong. I've experienced so many worlds, and heaven-piercing can be counted among the strongest of life forms. That battle truly left a deep impression on me. While reminiscing, the sovereign placed an additional seal on the mural. In that battle, the heaven-piercing immortal emperor burned his soul, consumed his essence blood, and used the origin power of the immortal heroic world. He even shattered 3 of his supreme treasures. Sigh, the price was truly not small. The sovereign sighed and then raised a finger, smiling at Wen Yu. His efforts were not in vain. The heaven-piercing immortal emperor broke my nails, which I hadn't cut for more than 10 years. When Yu had no doubts about the sovereign's words, there was no need for the sovereign to flaunt his power in front of him. Then the sovereign turned around and beckoned Wen Yu to follow. As they walked, the sovereign spoke again. "That little guy, heaven-piercing, I have high hopes for. You might not know this, but the heaven-piercing immortal emperor, as the first sequence of the immortal heroic world, holds a different meaning for me. In fact, each world's first sequence, no, every sequence of each world holds extraordinary significance. I can't have set an inexplicable sequence standard just for fun." A bit off track, the situation in the immortal heroic world at that time was quite different from Earth now. The heaven-piercing immortal emperor suppressed a generation. His power was completely invincible in the immortal heroic world, unlike the current Tang Haofei or someone like you who poses a threat to him. In fact, at first, I paid a lot of attention to him, a considerable amount. And for the strong, my tolerance level has always been very high, much higher than you can imagine. But later on, some things happened, which led to the scene you just saw. I revealed the truth to him while also giving him a choice. Of course, this truth was quite unfriendly to me, and coupled with some wrong choices he made, the conflict escalated, and in the end, he even considered making a move against me directly, attempting to save the immortal heroic world by killing me. Ha ha! The sovereign let out a strange sound that could be considered a scoff, then stopped walking. "Well then, do you want to know my truth, the truth of the apocalypse?" When Yu looked at the sovereign's back, carefully considered his words, and after a long pause uttered a single word, "Yes." Then the sovereign turned his head, looking at Wen Yu with a beaming smile. "Correct choice, good boy, but—" The sovereign's smile gradually faded, replaced by a coldness that started to surface on his face. "I've shown you so many things, you should return the favor, right? Just like the professional system, there must be some payback, right?" It was clearly a question, but it was not a question, so Wen Yu nodded. "All right, here comes my question. Can you explain to me how a level 5 fellow like you made it to the 11th layer of the heavenly palace?" Silence. After a while, Wen Yu slowly raised his right hand, pointing at the heaven-piercing demon vine residing within. "It brought me here." That was all Wen Yu could say, however, the sovereign nodded. "Consider it an explanation. Now, to be fair, I'll reveal something to you. I'll share a little secret with you. The standards I set for items and living beings are actually determined by the soul. Those categorized as living beings by me can, even if they currently lack a soul, later develop one, just like the faceless in your hand, but those categorized as items." As the sovereign said this, he gently waved his right hand. Wen Yu felt a powerful force emanate from the sovereign's hand, and in the next second, the heaven-piercing demon vine separated from him and appeared directly in the sovereign's hand. The heaven-piercing demon vine twisted in the sovereign's hand like a snake, yet it could not escape his control at all. Items, no matter what, cannot condense a soul to become a living being. So, the sovereign's right hand pinched the heaven-piercing demon vine, while his left hand slowly grasped the top of the heaven-piercing demon vine, then pulled hard. With a loud crackle, Wen Yu vaguely heard the roar and curse of the remains of the heaven-piercing immortal emperor's soul within the vine, and then these sounds slowly faded, finally returning to silence. He had died once again at the hands of the sovereign. The thing inside is just the residual soul left behind by the heaven-piercing immortal emperor. As I just mentioned, that little guy is very strong. He left behind a remnant soul, which is beyond my expectations. Now I have resolved the hidden danger. No need to thank me." The sovereign smiled broadly as he threw the heaven-piercing demon vine back into Wen Yu's hands. The soulless heaven-piercing demon vine lay motionless in Wen Yu's hands, like a dead thing. Through their spiritual connection under Wen Yu's command, the heaven-piercing demon vine finally reacted, slowly crawling back into Wen Yu's hands. Then the sovereign spoke again. "It's my turn again. This time, I want you to explain where the scent of the natives of the immortal heroic world and the aura of the origin power of the immortal heroic world on you came from." He gave it to me. Wen Yu pointed again at the heaven-piercing demon vine in his right hand, then fell silent. The sovereign smiled and nodded but said nothing, just staring into Wen Yu's eyes. Time passed, and nearly a minute went by. "This isn't good. You're pushing the responsibility onto a dead person, and that's not good. Do you know, although I haven't been on Earth for long, through my observations of your kind, I've gained some insight into human behavior. Like all intelligent races, you humans have deeply engraved lies into your bones. With more lies, there's less sense of responsibility, and that's not a good thing. I guess all the questions I ask next, you'll use the residual soul of the heaven-piercing immortal emperor to deflect me, right?" The sovereign looked at Wen Yu, who remained silent. "So I don't believe a word you say." At this point, the sovereign slowly walked over to Wen Yu. "Your words might deceive me, but your memories will never lie to me, right? Thus, the cue in a game ends here." The sovereign stretched out his hand, and Wen Yu felt a tremendous force sealing off all the space around him, rendering him completely immobile. The hand approached closer and closer until the sovereign's right hand gently pressed down on Wen Yu's head. Soul-searching. Soul-searching? The cold voice of the sovereign sent a chill down Wen Yu's spine. Then, Wen Yu felt a massive surge of spiritual power flooding into his mind, like an iron rod stirring restlessly within his brain. The sovereign's mental power quickly flipped through the deepest memories hidden in his soul, as if flipping through a book. It's over. This was Wen Yu's first thought. Once the fact of his rebirth was discovered, and once the sovereign learned everything he had done in the heavenly palace with the heaven-piercing immortal emperor, he could easily guess what would happen. The immense pain in his mind overshadowed the faint chill that suddenly arose on Wen Yu's forehead. Then, the deepest memories hidden in his brain were forcibly revealed by the sovereign's power, laid bare before the two of them. Wen Yu saw his entire life, from birth to growth and through to the beginning of the apocalypse. Overall, these elements were no different from those in his memories. However, when the apocalypse began, the memories in his mind diverged. Wen Yu stared in shock as he saw himself fight his way out of a residential building, then encounter the Cyclops just before changing jobs, subsequently obtaining the profession of Soul Master. No rebirth. The fact of his rebirth did not exist in Wen Yu's mind. The sharp pain in his head left him no time to ponder this bizarre situation. Memories surged in waves, and Wen Yu saw everything he had experienced in the apocalypse after his rebirth. Then the scene quickly shifted to when he entered the Heavenly Palace treasure land. Do you seek power? Do you wish to understand the truth? The conditions laid out by the heaven-piercing demon vine for Wen Yu to enter the Heavenly Palace treasure land appeared before both Wen Yu and the sovereign. After much hesitation, Wen Yu ultimately stepped into the silvery vortex. The scene turned again, and Wen Yu followed the heaven-piercing demon vine, collecting items, elixirs, and even the origin power of the immortal heroic world, converting everything into nourishment for his growth until he reached the 5th layer of the Heavenly Palace and gained the identity of the young master. Then he entered the 6th layer of the Heavenly Palace and encountered the Heavenly Tao. Due to the urgent situation in the Heavenly Palace and recognizing the young master's understanding of righteousness, the legacy left for the young master by the heaven-piercing immortal emperor before his death will be entrusted to the Heavenly Tao Lord for processing. To ensure fair distribution of these treasures, the Heavenly Tao Lord will hold a hunting reward program in the 7th layer of the Heavenly Palace to allocate the treasures left by the heaven-piercing immortal emperor. Familiar scenes flashed before his eyes, and in a daze, Wen Yu seemed to catch a glimpse of the Heavenly Tao's enigmatic smile. Then the scene shifted to the 7th layer of the Heavenly Palace, the demonic clan-occupied area. The brutal slaughter was in full swing, and Wen Yu watched as he easily slaughtered Luo Hai's team using the power of rebirth from Tang Haofei, only to be severely injured by Wu Long and then forcibly teleported by the heaven-piercing demon vine into the cave where he encountered the demon lord. At this moment, the memory diverged again. In the vast cave, Wen Yu stood alone before a gigantic light sphere, eyes closed as if comprehending something. As he understood, skills surrounding his soul body began to merge into it one by one. Self-taught, at this moment, Wen Yu was like a genius with an exceptional comprehension of soul system skills. Let's go, let's go! The urgent prompting of the heaven-piercing demon vine rang out, but Wen Yu remained unmoved, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at the massive light sphere before him. Wait, just wait a moment! Wen Yu extended his right hand, and the pure soul energy within the light sphere rapidly surged into his soul, becoming nourishment to strengthen it. Then the scene shifted again. Junior brother, you have truly accomplished something remarkable. The voice of the Heavenly Tao came from above. The immense sound waves and roaring energy caused the entire 7th layer of the Heavenly Palace to tremble. Meanwhile, Wen Yu, locked in by the consciousness of the Heavenly Tao, could not move at all, until the Heavenly Tao descended from above, slowly walking before Wen Yu. Let me see, the origin power of the immortal heroic world has fused over half, and the soul energy I left in the 7th layer of the Heavenly Palace has been fully absorbed by my junior brother. Very well, the foundation has been laid. This time this body should not reject my soul, the Heavenly Tao stated, then placed his right hand on the top of Wen Yu's head. Heavenly Demon Soul Seizing Technique. Memories fell into chaos, and Wen Yu could not see the scene clearly, only hearing vague voices. The foundation has been laid. With this body, you can change your identity and live on that planet called Earth. And I can stay by your side. Thank you, Father. By the way, what about the Sovereign? The one we are taking over is none other than Sequence 2. The Sovereign will not ignore this. It's fine regarding the drunken Taoist. You dare! The sudden shout awakened Wen Yu. The scenes in his memory became somewhat hazy. This likely corresponded to the dizziness he felt after being taken over. In the blurred haze, Wen Yu caught sight of a shining golden figure, then felt his head spinning, losing consciousness on the spot. When the scene appeared again, Wen Yu found himself amidst a pile of ruins. What happened? The heaven-piercing demon vine remained silent for a long time. The heavenly Tao wanted to take you over but was stopped by someone else. Forget it, this place is not suitable for staying. I'll take you to the 11th layer of the heavenly palace to see the murals left by the old master, and then we'll leave quickly. Memory interrupted. With a loud bang, Wen Yu's body hit the ground. The relentless pain rolling in his mind made him curl up like a shrimp, huddled on the ground, emitting hoarse growls. The sovereign, however, paid no heed to Wen Yu's suffering, slowly furrowing his brow. This isn't right. The tightly knitted brows seemed to reflect the sovereign's inner turmoil. After a pause, the sovereign glanced at Wen Yu lying on the ground, and a wave of mental fluctuations instantly swept across the entire heavenly palace treasure land. Where are the guardians? Come out and see me. In the next second, two beams of light flickered before the sovereign, and the figures of the golden armor and the drunken Taoist appeared before him. Greetings, my lord. The sovereign snorted coldly, then pointed at Wen Yu lying on the ground. Can any of you explain to me what exactly is going on? It's like this, my lord. The golden armor stepped forward, about to say something, but was interrupted by the sovereign's wave of hand. You speak first. The sovereign pointed at the drunken Taoist. Master? The drunken Taoist stepped forward a couple of paces, his expression revealing an indescribable sense of respect and caution. The situation is like this. According to my investigation, the remnant soul of the heaven-piercing immortal emperor, along with the level 2 sequence, entered the heavenly palace treasure land. Along the way, it gained significant benefits. Among this, the heaven-piercing immortal emperor might have had some indescribable dealings or schemes with the demon lord. The purpose being to let the level 2 sequence know your true intentions, and then lay a backup plan for the demon lord. Are you saying that this person is the backup plan for both the heaven-piercing immortal emperor and the demon lord? The drunken Taoist remained silent for a moment and gently nodded. That's right. The sovereign's face was expressionless, revealing no emotions. He then turned his head to look at the golden armor in front. Then tell me, what have you discovered? The information I've found is like this. The transaction between the heaven-piercing immortal emperor and the demon lord is allowing the heavenly Tao to replace Wen Yu and reappear on Earth. Master, forgive my incompetence. I couldn't uncover the more specific details of their collaboration, but when the heavenly Tao attempted to perform a soul takeover on the level 2 sequence, I intervened and, together with another 11th level strongman from the Xianxia world, Bai, killed the heavenly Tao, causing Bai to die and be extinguished. Based on my speculation, the level 2 sequence is not the demon lord's backup. It should actually belong to the victim. The sovereign nodded. So, according to you, this guy is innocent? The golden armor hesitated for a moment and gently nodded. Then tell me how his soul system abilities and the soul entity that has already mastered the essence of skills came about. It should be luck, or maybe the heaven-piercing immortal emperor taught the level 2 sequence to lay a better foundation for the heavenly Tao. Hearing the words from the golden armor, the sovereign nodded thoughtfully. The whole matter gradually connected in the sovereign's mind. The heaven-piercing immortal emperor deceived Wen Yu into entering the heavenly palace treasure land, and the ultimate goal was to let the heavenly Tao, his own son, gain a second life. This had already been clearly reflected in Wen Yu's memories and the words of the golden armor. Then, after the heavenly Tao returned to Earth, he would do some things to fulfill the demon lord's ambitions. This should be the entirety of the plan between the demon lord and the heaven-piercing immortal emperor. However, during the soul takeover, something changed. The heavenly Tao's soul takeover was interrupted by the golden armor, resulting in a failure of the takeover. Then the heavenly Tao was killed. The heaven-piercing immortal emperor took advantage of the situation, bringing Wen Yu to the 11th layer of the heavenly palace, preparing to let Wen Yu see his true intentions, while the remnant soul of the heaven-piercing immortal emperor remained within the heaven-piercing demon vine's body, partially to survive, and on the other hand, possibly to influence the level 2 sequence's choices, leaving future troubles for himself. Who would have known that the demon lord did not completely trap him, which led to the current situation? Thinking of this, the sovereign carefully examined the struggling Wen Yu on the ground, as well as his two subordinates beside him. Why? A bewildering phrase left the sovereign's mouth. Master! The golden armor stepped forward, while the drunken Taoist slowly retreated. Why did you betray me? A simple little test caused the sovereign's gaze to turn completely cold. As soon as the words fell, the drunken Taoist's body instantly transformed into a phantom, shooting off into the distance. Come back! A roar erupted from the sovereign's mouth, and in an instant heaven and earth turned upside down. The drunken Taoist, shooting towards the distance, seemed as if he truly had drunk too much. His figure hovered in midair, unable to discern direction. In just 2 seconds, the seemingly lost drunken Taoist flew directly in front of the sovereign, only to be grabbed by the neck by him. "Why did you betray me?" The sovereign's tone was low as he repeated his question. "He he ha ha ha." The laughter of the drunken Taoist grew from small to loud, gradually evolving into a mad cackle. "Why?" Visible runes slowly emerged from the drunken Taoist's body, and an astonishingly unstable aura slowly rose from him. At the same time, the drunken Taoist's body visibly swelled. "Why don't you have any self-awareness? What did you promise us back then? You promised us to leave the last spark for the Xiangxia world. I brought 12,781 level 10 limit breakers to come to you, thinking we could survive under your command, but what happened? What did you do? You made us kill each other. You made us consume the flesh and blood of our kind. You turned us into cannibals, all to satisfy your desire to collect 11th level magic crystals." The drunken Taoist's expression became increasingly ferocious, and the fluctuations of his aura grew stronger. However, facing this 11th level superhuman bomb, neither the sovereign nor the golden armor showed any signs of movement, while the severely pained Wen Yu on the ground seemed to be drawn in by the drunken Taoist's words, slowly raising his head to look at the unfolding drama beside him. "Golden armor, you haven't forgotten where your 11th level power came from, right? Is 11th level power strong? Is the flesh of your kind delicious? Don't you feel guilty?" "Enough!" The sovereign's deep voice resonated as he looked at the drunken Taoist as if he were a dying, struggling wild dog. "He, never enough. Sovereign, I curse you to die a miserable death." Boom! The sky was filled with exploding flesh. The super bomb formed by the lifetime strength of the 11th level strongman in the sovereign's hands seemed like a joke. The explosive shockwave was casually kneaded in the sovereign's grip, unable to escape from his fingers until all the splattered flesh was crushed into a clump. Gently extending his fingers, the sovereign's 2 fingers pierced into the flesh, and in no time at all, a crystal-clear orb was drawn out from the flesh. The translucent precious orb emitted a soft glow, but beneath this glow, even Wen Yu, in excruciating pain, felt a pang of sorrow. These so-called treasure land guardians, these so-called 11th level strongmen, were merely vessels for the sovereign to nurture 11th level magic crystals. After doing all this, the sovereign let out a deep sigh and turned his gaze to carefully scrutinize the face of the golden armor. "Do you hate me?" "I don't hate you, master. You gave me power and saved my life. Everything I have is given by you." The golden armor's answer seemed as if it had been tempered through fire, with no room for accusations. The sovereign lightly nodded, seemingly indifferent to the truth of the golden armor's words, then shifted his gaze to Wen Yu. "How should I handle you?" The cold gaze made when you understand the reality. Even though the power left behind by the death of the heavenly Tao altered his memories, and even though the drunken Taoist self-destructed in an attempt to settle the fact that he had been deceived. Now that things had reached this point, the sovereign still had no intention of directly letting him go. That's right, everything happening now was already clear to Wen Yu. The entire sequence of events in the heavenly palace, and those seemingly unnecessary occurrences, were all to ensure that he could successfully pass this difficult challenge posed by the sovereign. And now he recalled the last words spoken to him by the heaven-piercing immortal emperor. "In a moment, no matter what happens, you must not react." Wen Yu remained silent. Not far away, the golden armor stepped forward again and said something that Wen Yu could hardly understand. "My lord, the negative effects of the life and death battle resolution have already manifested." "Oh." The sovereign suddenly turned his head to look at the golden armor, and judging by his attitude, what was happening to Tang Haofei was far more important than the current Wen Yu. "How many times has he died here?" 5 times? You idiot, can't you stop him a little?" The sovereign's abrupt fury left the golden armor speechless. It wasn't until he felt the sovereign's anger dissipate significantly that the golden armor continued, "My lord, about that side effect. I'm thinking that the situation with Sequence 1 isn't good. However, in your plan, there are indeed alternatives like him." The golden armor pointed at Wen Yu, who was lying on the ground. "If Sequence 1 goes out of control, given the strength of the practitioners on Earth right now, I believe that the strength of Sequence 2 would make a very good substitute. And the cost of power is irreversible. What if Sequence 1 makes a wrong choice like the former heaven-piercing immortal emperor did?" The sovereign furrowed his brows as the golden armor continued. "My lord, you might want to consider whether Sequence 2 has seen something important. Aside from the 11th level magic crystal, there's nothing important." "That's good. Furthermore, Sequence 2 in this incident is itself a victim. Although, from the results, it has gained a lot of benefits, but my lord, stronger is better." Stronger is better, the cost of power. Substitutes, the sovereign carefully chewed on these words, and after a while he let out a deep breath. All right, I understand now. I hadn't considered it thoroughly. How about this mess on the ground? The sovereign pointed at the blood and flesh of the drunken Taoist on the ground. There's still a lot of origin power from the immortal heroic world inside. It's enough for you to become a divine beast species of the immortal heroic world. This should count as my compensation for wronging you. This matter is settled. Sequence 2, don't let me down. After saying this, the sovereign walked straight out, leaving a final remark for the golden armor. Treat his injuries. Yes, my lord. The golden armor respectfully saw off the sovereign, until only the golden armor and Wen Yu remained in the tunnel. Perhaps sensing that the sovereign had gone far, the golden armor turned around and walked up to Wen Yu. A chilling energy slipped from the golden armor's hand and poured into Wen Yu's head like a refreshing dew. In an instant, Wen Yu felt a wave of comfortable coolness rise in his mind. Under the stimulation of this coolness, the aftereffects of the recent soul-searching improved significantly. The coolness gradually dissipated from the spot on his forehead that had been marked by the heavenly Tao, and Wen Yu knew very well that the energy that had altered his memories had completely vanished. Fortunately, this crisis seemed to have passed. Wen Yu thought this and then raised his head to look at the golden armor that was so close. Thank you. A heartfelt gratitude came out of Wen Yu's mouth. Although he didn't know why this golden armor guy wanted to help him, in retrospect, without this person, he would probably have fallen into the demon lord's grasp this time. Don't thank me. If you're going to thank someone, thank those dead people instead. The golden armor's tone wasn't particularly warm, but even such a tone was much better than the sovereign's smile that concealed a dagger. It was only after the pain and when Yu's mind had completely vanished that the golden armor stood up and clapped his hands. All right, your injuries have been healed. Now bury today's events in your heart. I will help you with the remaining issues. The remaining issues were probably some easily overlooked things in the false memories. Then, the golden armor casually said the last sentence, "Don't let us down." His tone was indifferent, yet at that moment, the figure of the golden armor seemed to overlap with the image of the drunken Taoist. Is the power of the 11th level strong? Is the flesh of the same kind tasty? Don't you feel guilty in your heart? Do you hate? Wait. Seeing the golden armor turning to leave when you couldn't help but speak up. What is it now? There's another question. You just mentioned the cost of power. The cost of power. This term had been mentioned by the demon lord, but considering the recent conversation between the golden armor and the sovereign, this question was likely not as simple as Wen Yu imagined. You don't need to know that. The golden armor had no desire for conversation, and his whole body instantly turned to light and vanished. It was only after the golden armor and the sovereign had completely left that Wen Yu finally let out a long breath. The pressure brought upon him by those two just now was self-evident. What should we do next? It was as if he reflexively asked, and only after the words were spoken did Wen Yu suddenly realize that his greatest reliance in the heavenly palace had already been taken away completely by the sovereign. Longing, that was not the case. His connection with the heaven-piercing demon vine was originally minimal, and even if there was some connection, it was just part of the plan. He participated in this incident and gained significant benefits, but conversely, he also bore the risk stemming from the sovereign and potentially more issues that might arise later. Perhaps it was a tragedy. Thinking of this, Wen Yu slowly leaned against the wall to stand up and looked at the dim and lifeless murals around him. Once, the heaven-piercing immortal emperor was majestic and unparalleled, but now he had fallen into such a tragic state. Even everything he had left behind had been turned upside down by the sovereign. Gently touching the murals on the wall, Wen Yu murmured, "Farewell." Then, Wen Yu looked at the corpse of the drunken Taoist, which resembled a pile of rotten flesh. With a thought, the heaven-piercing demon vine slowly appeared at his right hand and directly entered the corpse of the drunken Taoist. The deceased had passed, but the living must continue to move forward. Even though he felt grateful towards the drunken Taoist, when compared to the power of the divine beast species of the immortal heroic world, Wen Yu resolutely showcased his practical side. The origin power continuously flowed into Wen Yu's body from the corpse of the drunken Taoist, through the heaven-piercing demon vine. Even though the residual soul of the heaven-piercing immortal emperor had dissipated, the multiple abilities retained after the evolution of the heaven-piercing demon vine were still intact. Every cell in Wen Yu's body was eagerly absorbing the origin power that surged in, and even the power of the soul was gradually undergoing some changes under the influence of the origin power, enhancing the physical body, which in turn boosted the strength of the soul, while the enhancement of the soul did not affect the physical body. It was as if there was an upper and lower relationship between them. At this moment, when you had gained some insight into the power of the soul, when you was not sure how much origin power from the immortal heroic world remained in the corpse of the drunken Taoist. But since the sovereign had mentioned that this origin power was enough for when you to become a divine beast species within the immortal heroic world, it should be accurate. However, the absorption of the origin power and the transformation into a divine beast species was destined to be a slow process. But when Yu was not in a hurry, he really wasn't in a hurry. The gains in the heavenly palace were significant. They seemed truly substantial. On one hand, when Yu needed time to deepen his understanding of his skills, on the other hand, he also needed time to digest the memories of the heavenly Tao and the sporadic truths he had discovered. Moreover, coincidentally, there was nothing or no one on Earth that could make Wen Yu feel anxious, so he considered it a rare vacation. No killings, no disputes, no disturbances from others, and he didn't need to exert any effort, yet his strength kept increasing. Nothing could be more enjoyable than this. Seventh layer of the heavenly palace. Ftut! A series of spitting sounds arose as Bai stood in a massive pit, surrounded by an endless expanse of fertile land. At this moment, the pit had already been dug nearly 1,000 meters deep, of course. For an 11th-level strongman, digging a 1,000-meter deep pit was an exceptionally simple task. What Bai couldn't endure was merely the dust flying around him. Terrible environment. Spitting out the mud and sand from his mouth, Bai slowly straightened his back. In front of him, a flash of a black iron door appeared in his sight. He had naturally dug down to the bottom, and his objective was now in front of him. At this moment, Bai no longer needed to do these demeaning things. Slowly waving his hand to perform a seal technique, the black iron door lit up, then slowly opened, revealing the scene inside and a skinny figure. "My lord, you have finally returned." The hunched old man's fawning voice rang out, a lewd smile plastered on his face, eagerly looking at Bai. "My lord, I have completed the tasks you assigned. Please take a look." The old man pinched his fingers tightly, making a gesture for money. "Here you go." Bai directly threw out a spatial ring. "Inside are the elixirs that can repair soul injuries. This is everything from our palace of the 8 extremes. Now we are settled." "Lord Bai is so straightforward." The old man chuckled dryly, his skin resembling a tightly wrinkled chrysanthemum. "Then I'll take my leave now." After the old man finished counting the items in the spatial ring, he left this small space without looking back. Once the old man left, a smirk appeared on Bai's face. "Repair soul injuries, then use the soul grafting technique I gave you to play the trick of shedding one's shell. Who do you think you are? You have the items and you have the technique. But time is not enough." Bai's muttering echoed throughout the entire space, and then he quickly walked to Wan Ping's body. At this moment, Wan Ping was encased in ice, looking as if he were in a deep sleep. However, the absence of any fluctuating aura clearly indicated one fact to Bai. Wan Ping was now a dead man. As if examining a rare treasure, Bai circled around Wan Ping's corpse several times before nodding in satisfaction. "This appearance is quite pleasing. With a few tricks, young man, I guarantee even your mother won't recognize you." After saying that, Bai gently patted the massive ice block encasing Wan Ping. With a crash, the ice block shattered, pieces scattering everywhere. In the next moment, a dim and dull soul body slowly emerged from Bai's body, directly drilling into Wan Ping's corpse. The entire underground palace fell silent once more. It felt as if only an instant had passed, yet it also felt as though an entire day had gone by. "Ha!" A faint yawn sounded as the platform's Wan Ping slowly opened his eyes. Stretching his limbs lightly, Bai, smiling, took out a mirror to inspect his new body. "Not bad, not bad. Next, let's change the aura." Bai took off the spatial ring from his fallen body and quickly rummaged through it to find an elixir, swallowing it directly. Wan Ping's aura quickly dissipated, and after a while a brand new aura condensed forth. The appearance of the physical body changed, the aura was altered, and even the essence of the soul was replaced. All these layers without a doubt indicated one point: Wan Ping had completely disappeared, replaced by this 11th-level strongman named Bai from the immortal heroic world. Bai's actions continued. "And then the damn Trinity Soul Demon profession is too trash. The old profession is much more comfortable." Bai pulled out a profession scroll from the spatial ring, tearing it apart, and then he followed with 5 skill scrolls in quick succession. A giant in the demonic path, Bai's ambitions were clear. The levels of these skill scrolls were surely not low. Finally, tusk, Bai let out a series of strange chuckles, looking around at the environment, then waved at the air. "Goodbye, my immortal heroic world." Heh. A jade pendant appeared in Bai's hand, which he crushed effortlessly. In the next second, a beam of teleportation light enveloped Bai's body. After a brief moment of dizziness, Bai found himself in a desolate, lifeless clearing. "Who are you?" A puzzled voice sounded from beside him, startling Bai into a shiver. After the teleportation, the brief vacuum period of perception allowed the outside people to spot Bai first. A hum, clearing his throat twice, Bai put on a harmless demeanor, then turned around and immediately saw 3 people standing at the entrance of the treasure land. Well, they were 3 acquaintances, because Bai had seen their appearances in Wan Ping's data. "I am Bai. May I ask if this is Northeast CH town of Huaxia? How did you end up here?" The leader, Yinan, looked at Bai with confusion. Where he came from and how he got here should be the rules of the treasure land. Oh, Bai made a look of understanding, as if he truly knew where this place was. "You still haven't answered me. How did you appear here?" Yinan's tone revealed some impatience. Bai flashed a smile. "Well, I have to start from the reason I entered the treasure land." Stop. Don't ramble." Yinan immediately interrupted Bai's impending tale and turned to look at Arcade. Arcade shook his head. "It's either a disguise or an unknown person." Hearing this, Yinan lost interest in Bai on the spot, as if he were shooing away a dog. "Just leave." After saying that, he sat down next to the entrance of the treasure land again. This wasn't Yinan trying to show off. In fact, among all the people on Earth that could make Yinan pay attention, there weren't many. However, "You haven't heard the end of my story yet. This can't be." Bai, with a smile on his face, sat down beside Yinan, ignoring the surprised gazes of the 3, and began narrating a moving and magnificent tale, much like those from melodramatic novels. The atmosphere fell silent. Bai spoke passionately, not forgetting to take a big gulp from the bottle of drink that originally belonged to Zhang Sheyaji lying on the ground. Meanwhile, the expressions of Yinan and his 2 companions shifted from astonishment to calmness, but within that calmness was a hint of malice. Yinan and his companions were definitely no good people. Until Bai finished his tale, Yinan finally spoke calmly. "Buddy, what exactly do you want? If you can't give me a clear reason, today you're done for." Bai seemed not to hear the threat in Yinan's words and warmly hugged Yinan's shoulder. "I've told you a story, now it's your turn. I don't even ask you to tell me a story, I just want you to take me to see this beautiful world." Walking alone on the vast and boundless earth, he searched for the teleportation coordinates leading to the lower levels. Loneliness? That's not the case. Fear? Even less so, because he is Tang Haofei, MMP's teleportation array. "Where the hell are you?" His roar echoed from afar, shattering the tranquility of the land. Any living being that heard this roar seemed to encounter a natural enemy and fled far away. On the 7th layer of the Heavenly Palace, those with a bit of courage had already been slaughtered cleanly by Tang Haofei, leaving behind only some herbivores and non-combatants. However, Tang Haofei's roar still received a response. What responded to him was the prompt sound of the treasure land that echoed in everyone's mind. "Ding! Due to an unknown error in the Heavenly Palace treasure land some time ago, the cause of the error has now been found." Rebooting the treasure land? Tang Haofei was stunned. This simple announcement gave him a feeling of casual indifference. How significant could the error in this treasure land be? The dead had been revived, and the 11th level strongmen were flying all over the place. Now such a casually spoken sentence just resolved it. However, one had to admit that after the sovereign escaped, handling the issue of resurrecting the dead really was that casual. Ding. The original natives of the treasure land had all their souls erased and reverted to puppet status. Based on their strength, they will be distributed to different regions of the Heavenly Palace. The number of demonic creatures in the treasure land has decreased, the rest remains unchanged. In just 2 simple sentences, the fate of the Heavenly Palace treasure land was announced, still adhering to the original rules, yet no longer was there the 10,000 Immortal Alliance, no more vibrant residents of the immortal heroic world, nor was there any more truth. In a daze, Tang Haofei seemed to hear the wails of the remnants of the immortal heroic world, only to dissipate into nothingness. The deceased had already passed. Those who had lived for nearly a month again were considered to have profited. Of course, what Tang Haofei did not think about was that the sovereign's clean and decisive resolution of these matters would indeed bring about some small changes. For example, another hunchbacked old man who had obtained the soul grafting technique could only watch as his hopes of revival turned to ashes. Time really wasn't enough. Another example was a bald man who wanted to obtain the outer heaven eternal divine palace, could only sit in the 10th layer of the Heavenly Palace headquarters of the 10,000 Immortal Alliance, waiting for an unknown time to be awakened again, so he could stretch his muscles and bones, and then become the spoils of some professional. Another example, ding, 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 the communicator rang and then was answered by Tang Haofei. With no way to find the path, Tang Haofei's mood wasn't exactly good at that moment. "What do you want now?" "Old Tang," Fran's voice came through. "Did you hear the prompt just now?" "I heard it." "What's the matter?" The souls in the heavenly palace have been extracted and turned back into mindless monsters. The researchers on the 5th level, well, encountered danger and hurriedly teleported out of the treasure land without even having time to take their equipment and data. We need your help with this. Tang Haofei paused his steps. The voice in the communicator continued. Also, Lin Haifeng has decided to send troops to India. On one hand, it's to prevent the level restraint from being broken, and on the other hand, our intelligence personnel discovered something remarkable in India, a child who, by coincidence, obtained a special profession. The military needs him, and the Indian government is also looking for him. You know how Assan's people like to go against Huaxia? Fran's chatter continued, but this sound, penetrating into Tang Haofei's mind, inexplicably stirred up a surge of anger. What do you think you are? What does Lin Haifeng think he is? A group of weaklings like ants speaking in a commanding tone discussing these trivial matters with me. Who am I? I am Tang Haofei. A flash of red light appeared in his eyes, and in the next second, Tang Haofei rudely interrupted Fran's words. Got it! The tone wasn't very pleasant, making the old man Fran pick up on something. A cautious voice came through. What happened? Did something unpleasant occur? Who? Tang Haofei took a heavy breath, suppressing the dissatisfaction and irritability in his heart. I was indeed in a bad mood just now. How about this? I'll handle the issues on the 5th level, and regarding the situation in India, let's discuss it after I go out. I don't want to stay in this treasure land any longer. Okay, Fran on the other end acknowledged, then the busy tone followed. The harsh noise made Tang Haofei's mood even more irritable. With a slight force, he crushed the steel communicator into a lump of mud. A sudden thought emerged in Tang Haofei's mind. Isn't it much better to be the big boss myself? At least I don't have to face these people treating me like a dog every day. As soon as this thought arose, it could no longer be suppressed. Tang Haofei stood still for a long time, then took out another communicator from the spatial ring. Beep, beep, beep. What's up, big boss? A noisy voice came from the communicator. In this world, there aren't many who call Tang Haofei big boss. Chin Min, I want to talk to you about something. The noise on the other end quickly receded. It seemed Chin Min had found a secluded corner. What's the matter? I want to re-establish the ultimate combat team. Chin Min on the other end pondered for a long time. I want to as well, but we might not be able to gather the original personnel. Some have come to Beijing and gained power. It would be difficult to ask them to travel and endure hardships with us again, hee. Then we don't need them. This time I won't just reorganize the ultimate combat team. I will also make this team bigger and stronger. So you first probe a few people's responses, but don't let Lin Haifeng catch on. Who should I probe? Walter, Vincent, Dugujian, and all current military personnel who are not part of the pre-apocalypse army structure of sequence-level experts. Chin Min on the other end remained silent for a long time. Perhaps he was shocked by Tang Haofei's ambitious plan. After a while, he cautiously said one word, "Okay." Hearing this word, Tang Haofei expressionlessly hung up the communicator. In his mind, other figures abruptly came to recollection. When you piece of trash, since you don't want those Lone Wanderers Mutual Aid Union members, I'll reluctantly help you accept them. Qin Tian, Arthur, Wang Fukai, Yang Hong, O, and Chaos. We can't let Chaos go either. And when you himself, that guy can at least be a figurehead under my name. The thought of re-establishing the ultimate combat team gained momentum, and after a long time, Tang Haofei finally stood in front of the teleportation array leading to the 6th level. His mind felt a blur, and the deep red light in Tang Haofei's eyes slowly dissipated. Hey, what's going on? How did I get here in the blink of an eye? The origin power continuously surged into Wen Yu's body. At first, this origin power did not bring much change to Wen Yu. It was as if some nutritious substance was constantly nourishing Wen Yu's physical body, yet there was no enhancement in strength. It wasn't until a few hours later, when the blood and flesh of the drunken Taoist had become less than half, that a sudden sense of fullness rose abruptly in Wen Yu's heart. In the microscopic world within Wen Yu's body, a vibrant cell emitted waves of intense turbulence, and then with a pop, it shattered into fragments. As this cell collapsed, it seemed to trigger a chain reaction. One by one, overstuffed cells exploded in succession. In an instant, Wen Yu instinctively felt as if his body was about to collapse. This abrupt change truly startled Wen Yu. This did not resemble the transformation process of a divine beast species, but rather an exceptionally complicated self-destructing process. However, before Wen Yu could carefully experience the reactions in his body, the initially exploding cells, scattered cellular fluid, and cytoplasm instantly coalesced under an unknown force, regenerating a brand new cell in place. On the surface, the newly born cell appeared no different from the crumbled cell, yet the different level of power contained within it undoubtedly indicated to Wen Yu The essence of power within the cell had completely changed. From 1 to 2, from 2 to 4. This was the process of cellular division and reproduction, simple yet powerful, concise yet efficient. When the first divine beast species cell was generated, everything that followed was a natural progression. The single divine beast species cell crazily absorbed the corpses of the dispersed cells within, transforming them into nutrients for its own division and the generation of new cells. It was as if a fierce revolution was occurring. Within a short time, with the collapse of old cells and the generation of new ones, Wenyu's body seemed to transform from the Stone Age into the Information Age in the blink of an eye. The collapsed cells and impurities from the old cells continuously seeped out through his pores, instantly dyeing Wenyu's body a brilliant red. Yet, the appearance of being severely injured could not conceal the essence of transformation. Old cells were replaced by new cells, and stronger power surged wildly from the new cells. Wenyu's body trembled more violently. The process of skin peeling and bone extraction was self-evident in its pain. But as the sensation of pain intensified, Wenyu felt an exceptionally powerful force emerging within him, like a tide, wave after wave, endless, until a boom echoed in his ears. In the next second, Wenyu entered a brand new realm. Is this the power of the divine beast species? In a state of soul separation, Wenyu looked at his soul body radiating with magnificent light, lightly clenched his fists, and torrents of soul energy surged forth. Just in terms of power at this moment, Wenyu was already over 5 times stronger than before. The enhancement in strength led to a significant boost in perceptual ability. The already immensely powerful perceptual ability surged out in an instant, expanding dozens of times in area. However, his physical constitution remained unchanged. This was the fundamental aspect of the divine beast species, where the strength provided by a single physical constitution far surpassed that of ordinary organisms. The advancement of the physical body spurred the sublimation of the soul, and at this moment, Wenyu's soul body and physical body bore the mark of the divine beast species. The soul body gradually entered the physical body, and Wenyu, sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. The heart in his chest began to beat, waves emanating from the pulsating heart, sweeping towards all directions like gentle breezes. This spectacle, compared to Tang Haofei, who had been resurrected 5 times, was naturally far from it. Yet in comparison to his earlier self, it was undoubtedly immensely stronger. The world before him was now much clearer than before. In addition to the transformation in perception and physical constitution, Wenyu felt a vast will, vast, yet silent, like a divine being whose life force had completely faded. This is the immortal heroic world. A sigh escaped Wenyu's lips. The connection he sensed in the void was that between the divine beast species and the world will. However, the immortal heroic world was dead. In the next second, Wenyu felt a surge of loneliness, as if the roar and cry of the world will at its death echoed in his ears, ultimately transforming into a mournful sigh. "My child," SHH, taking a deep breath, Wenyu barely stabilized his mind. The excitement of just ascending to the divine beast species was completely washed away by the remnants of the world will of the immortal heroic world. A thought arose from the depths of his heart. So I, as a divine beast species, am just a homeless orphan. In the next second, that sudden thought was directly swept into the garbage pile by Wenyu. I am not an orphan. I still have Earth. The power of the divine beast species in the immortal heroic world is merely a boost for my journey. With this thought, Wenyu's mood brightened considerably. However, after taking one last look around, Wenyu glanced at the paintings in the 11th layer of the heavenly palace that were all sealed. "Farewell, immortal heroic world," a low murmur sounded. This place, this corner of the already dead immortal heroic world, this heavenly palace that seemed like a tomb. Wenyu didn't want to stay here for another moment. Crushing the teleportation jade pendant in his hand, Wenyu's figure was enveloped by the light of teleportation. In the next second, the scene before him changed dramatically, accompanied by another slightly ink-stained voice. "Look, I just wanted you to be a tour guide. Why did you have to make a move? The key is, after making a move, you still can't win, you guys. Wenyu big boss, save us, save us. This idiot, who are you calling an idiot?" With a crisp slap. Wenyu turned his head and immediately spotted Yi Nan and the others, who were piled together like a human-shaped Buddha, along with a handsome young man standing beside them. A flash of brilliance crossed Wenyu's eyes, and in an instant he activated his soul perception. In this perspective, a familiar soul aura instantly appeared before Wenyu. Wenyu's eyelid twitched. What the hell, how did this guy come out? Perhaps sensing Wenyu's silence, Bai's smile slowly faded, then he took a couple of steps back, moving into the blind spot of Yi Nan and the others. Then Bai raised his index finger, signaling for silence to Wenyu. "Big boss," Yinan's wailing echoed as he looked at the bruised Yinan, then at Bai with a mysterious smile in the distance. Wen Yu let out a deep sigh. You guys just follow him, don't drag me into this mess. After saying that, Wen Yu turned and walked away. Damn it, Wen Yu really has no principles. Zhang Sheiaji, who was at the bottom of the pile, muttered with resentment, only to be met with another slap from Bai. Shut up, understand the situation, and just follow me. Bai's voice was no longer playful. Although he was an 11th level strongman, his current physical constitution was only at the peak of level 5. Even though his skills and profession had been reorganized, he definitely could not defeat Wen Yu. Fortunately, Wen Yu was not willing to deal with this mess at all. Quickly pulling up Yinan and the others from the ground, Bai decisively started running in the opposite direction of Wen Yu. Keep up, this place is not safe to linger. Bai's reaction was definitely over the top, because Wen Yu had no intention of caring about the lives of Yinan and the others. As for Bai, who had suddenly resurrected, Wen Yu also saw no need to pay attention to him. After looking through the memories of the heavenly Tao, Wen Yu's mindset had shifted slightly. In the immortal heroic world, even the strong had met their demise, so what would happen to Earth? Wen Yu was rather pessimistic about it. So the more chaotic the better, in muddy waters one could fish. And Bai should serve as the stone to stir the pond's water. A fleeting thought passed through Wen Yu's mind as he casually chose a direction and walked forward quickly. Wen Yu needed rest, he also needed to clean up the blood on him. Moreover, he had something even more important to resolve. The gains from this trip to the Heavenly Palace could far surpass the surface-level findings. Running all the way out from CH Town to M City, Wen Yu still did not stop. In the Soul Realm space, he summoned his spirit pet, directing the star to grow larger, and then rode on Star, heading further north. Away from human habitation, venturing into foreign lands. Of course, it wasn't just for these reasons. The main reason was that Wen Yu wanted to enjoy the breeze while sorting out his gains from entering the Heavenly Palace. A fierce wind rushed towards him but was blocked by dark power, causing no effect on Wen Yu. The One-Eyed and Victor were playfully tussling on Star's spacious back, radiating joy. Their playful antics had become a pleasant daily routine. The little soul beast was nestled on Wen Yu's shoulder, bobbing up and down. Small black dots floated on its round body, resembling eyes, intently watching Wen Yu's actions with his hands. At this moment, Wen Yu was organizing the items in his spatial ring. A large number of elixirs were categorized and sorted, followed by some small props from the immortal heroic world. Things that are basically useless. With a simple assessment of these items' functions, Wen Yu tossed them off Star's back, akin to throwing garbage into the air, not knowing where they would land. For Wen Yu, these junk items might be decent trump cards for first and second level practitioners. Whoever picked them up would be considered lucky. There were also some weapon fragments obtained from the immortal heroic world, as well as a substantial amount of 7th level magic crystals acquired from the hunting reward program. Naturally, Wen Yu couldn't just throw these away and decisively put them back into the spatial ring. Then, Wen Yu took out the last 2 items. Overall, the gains from the Heavenly Palace treasure land were more about intangible things, guidance from the Demon Lord, the identity of the divine beast species in the immortal heroic world, improvements in physical condition and soul strength, as well as the memories of the heavenly Tao and fragments of images in the murals. However, there were also quite a few tangible items. Besides those junk items he just assessed, the 2 biggest gains were now resting in his palm. One was a foundation-level skill scroll, Photosynthetic Spirit Pattern. After mastering the application of the skill's essence, it seemed that the dual-element classification of light and soul for the Photosynthetic Spirit Pattern had diminished in value. However, as a remarkably powerful foundation-level skill scroll, Wen Yu didn't have the confidence or qualifications to be picky. At least at this moment, being a foundation-level skill serving as a prerequisite for activating the dark divine light, Wen Yu was quite satisfied. Carefully storing away the Photosynthetic Spirit Pattern skill scroll, Wen Yu looked at the other item in his palm. It was a key. Nothing ornate or ancient about it, no divine light leaking out, just a plain, ordinary key resembling a regular house key. This was the key to his accommodation assigned by the Heavenly Tao when he and Tang Haofei went to the 7th layer of the Heavenly Palace to participate in the hunting reward program. Wen Yu still remembered the number, Room 1. Initially thinking it was just an ordinary key, after receiving it, Wen Yu kept it buried deep at the bottom of his spatial ring, aside from using it to open and close the door. However, after viewing the memory scenes of the Heavenly Tao, Wen Yu realized the deeper meaning behind it. This key was identical to the key of the eternal divine palace in the memories of the Heavenly Tao. Wen Yu didn't believe in coincidences, especially after experiencing everything in the Heavenly Palace. Compared to coincidences, he believed more in the script, a script woven by the demon lord and the heaven-piercing immortal emperor. Recalling the gestures and spiritual fluctuations that opened the eternal divine palace key from the memories of the heavenly Tao, along with the soul mark. A faint glow radiated from Wen Yu's body and surged into the key. Sensing the dull feedback coming from the key, Wen Yu's mood remained calm. "Star, find a place to land." Received. With its wings slightly closing, the enormous shadow descended from the sky, landing on a snow-covered, icy plain. Earth is not like the immortal heroic world. On Earth, Star, as a level 5 limit breaker divine beast species, naturally carried an immense deterrent force. Scaring away the nearby insignificant life forms, Wen Yu commanded the 3 soul pets to surround him, then followed the previous steps to reactivate the eternal divine palace key. Spiritual fluctuations slowly flowed into the key, followed by modifying the soul mark. This was supposed to be the most challenging part of activating the key, but for Wen Yu now, it was indeed a simple task. With the condensation and formation of the soul mark from his memories, the key before him gradually emanated a faint glow, seemingly harmonizing with the soul light on Wen Yu's body, slowly merging together. The next second, Wen Yu felt a tremendous pulling force acting on his body, similar to the power of teleportation, yet much rougher than the methods of the sovereign. Patiently waiting for the pulling force to dissipate until the surrounding energy faded away, Wen Yu finally surveyed his surroundings. What he saw was a misty space with no visible boundaries, but his instinct told Wen Yu that the scale of this space was not large. What he was standing on felt as soft as cotton, the exact material he couldn't discern, but the emptiness beneath his feet indeed made Wen Yu uncomfortable. Taking a couple of gentle steps, the mist enveloping the entire space seemed to come alive, automatically parting a path for Wen Yu. At the end of the path stood a delicate small pavilion carved with dragons and phoenixes, appearing in front of him. Everything was as expected. The environment here and the pavilion ahead bore no deviations from the memories of the heavenly Tao. Rubbing his hands together lightly at this moment, Wen Yu approached the pavilion with a heart full of sincerity, akin to someone about to open a treasure chest. In the legendary immortal heroic world, there once existed a tale. The legend spoke of the outer heaven hidden within the 10th layer of the heavenly palace, where countless supreme treasures were concealed. Within it, a cycle of rebirth existed, along with powers that could isolate the sovereign's scrutiny, preserving the last flicker of flame for the immortal heroic world during its most critical moments. The exact origin of this rumor has since become untraceable, but just like every legend has a prototype, the tale of the heavenly palace's outer heaven undoubtedly has its prototype in the eternal divine palace that Wen Yu currently inhabits. However, now within the eternal divine palace and armed with the memories of the heavenly Tao, Wen Yu could only scoff at such claims. If there exists a power that can isolate the sovereign, allowing it to preserve the last spark for the immortal heroic world, why wasn't it utilized earlier? Thus, legends are merely legends. Reality is always reality. Legends are of no use. Only reality is the true father. And the most significant reality before Wen Yu is undoubtedly the treasures within the eternal divine palace. Wen Yu firmly believes that the heaven-piercing immortal emperor and the heavenly Tao must have left behind some inheritance for him. Wen Yu slowly walked into the attic. The internal environment of the attic was, overall, akin to a 2-story small villa, albeit without any decoration. On the first floor, aside from the 4 walls and the staircase leading to the second floor, the only other thing was a stone tablet-like object emanating a dim light. Wen Yu took a few steps forward and glanced at the stone tablet made of unknown material before placing his hand on it. Everything about the eternal divine palace was transmitted to Wen Yu's mind in the form of mental waves. The entire eternal divine palace has an area of only about 2,000 square meters, but apart from the attic, which occupies only 100 square meters, the remaining areas are classified as unusable zones. This does not mean they are absolutely unusable, but the extent of their usability is limited to strolling around to alleviate boredom. The attic is somewhat similar, but it contains formations left by the heaven-piercing immortal emperor, making it a habitable area devoid of mist. The stone tablet located at the center of the attic serves as the control hub of the eternal divine palace. From the description provided, the eternal divine palace resembles an independent space capable of storing living things, somewhat akin to a spatial ring. However, how could the supreme treasure developed by the heaven-piercing immortal emperor over several decades be so simple? According to the information from the tablet, the original intention of the heaven-piercing immortal emperor was to transform the eternal divine palace into a mobile palace capable of spatial displacement. but this idea ultimately failed. The eternal divine palace could never break the world's blockade. The mental waves transmitted from the tablet allowed Wen-Yu to understand the three major functions of the eternal divine palace. First, it is a living function. With the key to the eternal divine palace, Wen-Yu can enter it any time and anywhere, which provides him with a home to reside in while wandering the wilderness. Of course, this home needs renovation. Second, it has concealment and mobility functions. As long as Wen-Yu is within the eternal divine palace, he can control it to move freely, and the method is quite simple. Just place his hand on the stone tablet. Moreover, the eternal divine palace can drift freely between the dimensional space and the real world, moving at incredible speeds. While inside the eternal divine palace, Wen-Yu can even observe the outside scenery through the stone tablet. This is somewhat similar to the eternal sky city, but due to the smaller size of the eternal divine palace, it moves faster, and correspondingly, its functions can be described as pathetic compared to the eternal sky city. It is a pity that with the means of separating his soul from his body, Wen-Yu is not afraid of others' perception, and coupled with the netherworld. After a brief contemplation, Wen-Yu suddenly realized that this ability seemed to be of little use to him. The third function, however, caught Wen-Yu's attention. The third function of the eternal divine palace and its primary function lies in breaking restrictions. It can break all forms of restrictions. This includes but is not limited to spatial blockades, barriers, dimensional isolations, and anything similar to restrictions. The eternal divine palace can easily dismantle them. In other words, as long as Wen-Yu is within the eternal divine palace, no seal or barrier can trap him. This isn't bad, Wen-Yu praised it, only to be infuriated by the subsequent information. Each time the eternal divine palace is activated, the energy consumption varies depending on the function used, specifically as follows. Movement. 1 third-tier magic crystal for every 100 meters, breaking restrictions. Consumption varies based on the strength of the restriction. Dimensional shuttle, 10 level 10 magic crystals per use. Fuck this. Wen-Yu cursed without hesitation. I have money, but not like this. Retracting his hand from the stone tablet, Wen-Yu surveyed the eternal divine palace once more. After a while, he gently shook his head. This eternal divine palace only looks good on the surface, but without the ability to penetrate planets and escape to the outside world, its grade instantly drops from an interstellar warship to a high-speed RV. Well, the ability to break restrictions is indeed useful. Having this skill at least ensures that Wen-Yu won't be trapped somewhere by some means, and that's about it. Thinking of this, Wen-Yu no longer paid attention to the mediocre eternal divine palace and directly ascended to the second floor of the attic. Stepping on the soft material stairs, Wen-Yu slowly made his way to the second floor. The environment on the second floor, aside from lacking the control hub of the eternal divine palace, was not much different from the first floor. However, the items inside, they really left quite a lot. Looking at the array of scrolls, jade tablets, and spatial rings before him, Wen-Yu took a deep breath. Grabbing a scroll at random, the title, on the 108 Variations of Spatial Power, immediately caught Wen-Yu's eye. After flipping through a couple of pages, Wen-Yu set the scroll down and picked up another one. After a while, Wen-Yu shook his head. The scrolls and jade tablets on the entire second floor mostly contained similar content. Wen-Yu suddenly understood that the Heavenly Tao had placed the technological knowledge of the immortal heroic world here. It wasn't left for him but for Earth, acting as a transitional ceremony between the old and the new, serving as a form of inheritance. However, Wen-Yu slowly set down the scroll in his hand. What he has in his hands is naturally his. While he had no use for these things, the military would crave them, so if they want them, they need to pay up. And these items should be worth much more than a foundation-level skill. Thinking of this, Wen-Yu stepped over the scrolls and jade tablets and picked up a spatial ring from the ground. Inside the 10 cubic meter spatial ring, there were countless scrolls neatly arranged, filling the ring to the brim. Wen-Yu took out one, and a wave of mental energy immediately transmitted to his mind. Blacksmith job change scroll auxiliary profession. All right, something to sell. Blacksmith, it sounds grand, and indeed it is quite impressive. The war revolves around logistics, and the significance of weapons goes without saying. However, Wen-Yu was unbothered, a lone wolf. This so-called blacksmith was of no use to him at all. Picking up another spatial ring from the ground, Wen-Yu looked inside. Thousand-fold forging technique A-class active skill. Exclusive to blacksmiths. Not only the profession, but the Heavenly Tao also equipped the blacksmith with matching skills. There were many spatial rings on the second floor of the attic. Wen-Yu checked them one by one. Aside from the scientific and technological knowledge of the immortal heroic world, the rest were all medicinal formulas, job change scrolls, and corresponding skills. These job change scrolls are very characteristic of the immortal heroic world, such as blacksmiths, alchemists, sorcerers, array mages, chi refinement practitioners, etc. While such professions have appeared on Earth before, obtaining such a vast quantity of job change scrolls and matching skills on this scale should be a first. Additionally, with the array mages matching Heavenly Polar Star Formation, the Sword Immortals matching Heavenly Extermination Sword Formation, and the Chi Refinement Practitioners matching 7 Kill Legion Combined Attack Technique, it undoubtedly revealed the Heavenly Tao's intention to Wen Yu. These items are not reserved for personal use, but rather for the forces on Earth, to be used to establish organized professional legions. So here are a few foundation-level skill scrolls. Wen Yu is very certain about the value these items can bring him. Wandering through the mass of trade goods, Wen Yu finally stopped at the deepest part of the second floor of the attic. Originally blocked by piles of books, a simple small square table appeared before Wen Yu, quietly displaying 2 uniquely shaped spatial rings, causing him to exhale a sigh of relief. "I knew it, elder brother wouldn't leave me with literally nothing," muttering, Wen Yu walked toward the square table and casually picked up one of the spatial rings. Spatial ring S-class item. Banishing the prompt from his mind, Wen Yu immediately looked at the items within the spatial ring, and the next second his eyes sparkled like a shark sensing blood. Greed, satisfaction, excitement, even exhilaration. The final pieces of harvest. Let me quickly send this and rush into the next segment of the story. Bodhi Heart Elixir Race Foundation Level Artifact. It is said to be a powerful elixir refined from the relics of a high monk from the Great Compassion Temple 999, containing endless Buddhist principles and power. After use, it will greatly enhance the user's soul power while increasing the cohesion of the soul body, offsetting any soul system attack skills below S level and illusion skills below SS level. Dragon Source Crystal Race Foundation Level Artifact. Made from the bones and inner dan of 10 5-clawed golden dragons from the immortal heroic world, and infused with the origin power of the immortal heroic world. Using it will increase the user's physical quality by 10,000 points, and for the Dragon Clan, this effect is doubled. A small note was also thoughtfully attached below the Dragon Source Crystal, stating, "Due to its infusion with the origin power of the immortal heroic world, if consumed by a divine beast species from the immortal heroic world, the increase in physical quality will also be doubled, while greatly enhancing the racial talents of the divine beast species." These 2 elixirs were evidently exquisite items left behind by the Heavenly Tao. As for the content on the note, it was likely to prevent him from giving the Dragon Source Crystal to Xing for consumption. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wen Yu immediately stuffed both elixirs into his mouth. 2 streams of pure energy erupted from his mouth. One quickly surged upward, drilling into his mind and leaving Wen Yu's mind feeling icy. The other sank directly down, entering his belly and then continuously radiating heat from his stomach. The contrast of cold above and warmth below was quite stimulating for Wen Yu. The transformation process of the elixirs was not slow. The pleasant sensation in his body came quickly and disappeared just as fast. After a while, when both elixirs had been fully digested, Wen Yu gently moved his body. Physical quality, 43,356 points. Moreover, as a divine beast species from the immortal heroic world, after experiencing the boost from the Dragon Source Crystal, 1 point of physical quality was equivalent to 6 points for non-divine beast species. As for soul power, there was no clear valuation, but from Wen Yu's feeling, the strength of his soul power was at least 30 times greater than his physical strength. Most of this difference came from absorbing that gigantic soul light sphere in the 7th layer of the Heavenly Palace. When everything was over, Wen Yu clenched his fists tightly and sensed the vast soul power within him. Recalling the moment when Tang Haofei had died 5 times, sitting atop Corpse Mountain and looking down at him, it now seemed that Tang Haofei was not invincible after all. Shaking his head in self-deprecation, Wen Yu deeply reflected on his recent dangerous thoughts. Whether he could defeat Tang Haofei was one thing, whether he would actually fight was another. As a lone walker, caution had already been engraved in Wen Yu's bones, and any conflict with Tang Haofei was not the outcome Wen Yu desired. Then, Wen Yu retrieved the next item from the spatial ring. This was a scroll. As Wen Yu held it in his hand, a prompt sound echoed in his mind. Stellar Summoning Technique Race Foundation Level, Active Skill, awaken the power of the stars to bring endless disaster and calamity to the world. Upon activation, the host will forcibly break the dimensional barrier and summon meteors from beyond the heavens to strike the target. When the meteors land, the host can detonate the meteors, causing secondary damage. The higher the host's physical quality, the more stamina is consumed to activate the skill, and the larger the summoned meteors will be. Additionally, the number of meteors summoned can be determined by the host's will. Have you ever seen a shooting star? Tusk, 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 I have, and it's truly beautiful. Of course, enjoying the scenery comes at a price. This was a powerful area of effect attack skill, and based on the skill description, the area could exceed Wen Yu's imagination. Of course, Wen Yu had his own insights regarding such skills, military skills. One skill, one regiment. It was simple, efficient, quick, and powerful. However, this foundation-level skill troubled Wen Yu. From Wen Yu's understanding, this skill was similar to the meteor that had fallen from the sky during his time in Las Vegas. A skill capable of destroying a city left a deep impression on him. It was comparable to a nuclear bomb. Yet in Wen Yu's hands, this skill was like a pearl hidden in the dust, an area of effect attack skill he already possessed, such as the Dark Divine Light. Since this skill did not align with Wen Yu's own ability system, he would absolutely not learn it. Moreover, his spirit pet, due to the summoning function of the soul realm space, had sufficient flexibility. When combined with Wen Yu's combat style and the essence of being a lone walker, the stellar summoning technique seemed somewhat redundant in Wen Yu's hands. Thinking this, Wen Yu placed the stellar summoning technique skill scroll into the spatial ring. A foundation-level skill scroll, whether for personal use in the future or for trade, was certainly a valuable item. The next moment, another skill scroll appeared in Wen Yu's hand. Mountain Observation Technique Race Foundation Level, Passive Skill, visualize the vastness of the mountains and comprehend their grandeur. After learning this skill, whenever the host visually sees a mountain, they will gain wonderful rewards. Wonderful rewards, including but not limited to increases in physical quality limits, additional boosts to physical defense, mastery of the power of the earth, etc. The larger the mountain, the more gains will be obtained, and it can be visualized repeatedly. Undoubtedly a limit-breaking skill. Although it does not enhance hard combat power, limit-breaking skills are known to those who use them. And this mountain observation, contemplating the skill scroll in his hand, Wen Yu smiled and shook his head. This item indeed had a bit of the flavor of the immortal heroic world. Wen Yu's three main battle spirit pets each had their own combat styles. The Cyclops' skill system was a desperate fighting style centered on super destiny fights. Although defensive capabilities were important for the Cyclops, with the existence of the feast, the Cyclops did not need another limit-breaking ability. Limit-breaking skills were not exactly common for Wen Yu. On the other hand, Victor leaned more towards reconnaissance, stealth, and assassination. Such a heavy mountain observation did not seem to fit Victor at all. Therefore, giving this skill to Xing was undoubtedly the best choice. Thinking this, Wen Yu looked at Xing's skills, pondered for a long time, and once again put the skill scroll back into the spatial ring. Wen Yu did not want to lose any of the 5 skills on Xing. It would be better to keep them for level 6 and consider everything comprehensively after the 6th skill is generated. Having been together with Tang Haofei in the Heavenly Palace for such a long time, Wen Yu had also indirectly inquired about this issue. According to Tang Haofei, just looking at the currently bustling battlefields in India and Europe and Africa, based on the research of the Military Strategic Command, the level restraint was expected to be broken soon. Breaking the level restraint from 5 to 6 required merely killing native creatures of Earth and damaging the Earth's ecological environment, which was not difficult for the demonic clan. After placing the mountain observation technique into his spatial ring, Wen Yu looked at the spatial ring in his hand. At this moment, the spatial ring was empty except for a dim, colorless, earthy crystal lying alone in the center of the spatial ring. The crystal was irregularly shaped, appearing as if it were a fragment of something. Its surface was uneven and overall, it looked gray and unappealing. If not for the occasional glimmer and slight transparency, Wen Yu might have thought it was just a piece of broken stone. However, the more ordinary it seemed, the more Wen Yu anticipated it. The heavenly Tao could not possibly fool him with a mere broken stone, which was why Wen Yu decided to examine this object last. With a thought, the crystal inside the spatial ring instantly appeared in Wen Yu's hand. A cold sensation transmitted to his fingertips, and at the same time, an inexplicable emotion suddenly swept through Wen Yu's heart. It was hard to define that feeling: sadness, a bit, excitement, also a little, and more than that, it should be a sense of attachment and an inexplicable hatred. Quickly smoothing out the strange emotions in his heart, Wen Yu focused on the crystal in his hand. It was as if a computer had overloaded, running sluggishly. After a moment, the prompt finally flashed through Wen Yu's mind. Shard of the Heart of the World Race Foundation level artifact rated this way due to the lack of higher levels mutation. As the name suggests, the Heart of the World is the core of a world. Generally, the heart of the world is hidden deep within the Earth's core, containing more than half of the origin power of the entire world. Using certain methods, one can extract the origin power from within the heart of the world. Once the origin power is completely exhausted, the heart of the world will perish and shatter, turning into the most ordinary stone. Upon identification, the shard of the heart of the world in the host's possession is from the heart of the world of the immortal heroic world, having been artificially shattered while its origin power had not been entirely depleted. This shard has been processed and refined into an artifact. Usage instructions: integrate the shard of the heart of the world into your body. Note, this action can only be performed by divine beast species of the immortal heroic world. If a non-divine beast species attempts forced integration, they will face a backlash from the shard, posing a significant risk to life. When the shard of the heart of the world is integrated into a divine beast species of the immortal heroic world, it will double the race's innate talents and grant the foundation level skill. Gaze of the World race foundation level passive skill. Upon acquiring this skill, the host will be under the gaze of the world, possessing great fortune and opportunities within this world, gaining the powers close to that of the world's sun. Note: because the immortal heroic world has perished and the world has collapsed, the gaze of the world is ineffective. Additionally, due to the unknown refining method, the solidification skill has mutated, transforming into the World Avenger. World Avenger race foundation level, passive skill. Carrying the last hope of a world, you do not need to restore the former glory of the immortal heroic world. You only need to make the enemies of the immortal heroic world feel its anger, making them pay the price with blood and tears. Once the host acquires this skill, for each demonic creature or killed, depending on the strength of the killed unit, the shard of the heart of the world will release a trace of the world's origin power, enhancing the host's innate talents as a divine beast species of the immortal heroic world. At the same time, the host will gain a World Avenger mark. World Avenger mark, condensing the despair and anger of dead beings, transforming into a blade that retaliates against all. When facing the target of revenge, each World Avenger mark will slightly increase the host's attack strength. Note: attack strength does not equate to physical attributes. After reading about the shard of the heart of the world, Wen Yu's eyes immediately lit up. This artifact and the skills it provided truly astonished Wen Yu. Overall, it appeared that after choosing to integrate the shard of the heart of the world, his divine beast species' innate talents would double. Currently, that meant increasing from 6 points of physical attributes to 12. Then, every time he killed a demonic creature, he would gain origin power, strengthening his divine beast species talents, while also acquiring a World Avenger mark. Revenge against demonic creatures against that vague figure, likely the Sovereign and his pack of dogs. Of course, he wouldn't consider the latter for now, but the former, the World Avenger mark, could permanently and stackably enhance his attack strength. When Yu understood very clearly what this meant, it meant a tremendous advantage against demonic creatures, and currently, they definitely appeared to be his and even Earth's greatest enemies. Overall, not bad. This time, my cheap elder brother and cheap dad were quite generous. When Yu praised with a beaming smile before putting away the shard of the heart of the world and looking at another spatial ring. He was definitely going to integrate the shard of the heart of the world. But not now. What if there was a skill in the other spatial ring that suited him better? Learning that first would also be a good choice. Spatial ring S-Class artifact. Another S-Class spatial ring, including the one Mokshuan gave him when Yu now had 3 S-Class spatial rings. However, overall, the usefulness of such things was neither very great nor very small. In Wen Yu's opinion, it could only be considered somewhat of a burden. The internal capacity of the S-Class spatial ring was generally equivalent. When Yu looked inside the spatial ring and then pulled out 3 items. Fewer than before, there were only 3 items. This made Wen Yu want to complain about the Heavenly Tao's generosity, just a few items, and they had to be split into 2 S-Class spatial rings. He casually picked up a scroll. Soul Reaping Race Foundation Level Active Skill. A soul-type offensive skill centered around the host, releasing a circular, large-range, and terrifying energy-level soul attack. The attack range is determined by the strength of the host's soul. Enemies struck by the soul reaping attack will be forced to execute a soul strength judgment. Units with soul strength lower than half of the host's value will have their souls directly erased, dying instantly. Units with soul strength higher than half but lower than the host's soul strength will suffer devastating soul injuries. Units with soul strength exceeding the host's will receive a standard strength soul attack. A terrifying soul-type offensive skill that even contained a certain degree of lethal effect. Given Wen Yu's current soul strength, he doubted that anyone except for a few rare level 5 life forms could withstand even a single soul reaping strike. Not bad, very not bad. In Wenyu's eyes, this skill, even if it didn't surpass World Avenger, could still be considered a fine product. Afterwards, Wenyu pulled out another skill scroll. Soul Creation Technique Race Foundation Level, Active Skill. The origin of this skill is long lost to history, but in every world, it has been passed down through the ages that creation is the right of the divine. This skill will usurp the authority of the gods, exploring the essence of souls, life, and all things, and then create everything. After mastering this skill, the host can absorb all the scattered soul energy around that cannot be utilized, condensing it into a unique energy exclusive to the soul creation technique. With this energy, the host can achieve transformations of artifacts, enhancements of skills, modifications of living beings, and even create new artifacts, new skills, and new life forms. Theoretically, this skill can even create new deities. As he read the description of the skill, Wenyu immediately frowned. What does this mean? After reading the skill description several times, Wenyu gained a general understanding of this soul creation technique. In the skill description, the so-called unusable scattered soul energy was something Wenyu understood. Both Wenyu's soul battlefield and the heaven-piercing demon vine had the ability to absorb soul power to strengthen themselves. But for example, if Wenyu used the soul battlefield to kill a demonic creature with a physical quality of 2,000 points, the amount of soul power he could absorb through the soul battlefield might only enhance him by 20 points. The ratio is only around 1%. The heaven-piercing demon vine was even lower. Aside from the necessary energy lost during the absorption process, most of the remaining energy consists of unusable scattered soul energy, which dissipates into the air and may linger for several hours to a few days before vanishing completely. This includes the memories and emotions of living beings, among other chaotic and harmful to the body things. This principle applies to flesh and blood energy as well. When the heaven-piercing demon vine absorbs 1,000 points of flesh and blood energy, it might only return less than 10 points to Wenyu. These are classified as unusable scattered energy. The soul creation technique can utilize this energy to create items, and according to Wenyu's understanding, that's basically how it works. It looks beautiful, but its actual effectiveness is yet to be examined. Wenyu then turned his attention to the last item. It was a piece of clothing. Heaven-covering Robe Race Foundation level artifact prototype is the heaven-covering banner, transformed by the soul creation technique. After glancing at it, Wenyu immediately set the heaven-covering robe down and picked up the soul creation technique skill scroll again. Of course, Wenyu knew about the heaven-covering banner, one of the 4 supreme treasures of the heaven-piercing immortal emperor possessing incredible power. However, recalling the image of the heaven-piercing immortal emperor gracefully wielding the heaven-covering banner in the mural, and looking at the dark, glossy robe covered in runes in his hand, Wenyu suddenly realized he might have underestimated the soul creation technique. Transforming the heaven-covering banner into a piece of clothing would certainly not be as simple as a tailor making a garment. After rereading the description of the soul creation technique, Wenyu shook his head after a long pause, frowning as he put down the skill scroll. Still vague and unclear, so, at this moment, Wenyu's understanding of the soul creation technique could be described as vaguely impressive. Wenyu picked up the heaven-covering robe with his right hand and looked closely at the item description. Heaven-covering Robe Race Foundation level artifact soul armament prototype is the heaven-covering banner, transformed by the soul creation technique. After being transformed by the soul creation technique, the heaven-covering robe not only retains the original powers of the heaven-covering banner, but also adds new attributes. Original attributes of the heaven-covering banner. 1. Shielding the heavenly mechanism. The owner of the heaven-covering banner cannot be viewed by time-related or foresight abilities regarding the past or future, nor can they be located in the present by any time-related or foresight abilities. 2. Concealment. The owner of the heaven-covering banner cannot be detected by any perception-related abilities or techniques and can only be sensed through traditional 5 senses. 3. Invisibility. The heaven-covering banner can actively help the user conceal their figure, releasing absolute invisibility. Absolute invisibility. Theoretically, it cannot be perceived by outsiders. Simultaneously, it shields all observable actions such as walking and running from external observation. 4. Overturning the heavens. The heaven-covering banner possesses the power to seize the heavenly mechanism and overturn the heavens. The user of the heaven-covering banner, when receiving its enhancement, experiences a 50% increase in skill power, and within a 1-kilometer radius, it creates its own space where the user can freely manipulate any rules. Attributes added to the heaven-covering robe. 1. Absolute defense. The heaven-covering robe reduces 30% of physical attacks and 80% of energy attacks. 2. Soul shield. The heaven-covering robe reduces 90% of soul attacks and the effects of illusion-type skills. 3. Soul capture and spirit snatching. The heaven-covering robe carries a strong oppressive force, passively enhancing the user's aura and majesty, intimidating others. 4. Soul guardian. When the owner of the heaven-covering robe is injured, the robe will accelerate the owner's healing speed. This effect is doubled for soul injuries. When Yu gracefully took off his outer garment and put on the heaven-covering robe, then looked at himself in the mirror, admiring his appearance. People rely on their attire. The overall style of the heaven-covering robe was impressive and made when Yu appear heroic. Of course, when Yu paid little attention to appearances. Feeling the gradual rise of his aura and oppressive force, and sensing his existence fading slowly in the perception of souls, when Yu finally satisfiedly patted the heaven-covering robe. This artifact was truly remarkable. What was even more terrifying was the original ability of the heaven-covering banner, the passive enhancement of skill power while being able to control surrounding rules, similar to the netherworld. Although they seemed contradictory, the two could overlay each other. This meant stronger control and more ferocious destructive power, especially this artifact, which indirectly compensated for Wen Yu's weakness, defense. All along, Wen Yu had relied on abilities like phasing and darkness for his defensive measures. While these abilities looked appealing, as practitioner levels rose, physical immunities like elementalization became increasingly common, and the means of countering them increased. The damage reduction provided by the heaven-covering robe significantly enhanced defensive capabilities, and the percentage reduction in damage implied it would never go out of date. Also, its design was nice. Yes, that was a plus. With the heaven-covering robe now worn, Wen Yu clearly counted the gains from this journey to the heavenly palace. After obtaining 2 elixirs, 4 foundation-level skill scrolls, and 2 foundation-level artifacts, this journey to the heavenly palace could be considered perfectly concluded. For this harvest, Wen Yu could only describe it as satisfying. After tidying up several skill artifacts, Wen Yu sat directly on the table, pondering the final question. With the Demon Lord having torn away his phasing ability, Wen Yu now had an empty skill slot, yet he had 4 available skills on hand. Photosynthetic Spirit Pattern, Revenge of the World, Soul Harvest, and Soul Creation Technique. 4 skills vying for 1 skill slot. A happy dilemma filled Wen Yu's mind. Which one should I choose? The first ability excluded by Wen Yu was the Soul Harvest ability. This was because its effects conflicted somewhat with the Dark Divine Light. From a purely skill effect perspective, the destructive power of the Soul Harvest skill was much stronger than that of the Dark Divine Light. However, one point must be mentioned: Wen Yu's physical condition at present. When in the Heavenly Palace, Wen Yu's physical condition was comparatively weak. However, this is relative. At Earth's current level, Wen Yu could simulate a dark ripple using dark power, which should be roughly comparable to the effect of Soul Harvest. After all, it could all wipe out a group instantly, and Wen Yu believed the method was not important. The next ability excluded by Wen Yu was the Soul Creation Technique. There was a simple reason for this. Wen Yu was uncertain how much this ability could enhance him. It could be very strong to the point of being able to create gods, or it could be completely useless, turning into a mere lifestyle skill for modifying items. There were too many unknown factors involved. As for the photosynthetic spirit pattern and the shard of the heart of the world, Wen Yu thought for a long time but ultimately chose the shard of the heart of the world. The two had a common point. They both required accumulation of abilities. The photosynthetic spirit pattern needed sunlight to accumulate stellar energy, while the shard of the heart of the world, or rather, the World Avenger, required killing demonic creatures. Both were abilities that needed to be accrued, which meant the earlier one learned them, the stronger they became later. The reason Wen Yu chose to merge with the shard of the heart of the world was not just to accumulate the World Avenger mark. He also hoped to quickly strengthen the racial talent of the divine beast species. At present, Wen Yu believed he would not encounter too great a danger. Coupled with the defensive capabilities of the heaven-covering robe, it was sufficient to ensure his safety at Earth's current level. Therefore, compared to the life-saving nature of the photosynthetic spirit pattern, the shard of the heart of the world was indeed a better choice. Taking the shard of the heart of the world out of the spatial ring, which resembled a clod of dirt, Wen Yu could perceive the immense power contained within it. Mental waves slowly transmitted into the shard of the heart of the world, and then Wen Yu sensed a strange restlessness within his body. At first, the feeling was not intense, but as the mental waves connected more closely with the shard of the heart of the world, the restlessness in his body grew stronger. until finally, when you felt as if his body was nearing a burning point. His body temperature rose oddly, and his skin flushed red, yet he felt no discomfort. After the entire second floor of the attic was dried by Wen Yu and the temperature increased, the shard of the heart of the world in front of him finally responded. As if melted by Wen Yu's temperature, the earthy yellow crystal slowly liquefied, disappearing bit by bit. Wen Yu felt a hot current flowing from his hand, gradually streaming into his body. It was just like the second transformation of the divine beast species. The divine beast cells within his body eagerly leapt towards the hot current flowing into him, like a pack of hungry wolves madly devouring the heat, which then turned into nutrients to transform themselves. After a while, the shard of the heart of the world in his hand vanished, and the restlessness within his body gradually calmed down. Only then did Wen Yu shake his arm. The original racial talent of the divine beast species had been doubled by the shard of the heart of the world. Now, Wen Yu's 1 point of physical condition was equivalent to that of a normal professional's 12 points. Then Wen Yu looked at his skills. The World Avenger appeared before Wen Yu's eyes. The soul battlefield activated, and Wen Yu's soul body slowly floated out of his physical body. 4 strange, entwined runes flickered on his soul body, while the newly acquired World Avenger transformed into a light sphere, drifting beside the soul body. Slowly grasping the World Avenger, Wen Yu then pressed the light sphere against his soul body. Waves of soul strikes surged from his hand, directly smashing the World Avenger into his soul body. The 5th rune was generated. Thus, the entire absorption process finally came to an end. Having acquired not 1, but 4 useful foundation-level skills, Wen Yu was in a naturally good mood and hummed a little tune. He glanced around the environment inside the eternal divine palace, tidied up the scrolls and items in the second-floor attic, and then turned to head downstairs. Touching the stone tablet, he was then teleported out. The noisy sounds of meowing and barking reached his ears. Woof, 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 the big boss is gone. Idiot, shut up. Didn't the big boss say to wait here? Woof, 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 that's what he said, but a living person just disappeared. Cough, cough. After coughing heavily a couple of times, the argument between the one-eyed and Victor immediately ceased, and then Wen Yu felt 3 pairs of differently formed eyes scanning his location. Gently touching his cheek, Wen Yu smiled. What's wrong? Don't recognize me? Big boss, the gray figure darted into Wen Yu's embrace. The one-eyed dog sniffed vigorously with its nose, smelling around Wen Yu, and after a while hesitantly lifted its head. Fortunately, it's still my big boss, still that familiar scent, but why has your aura disappeared? The heaven-covering robe's concealment effect activated, and aside from visual, auditory, olfactory, and other traditional sensory perceptions, Wen Yu, dressed in the heaven-covering robe, could not be detected by mental perception or soul perception. For a level 5 professional, traditional sensory perception was already replaced by mental perception, faster, more efficient, and more precise. In this regard, the concealment effect could be more beneficial than Wen Yu initially anticipated. After soothing his spirit pet, Wen Yu looked at the skills on Xing again. After a while, he still decided against placing Guan Shan on Xing. There was no rush. He would wait until level 6 to see what the 6th skill awakening of Xing was before organizing it. Taking out the communicator from the spatial ring, Wen Yu pondered for a moment before dialing Tang Haofei's number. Beep, beep, beep. The busy tone rang continuously, and this time it took a while for Tang Haofei to answer. Wen Yu, yeah, it's me. I want to make a deal with the military. What deal? Old Tang's voice did not disappoint with its usual liveliness, but it sounded somewhat indifferent. I have a large number of job change scrolls and skill scrolls, including those for Legion types, a lot of Xianxia world technology, and a foundation-level skill scroll related to military classification that I can't use. I'd like to trade them with the military for some good skills. There was a long silence on the other end of the line until finally, ha ha ha, quite the haul. All right, I got it, I'll tell Lin Haifeng. Okay, when you hung up the call. However, before 3 seconds had passed, Tang Haofei's call came back again. Wen Yu, I'd like to ask you for a favor. In the spacious and tidy office, Tang Haofei stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window. From this angle, he could see the enormous shadow cast by the eternal sky city above him. Wen Yu, I want to ask you for a favor, Tang Haofei said. Just then, a low chuckle came from behind him. Turning around, he saw Lin Haifeng sitting in his office chair, his hands seemingly weaving through the air. In no time, a steaming cup of tea was freshly brewed. What kind of favor? If it's a small matter, I can help you out easily. Hey, this guy seems to have made considerable gains. For Wen Yu to volunteer his help without any compensation, besides Tang Haofei's request, it also needed Wen Yu to be in a good mood. Lin Haifeng made a quick judgment. Tang Haofei pondered for a moment before saying, No, this favor, I think I must use a personal favor. Go ahead, came the serious voice from the other end of the line. A while ago, the military discovered a professional in India. It's a child, around 6 years old, who has lost both parents. By chance, this child obtained a profession that holds immense value for the military. No, it should be said for any force in the world. Recently, a coup took place in India. Although the government forces emerged victorious, they lost track of this child, and now our Huaxia military wants to take action to retrieve this child. Tang Haofei paused for a moment and added, "We can't make a big fuss about this, so we need to send a strong person to complete this task alone. However, the current war situation in India is quite dire. Besides you and me, no one else has the strength to bear this responsibility. This is truly troublesome." Wen Yu's voice on the other end was low, "With your army pressuring, if you directly demand the child, I really don't believe a San would dare to say anything against it. This counts as a diplomatic issue. These political matters are quite complicated. All right, what specifically should I do? When you arrive in New Delhi, there will be our personnel to assist you." After finishing, Wen Yu on the other end hung up the call first. "Come drink some tea." Lin Haifeng gestured to Tang Haofei, who sat down opposite him, slowly picking up the teacup. The boiling hot water caused the green tea leaves in the cup to rise and fall. Tang Haofei took a sip, and the fragrance burst forth in his mouth. "Excellent. Glad you like it." Lin Haifeng savored the tea with a slight smile, and for a moment the entire room fell silent. It wasn't until the cup of tea was finished that Lin Haifeng finally set down his cup. "Why? What do you mean, why? I mean, why should Wen Yu take your place for this task? Your status is higher, your strength is greater, and you would coordinate better with the intelligence personnel than Wen Yu." Lin Haifeng was silent for a moment, slightly hesitating with his words. Instead, it was Tang Haofei who picked up the thread. "Unlike Wen Yu, who holds great wariness and opinions towards the military, right?" Lin Haifeng nodded with a smile. Tang Haofei set down his teacup. "Sending Wen Yu is simply because I can't spare the time." "Oh, what has you tied up?" Tang Haofei shook his head with a smile. "Just some small matters, so I need a holiday." Lin Haifeng nodded without hesitation. "Since you can get Wen Yu to help, then this matter should be fine. I approve your holiday." Tang Haofei's breath caught slightly. Lin Haifeng brewed another cup of tea for himself, then spoke gently. "During this time, I mean since you joined the military, you've truly worked hard. It's no trouble, it's nothing serious. I'll take my leave now." After saying this, Tang Haofei slowly stood up, his steps heavy as he walked toward the office door. "By the way, Tang Haofei, if you have any needs, or if you have any doubts or opinions, you can tell me. Understand, we are collaborators, not superior and subordinate." His tone was serious and full of sincerity. Tang Haofei paused in his steps. "Thank you, old man. Thank you, old man." Tang Haofei's words seemed to linger in the air, yet the person had already walked far away. Taking a gentle sip of the tea in his hand, savoring its fragrance and bitterness, Lin Haifeng slowly furrowed his brows. After rummaging through his spatial ring for a moment, Lin Haifeng took out a communicator and then dialed a long-unused number. "Wen Yu, this is Lin Haifeng. Today has been quite busy, first organizing gains, then a series of phone calls. For Wen Yu, he couldn't help but wish for even more busyness. "Wen Yu, this is Lin Haifeng. Oh, what a rare guest." Wen Yu greeted him with a cool demeanor, and certainly his words were far from warm and familiar. Lin Haifeng understood his position in Wen Yu's heart, as a long string of drawn-out tones rolled off his tongue as if reciting a speech. "I overheard your communication with Tang Haofei. Regarding the transaction, you can come to Beijing for a detailed discussion. Forget it. I guess you won't come. In New Delhi, I will send someone to communicate with you to strive to complete this transaction. Just to give you a heads up, we have foundation-level skills, but not too many." This meant to tell Wen Yu not to be overly greedy. "And regarding the task, this task was originally assigned to Tang Haofei, but he has some matters to deal with, so he asked you to help. This is a personal favor between you two and has nothing to do with the military. There won't be any conspiracies or traps, that's my guarantee. The specifics will be discussed in New Delhi with our agents." A string of words passed through Wen Yu's ears, but overall they were quite useless. Times have changed. Now Wen Yu's strength was enough to break through Lin Haifeng's traps. At worst, he could just fight. The mountain that once loomed before Wen Yu, Tang Haofei, now he had the capital to resist. If any problems arose, once Wen Yu lost his temper, Tang Haofei would definitely be unable to stand in his way. However, Lin Haifeng's next words made Wen Yu's heart skip a beat. "There's one last question. I want to know, during the final phase of the Heavenly Palace Treasure Land, Tang Haofei was with you the entire time, right?" Wen Yu slowly knitted his brows, narrowing his eyes. "Yes." "Well then, something unexpected must have happened, right? For some reason, when you thought of the 5 times of death and resurrection, of the cost of power." "Yes," the affirmative response slipped out. There was no need to hide anything from Lin Haifeng. Tang Haofei seems a bit off. Would you mind telling me the specifics? Wen Yu remained silent for a moment, then sorted his thoughts. What had happened with Tang Haofei? Cost of power. After hearing Wen Yu's explanation, Lin Haifeng, on the other end of the microphone, fell into deep thought for a long time. Wen Yu could even hear the sound of Lin Haifeng's index finger tapping on the desk. This was a small habit of his when he was thinking. After a while, Lin Haifeng spoke again. I should give you a heads up in advance. Tang Haofei has changed a bit since he returned. It seems there are some issues with his personality. I can't tell much yet, so we need to observe further. Just be careful about this. A kind reminder. Although when you didn't know what Lin Haifeng had sensed from Tang Haofei, his words were ultimately good intentions. So when you rarely took a humble stance and said, if there's anything I can do to help with old Tang's situation, I will. Not for now. There are still many things I haven't figured out. Well, that's it. I wish you a smooth trip to India. With that, Lin Haifeng ended the communication. His originally good mood was completely disrupted by Tang Haofei's situation. The conversation between the golden armor and the sovereign echoed in his mind. Cost of power, irreversible. It was like a thorn, lodged in Wen Yu's heart. Taking a deep breath, he quickly dismissed these thoughts from his mind. If the sovereign couldn't resolve the issue, what was he thinking about it for? Slowly rising to his feet and looking at the snow-covered ground before him, Wen Yu's previously disturbed mood improved significantly. Glancing at his 3 spirit pets, Wen Yu waved at them. Let's go, it's time to set off. Beep, beep, beep. The communicator in his hand rang again, and Wen Yu looked at the number in shock, then frowned. It's Tang Haofei again? Old Tang. What's wrong now? Wen Yu, there's something else I need your help with. I'll owe you a favor for this. Tang Haofei's voice sounded a bit urgent. Before Wen Yu could respond, Tang Haofei continued speaking. Once you arrive in New Delhi, you may have to wait 10 days or half a month. Someone will call your communicator to tell you what to do next. Don't worry, it's not a troublesome matter. Tang. Before Wen Yu could finish, he was met with a busy tone from the communicator. He immediately called back. However, sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off. Slowly lowering the communicator in his hand, Wen Yu frowned, recalling the strange sense of weakness he had perceived in Tang Haofei's soul. After a moment, Wen Yu bitterly shook his head. Can't figure it out, can't see it. This was the true reflection of Wen Yu's feelings about everything that had happened to Tang Haofei. Thus, everything returned to square one. If the sovereign couldn't solve the issue, what was he thinking about it for? It was hard to say whether this attitude was good or bad. However, since worrying about many things was futile, why not let oneself live a little more easily? This was Wen Yu's inner thought and also reflected his true character. Commanding the star to expand, Wen Yu then held the one-eyed creature and Victor standing on the back of the star. The giant dragon soared gracefully, spreading its wings high, and under Wen Yu's guidance the star rapidly flew towards the southwest. India, one of the 4 ancient civilizations, the largest country in Southeast Asia, and before the apocalypse, it was also the 2nd most populous country. This remained the same even after the apocalypse. After the emergence of the exchange stone pillar and the professional system, the population issue became an important point that could not be ignored. Just like the old saying in Huaxia before the apocalypse, population is the primary productive force. This saying became a stark reality after the apocalypse, when ordinary people could gain immense power, at least enough to resist conventional firearms through the exchange stone pillar. The population, or rather the number of professionals, immediately became an important benchmark in measuring comprehensive national strength after the apocalypse. Having a large population base meant more resources and a fertile ground for nurturing strong individuals. In other words, with a base of 1 billion people, India has a considerable number of strong individuals. Moreover, its combat capability is also not weak. This is a significant reason why India can withstand the demonic disaster with resilience. Now, the battlefield in India has become the largest in the world in terms of scale, with the most participants and the most intense combat. It is also a brutally bloody giant meat grinder. When the demonic clan's attack on the Beijing gathering place yielded no results, most of the demons in Asia had already been redirected to the battlefield in India. Under this pressure, India, embodying the spirit of international cooperation, decisively sought aid from the Earth community, asking for equipment, magic crystals, troops, combat personnel, and strong individuals. In short, anything that could help resist the demonic disaster was welcome. This led to an interesting phenomenon. India is now filled with lone walkers and organized military forces from various regions and countries. Of course, due to geographical issues, aside from the locals, there are also many people from Huaxia. Walking through the streets of New Delhi, looking at the dirty and chaotic surroundings, Wang Qinglin hurried along, quickly dodging the beggars and street vendors, moving as if he had no bones, weaving through the dense crowd. In no time, he had slipped into a secluded alley. Gently pressing his finger on the watch, the earphones implanted in his ear emitted a series of startup sounds, and then the communication connected. Code 5523, please hold on. A crisp female voice sounded, and after a while a voice came into Wang Qinglin's ear. This is the Special Operations Command. Code 5523, we are issuing the latest mission instructions. The scheduled support has already been dispatched to New Delhi. Meeting location is XXX. Code 5523 received. Beep. The communication ended. Wang Qinglin casually tapped his watch again, then stood up straight. Come out, you've been following me for so long. Fluent Hindi flowed from Wang Qinglin's mouth, and in response there was a series of crisp claps. What can I say? Truly worthy of a Huaxia agent? From both sides of the alley, two figures approached from afar. Wearing coarse linen garments, which looked pitifully shabby even after the apocalypse, Wang Qinglin didn't dare underestimate the four figures walking towards him. All four were pinnacle level 5 professionals. Given the situation, they had probably been watching him for a long time. His muscles began to tremble, like a sleeping beast about to awaken. Nevertheless, Wang Qinglin feigned indifference and asked, "Rebels, I have no grudges with you. What do you want with me?" "Nothing much, we just want to." Before the words were finished, Wang Qinglin had already made his move. He released a flash of cold light from his hand, and in the next second, without even looking at the effect of his attack, Wang Qinglin sprang upwards like a spring, attempting to escape 1 against 4. He might not be able to win, but he could at least run, right? However, the suddenly darkened sky completely sealed off Wang Qinglin's escape route. In the next moment, Wang Qinglin felt a flash before his eyes, then a sharp pain coursed through his body, and in an instant he lost all sensation in his hands and legs. Sequence 83, looking at the tall figure holding him, a bitter smile crept onto Wang Qinglin's lips. A gentle voice reached his ears. "Don't be afraid, sir. I just want to obtain some information from you. You know, our intelligence system has been wiped out by those Brahmins and Kshatriyas, so you understand. Lastly, I must emphasize that I don't want this minor issue to escalate into a diplomatic problem." "What information?" "That child Lahar, you know him, right? We want to know his exact location. He is under the protection of the government forces." A smoothly delivered lie escaped his lips, eliciting a chuckle from Sequence 83. "All right, sir, I'd still like to invite you to our place as a guest. Perhaps after a few servings of Ganges water, you will understand our sincerity." When you did not know where he was when he set off, but he had some items like a compass and a world map. So, generally speaking, he would not go off in the wrong direction. The star flew across the land covered in a blanket of white snow. As the snow melted and the temperature rose, he sensed that the concentration of demonic energy in the air was also increasing. Finally, when the concentration of demonic energy reached a certain level, when you issued the next command. "Lower the altitude." A large shadow descended from the sky. The winter in India was different from the winter in northeastern Huaxia that Wen Yu was familiar with. India had high temperatures year-round, and even in winter, the temperature would not drop below 10 degrees. The sudden rise in temperature even made Wen Yu feel as if the demonic energy in the air had thickened a bit. Of course, Wen Yu knew that whether the demonic energy was dense or not had nothing to do with the temperature. It depended on the quality and quantity of the demonic creatures. What a foul smell! The one-eyed creature twitched its nose twice and gave a candid assessment. That's normal. With more demonic spawn, the air naturally becomes stinkier. Wen Yu casually replied to the one-eyed creature and then expanded his perception ability, carefully catching every fluctuation around him. According to Wen Yu's understanding, the entire territory of India had now become a massive battlefield, with the intensity of fighting being most concentrated around several major strongholds. However, these few strongholds could not accommodate nearly 80% of the demonic creatures from the Asian continent, as well as the professionals from all over the world who were disregarding their lives for power, or rather, striving for a better life in the future. To quote Tang Haofei, the whole of India was in a mess. However, this had nothing to do with Wen Yu. First, he would repay a favor, and after completing his task, if he was in a good mood, staying here to help Asan fight a bit and improve his own strength or continuing to wander around the world were all good choices. This was the reason why Wen Yu chose to be a lone walker. Freedom, unrestrained, even doing as he pleased. Of course, the most pressing matter at hand was to find that Indian child and the designated meeting point when Yu glanced at the note in his hand. Noida Hotel on XXX Street, South New Delhi. He casually tucked the note into his spatial ring, retrieved Victor back to the fifth soul realm, and simultaneously enhanced the ethereal realm. The power of the ethereal realm spread wildly. Under Wen Yu's enormous power at that moment, the ethereal realm seemed like a hemispherical bowl covering the vast expanse of land below. Secretive yet powerful. Moreover, the range was extensive. Then everything was under control. Moo, roar, kill them all. Demon realm language. Various beast roars and growls echoed in the air, causing Grace to feel unsettled. She casually threw out a plasma grenade, and the scattering blue electricity along with the sound of sizzle-sizzle intertwined with the roars and growls, making Grace feel a bit more at ease. The sound of explosions was truly melodious. Fighting like a barbarian with the enemy while cursing, Grace really looked down on such brutes. Perhaps this is where the term lady comes from. By the way, lady was her code name. Well, when going out to be a mercenary, or rather a mercenary army, one should have a decent code name, right? Fuck. Lady, you little bitch, your grenade was thrown wrong. Not far in front, among the brutes, the finest of them, a heavy firepower member from the same mercenary group. Now transformed into a dual-wielding berserker, Rain cursed while swinging his massive swords, instantly clearing the surrounding demonic creatures. Only then did Rain have the leisure to pat his own backside. His fair, tender backside was blackened from the explosion of the enhanced plasma bomb. Grace pursed her lips, seemingly unwilling to argue too much with this brute. She picked up 2 heavy firearms on the ground that could be called cannons, then locked her gaze. Bang, bang, 2 loud sounds. 2 huge bullets, as long as arms, seemingly shot out at great speed but with a bizarre and erratic trajectory, passed through a giant monkey nearly 10 meters tall, then through a massive elephant as strong as a city wall, and finally crossed a fierce mutated bull whose 2 horns were burning with dark red flames, directly hitting the back of the group of demonic creatures. Boom, a mushroom cloud rose. The shooter's vision and the enhancement of the Eagle Eye skill C-grade passive skill allowed Grace to catch a blurry glimpse of the black blood and various severed limbs flying around in the explosion. Hugh, she raised the gun, the massive long gun forcing Grace to tiptoe. Then Grace closed her eyes, gently blew at the gun's mouth and took a deep breath, the smell of gunpowder coming from the muzzle intoxicated Grace. This was the battle style of a lady, however. Miss, though it may be somewhat presumptuous, I must remind you that our current flight has no cabin or safety measures. Please pay attention to your safety. The sudden strange voice and the rush of wind interrupted Grace's trance. Opening her eyes, she saw the scenery flying by rapidly, and then Grace's neck stiffened as she looked down. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream pierced the sky. This mercenary, Grace, was afraid of heights. The sharp, high-pitched voice made Wen Yu frown. He gently waved his soul power, slowly calming the woman's emotions without her noticing. The effect was evident. The woman quickly transitioned from being scared to alert, and in less than 3 seconds, her alertness turned to fear and finally transformed into calmness. Wen Yu observed the series of psychological fluctuations in the woman clearly. After a while, the woman was the first to speak. Sir, a smart woman, mercenaries lived day by day in peace, let alone after the apocalypse. For magic crystals, they would do anything, and the dangers encountered were naturally worth mentioning. The more dangerous things they encountered, these mercenaries would inevitably become slick. Or, in other words, their ability to control the situation would inevitably be better than ordinary people. It's a simple logic. Since when you could silently pull Grace onto the back of the star, he could naturally make her disappear just as quietly. The difference in strength was evident. Moreover, the strong are respected. When you curled his lips. Smart people are just not fun. Well, the crux of the matter is not whether it is fun or not, but that when you needed someone to lead the way. Coincidentally, within the range of the ethereal realm, there was a battle that wasn't too small, the coalition of humans and mutated beasts. When you even saw a mutated tree that could move, the other side was undoubtedly the demonic creatures. Just right, when you found this lady. Although she smelled strongly of gunpowder, her clothes were relatively neat, at least without blood or flesh. Wen Yu did not want these guys to dirty the back of the star, because that might require Wen Yu's hair to pay the bill. He pulled out the note with the address from his spatial ring and placed it in Grace's hand. His tone no longer held any teasing or joking intent. It was simply calm, even somewhat cold, as he said, "Do you know the address on it?" Though she did not know who the unknown, strong person in front of her was, it did not hinder Grace's obedience. Glancing at the note, Grace replied affirmatively, "I know, sir." New Delhi, Grace was very familiar with. "Take me there." The commanding tone made Grace hesitate a bit. "Sir, my companions, this is simple." Endless darkness rose from Wen Yu's hand and quickly coalesced into an energy ball the size of a soccer ball. Wen Yu held up the energy ball and then gently tossed it. In an instant, Grace felt the energy ball trace a beautiful arc in the air, flying directly to a certain place over 100 kilometers away. Then, Puff, with a muffled sound, a massive dark force field descended, covering the entire battlefield like an inverted bowl. The previously noisy battlefield fell silent. Grace swallowed hard. Looking at the dark shape flickering over 100 kilometers away, she turned to the expressionless Wen Yu. Perhaps sensing what Grace was thinking, Wen Yu glanced into the distance. His immense perception ability clearly felt the changes in the darkness far away. Countless dark energy entities, only possessing a large mouth, emerged within the dark barrier, then like the fiercest beasts, they wildly pounced on every demonic creature within the barrier. Bite, sever limbs, devour, digest. Under Wen Yu's perception and subtle manipulation, each dark entity behaved as if it were an independent individual, weaving through the darkness and wantonly hunting every target. Each target whose perception ability was sealed, senses were blocked, and were burdened with various negative statuses. The slaughter did not last long. When the dark force field slowly shrank until it disappeared, the distant noise resumed. Beep, beep, beep. The communication rang and was answered by Grace. Grace, where are you? Just now Rain saw you disappear inexplicably. I'm safe. That's good. Also, the mission is complete. It seems a strong person passed by and helped us a bit. I know, Captain. I am now standing right next to him. Are you satisfied? Hearing Wen Yu's voice, Grace gently nodded, her face still displaying a trace of disbelief and a hint of daze. This task was classified as A-level in the Mission Release Center. The danger level was red, requiring team operations, and it was not assigned to mercenary groups with fewer than 500 members. To take on this task, it was only through their team leaders' efforts, who had gathered several mercenary groups of similar sizes, pretending to be a large team, that they barely passed the assessment. However, with one move, for the strong man before her, and a level task only required a single move. Sequence level. The word slipped from the red-haired woman's lips, a term that belonged to legends for Grace. Then Grace heard the man beside her scoff disdainfully. If you're satisfied, then lead the way quickly. Understood, my lord. Grace's tone was soft as she slightly brushed her hair. In that direction? The woman beside her drew closer, her occasional light chatter and the rippling gaze in her eyes constantly revealing an aura of flirtation. Though there was no scent, one couldn't expect a mercenary to carry any fragrance. Her delicate figure, youthful age, and deliberately seductive demeanor indeed stirred a man's desires. A simple fact, this woman was tempting him, and as for her purpose, there were too many reasons. Wen Yu had too much worth for a woman to set aside her dignity and body to please him. Wen Yu was not resistant to this. Love was undoubtedly a luxury for Wen Yu, and he could not afford the consequences. Just refer to Qin Shiyuan regarding Qin Tian. In this world, no one would play a fair duel with the enemy while adhering to hypocritical morals like not harming family. With the aim of killing the enemy as a premise, methods and means did not matter, and the greatest weakness of the strong was undoubtedly the important, non-strong people around them. Using emotions to bind opponents was a very simple and extremely effective tactic. Moreover, some would cruelly stab their opponents in the back at the last moment of life. When facing certain defeat and death, to take a few of the opponent's loved ones along to the grave was truly a wonderful thing. But just playing around, there was absolutely no problem. Wen Yu was not a Puritan. Thus, when the woman's body drew near, Wen Yu felt no disgust. He merely shifted slightly to avoid Grace's enthusiasm. I have a task to attend to. The woman's disappointed expression was unhidden, yet Wen Yu's next words reignited hope in Grace. If you don't mind, you can give me your contact number. Maybe we can have a drink after my task is done. What do you think? The sound of the woman's delicate laughter seemed to indicate the success of Wen Yu's flirtation, though the exchange of contact numbers was one-sided. Wen Yu had no interest in receiving calls from a stranger, preferring to avoid unrelated and messy matters. Furthermore, Wen Yu glanced at Grace. Her physical quality, below 500 points, indicated that she was a very high quality, not even at the peak of level 4, which was a very easy level for Wen Yu to satisfy. Perhaps it could be a casual diversion. Certainly, Wen Yu preferred to treat it as a pure transaction. You give, I return. After that, we have nothing to do with each other. Perfect. The giant dragon slowly descended in a concealed area outside New Delhi. A city, of course, had its rules, and one of the important ones was air traffic control. After the apocalypse, there were not few professionals who could fly, let alone the battle pets of those professionals. Moreover, since Wen Yu himself was an outsider and of the second sequence, while he did not fear trouble, it did not mean he was willing to attract it. Walking instead of flying would reduce many unnecessary attentions. Following Grace toward New Delhi, the speed of a level 4 professional was not fast but acceptable, and it didn't take long before the distant massive and sturdy city walls came into view. The inspection at the city gate passed smoothly. New Delhi was a mix of fish and dragons, and with the war situation tense, The atmosphere throughout the city was filled with a sense of nervousness before a major battle. Walking on the streets of New Delhi, Grace acted as the guide. This is the slum area of New Delhi, the most chaotic place in the entire city. Various gangs, associations, and mercenary organizations have set up temporary bases here, and of course, there are some black market dealings. That is the military camp of the Indian government forces. They are responsible for guarding the city walls of New Delhi. This is the temporary base of the Burning Mercenary Corps, which is currently the largest mercenary group in New Delhi, reportedly formed after the apocalypse. Over there is the territory of the Blackwater mercenaries. You've heard of them, right, my lord? They were the largest mercenary group before the apocalypse. Grace spoke with great enthusiasm, while Wen Yu yawned out of boredom. In the past, Wen Yu might have found these matters interesting, but now, what burning, what Blackwater, what Indian government forces, when you could only say that all of the above were trash. Different levels of strength led to different perspectives and thoughts. Now these mixed organizations and associations, including the government forces, appeared numerous and intimidating. But for Wen Yu, if he couldn't solve them with a wave of his hand, then he could do it with two. Mediocre goods, of course, Wen Yu would not ruin Grace's good mood. If she wanted to talk, he would listen, treating it as a story, as he wasn't in a hurry anyway. Thus, with their hurried footsteps, Grace led Wen Yu to the rendezvous point, the Noida Hotel. Wen Yu had thought that the meeting place for agents would be in some remote, messy, and inconspicuous location, but the Noida Hotel before him undoubtedly refreshed Wen Yu's perception. Located in the prosperous business district of New Delhi, its overall appearance, while not extravagant, was quite imposing. "Is it here?" Wen Yu's confusion received an affirmative answer. "It is here," Grace nodded confidently, then a cloth bag was stuffed into Grace's arms by Wen Yu. "Your task is complete. Here is your reward." Grace hesitated for a moment, then slowly opened the bag. Inside, nearly 100 fourth and fifth level magic crystals sparkled dazzlingly under the sunlight. Just a glance, and Grace's breathing intensified as she hurriedly stuffed the cloth bag into her neckline, her charm heightened. "Then I'll take my leave. Oh, don't forget my contact." As she finished, a big flying kiss was sent out. "Thanks to Ping Baozi for the generous reward, the bonus update will come a little later. Today, I feel inexplicably fatigued." Noida Hotel, well, overall in New Delhi, it can only be said to be quite standard. Neither a name that stands out nor one of the top hotels, but at least it is luxurious and comfortable. This is just a very ordinary luxury hotel. Of course, beneath this ordinariness, the term Huazi Hotel, which is even more common, draws even less attention. However, none of this is the main point. The point is that after the apocalypse, hotels like this, it's surprising that they can still make money. So when Wen Yu stepped into Noida Hotel, all he saw was an empty lobby and a front desk with a face full of despair. "Hello, sir, do you have any needs?" The tall, Indian front desk clerk, who could be considered beautiful by Indian aesthetic standards, respectfully said to Wen Yu, her eyes sparkling with an indescribable charm. It seems this front desk lady might have a side job as well. "I'm looking for Wang Qinglin." Wang Qinglin, a Huaxia spy, was the name given by the military along with the rendezvous address. "Please wait a moment." The front desk clerk smiled politely at Wen Yu and picked up a communicator to dial a number. As for Wen Yu, he had no intention of eavesdropping. He merely wandered aimlessly in the lobby, casually admiring the decor of the entire hotel lobby, until a hurried footstep sounded from behind him. "Sir!" A soft voice came from behind. Wen Yu turned around and then furrowed his brows. "Wang Qinglin? Shouldn't he be a man?" It was understandable for Wen Yu to have such doubts. When the military reported the rendezvous location and the agent's information to him, there was indeed a photo of Wang Qinglin. And the young, well-dressed, beautiful Chinese woman in front of him clearly couldn't be Wang Qinglin. "Sir, there's been a problem," the woman said respectfully, and then made a gesture inviting Wen Yu to follow. It seemed inappropriate to discuss details downstairs. Yes, that should be the meaning. The buzzing sound resonated in the elevator. After Lin Na pressed the buttons inside the elevator, she turned her head, glancing at Wen Yu with her peripheral vision, not too obvious, yet not abrupt. Lin Na, a member of the Huaxia spy organization stationed in India, had the public identity of the general manager of Noida Hotel in New Delhi. This time, due to Wang Qinglin's sudden disappearance, she was specially assigned to be the liaison agent with Wen Yu. Also issued along with her assignment was the detailed objective and specific plan for the mission. Thinking of the support dispatched by the Huaxia military, Lin Na felt a sense of disorientation. Sequence 2, Wen Yu. As a member of the spy organization, Lin Na naturally understood the significance of this name. It represented one of the strongest powers in the world. Thus, the necessary respect was indispensable. and the curiosity that comes with it was also considerable. Mixed thoughts filled her mind until the ding of the elevator announced it had reached the top floor. "Sir, please follow me," Lin Na said respectfully, then stepped out of the elevator first. A delicate coffee was placed in front of Wen Yu. Sitting on a comfortable sofa, Wen Yu leisurely picked up the coffee and took a sip before focusing on the main issue. This was not because he was uninterested in the mission. Rather, with his current strength, as long as the military could provide the specific location of Lahar, the rest was merely a matter of making a trip for him. Underestimating the enemy was certainly not an option, but underestimating oneself was also not a good habit. Therefore, what appeared to be a complex and secret task was just a simple errand for Wen Yu. "Let's talk about it. What exactly happened?" A plain voice emerged, and in response to Wen Yu, there was a large stack of documents. Standing beside him, almost like a secretary, Lin Na spoke with a respectful tone. "This is my identity information. You can take a look at it first, sir." Wen Yu acknowledged and casually skimmed through the documents in front of him. Lin Na, recruited into the Huaxia spy organization in 2015, age 26, height. He quickly glanced through the simple information and the identity card representing Lin Na, and after confirming her identity was genuine, Wen Yu finally spoke. "Lin Na, right, what exactly happened? Where is Wang Qinglin?" "Wang Qinglin, the major, has been confirmed missing, so the higher-ups assigned me as the liaison for this operation." In response, Wen Yu had no comments. Changing a middle-aged man for a beautiful girl could definitely be considered a good thing. As for Wang Qinglin's whereabouts, Wen Yu had no interest in knowing, and neither did Lin Na want to say much. This was an internal military issue, irrelevant to the task at hand. It was clear that the Huaxia military understood what kind of person Wen Yu was. They wouldn't overshare irrelevant matters with him. However, in fact, Wang Qinglin's disappearance did cause some impact on this mission. "Sir, there have been some issues leading to complications in this task," Lin Na said. "India is a very interesting country. Judging purely from national strength, India certainly qualifies as a major power, with its large land area and massive population providing significant support to its economy. Moreover, its large population base allowed India to smoothly become the second largest force for humanity after the apocalypse. But unlike Huaxia, there are extremely sharp contradictions hidden behind India's strength. The ideological conflict between Hinduism and Islam, as well as India's traditional caste system. Recently, India's internal chaos stemmed from this. When individual strength greatly increased, to the point where one's body could withstand bullets and cannons, both the problems that should exist and those that shouldn't all surfaced in a chaotic manner. Sequence 83, Dijeng, was originally an unemployed vagabond from India's lower class, belonging to the third tier of the caste system, the Vaisya, but after the apocalypse. As you might know, sir, the apocalypse can be seen as a redistribution of power, and some people, by sheer luck, obtained exceptionally strong professions or skills, thereby skyrocketing to success. Dijeng is one of those people. After saying this, Lin Na carefully glanced at Wen Yu. It seemed that Wen Yu was also such a lucky guy. Fortunately, Wen Yu wouldn't care about these small details. After gaining power, ambition naturally followed, and Dijeng deliberately brought up the caste system, uniting the Vaisya and Sudra civilian refugee classes in an attempt to overthrow the Indian regime. The final result was the rebellion army's crushing defeat, but they didn't leave empty-handed. They made the Indian government lose something important. That was a child who is also the target of this mission. Lahar, thanks to yesterday's generous support from book friends Dapeng, Baozi, and Teui, I managed to get the first chapter up early today. Lahar's photo was placed in front of Wen Yu by Lin Na. The photo was somewhat blurry, but Lahar's face was still relatively clear. At 6 years old, an innocent age, with slightly darker skin due to his ethnicity, he could be considered a cute little boy overall. However, this adorable boy was surrounded by a total of 16 burly men in suits. They looked like bodyguards, but from the way they stood, they formed a complete and solid human cage, completely trapping Lahar in a small space. It seems like protection, but in reality, it's imprisonment. Well, it should be said that it's a bit of both. It was precisely because we captured this photo that we discovered some astonishing things upon further investigation. Wen Yu nodded, signaling Lin Na to continue. This child, how should I put it? When it came to Lahar, Lin Na's expression became somewhat troubled. He has obtained a special occupation. We have no means to uncover the name or characteristics of this special occupation, but within the Indian government army, they refer to it as a deity. Deity? Wen Yu raised an eyebrow. This term represents mystery and power. Yet the prevalence of compulsory education has made people not take the concept of deities seriously, even in a deeply religious country like India. When you did not believe that the upper echelons of the Indian government army were fanatical believers who valued faith above all else. Yes, it's a deity. Lin Na's tone was extremely certain. In a dim alley, two figures cloaked in black robes hurried along. Before long, they arrived in front of a shabby and dilapidated inn. "This is the place, right?" A clear and gentle voice spoke up, yet the tone of the responder seemed somewhat strange. "Yes, this is Lord Dijang." The response was hesitant and stammering, lacking the inflections of normal speech. It sounded more like someone mumbling in their sleep. "Thank you very much, Wang." Dijang smiled broadly and strode into the inn. "Hello, I am here to find a child." With a gentle tone and a face that was at least decent if not handsome, Dijang appeared like a polite gentleman, eliciting no feelings of rejection. However, get lost. If you're looking for a child, you should go to the orphanage across the street. The burly innkeeper had a fierce expression, waving his large hand like he was swatting away flies, showing impatience. Hearing the steady heartbeat of the innkeeper and observing his genuine eyes, Dijang chuckled softly. "Under control, I see." Then with a loud thud, the innkeeper's hefty body collapsed onto the ground. Dijang slowly retracted his right hand and turned to Wang Qinglin. "Lead the way. It seems the child's power is getting a bit out of control." The inn was sparsely furnished, with an illogical layout and rough partitions dividing it into small, cramped rooms. Under Wang Qinglin's guidance, the two navigated through a narrow corridor, the chaotic sounds along the way causing Dijang to frown deeply. This place was not suitable for a child to stay in. Finally, they reached a flash of wooden door at the end, and Wang Qinglin stepped aside to let Dijang through. "Knock, knock, knock." A long and too short knock echoed, yet there was silence within. It wasn't until a minute later that the rusty door creaked open, revealing the scene inside. Then Dijang saw a brilliant starry sky. "Lahar, I'm here to take you home," Dijang said, lowering his head as if afraid that his eyes might tarnish the sanctity before him, until the familiar weight pressed between his neck. A small pair of hands gently tugged at Dijang's ear. "Dijang, take me home." When we relayed the message back to our country, they might have obtained more detailed target information through certain means. The higher-ups issued orders for us to bring Lahar back. However, due to certain reasons, countries like the United States and Russia also caught wind of Lahar's news. Various factions began to openly and covertly vie for him, causing total chaos and preventing us from completing our mission. It wasn't until recently that civil unrest erupted in India, with international intelligence agencies intervening, making the already chaotic situation in India even worse. Then amidst the turmoil, Lahar went missing. Hearing this, Wen Yu slowly tightened his brows. The mission was simply to retrieve someone, and there was no aspect of searching for someone involved. Just the day before yesterday, we found Lahar's trail. In fact, this was the main reason the military asked you to come. For us, finding someone isn't that difficult, but getting them out is a much bigger issue. The person was located by Major Wang Qinglin, who then reported back to military headquarters. The headquarters decided to send strong reinforcements. However, at this critical juncture, Major Wang Qinglin encountered an accident and was captured by the rebellion army. A nonchalant nasal sound was made, and then Wen Yu put down his coffee, shifted his position, and looked at Lin Na, signaling her to continue. Lin Na bit her lip, looking pale as she spoke. "Just 2 hours ago, Wang Qinglin was controlled by Dijang and took Lahar away. Now we have lost track of Lahar's specific location. The work of spies has become particularly challenging after the apocalypse. A large number of strange abilities made the training that agents previously received completely useless. Sequence 83, the ability to control humans, is not a difficult thing. This is the fundamental reason for the complications in this mission. So, does that mean I now have to take on not only the job of retrieving someone, but also help you find him?" Wen Yu's tone was neither questioning nor angry, just plain and calm, but it was precisely this calmness that showed his attitude towards the matter. Finding someone was out of the question. Wen Yu still held grievances against the military. If it weren't for Tang Haofei using a favor to persuade him, Wen Yu wouldn't be so foolish as to work for the military. What was within the favor, Wen Yu would handle. What wasn't, don't come asking me. Thus, the solution to this matter became clear. "You find the person and call me once you do. For now, arrange a room for me and get me some food. I need to rest." After saying this, Wen Yu immediately turned and left the room without looking back. Black night, a chaotic city. The smell of gunpowder and the stench of demonic energy intertwined in the air. Explosions echoed occasionally, and erratic energy fluctuations added some sound and color to the night. It felt like a chaotic symphony. This is India, a country that can only be described with the word magical for now. Standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor of the Noida Hotel, when you felt no homesickness or heartfelt emotions at this moment, but the moon in India was indeed rounder than that of northeast Huaxia. Is this what they mean by the moon abroad being rounder than at home? When you chuckled at himself and downed the drink in his cup. I like it here, it's chaotic, and there's war everywhere, and war means harvest. A pair of slightly rough small hands gently wrapped around Wenyu's waist, one going up and the other down. Teasing, temptation, and the gradually igniting passion. If you like it, then stay a bit longer. The hot body and soft voice added a touch of brilliance to this ordinary night. Wenyu simply smiled and said nothing more. His previous words were left unfinished. War is everywhere, but Wenyu does not like crowds. Crowds mean more matters, mean complexity, mean change, and there are too many people in India. There's a saying, right? The more you interact with people, the more you like dogs. Wenyu hated trouble, hated complex matters. Without delving deeper into this topic, Wenyu put down his glass, turned around, and looked at the naked female mercenary behind him. Her milky white skin was slightly rough but still clean, her figure was impressive, her appearance was not bad, and her age could be considered youthful and beautiful. After taking off her combat attire, she could also be considered a qualified distraction. So I like it here. Wenyu's smile grew wider. This time it seemed genuinely sincere. I like it here. The sea, the beach, the clean moonlight, and the quiet environment. This small island near the waters of Singapore, lacking human interference, has preserved its natural scenery to the greatest extent. Although life may be inconvenient, the view is indeed remarkable. No one dislikes such beautiful scenery, right? When I retire, I think I should buy this small island, fish, swim, and enjoy life just like you do now. Maybe by then we can be neighbors, going out to fish together every day and then having a bonfire party at night. How does that sound, Chin Tian? I think it sounds good. A dry response, dismissive, filled with doubts and even a hint of barely detectable fear. In the month they had not seen each other, the man before him had grown stronger. What was originally an unfathomable strength had now become a vast ocean, making Chin Tian feel nervous just standing next to him. Thus, Chin Tian carefully considered his words. So, can you tell me why you came to find me? Tang Haofei. Tang Haofei's lips curled into a slight smile, seemingly satisfied with Chin Tian's caution at this moment. His right hand draped over Chin Tian's shoulder, as if they were very familiar friends. However, their relationship was not considered friendly. Chin Tian subtly shrank back, but the strength on his shoulder was unexpectedly powerful, making his actions seem like a helpless struggle. Tang Haofei's expression remained unchanged. I came this time to ask you for a favor. The strength on Chin Tian's shoulder increased slightly, and for him, this slight increase felt like a mountain pressing down, causing him to breathe rapidly, even making his scapula creak under the weight. What is it? If I can help, I will definitely help. Facing a strength he could not resist, Chin Tian's choice was not surprising to anyone. Tang Haofei relaxed his grip a little. I want to establish an organization, and now I officially invite you to become a member of this organization. Thoughts raced through his mind, but in a short time he could only think of one path. So, okay, Chin Tian nodded. Seeing this scene, Tang Haofei immediately laughed and pulled out an invitation letter from his spatial ring, solemnly handing it to Chin Tian. A month later, at the Indian border, we'll meet there. Oh, and don't forget to bring Arthur. After saying that, the figure vanished as if Tang Haofei had never appeared. Phew! Exhaling a heavy breath, Chin Tian, dressed in sportswear, bitterly opened the invitation letter. The words ultimate combat power shone with a captivating glow in the dim moonlight. Below it read, on January 23, 2018, the Ultimate Combat Team will hold its first internal meeting. Participants Sequence 1, Tang Haofei Captain. Sequence 2, Wenyu Vice Captain. Sequence 3, Walter. Sequence 4, Chin Tian. Sequence 5, Chaos. Sequence 7, Chin Min. Sequence 10, Vincent. A long list of top-tier powerhouses from the human race was invited to the Ultimate Combat Team. Looking again at the time and location at the top, the bitterness at the corners of Chin Tian's mouth deepened. Originally thought that after the Sea King control plan, he could escape from the great quagmire outside, who would have thought? Chin Tian. Chin Tian, a distant shout came from afar. Chin Tian rolled up the invitation letter, turned his head toward the direction of the voice. There a tall, blond, blue-eyed man was rushing toward him, wielding a huge two-handed sword. I'm right here, Chin Tian waved at Arthur in the distance. But suddenly a line from a movie echoed in his mind. In the rivers and lakes, one cannot act freely. As a member of Sequence 4, one of the top combat powers of the human race, how could he be so easily forgotten by others? I finally found you. Yuan said you mysteriously disappeared and was worried something happened to you, so? Arthur's face was innocent, but a faint smile always appeared at the mention of Qin Shiyuan. Men who fall in love are probably like this. Thinking of his sister, Qin Tian smiled and shook his head. Nothing happened. In this desolate place, what could happen to me? That's also true. Let's go home. Don't keep Yuan waiting too long. Speaking of which, I caught a big fish in the sea today, enough for us to have a good meal. And the mutated plants that Yuan planted finally sprouted today. She said she wanted you to see. Beautiful, leisurely, important people and comfortable daily life. In the simple dialogue, the ordinary life revealed itself, appearing even more precious in the apocalypse. However, in the apocalypse, how could one find true peace and tranquility? Ah, a large yawn escaped from Wen Yu's mouth. After a long period of tension, a brawl had indeed given Wen Yu a rare sense of comfort. More than 100 fifth-level magic crystals were nothing but small change to Wen Yu, yet they brought a beaming smile to Grace's face and a thrilling wake-up service. It must be said that Grace was indeed a clever woman. After receiving her due payment, she generously bestowed a big kiss on Wen Yu and then decisively left the hotel when the sky first brightened. It was a transaction that left both parties satisfied. Perhaps they would owe each other nothing and might even have a next time? Who knows? When Yu pushed the absurdity of last night out of his mind, got out of bed, washed up, dressed, and then walked out of the room toward the restaurant. The work of a spy was always busy. Of course, strictly speaking, spies could be divided into field agents and internal staff, and Lin Na clearly belonged to the latter. Essentially, she was the type who sat in the office. However, this office was not so easy to manage, as it involved arranging personnel, organizing intelligence, and coordinating relationships. Various tasks kept Lin Na completely occupied. Nevertheless, Lin Na would not forget one crucial point: information regarding Lahar. Major Wang Qinglin had been captured. Major Wang Qinglin had been controlled. Major Wang Qinglin had taken Dijang to pick up Lahar. Bad news came one after another. However, everything has two sides. When Lahar was alone, finding a child in the vast sea of people was not a simple task, especially when that child possesses some strange powers. But after Lahar was picked up by Dijang, the difficulty of locating the rebellion army decreased significantly. As the second-largest native force in India, the movements of the rebellion army were not without trace. The efficiency belonging to the intelligence organization was reaching its peak at this moment. Noida Hotel offered a decent breakfast, at least much better than when you gnawing on dry rations in the wilderness alone. Dumplings, roasted meat, soup, each served in a large platter. In the current desolate situation, Wen Yu decisively released 3 spirit pets in the empty restaurant. Good things should be shared together. Therefore, when Lin Na walked into the restaurant, what she saw was a scene of cats flying, dogs jumping, and a giant dragon roaring. As a sequence too, Wen Yu was somewhat of a public figure. At least, there was complete information on Wen Yu within the intelligence organization. And the profession of Soul Master was undoubtedly recorded in the files of the Huaxia intelligence organization. Lin Na looked at the 3 spirit pets bouncing around and messing up the food with some curiosity. According to the intel, the 3 spirit pets of Sequence 2 were all peak 5th-level mutated beasts, outdated intel, and among them were even 2 divine beast species. Thus, Lin Na intentionally slowed down her pace, attempting to observe the magnificent form of the divine beast species in more detail. However, what grandeur could Xing and Victor possess? What Lin Na could see was merely the daily cat-and-dog battle. Greyhound chasing black cat around while the mini-sized giant dragon chewed on roasted meat, watching the daily drama. Until Wen Yu, who was sitting in a corner of the restaurant, noticed Lin Na. "Over here." Wen Yu waved to Lin Na, glancing at the chaos in the restaurant as he bluntly remarked, "Looks like you need to prepare your own food." Lin Na was taken aback. She didn't know whose territory this was. Placing the documents on the table, Lin Na elegantly sat in the chair across from Wen Yu. With her impressive looks and exquisite attire, especially the aura of a strong woman emanating from Lin Na, everything made her appear somewhat dazzling. However, just like the boredom that follows a man's explosive outburst, Wen Yu was not a stallion. At this moment, Lin Na, who was definitely more appealing than Grace, could not capture Wen Yu's attention and could not rekindle his passion. So she opened with business. "Have you found the person?" Then a big piece of something resembling a pancake was stuffed into Wen Yu's mouth. "Not yet." "Then what are you doing here?" Wen Yu spoke with impatience. Coming close to him without reason could only mean they had ulterior motives. Given his good mood today, if it had been a bad day, he would have slapped these guys' faces into a pile of mud. Lin Na paused. A surge of irritation welled up within her, and 2 red marks rapidly spread across her cheeks. It was no wonder the files indicated that Wen Yu had a flawed character. His temper was indeed significant. Taking a deep breath, Lin Na calmed her mood and opened the documents in front of her, adopting a newscaster's tone to speak to Wen Yu. We have made some progress on Lahar's location. According to the reports from our field personnel, after being picked up by Dijeng, Lahar may have been placed in one of the rebellion army's strongholds. Although the rebellion army failed, their overall strength has been preserved. Currently, there are known to be 82 rebellion army strongholds, and our special agents are checking them one by one. After finishing this sentence, Lin Na closed the file and added, "This will take time." How long? Uncertain. Wen Yu swallowed his food, put down his cutlery, and lightly tapped the table with his index finger. After a while, he raised his head to look at Lin Na. "No need to bother that much. You can find Dijeng's address, right?" Lin Na hesitated for a moment but nodded. Though Dijeng's movements were secretive, with the title of Sequence 83, no matter how hidden he would still expose some clues. In India, sequence-level experts were not common. No, outside of Beijing, sequence-level experts were rare everywhere. For these spies, each sequence-level expert was as dazzling as the sun. "Find his location and then tell me. I will make him reveal Lahar's location." Lin Na instantly understood. For the intelligence organization, sequence-level experts who were untouchable were merely some bigger fish in front of Wen Yu. Thinking of this, Lin Na stood up and expressed her gratitude to Wen Yu, saying, "Thank you for your assistance." Wen Yu waved his hand. He just wanted to repay this favor as soon as possible. The efficiency of the Huaxia intelligence agency was absolutely formidable. By the time Wen Yu finished breakfast, Lin Na had already gathered some rough information. Looking at the map in her hand, a large black dot was highlighted. Lin Na explained, "This is the headquarters of the rebellion army. Just 3 minutes ago, Dijeng appeared here. It was quite exhausting. It should be a lack of sleep and an irregular lifestyle. Sleeping at 10 p.m. and waking up at 6 a.m. I realized I suddenly started living like an old person." "Rebellion army headquarters, huh?" Wen Yu murmured softly. The efficiency of the Huaxia intelligence agency indeed exceeded Wen Yu's expectations. In Wen Yu's mind, the headquarters of the rebellion army should be a very concealed place, almost impossible to detect. From the map, the location of the rebellion army headquarters is situated between two large mountains, making it truly hidden. However, the concealed location did not serve its intended purpose. Perhaps sensing Wen Yu's doubts, Lin Na explained, "The location of the rebellion army headquarters was discovered by Lord Fran." Wen Yu realized, the time manipulation abilities of old man Fran had indeed left a deep impression on him. "Besides us from Huaxia, no other country's organization has discovered the rebellion army's headquarters, and we did not inform the Indian government." Wen Yu was no longer the naive youth who knew nothing. The actions of Huaxia were undoubtedly a means of balancing power. Huaxia's upper echelons believed that an intact India was inferior to one riddled with flaws. This was also the fundamental reason Wen Yu was unwilling to concern himself with these people. Politicians think differently from normal people. Strictly speaking, some disgusting politicians truly lacked a broader perspective. However, this premise was favorable for Wen Yu at present. This meant no one would interfere. Fewer people meant simpler matters with fewer variables. Thus, Wen Yu noted the location on the map and walked directly towards the entrance. "Notify the military personnel to establish a gathering point. I will meet them at the designated location in no more than 12 hours. Bring Lahar with me." This is the list of casualties during this period and the movements of the demonic creature army within India. "Please review it, Lord Dijeng." The assistant, who looked charming but possessed considerable strength, laid a stack of documents on Dijeng's desk. Flipping through the documents casually, Dijeng let out a deep sigh. After the failed rebellion, the days of the rebellion army were indeed difficult. They faced daily assaults from the Indian government army, compounded by the increasingly rampant demonic disasters within India. As the leader of the rebellion army, the difficulties faced by Dijeng were understandable. Fortunately, the rebellion, which came at a great cost, was not entirely without gain. Thinking of this, Dijeng raised his head and asked, "Has Lahar eaten breakfast?" "He has. Lahar has a good appetite, and he went to bed early last night. He seems to be in a great mood." When talking about Lahar, the assistant's eyes sparkled, clearly familiar with and fond of the adorable child. "That's good, that's good." Dijeng nodded repeatedly, seeming to find even the bad news in the documents less bothersome. Waving away the assistant, Dijeng redirected his attention back to the documents on the desk. Outpost number 32 was eliminated by the Indian government army yesterday, with 3 casualties and 12 captured. Bad news. Mumbai's 3rd assembly point was breached last night by the demonic creature army, resulting in heavy losses for the government army, while an undercover member within the Mumbai government army has gone missing and is preliminarily estimated to be deceased. Worse news. Yesterday afternoon, a massive energy response appeared at the Indian border. which investigations show should be from a certain sequence-level expert newly entered into India. Based on the energy response rating, the strength level of this expert cannot be estimated. Oh! Dijeng raised an eyebrow, pulling out this document, directing his gaze to the words, "The strength level of this expert cannot be estimated." Dijeng was not unfamiliar with sequence-level experts, as he himself was one. But because he belonged to a sequence, Dijeng understood that even within the sequence, individual strength could vary significantly. Or rather, the gap between sequences was far greater than that between sequence and non-sequence individuals. Dijeng could not forget the terrifying combat scenes among the top ranks of the sequences. It was a power far beyond his imagination, and even after such a long time, Dijeng was not confident he could withstand a single blow from that level of attack. Let's hope it's just passing by, Dijeng thought to himself. Dilapidated, chaotic, the defensive perimeter is poorly organized and utterly lacking in principles, a disorganized rabble, utterly useless. Walking within a small campsite hidden among the mountains, when you couldn't help but sigh at the rebellion army's extremely low military quality, when he saw soldiers armed to the teeth, they were more like a group of refugees. Living conditions hidden in the mountains were naturally far worse than one would imagine. In fact, when you truly could not understand why these guys chose to leave relatively safe gathering places and cities to follow Dijeng out here to wage guerrilla warfare. Faith, hope, goals, all trivial things. A jumble of thoughts floated in his mind, and after a sigh, when you cast them aside. At this moment, when you felt as if he had returned home, he strolled leisurely toward the interior of the campsite. Concealment, the heaven-covering banner can actively assist the user in concealing their figure, providing absolute invisibility. Absolute invisibility, theoretically undetectable by outsiders. It also shields all observable factors resulting from actions like walking or running. At this moment, under the effect of the heaven-covering robe, when you resembled a ghost that did not exist, freely exploring everything within the campsite right under the noses of a large group of rebellion soldiers. Soul perception swept around, and within a minute when you had roughly scanned the small campsite, every lookout, every sound, even detailed down to each individual, the average level was around 3. This was also the overall average strength of humanity at present, somewhat lower than that of conventional military forces, but a rebellion army composed of refugees could not be expected to have too much. However, there were not a few strong individuals. At least, when used soul perception had already detected 4 peak-level 5th souls, with one's energy response particularly intense. So, target locked. Gently rubbing his temples to relieve some mental fatigue, Dijeng picked up a cup of water from the table and took a big gulp. Having come from a rogue background, Dijeng naturally did not have a high education level or much exposure, but there is a saying, people are shaped by circumstances. As the leader of the rebellion army, he faced many things he had never encountered before, forcing him to learn, to think, and to progress. However, some things cannot be accomplished merely by pressure. Much like hard work does not guarantee success. Currently, Dijeng's organizational management ability could barely be considered average. Thus, it was no surprise that the rebellion army had fallen to this state. Creak, the rusty door hinge produced a piercing noise, drawing Dijeng's attention. Looking up, Dijeng saw the empty doorway and self-deprecatingly smiled. The door needs replacing. After finishing, Dijeng walked to the doorway and casually closed the door. After closing the door, Dijeng turned back around. However, a strange young man had inexplicably appeared in his place. Dressed in black, his appearance was ordinary, but his aura was slightly cold, holding the documents he had just reviewed, flipping through them page by page. Focused, oblivious to the surroundings, as if the man was always meant to sit in that position. Gulp! Dijeng slowly swallowed, abruptly recalling the documents he had just seen, while the face of the man before him gradually merged with a figure from his memories that seemed unreachable. Sequence 2, when you, he muttered lowly, tinged with a hint of panic and helplessness. Then Dijeng saw the man before him slowly raise his head, revealing a pair of black eyes that emitted an eerie sheen, like 2 swirling black holes, firmly drawing in Dijeng's complete attention. In the next second, Dijeng felt a wave of intense fatigue wash over him, and with a bang, his body uncontrollably collapsed to the ground. Then the sound of snoring erupted. Seeing Dijeng fall to the ground, When Yu smiled lightly. He casually placed the documents back where they belonged and slowly walked to Dijeng's side. The loud snoring and Dijeng's peaceful face made it seem as if he were simply deep in sleep, immersed in a beautiful dream. Eye of the Night SS level, passive ability. After the eyes are transformed by an unknown force and infused with the mysterious power of moonlight, it causes an evolution of the eye area. After acquiring the Eye of the Night, one can detect the strength level of target units and their skill levels. While under moonlight, the Eye of the Night also possesses powerful abilities of hypnosis, illusion, and dream creation. Note: the Eye of the Night will enhance its power as the host's level increases. Under Wenyu's overwhelming physical condition, the Eye of the Night exhibited unimaginable power. It did not need night or moonlight. Merely eye contact could instantly hypnotize a sequence-level expert, turning them into a lamb awaiting slaughter. Not bad. The first time Wenyu utilized his hypnosis ability, he couldn't help but exclaim, then he instantly changed the enhancement skill of the fifth soul. Dream Sculpting SSS level active ability. Entering dreams, creating dreams, doing as one pleases in another's dreams, even influencing the target's memories, freely altering the line between illusion and reality. Nothing could be more suitable for gathering intelligence than this method. The scene within Dijang's office appeared somewhat strange at this moment. The owner, Dijang, was sprawled on the ground, soundly asleep, while the uninvited guest stood beside him, eyes closed, seemingly pondering some issues. No, it wasn't pondering. Using the term observing would be more appropriate, just like reading a book or watching a movie. At this moment, Wenyu was indiscriminately rummaging through Dijang's memories. In the dream, scenes from Dijang's life played out vividly before Wenyu's eyes, and then the pace of the dream accelerated. Wenyu had no interest in Dijang's privacy. Recent memories appeared before Wenyu. Dijang had captured Wang Qinglin, and after using some kind of potion to control him, Dijang successfully took Lahar away, placing him in a room somewhere here. Quite fortunate, no need to run to another place. Wenyu sighed, and then Dijang's dream changed drastically. The encounter between Dijang and Wenyu moments ago was violently erased, and forcibly altering memories is naturally not pleasant. As Dijang lay on the ground, blood began to seep from his features while his brain inevitably suffered some damage. But it was not fatal. With the physical condition of a peak-level fifth soul, at most he would just feel a bit groggy after waking up. After completing all this, Wenyu finally opened his eyes, and his body became momentarily blurry, as if he were a closed holographic projection that instantly vanished. His body transformed into a stream of pure black dark energy, while the concealment effect of the heaven-covering robe remained in effect. In nearly an instant, Wenyu appeared at the door of the room where Lahar was located. The dark energy slowly solidified, transforming into Wenyu's appearance in the blink of an eye. But the noticeable change process was completely unseen by the two level 5 professionals standing guard at the door. The effect of the heaven-covering robe was exceptional. Gently snapping his fingers, two streams of dark energy shot out directly into the guard's ears. The two professionals standing at the door instantly fell to the ground, completely losing consciousness. Afterward, Wenyu tidied his outfit and put on a warm smile before slowly pushing the door open. Wenyu was always very patient with children. As Wenyu walked into the room, everything inside came into view. The simple arrangement had no excessive furniture, and even the walls were merely covered with a layer of ugly wallpaper. But the clean bed, curtains, and scattered small toys were enough to show the rebellion army's attitude towards Lahar, valuing and caring for him. Unlike the Indian government, which treated Lahar as a thing that needed protection and confinement, they regarded him as a true person. Recalling the scattered images he had seen in Dijang's mind, Wenyu broke into a passionate smile and slowed his steps, quietly approaching the bulging lump on the bed. This little child was also a pitiful person. Wenyu's footsteps might have startled Lahar as the lump on the bed trembled, and then a small head popped out, quickly diving back into the blankets, like a frightened little beast. Wenyu gently sat down at the edge of the bed, speaking in a soft tone, "Don't be afraid, Uncle Big Brother isn't a bad person." A voice came from the blankets. Even with the barrier of the blankets, the words sounded slightly muffled, yet Wenyu's keen hearing still caught it. "Are you here to take me away?" Wenyu was taken aback for a moment. In the next second, the head from under the blankets popped out again, two big eyes staring unblinkingly at Wenyu. The starkly contrasting black and white eyes began to show an inexplicable brilliance. Under Wenyu's gaze, those sparkling big eyes slowly faded in color until they turned a bizarre pure white, followed by endless light points emerging, instantly transforming Lahar's eyes into another appearance. In a daze, Wenyu seemed to see a dazzling starry sky. His own consciousness began to fade, and Wenyu felt a bizarre power spreading within the depths of his soul. At this moment, the powerful soul strength did not react. This was not because the power prevented Wenyu from resisting, but because this power, in Wenyu's soul perception, posed no malice or threat, thus failing to trigger the defensive instincts deeply engraved in his soul. Afterwards, Wenyu's consciousness began to drift, as if forever suspended, or perhaps it was just a fleeting moment. In a daze, he did not know how much time had passed, but when Yu finally regained consciousness, his perception swept across the surrounding environment, an expanse of dazzling stars. It was truly a dazzling starry sky. Countless starlights surrounded his body, with shooting stars occasionally passing by in a lifeless environment, making everything appear exceptionally real. Trapped or, a jumble of thoughts surged wildly through his mind until a grand voice descended from above, resonating in Wen Yu's ears. "Speak your wish!" Wen Yu was dumbfounded. "Speak your wish!" The grand, majestic voice, yet strangely mechanical in tone, rang out again in his ears. Wen Yu struggled to focus, and his first thought almost instinctively slipped out. "I want to get out of here?" Faced with an unclear situation, Wen Yu's first reaction was to leave, prioritizing his safety before considering other issues. The mighty voice fell silent for about a second before resounding once more. "Cost 1 level 1 magic crystal." With a ding sound, a level 1 magic crystal automatically rolled out from Wen Yu's spatial ring, crashing to the ground and making a crisp sound before instantly vanishing. "Wish granted." Bizarre power surged again, and in the next second, Wen Yu's consciousness instantly returned to his physical body. "There's something happening tonight, so that's all for today." Wen Yu quickly raised his right hand, and the watch on his wrist clearly indicated the exact time. Just a series of dreamlike experiences had taken a total of 1 second. No, counting the action of raising his hand, the recent experience must have been completed in an instant. He glanced again at Lahar, who had his eyes tightly closed and appeared extremely fatigued, and Wen Yu swallowed hard. Memories of Lin Nu's description flashed in his mind. "Divine beings!" The atmosphere in the room felt somewhat awkward. It wasn't until Lahar's coughing, reminiscent of a bellows, broke the awkwardness that the tension eased. Wen Yu gently touched Lahar's forehead, which felt somewhat warm, and his weary expression seemed to speak of the cost of using his abilities just moments ago. "Are you okay?" Lahar shook his head gently, then took a deep breath before looking at Wen Yu. "Are you here to pick me up?" This question had just been asked by Lahar a moment earlier. Wen Yu hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. "Yes, I'm here to pick you up. Do you want to come with me?" Lahar's little head dove back under the covers, leaving only his big, dark eyes and full forehead exposed. After a moment, he nodded gently. "I want to go with you." The trouble he had anticipated did not occur at all. At this moment, Lahar perfectly matched Wen Yu's task. Wen Yu slowly squinted his eyes. "Do you know where I'm taking you?" "I know." Lahar's answer was very certain. "You're taking me to Huaxia, right?" Wen Yu smiled and nodded. "Yes, we're going to Huaxia." "Do you know Huaxia?" He put on a deliberately surprised, even somewhat exaggerated expression. This was just a way to amuse a child. As expected, even though Lahar was extraordinary, he was still just a 6-year-old child. A proud expression, as if he had scored 100 on a test, appeared on Lahar's little face, and he proudly said to Wen Yu, "I saw it long ago. I saw you flying over from a snowy place. I know you came to pick me up. I even looked at where you are taking me. It's so beautiful with so much delicious food, and there are no ugly monsters. Can he see?" Wen Yu's expression flickered, and he revealed a gentler smile. "Would you mind telling your brother what you saw?" Lahar was still too young and had no educational experience. Or rather, having lost his parents from a young age, it was unlikely that Lahar had received any form of education. Thus, his language expression was somewhat muddled, but Wen Yu managed to understand roughly what Lahar was trying to say. Lahar could see anything related to himself. When Wen Yu received the communication from Tang Haofei, Lahar had already seen what Wen Yu looked like. Even more so, since the Huaxia agents stationed in India had transmitted Lahar's information back to Beijing, Lahar had already seen what the gathering place in Beijing looked like. Just as Lahar had mentioned, there was so much beauty, so much food, and no ugly monsters. In a sense, this was omniscience, along with the earlier wish machine. The title of divine being was not an exaggeration. Divine beings imply omniscience, imply omnipotence. Wen Yu, having roughly sensed Lahar's abilities, took a deep breath but maintained his smile, continuing to speak to Lahar. "Then, shall I take you with me now? Are you willing?" Lahar nodded vigorously, but then his brows furrowed and a hesitant expression appeared on his face as he carefully asked Wen Yu, "Can I bring Dijeng and Shima with me? Of course, once you reach Huaxia, you can bring all your friends over." Wen Yu told a white lie. Given Lahar's abilities, he believed Lin Haifeng would fulfill this wish, which was not too much to ask for. However, Wen Yu licked his lips, a fleeting look of deep greed flashing in his eyes. Whether or not to hand over this child to Lin Haifeng was still up for debate. At least, Wen Yu wanted to observe Lahar's skills in detail before making a decision. After dressing Lahar, Wen Yu took his small hand and confidently walked out of the rebellion army camp. Although the heaven-covering robe couldn't hide Lahar's presence, Wen Yu's simple darkness barrier was enough to fool these weaklings. Once they were far enough away from the camp, Wenyu slowed his pace, picked up Lahar in one arm, and took out his communicator with the other. He dialed Lin Na's contact leisurely, and her voice quickly came through on the other end. "Sir, did you succeed?" Not yet. There was a slight unexpected situation, and I hope you can delay the rendezvous for now." "But," Lin Na's hesitation was interrupted by Wenyu without hesitation. "I'll inform you of the specific time later." "Yes, that's it." His unilateral notification, or perhaps a command, left no room for discussion. Before Lin Na could react, Wenyu had already hung up the communication. With a gentle smile on his face, Wenyu lightly bounced Lahar in his arms. "What do you want to eat? I'll take you to eat to your heart's content." Lahar instantly became excited, bouncing around in Wenyu's arms. "I want to eat curry lamb and pancakes, and tandoori, and—" A long list of Indian traditional food names came tumbling out of Lahar's mouth and was promptly noted by Wenyu. Gently patting Lahar's head, Wenyu took Lahar with him, moving at what seemed like a slow pace but was actually quite fast, flying towards New Delhi. On the chaotic streets of New Delhi, a large and a small figure moved leisurely through the bustling street. In stark contrast to the hurried pedestrians, the two strolled leisurely, as if walking in another timeline. Passers-by seemingly paid no attention to them, but whenever they got close, they instinctively changed direction. In the crowded streets, the two figures felt no sense of being among the throngs of people. "Here, brother will give you some food." A large piece of lamb was stuffed into Wenyu's mouth by Lahar, who was chewing heartily. The delicious juices burst in his mouth, filling his taste buds with rich aromas. Enjoyable, comfortable, relaxing, it was all of that, surely. Wenyu, who was extremely sensitive to energy fluctuations, noticed the pleasant fragrance emanating from Lahar and slightly squinted his eyes. Is it human affinity, or life-form affinity? It seemed to be a power along those lines. Indeed, Lahar emitted some peculiar aura, similar to a natural charm, with no malice and not overly strong, but made it impossible not to feel drawn towards Lahar. Wenyu did not resist this feeling. The night in New Delhi was not tranquil. But for children who had spent the day shopping, the bustling environment was enough for them to drift into peaceful dreams. In a luxurious room, Lahar lay quietly on the bed, already deep in slumber, while Wenyu stood by the window, holding a glass of wine, gazing at the scene below that seemed calm yet hid dangers beneath the surface. This was not the Noida Hotel, but a luxury hotel opened by a mediocre Indian underground force. In other words, this place could not deter the watchful eyes of those with ulterior motives. During the day, when Wenyu was shopping with Lahar, he had not deliberately hidden his presence. What needed to be seen, and what they wanted to see, was naturally seen. Thus, the covert operations hidden in the night were not unexpected for Wenyu. Watching the secret actions, below that seemed concealed, but were filled with flaws in Wenyu's eyes, he gently raised the corner of his mouth. Two faint purple lights flickered behind him, and then two indistinct shadows hid in the darkness. Wenyu did not want to stir up trouble, but he was even less afraid of it. Therefore, tonight, the extent of the destruction Wenyu would cause in New Delhi, as well as the death toll among various forces, would entirely depend on these people's desire for Lahar, and the mood of the One-Eyed and the Star. Putting down his wine glass, Wenyu waved his hand to set up another layer of dark barrier in the room, then walked straight to Lahar's side. The sleeping child had glistening drool at the corners of his mouth, and vague mumblings of dreams could be faintly heard. Seeing this scene, Wenyu smiled slightly, then extended his right hand, gently covering Lahar's head. Dream sculpting began, just as the sovereign had said. Human words were filled with lies, but memories in general would not go wrong. Even though there still existed a soft spot in Wenyu's heart, even though he liked lively and adorable children, even though he had goodwill towards Lahar, in the face of interests, all of this was illusory. Wenyu had to know what Lahar's ability truly was. Lahar's memories were clearly displayed before Wenyu's eyes. Observing someone else's private memories through dream sculpting was vastly different from soul-searching by the sovereign. Or perhaps Wenyu and the sovereign were worlds apart in their ability to bear others' memories. When the sovereign's soul searched Wenyu, he could finish watching Wenyu's entire life in a short time, but Wenyu was different. Flipping through someone else's memories through dream sculpting felt like watching a movie. There was always a viewing process. Although under the support of Wenyu's immense soul power, even if the movie fast-forwarded at a rapid pace, Wenyu could still capture the detailed information he wanted. However, this still required time, with a rough ratio of 1 day in memory equating to about a minute in the real world. This was also the fundamental reason why Wenyu did not take a detailed look at Dijang's memories. Impatient with the task, Wenyu did not want to see what was happening to Dijang. He just wanted to find Lahar as quickly as possible. However, now, when you had enough time to savor the amazing story happening to Lahar, even with many ill-intentioned individuals outside, the scene rapidly shifted. Under Wen Yu's will, Lahar's story before the apocalypse was swiftly scanned through. In summary, it was the story of a child who lost both parents at a young age and was fostered in an orphanage. Although there was no oppression or abuse, life in the orphanage was certainly not good. A childhood barely passing the mark. Growing up in such an environment, Lahar naturally became an ordinary child, innocently kind-hearted, but overall he did not stand out in any way. If it weren't for the apocalypse, Lahar was destined to fade into the crowd. The memory quickly transitioned to the time when the apocalypse occurred. In India, with a population density far greater than Huaxia's, the first moment the apocalypse struck brought unprecedented massive damage. When you saw in Lahar's memory the collapse of the orphanage, blood everywhere, the screams of zombies echoing, and wails of despair everywhere. Faced with all this, the young Lahar could only hide trembling in the orphanage's storage room. Until the exhausted Lahar finally saw a ray of sunshine before him. "Dijeng, there's a little child here. Let me see." In the memory, a pair of warm, large hands gently embraced Lahar's small body. "You've worked hard, don't be afraid, I'm here." Then the vision turned black, long periods of hunger, and the sudden hope made Lahar fall into a faint. Upon seeing this, Wen Yu couldn't help but smile. This Dijeng was quite an interesting character. The memory continued to unfold. Rescued by Dijeng, Lahar barely survived in the harsh apocalypse under Dijeng's protection. Indeed, it was just barely. At that time, Dijeng had no semblance of any sequence's flair. Weak in power, while his character was decent, character alone was not enough for Dijeng to lead a comfortable life with others during the apocalypse. Humans, zombies, mutated beasts. Enemies were everywhere. Through Lahar's memories, Wen Yu could deeply sense the desperation and difficulties Lahar faced in order to survive. This was also a side effect of peeping into memories. When others' memories surge into one's mind, if a person isn't mentally strong, it's easy for these external memories to influence them, leading to a significant change in character. This cruelty and malice from life finally changed at a certain moment. Seeing the silver-white vortex that suddenly appeared in Lahar's room, Wen Yu was filled with mixed emotions. No matter how a child obtained powerful abilities in the apocalypse, there was only one answer: luck. After finishing his reflections, Wen Yu self-deprecatingly smiled. Was he not also a guy who had stumbled upon good luck? That being said, every super-strong individual who rose from the grasslands, no matter who they were, had to have experienced a stroke of good luck. This was an undeniable fact. Including Wen Yu, including Tang Haofei. Meanwhile, Lahar, who was playing in the room, had no idea what a treasure land was. At that moment, seeing the silver-white vortex flickering in the room, he found it especially interesting. Just like a child seeing a beloved toy, Lahar did not think twice and went directly to touch the entrance of the treasure land. Then, a flash of light enveloped him. Inside the treasure land, a box radiating golden light was particularly dazzling. Watching Lahar with his finger wrapped around it, walk in a daze to the only item inside the treasure land, picking up the shining job change scroll. Wen Yu slowly closed his eyes, his mind more focused than ever. As if crumpling up a piece of paper, Lahar crushed the scroll, and a prompt sound echoed in his mind, which was also perceived by Wen Yu. "Ding, congratulations to the host on successfully changing jobs, current profession. Star God." Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully changing professions, current profession, Star God. Star God profession characteristics, divine affinity, serenity. Divine affinity. The host will emanate an aura that influences the emotions of living beings around them, automatically generating goodwill towards targets upon contact. The level of goodwill is determined by the strength disparity between both parties, but there are minimum and maximum values. Minimum value. Affection, slight goodwill similar to Wen Yu. Maximum value, heartfelt love. Regarding the host as a family member, the degree of love is determined by the nature of the affected target. If the target is cruel and ruthless, with no familial ties, the divine affinity will not have much effect. Serenity. The strongest power of the star god lies in observing the stars, exploring fate and the unknown mysteries. Therefore, this profession does not possess strong offensive capabilities, and the host cannot actively learn any harmful skills. Also, the host's character will be influenced by the star god's power, remaining pure-minded and not overly aggressive. Automatically obtain Star God exclusive skill 1, Star Wish Race Foundation level, active skill. Awaken the great power of the stars to fulfill the wishes of the Wishmaker. When the host activates Star Wish, their eyes will be covered by the power of the stars. After activation, the first living being seen by the host will enter the wish space in a state of consciousness. Within the wish space, the subject can make any request, and as long as the corresponding cost is paid, the power of the stars can help fulfill the wish. Note 1. This skill cannot be used by the host themselves. Note 2. Cannot fulfill wishes that exceed the skill's capabilities, such as creating void beings or resurrecting the dead. Note 3. The optimal use of star wish is to provide information. Under the illumination of the stars, there are no secrets in this world. Note 4. This skill can only be used once per natural month, but at the star god's discretion, all usage permissions within 1 year can be consumed to forcibly eliminate the cooldown of star wish. Upon reading this, Wen Yu lightly furrowed his brows. This profession, how should he put it, at least didn't impress Wen Yu, but from a certain perspective, the ability of star wish does have its merits. For instance, the events that followed. Watching Lahar walk out of the treasure land with a bewildered expression, scratching his head, he couldn't understand the changes happening to him at all. Perhaps the profession of star god didn't seem as interesting to Lahar as the toy car models on the ground. The scene accelerated and quickly transitioned to dinner time. Tonight's dinner was the level 2 mutated rat meat that Dijang had hunted after a lot of effort. When the bloodied Dijang placed the roasted rat meat in front of Lahar, the rich smell of blood enveloped him, and in a daze, Lahar activated his first ability. Speak your wish! Looking at the terrified Dijang standing in the endless starry sky in Lahar's memory, Wen Yu felt as if he saw his equally bewildered self from earlier that day. However, Wen Yu was fundamentally different from Dijang at that time. One was a powerful being standing at the pinnacle of the world with absolute strength. The other was merely a small-time thug, with nothing to his name and a family to support, at best just a bit kind-hearted. Seeing this bizarre situation, Wen Yu chose stability immediately, while Dijang's strength and long-term harsh living conditions led him to make the opposite choice without hesitation. I want an SSS-level skill? The roar filled with desire erupted from Dijang's mouth. Perhaps in Dijang's mind at that moment, an SSS-level skill was the most powerful skill in the world. Cost: 1,000 level 8 magic crystals. Low-level magic crystals are also acceptable at a ratio of 1 to 10. In an instant, Dijang fell into despair, as 1,000 level 8 magic crystals was an amount he couldn't possibly afford. This was a number that no individual could manage even at the current stage. However, the next second hell turned into heaven, or 20 years of life. I agree. Urgent, excited, heavy breathing, even impatient, but that was 20 years of life. Exchanging 20 years of life for an SSS-level skill. A spiritual wave instantly infused into Dijang's mind, and Wen Yu only saw a brilliant light bursting forth from Dijang's eyes. That was hope. This skill didn't provide a ready-made skill scroll, but rather information that would lead to obtaining an SSS-level skill scroll. Strictly speaking, there was no significant difference. The exact timing for opening the treasure land, the specific location down to the meter, and even a very detailed guide to the treasure land. If you couldn't get it, then it was just fate. Star Wish couldn't directly grant power, it could only provide a kind of hope, and in this world what was most lacking was hope. In Lahar's memories, Dijang should have succeeded. Because Lahar's food got better, his living conditions improved, Dijang's status rose, and his subordinates grew in number. An SSS-level skill could indeed bring about earth-shattering changes. However, there's no such thing as a wall that doesn't let the wind through. The government army learned of Lahar's existence, and before the government, any wandering troops or individual forces were truly just a joke. The government army took Lahar away, leaving behind a disgruntled Dijang, the poor Dijang who had only used Star Wish once. A life that was called protection but was essentially imprisonment began. Just as the photo displayed, the Indian government deployed a total of 16 bodyguards to protect Lahar's safety 24/7. Although under the protection of the Indian government, Lahar's living conditions greatly improved. Even a child could feel the gazes of those around him, more like a treasure than a companion without malice, but never as warm as Dijang. Moreover, with the help of the Indian government, Lahar smoothly advanced to level 2, thanks to a pile of defensive countermeasure items that smashed through the advancement trial. The second skill generated. Automatically obtain Star God exclusive skill 2. Star Sensing SS level, passive skill, everything has cause and effect. When an event in the world has a causal relationship with the Star God, Star Sensing will automatically acquire information, with the level of detail depending on the magnitude of the causality. Then, Lahar saw Dijang actively recruiting soldiers, using outdated doctrines of the caste system to attempt to overthrow the Indian regime. Perhaps it was out of envy for Lahar's abilities, or perhaps there was a genuine friendship with Lahar. Who knows? During this period, the Indian government had deceived Lahar once with Star Wish, wishing for a foundation-level skill scroll with limit-breaking ability. The cost made Wen Yu's heart race, 200 level 10 magic crystals. At higher professional levels, this might be a simple condition, but at the current moment, the Indian government cobbled together a massive amount of level 1 to level 5 magic crystals, even filling nearly 100 spatial rings of different levels. With a huge price, they forcibly created a limit breaker. Whether it was worth it or not was for the concerned parties to evaluate. Then came the internal turmoil in India. Lahar took advantage of the chaos to foster a bond with his nanny who helped him escape. There was coincidence, there was luck, but more importantly, it was the quasi-omniscience brought forth by star sensing. Memories flowed rapidly, and when you saw the gathering place in Beijing through Lahar's memories, and even saw Lin Haifeng and Old Man Fran. Finally, when the giant dragon spread its wings and flew high, when you through Lahar's memories saw himself standing atop the stars, saw himself rescuing Grace, letting her lead the way for him, and saw himself entering Noida Hotel to meet Lin Na. The effect of the heaven-covering robe meant that Lahar couldn't directly observe Wen Yu's past, but the interconnectedness of human relationships was so great that Lahar could indirectly observe himself by watching others. Once aware of his purpose, Lahar waited for Wen Yu with the innocent thoughts of a child being simple. This big brother riding the dragon will come to pick me up soon. So, Lahar prepared a small gift for Wen Yu. It was a star wish. However, when he saw himself in the wish space dumbfoundedly shout, "I want to get out of here," Wen Yu's eyelids twitched lightly, and then he silently exited dream sculpting. The loss isn't great, the loss isn't great. If I want a foundation-level skill, I still can't afford that price. Wen Yu comforted himself with this phrase, yet for someone as frugal as him, losing a piece of information. It could be significant or not, but he felt a bit empty inside. Wen Yu tiptoed to the window and filled his wine glass, then downed it in one go, managing to suppress the frustration in his heart. The evaluation of Lahar's value resurfaced in his mind once again. The ability of Star Wish was indeed impressive. Lahar's memory of its astronomical price was only a reference for now. Once the level restraint was broken, obtaining high-level magic crystals would become much easier. 200 level 10 magic crystals were an astronomical price at the 5th stage, but what about at the 10th stage? 200 level 10 magic crystals could buy a foundation-level skill with limit-breaking ability. It was incredibly cheap. Moreover, the greatest value of this skill did not lie in the skill itself, but in the intelligence regarding other aspects, such as the movements of the demonic clan army around the world, such as the whereabouts of hidden strong beings in the world, such as intelligence on hostile forces, such as the location of a specific skill holder. There were countless uses. According to Wen Yu's estimation, probing into information that had already occurred would not be too costly. After all, the way Star Wish provided the source of skills was akin to a transaction. However, if one also considered the skill cooldown limit, after a moment of simple contemplation, Wen Yu shook his head with a bitter smile. Lahar was undoubtedly a treasure for major forces, but for him, it was merely dispensable. It was a very simple choice, a costly wish once a month but requiring a lifetime of being a caretaker, coupled with offending the military and Tang Haofei. No matter how he looked at it, it was not worth it. Therefore, the method for dealing with Lahar became clear. When you set up a soundproof barrier around Lahar's bed and leisurely took out his communicator. "Let me go, brother dog, please spare me." The cries for mercy, mixed with sobs, echoed from downstairs, causing Wen Yu to curl his lips. Where were they before? With the excited barking of dogs ringing in his ears, Wen Yu pressed a few numbers on the communicator. Beep, beep. Before the busy tone could ring twice, Lin Na's pleasant voice came through the communicator. Sir, Lin Na's tone remained respectful, but the environment around her was hardly pleasant, when you could even hear the rough and rude barking of dogs from the other end of the communicator. What's going on? Are you also here to monitor me? His tone was not one of anger, just a simple jest. Wen Yu did not trust the military, and likewise, the military would not trust Wen Yu. After seeing Lahar and Wen Yu carelessly stroll through the streets, it was only natural for the Huaxia military to keep an eye on him. Lin Na on the other end fell silent for a moment, clearly unable to answer such an awkward question. Wen Yu did not linger on these trivial matters. Tomorrow I will send Lahar back to the country, have the military personnel wait for me at the Huyin border. Lin Na's breathing suddenly quickened, struggling to suppress her excitement at completing the mission, and respectfully replied, "Understood, sir." Then she hung up. Seeing Lin Na hang up first, Wen Yu shook his head with a smile and poured himself another glass of red wine. While it may have seemed like a simple matter to Wen Yu, it was indeed a source of great frustration for the Huaxia agents. At this moment, hearing the news of mission completion, Lin Na's reaction was indeed one of impatience. Promotion, raise, an impressive resume, a smooth career path, perhaps all of these. In summary, it was a small goal and small progress for a minor character. The sounds of battle below became a bit more intense. From Wen Yu's perspective, he could clearly see a large group of government troops wearing Indian military uniforms, marching in orderly steps while setting up guns and cannons several hundred meters away from the hotel, busily creating quite the commotion. However, what was the use of this? Even if India had confirmed the presence of limit breakers here, what good would it do? Those insignificant figures were carefully observing his every move from below, while he stood above, overlooking a scenery they would never see. The widening gap in power and the increasingly terrifying destructive capability. One person could intimidate a nation and even obliterate it, was subtly changing a person's character and disposition. Suddenly, Lin Haofei's words echoed in his mind. It seems that Tang Haofei has some issues with his personality since returning. In a daze, Wen Yu seemed to see that tall humanoid monster sitting atop Corpse Mountain, grasping a hint of the so-called price of power. Doubling, doubling, and doubling again. After 5 consecutive multiplications, the violent physical prowess still sent shivers down Wen Yu's spine when he recalled Tang Haofei's strength. In reality, a 100-fold increase in combat power would inevitably trigger some changes, just like assets multiplying by hundreds overnight. Even the kindest of hearts would find a shift in mentality unavoidable. And power is more valuable than wealth, so it's not that we have changed, it's just that you are changing too slowly. A low murmur echoed throughout the room, almost as if responding to Wen Yu's whisper, while outside the one-eyed dog let out a battle cry comparable to a mating call. Perhaps it was the stimulation of alcohol, or perhaps the negative effects of a peaceful day. But under the night sky, Wen Yu appeared a bit sentimental. Downstairs, the large gray dog seemingly played around, effortlessly tearing through the isolation line formed by the Indian government troops. The violent movements even shook the entire hotel a couple of times. Seeing the Indian government troops scattering chaotically, rolling and crawling nearly a kilometer back, while specialized negotiators raised white flags and shouted phrases like, "We just want to talk with Sequence 2," Wen Yu slowly pulled down the curtains. A farce, morning sunlight streamed in, and the temperature around 16 degrees C made Wen Yu feel an urge to stay in bed. His powerful biological clock kicked in at that moment. After dressing, getting up, and washing up, Wen Yu reopened the curtains. Everything outside still resembled the scene from when he had pulled the curtains closed. Needless to say, a whole day's time was enough for all the forces eyeing Lahar to realize what they were truly up against. No battles had occurred again. This was a wise choice for these forces. Seeing the one-eyed dog squat arrogantly in front of the Indian government troops' isolation line, enjoying the demonic creature's blood and flesh purposely sent by the Indian government, and even having specialized negotiators climbing ladders to passionately tell the one-eyed dog, "We are all part of the Earth community. We and Sequence 2 are both humans. We should unite," Wen Yu felt a deep sense of impatience. Dealing with these guys was the most tedious thing ever. After waiting for nearly an hour, Lahar finally yawned, stretched lazily, and opened his eyes. The little guy was quite sensible. He quickly climbed down from the bed, dressed himself, and washed his face. Then he quietly sat back on the bed, his dark eyes fixed unwaveringly on Wen Yu. Sensing Lahar's gaze, Wen Yu turned his head and sat beside Lahar, gently patting the boy's head. "What's wrong? Did you see something again?" Lahar hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I saw a big group of people in military uniforms flying over in planes, and there were many big birds beside them. They seemed to be here to pick me up." Lahar pointed towards the place where the sun was rising. "Do you want to go with them?" "Yes," Lahar nodded vigorously. "It's better there." The world of a child is always straightforward and simple. After quickly finishing the hotel breakfast, Wen Yu took Lahar's hand and walked straight out of the hotel. Perhaps the Indian government forces responsible for reconnaissance had spotted Wen Yu's figure. The negotiation expert beside the one-eyed man completely ignored the one-eyed man, charging towards Wen Yu with a reckless determination to complete the task, shouting, "Sir, sir." "I am." However, in the next moment, Wen Yu lightly snapped his fingers. The power of the netherworld flashed by, and the negotiation expert didn't have time to react before being teleported by Wen Yu to an unknown residential alley. Wen Yu didn't care who this nameless guy was, nor did he care what he wanted to discuss with him, let alone what the Indian government behind him would think of his actions. In a world where individual power can override everything, Wen Yu could do whatever he wished, even ignoring the negotiation initiated by a major power. Star! With Wen Yu's command, the star hiding somewhere grew larger, its massive dragon wings blocking out the sun. Then Wen Yu recalled the one-eyed man, and amidst the tense, awe-filled, and even fearful gazes of the surrounding crowd, His entire body transformed into a black light, flying directly onto the star's back with Lahar. Set off eastward, the giant dragon swiftly ascended and then soared through the skies above New Delhi. With the mission accomplished, Wenyu saw no need to stay here or hide his presence. He casually waved a dark barrier to shield Lahar from the fierce winds, and Wenyu dialed a communication line, discussing the rendezvous point in detail with Lin Na, before guiding the star to slightly adjust its direction. Perhaps it was because he was about to part with a new friend, or perhaps it was the feeling of leaving home while being uncertain about the future. But Lahar seemed a bit gloomy along the way. The creases on his little face stirred something soft within Wenyu, and he gently stroked Lahar's head, his voice softening. Beijing is a great place. It has skyscrapers everywhere, impenetrable city walls, and the strongest army and strongest humans in the world. No, it should be the strongest beings. There's also a very gentle big brother there. You'll never have to worry about those fierce, scary monsters threatening you, and no one will steal your food on the streets. There won't be various wars and disputes. There are all kinds of delicious food there, and I guarantee Lahar will grow nice and plump. There will be teachers to teach you knowledge, and you can wear pretty clothes and find a big group of new friends at school, friends your size, not like older brothers. You will grow up with them and witness the future together. When you grow up, you will also meet a big group of like-minded companions to face all the hardships of this world together. As he spoke, Wenyu's eyes drifted. No matter how many grievances he had with Lin Haofei, or how many bad impressions he held about the Beijing gathering place, one undeniable fact was that the Beijing gathering place was indeed a good place. A paradise firmly isolated from external dangers by the protection of Lin Haofei and Tang Haofei. Really, is there really such a good place in this world? Looking at Lahar's sparkling eyes, Wenyu nodded affirmatively. There really is, Beijing is it? Yea, seeing Lahar cheering in his arms, Wenyu smiled slightly. But can I bring Dijang and Shima with me? Just as Lahar had jumped excitedly, he seemed to think of some troublesome questions and returned to a conflicted expression. Of course, once you get there, you'll meet an old man with half-black and half-white hair. Just tell him, and he will send someone to pick up Dijang and Shima. But Lahar hesitated for a long time, finally widening his eyes and looking at Wenyu. Big brother, can you help me with something? Children's thoughts are easy to guess, and Wenyu immediately understood Lahar's request, so he nodded. Can Big Brother help take care of Dijang and Shima for Lahar? I'm afraid they might be in danger. Fearing he would trouble Wenyu, Lahar patted his chest and assured, what Lahar can see is that the half-black and half-white old man is very easy to talk to. It won't take more than 2 days. No problem. Wenyu readily accepted the simple request. His original plan was to stay behind in India after sending Lahar off. After all, the war environment here was very suitable for Wenyu to enhance himself. Putting in some extra effort to take care of Dijang and Shima would be easy for Wenyu and wouldn't take much time at all. Thank you, big brother. Hearing Wenyu's promise, Lahar instantly became cheerful and gave Wenyu's cheek a heavy kiss. Then he leaned close to Wenyu's ear as if sharing a secret and quietly said to him, Lahar has a secret to tell big brother. Lahar's ability can be used one more time. Having already seen through everything, Wenyu feigned surprise with an exaggerated expression. Really? Yes. Lahar nodded heavily, and then endless starlight sparkled in his eyes. Lahar's earnest voice sounded beside his ear. This is a parting gift from Lahar to big brother. Familiar power surged deep into Wenyu's soul. On the surface he appeared surprised, but deep inside he remained calm, innocent, naive, and grateful. The young lad shows promise. Of course, this doesn't rule out the slight influence of the private goods, mixed in the wonderful dream Wenyu had created for Lahar using his dream sculpting ability yesterday. Silently sighing for the Beijing gathering place in his heart, Wenyu then opened his eyes. The starry sky filled his vision. State your wish. I want to know the sovereign's purpose. Exceeds skill capacity unable to fulfill. Please state another wish. Simple, straightforward, and as expected. However, the situation wasn't the worst. After stating a wish that couldn't be fulfilled, one could continue to express the next wish. But for Wenyu, this was of no use. Right now, Wenyu didn't need any information, or rather, the information he needed was something he couldn't afford to pay for. The gift that Lahar spent a year of cool-down for the star wished to give Wenyu was indeed somewhat of a waste. So, let's ask for information on a super treasure land instead. Wenyu thought so. I want, however, just as he uttered those 2 words, his next words were abruptly cut off by Wenyu. Dizzy and feeling a bit feverish, he decided to take a break today. Thoughts surged in his mind, and in a flash of inspiration, Wenyu thought of another wish. His eyes brightened, and Wenyu carefully organized his words before solemnly stating, I want to know the location of the most powerful mutated life form born on Earth, both now and in the future. That's right. It was not about the cost of power. nor was it related to Tang Haofei. Lahar was about to be taken back to Beijing, and what was happening to Tang Haofei was something he and Lin Haifeng needed to consider. Compared to Tang Haofei, Wen Yu was more concerned about his own interests and power. As a soul master, the enhancement brought by a strong spirit pet was undoubtedly evident. As for using the words mutated life form, that was the result of Wen Yu's careful consideration. The term mutated completely excluded professionals. If Wen Yu had asked about a life form, the answer given by the Star Wish would likely be Tang Haofei 99% of the time, himself 0.9%, and the remaining 0.1% would be the result Wen Yu wanted. This time, the feedback from the Star Wish was particularly sluggish. In a daze, Wen Yu saw the stars in the sky radiating brilliant light, as if connecting into bizarre lines. These lines interwove like a gigantic, starry brain. Wen Yu squinted his eyes. Was this thinking? After about a minute, the Star Wish finally provided an answer. Cost 1,000 level 10 magic crystals, or 2,000 years of life. Wen Yu took a deep breath. It was too expensive, far too expensive. This was merely for a location. The reason for such a cost was clear to Wen Yu. This was because the most powerful mutated creature would only be born in a very distant future. Events that had already occurred and those that had yet to happen were certainly of differing values. Therefore, Wen Yu did not agree to the cost proposed by the Star Wish, but instead changed his phrasing. I want to know the location of the most powerful mutated life form born on Earth in the next 6 months. 6 months was enough to capture all mutated creatures born now and within that time frame. Wen Yu calculated based on the timeline of the level restraint. Given the current attack progress of the demonic clan and the destruction they brought to Earth's environment, after 6 months, the level restraints from level 5 to level 6 would surely be broken. Wen Yu no longer sought the strongest. He only requested to obtain the strongest at level 6, which could be seen as a compromise. Confirm the change of wish? Please note, this change of wish will be the last. Regardless of whether the wish is fulfilled or not, the user will be teleported out of the wishing space. This was only right. Otherwise, through repeated unsuccessful wishes, even without spending any cost, one could obtain a lot of free information. Confirm. Cost 10,000 level 5 magic crystals. Still expensive, a location information was not worth 10,000 level 5 magic crystals, it seemed. Agree. As soon as Wen Yu's voice fell, a massive amount of magic crystals surged from his spatial ring, dropping with a clatter onto the ground of the wishing space before disappearing. 10,000 level 5 magic crystals were just a small number for Wen Yu. Then, beams of light fell from the starry sky, quickly weaving before Wen Yu. In just a few seconds, a complete world map appeared before him. 2 months from now, a powerful mutated creature will be born in the central northern part of the African continent within the next 6 months. The location in central northern Africa on the map flickered with a multitude of lights, as if highlighted by the Star Wish. Wen Yu quickly noted the marked location on the map, and then a mysterious force surged again. In the next moment, Wen Yu's consciousness returned to his body. 2 months from now, the position in the central northern part of Africa, Wen Yu squinted his eyes and pulled out the map. The location marked by the Star Wish should be a bit further north of Central Africa. In any case, for Wen Yu, it was an unknown environment. Thinking of this, Wen Yu stopped pondering about the issue and used gentle dark power to render the marked point on the map pure black before putting the map back into the spatial ring. Looking down, he glanced at Lahar in his arms. After using the Star Wish again, Lahar had evidently been through a lot. At that moment, he was snuggled in Wen Yu's arms, fast asleep. A smile slowly curled at the corners of Wen Yu's mouth. Children, especially those with pure hearts, were always endearing. The giant dragon soared at high speed, its overwhelming aura spreading out enough to dispel all life forms that sensed it, be they demonic creatures or mutated beasts. The journey was smooth, and after about 10 minutes, Wen Yu had arrived at the predetermined gathering location. Cradling Lahar and waiting for about half an hour in the distance, a massive military flying formation gradually came into view. Chirp, chirp, the roar of planes echoed continuously, but amidst this mechanical cacophony, a louder and clearer bird call captured Wen Yu's attention even more. In the sky, a red figure approached, spiraling like a brilliant fiery cloud directly above Wen Yu. Roar! In response to the bird call, Star let out a roar beside Wen Yu. The red shadow in the sky dove downward, shrinking in size until it was only palm-sized before landing on Wen Yu's shoulder. The little soul beast gently pecked at Wen Yu's shoulder, causing it to jump around, and the little red bird then began chattering. In a crisp and lively voice, it exclaimed, Star, Star, did you miss me? I didn't miss you. Star raised its head, speaking quite Sundir-like. Wen Yu, how about you? You must have missed me, right? I missed you. If it weren't to see you, I wouldn't even bother coming out. The chirping continued, and gently flicking the forehead of the vermilion bird on his shoulder, Wenyu chuckled softly, then ignored the bickering between Star and the vermilion bird, turning his gaze to the planes that had already landed in the distance. A large number of soldiers in military uniforms from Huaxia emerged from the cabin, and at the forefront was none other than Old Man Fran, an old acquaintance of Wenyu. Representing Fran and the former Vermilion Bird War God, now one of the current Vermilion Bird War Gods, a massive swarm of flying mutated beasts escorted them. This operation by the Huaxia military was not an ordinary one. It also indicated the great importance the military placed on Lahar. From afar, Old Man Fran leaned on his cane, his suit meticulously arranged, exuding an air of exquisite luxury. Even from a distance, the old man bowed to Wenyu, performing a full gentleman's salute. "Wenyu, long time no see, long time no see." Wenyu smiled and greeted Old Man Fran, then gently set down Lahar. Lahar had already been awakened by the massive rumble and the cries of the mutated beasts, staring blankly at Old Man Fran in front of him. That old man with white hair Lahar had seen in the star vision. A soft pat on the back brought Lahar back to reality. Looking up, he saw Wenyu smile. "Go on, that old grandpa is here to pick you up." The child's hesitance, uncertainty, and confusion about the unknown left Lahar hesitating. Seeing this, Wenyu let out a soft sigh and picked Lahar up, bringing him over to Fran. As he placed Lahar in Fran's hands, Lahar suddenly cried out, "Wah!" Even though he could sense the stars and deduce the outcome of the situation, Lahar still felt an inexplicable discomfort about going to Beijing. Gently wiping the tears from the corners of Lahar's eyes, Wenyu's tone was filled with an indescribable peace and tenderness. "Go on, child, it will be better there," the voice echoed in Lahar's ears, and the soul power contained within it slowly calmed Lahar's sobbing. Lahar then looked at Wenyu with teary eyes, slowly nestled against Old Man Fran's shoulder, and once again fell into a dream. If nothing unexpected happened, Lahar should be dreaming of the wonderful tapestry titled The Wonderful Life of the Beijing Gathering Place that Wenyu had woven for him. Sensing that Lahar had fallen into a deep sleep on his shoulder, Fran waved to the two female soldiers behind him, gently handing Lahar over to them. He then turned around with a strange expression and looked at Wenyu. "Tusk, tusk, tusk, not just Tang Haofei, it seems you have changed a bit too. The old you wasn't this gentle." Old Man Fran always lacked the respect that ordinary people showed to powerful figures, whether it was toward Tang Haofei or Wenyu. This attitude made Wenyu feel at ease. One must say, judging people and their actions is indeed a form of life wisdom, and because of this, Wenyu did not harbor any ill feelings toward Old Man Fran. This old man had a high level of quality. During the time he replaced Tang Haofei at the Beijing Gathering Place, Wenyu enjoyed playing chess and tasting wine with Old Master Fran, just like friends. Wenyu chuckled awkwardly and didn't respond to Fran's teasing. After all, even the most cruel of thugs have bits of beauty in their hearts. Moreover, Wenyu was not a thug. He was just a powerful, ordinary person. Then Wenyu straightened his face. "Now that the task is complete, go back and tell Tang Haofei that I have repaid this favor." Fran nodded in understanding. Seeing Wenyu turn to leave, he immediately tugged at Wenyu's heaven-covering robe. "Hey, young man, did you forget something?" "Ah!" Wenyu looked at Old Man Fran in confusion, and suddenly it dawned on him. Fran smiled and said, "You don't need this old bone of mine to run around to pick up a small child. My main purpose for coming here is to discuss the trading items you have in hand." After finishing, Fran pointed to the plane he had just disembarked from. "Shall we go inside? There's a good selection of fine red wine prepared inside." Inside the luxurious plane, Wenyu was swirling the red wine glass in his hand, watching the wine swirl within. The wine was bright red like blood, and the fragrance wafting from it clearly indicated its high quality. Wenyu felt ashamed to admit that his wine-tasting knowledge came from Old Man Fran. Meanwhile, Fran was surrounded by 5 Huaxia military personnel and 3 researchers in white lab coats, who were carefully checking and valuing the items inside the spatial ring that Wenyu had provided. After a moment, Old Man Fran gently pressed his brow, saying, "You really have quite a haul this time." "Not bad, right? Not bad at all. These items." Fran pointed to the piles of job change scrolls and skill scrolls stacked nearby. Enough to form 12 fully organized special operation teams of the same profession. With some life-related job change scrolls and matching skills, the overall value has already exceeded our estimate. More importantly, this technology includes a detailed array of technological data, from beginner to advanced levels, which can seamlessly integrate with the existing technological systems on Earth. Once we fully digest these things, the technological strength of the Huaxia military will be able to elevate several tiers. No, it's more appropriate to say it will undergo a transformation. Unlike typical negotiations that involve bargaining and devaluation, Wen Yu wasn't going for that, and Lin Haifeng wouldn't resort to such petty tactics to irritate Wen Yu. That's why he sent Fran over for a direct connection with Wen Yu instead of using the military's professional negotiation team. Clean and straightforward, Wen Yu liked it. So name your price. Wen Yu took a small sip from the red wine glass and the flavor erupted on his palate. Besides that, he also tasted another flavor, a sweet and metallic taste reminiscent of blood, yet it had an alluring quality that was hard to resist. It's a new variety. The military has trained a few specialized bartenders who also possess unique life professions and skills. The materials used to make this wine are quite rare and can even get high-level professionals drunk, Fran explained with a smile, then his expression became serious. What you just drank is worth an SSS rank skill scroll. Without changing his expression, Wen Yu drained the wine in his glass in one go and then winked at old man Fran. The old man immediately put on a disreputable expression. Just kidding, but seriously, the trading items I brought this time aren't enough to buy the things you have on hand. I know. Things that Wen Yu viewed as worthless were entirely different when it came to the military. Even balancing the values from both sides, what Wen Yu brought out was an astronomical figure for the military. Wen Yu set down his wine glass, straightened his posture, and seriously said to Fran, "Let me see what you have prepared for me." Fran opened the spatial ring and took out 3 skill scrolls, laying them out on the coffee table. Pointing to the first skill scroll, he said to Wen Yu, "This one is prepared for you." After saying that, Fran pushed the skill scroll in front of Wen Yu. As he gently touched the skill scroll, a mechanical prompt resounded in his mind. Dark Sovereign SSS rank passive skill. Fully enhances all existing dark-type skill effects of the host by 100% while transforming the host's body into a dark affinity physique, making the host completely immune to the damage and any negative effects caused by dark-type abilities. From Wen Yu's current perspective, this ability could only be considered ordinary. Among SSS rank abilities, it wasn't exceptional. Fran added, "Your Dark Divine Light should be able to simulate any dark-type ability. As we know, the precondition for activating Dark Divine Light is an active skill called Dark Absorption, right? It's a waste of a skill slot. This ability allows you to replace Dark Absorption." It was not surprising to Wen Yu that the military had full intelligence on his skills, and this ability, as a prerequisite for activating Dark Divine Light, would surely be much stronger than Dark Absorption. Thus, Wen Yu accepted the Dark Sovereign, indicating that he wanted this skill. Seeing the first part of the trade reach completion, Fran let out a long sigh of relief and then pointed to the second skill scroll. "This ability is for the one-eyed." Wen Yu took the skill, and the prompt tone rang out again in his mind. Blood-Flesh Balance Race Foundation Level, active skill, manipulates the mysterious great power to forcibly balance the injuries of 2 living beings. Once the host learns this skill, they can activate blood-flesh balance by consuming a small amount of stamina, forcibly balancing the injuries of any living being in sight, restoring the host's injuries while inflicting damage on the enemy until both injuries reach equilibrium. Note: this skill can only be activated once a day. Not bad. When you casually uttered 2 words, this skill might not suit the one-eyed since the augmented effects from the one-eyed super destiny fight would definitely be partially countered after the injuries were balanced. However, the merits outweighed the flaws, and due to the existence of the chapter of Blood-Flesh, this skill turned into an ultimate weapon. Because the effect of the chapter of Blood-Flesh is that no matter what injuries are sustained, as long as more than half of the body is not lost, one will never die. When the effects of the chapter of Blood-Flesh and the Super Destiny fight reach their peak, a single blood-flesh balance can be enough to eliminate most ordinary creatures, and it will allow the one-eyed to regain combat capabilities. Thus, I want it. This skill was also stored in Wen Yu's spatial ring. The continuous acquisition of 2 skills did not evoke any significant emotional response from Wen Yu. No joy or sorrow, even a bit boring. It could only be described as the harvest is acceptable. But these items were far from the technology data and the military-style profession scrolls he brought back from the Heavenly Palace. Moreover, there was still the stellar summoning technique race foundation level, active skill that Wen Yu didn't want inside. Given this, Wen Yu unceremoniously picked up the last skill scroll on the coffee table. The prompt tone sounded. Heavenly Origin Breathing Technique Race Foundation Level, active ability, transformed from the internal martial arts of the Heavenly Origin world. Through breathing, one can invoke the great power of heaven and earth to enhance vitality and the upper limits of physical quality. Note 1. This skill has been modified by the Sovereign, originally usable only by humanoid life forms. It has been changed to allow all breathing life forms to learn. Note 2. This skill requires meditation and active cultivation. For every hour of meditation, the upper limit of physical quality will increase by 3 points. And for every year of cumulative meditation time, one's racial talent will be enhanced once. Seeing this skill, Wenyu's mouth twitched violently. Is this a joke? Wenyu dared to affirm that this ability absolutely belonged to the category of the most useless limit-breaking abilities. There were no enhancements in combat power, and it required active cultivation. Where the hell was Wenyu supposed to find the time to actively cultivate this crappy thing? Wouldn't it be better to spend that time taking down a few demonic creatures? Couldn't he just sleep in a bit longer instead of gaining those 3 physical quality points? Couldn't he? Completely useless. He still had to go get a shot tonight. His fever was quite serious. He'll do 2 updates today and will add more when he feels better. Big White apologizes in advance. Lin Haifeng sent Fran to negotiate with Wenyu, and at this moment, his intentions were undeniably clear. At the very least, Wenyu didn't flip the table on the spot. Old man Fran perhaps felt a bit embarrassed, awkwardly smiling at Wenyu, lacking any confidence as he explained, "After all, it's a limit-breaking ability. This is something nobody wanted. Only then did you bring it to me, right?" Wenyu unceremoniously revealed the truth. Limit-breaking abilities are in high demand, and the military surprisingly being able to present one was beyond Wenyu's expectations. However, upon seeing the skill description, Wenyu quickly realized that this worthless thing was something that even the military didn't want and could only use it as a trade item. Old man Fran fell silent. After a long pause, Wenyu let out a heavy breath and then stashed the Heavenly Origin breathing technique into the spatial ring, saying, "This worthless thing is priced as an SSS-level skill, equivalent to the value of the Dark Sovereign. Take it or leave it." "Of course we'll take it," Old man Fran quickly agreed. This Heavenly Origin breathing technique was truly unwanted, and being able to offload it at the value of an SSS-level skill could even mean a profit for the military. Wenyu then asked, "Is that all, just this? Do you want magic crystals?" Wenyu decisively shook his head. He absolutely had no shortage of magic crystals. Old man Fran shrugged. "Then that's it." Wenyu still wasn't satisfied. "What about skill upgrade scrolls or revival items? Anything useful to me would do." Fran smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Really, that's all. Skill upgrade scrolls are hard to come by, and revival items are few. As for anything useful to you, those are all items the military keeps as trump cards. Not to mention whether we have any, even if we do, how could we easily trade them?" "Oh." Wenyu heavily pinched his forehead and then waved his hand, decisively retrieving the stellar summoning technique that was previously placed among the trade items back into his spatial ring. What the military offered simply wasn't enough. Even if Wenyu adhered to the principle of contributing to humanity, their offer still fell short. A slight loss was acceptable, but just giving it away? Sorry, Wenyu couldn't get over that hurdle within himself. Fran was also an understanding person and spoke to Wenyu in a negotiating tone. "Look, how about this? For these 3 skills, we can exchange 2 SSS-level skills and 1 foundation-level skill. I'll trade you for something, and the rest, you give us a little time. I can give you a definite value for these items you've laid out. You'll at least still get 5 foundation-level skills or items with limit-breaking abilities from the military. We can't consume everything at once, so we can continue negotiations next time." Old man Fran's proposal was relatively sincere, so Wenyu nodded. Seeing Wenyu's response, Fran finally breathed a sigh of relief and signaled to the group behind him. In no time, the soldiers and researchers behind Fran had sorted out a large number of job change scrolls and technical data. The job change scrolls were specifically for the array mage profession, along with all the exclusive skills for supporting professions. This accounted for roughly 1/15 of the total scrolls in Wenyu's possession. The technical data being taken was seamlessly compatible with the current technology of the Huaxia military. This was also the greatest utility of the professionals behind Old Man Fran. The items taken comprised less than 1/10 of the total trade items, and in terms of value, it was fair. Thus, Wenyu collected the sorted other data and items from the ground and categorized them into his spatial ring, then signaled to Fran that this trade was complete. Seeing this, Fran waved his hand, allowing the soldiers and researchers behind him to take the technical data, leaving only the 2 of them in the cabin. Next came the time for a confidential discussion. Inside the luxurious cabin, the atmosphere grew a bit heavy. It wasn't until Old Man Fran poured a glass of red wine for Wenyu that the tense atmosphere was broken. Wenyu swirled the wine in his glass before speaking up. "How is Tang Haofei doing now?" Fran elegantly took a sip of wine and slowly shook his head. As for Tang Haofei's personality, there have indeed been some changes, resembling a dual personality or schizophrenia. Originally, Lin Haofei thought it was a minor issue and sent a large number of psychologists to help guide Tang Haofei, but the situation isn't good. It's not just a simple psychological illness. It's more akin to soul fragmentation. On this front, we are at a loss. In fact, in this world, you should be the one with the deepest understanding of souls. Since you can't discern what happened to Tang Haofei, we certainly can't come up with any good solutions. For some reason, when you thought of Lahar. You guys aren't planning to bring Lahar back just to solve Tang Haofei's problem, are you? If that's the case, things could get troublesome. When you had exhausted Lahar's skill cooldown time for the coming year. Fran shook his head. Although Lahar's abilities are outstanding, the military also has talents with similar capabilities. This isn't something a skill can resolve. How can I put it? Tang Haofei's second personality is very dangerous, extremely dangerous. The most frightening part is that we can't distinguish the time when Tang Haofei's two personalities alternate. His main personality isn't even aware that he has a second personality. Right now, we are just dragging it out, and we are afraid. If Tang Haofei realizes his problem, it might lead to even worse scenarios. At this point, Fran let out a heavy sigh. It's just hanging in the balance. Tang Haofei doesn't know his condition, and we don't dare say much for fear of awakening him, only to awaken his second personality instead. You understand, we can't gamble on this? When you nodded in understanding, it isn't just the Huaxia military that can't afford to gamble, this world can't either. Once Tang Haofei's power is unshackled, he could truly act with impunity. By the way, during the time Tang Haofei was on leave, it seems he was working on something related to the Ultimate Combat Team. The issues caused by his second personality seem to have escalated quite a bit. When Yu raised his eyebrows and then reacted, what appeared to be secretive matters to Tang Haofei's second personality could hardly escape Lin Haofei's attention. Tang Haofei isn't exactly a highly intelligent guy. To the second personality that was born from Tang Haofei, playing these games might just seem like child's play in Lin Haofei's eyes. What are you all deciding to do? Fran shrugged. Just keep hanging on, there's nothing we can do. Fran's tone was filled with helplessness. With Tang Haofei's current power, the military could hardly respond at all. Originally, the power structure of the three human giants had completely collapsed after Tang Haofei and Wen Yu's powers surged. Now, the military felt as if they were facing a strong and violent little girl, only able to hide in a corner and tremble. I estimate that Tang Haofei will invite you to join that ultimate combat team. If you go, help us supervise Tang Haofei and prevent him from causing any unmanageable situations. When you recalled Tang Haofei's prior notice regarding his second personality, downing the wine in his glass, Wen Yu decisively nodded. Not a problem. After discussing some issues regarding Tang Haofei with Fran, and with the transaction already completed, Wen Yu saw no reason to stay any longer. He said goodbye to Fran and took a look at the sleeping Lahar before stepping off the plane. Watching it ascend and gradually drift away, Wen Yu then found a clean spot to sit down and took out the 3 skill scrolls that Fran had given him. The soul battlefield was activated, and in a soul detachment state, Wen Yu directly tore down the dark absorption skill and replaced it with the dark sovereign SSS level passive skill. He then took out the blood-flesh balance race foundation level active skill. The effect of this ability seemed average at first glance, but in Wen Yu's estimation, it should also be pretty average. It belonged to a lower tier within the foundation level. He glanced at the 5 skills of the Cyclops, Super Destiny Fight, Chapter of Blood Flesh, Fury of the Inferno, Feast and Devastation. 1 foundation level, 1 SSS level, 2 SS levels, and 1 S level, centering around Super Destiny Fight, with Feast as the limit-breaking ability, Chapter of Blood Flesh for defense, Devastation for auxiliary recovery, and Fury of the Inferno for auxiliary attack methods. This configuration was quite balanced. Wen Yu felt it would be a waste to remove any of them. After thinking for a while, Wen Yu decided to put away the blood-flesh balance ability. Just like his thoughts about Guanchen, he would consider this ability again when the Cyclops reached level 6 and generated a 6th skill. In other words, this transaction, apart from gaining the Dark Sovereign SSS level, passive skill, did not provide Wen Yu with any noticeable upgrades. On one hand, the military's offerings were indeed lackluster, but on the other hand, Wen Yu's strength had already accumulated to a certain height, making ordinary skills no longer appealing to him. After briefly organizing his gains, Wen Yu stood up, activated the 3rd Soul Realm, retracted the star into the Soul Realm space, and then transformed into a black light, flying once again toward the territory of India. Bang! The violent crashing sounds from within the room made the guards outside Dijeng's office anxious. At that moment, Dijeng appeared like a volcano about to erupt, and with a slight misstep, His anger could ignite the entire rebellion army headquarters. "Where is Lahar? Where is Lahar? How could a living person just disappear without a trace?" "Dijeng, calm down," another pleasant female voice rang out. "I can't calm down, find him." "Go and find him." The room fell silent for a moment. "I'm talking about you all. Get out there and keep looking, find him. What are you all frozen for?" Bang! The dilapidated door was swung open from the inside, and a group of poorly dressed rebels stumbled out of the room, some with crimson blood and handprints still on their faces. Dijeng's anger was indeed considerable. It was only after all his subordinates had left that a long sigh was heard from within the room. "Ah!" Dijeng's secretary, a young woman known as Shima, quickly picked up the scattered documents that Dijeng had thrown on the floor and walked over to his side. She gently placed her small hands on Dijeng's shoulders and began to knead them softly. In a tender voice, she said, "I know you're under a lot of pressure, but today you really lost your composure. They are not your subordinates nor your slaves, they are your brothers. Besides, you know that Lahar's disappearance has nothing to do with them." Hearing Shima's consolation, Dijeng's vacant eyes gradually regained focus as he murmured, "I know this isn't their fault, but Shima." "Yeah, I'm afraid." Shima's hands paused for a moment. "You know, without Lahar, we are nothing. Without Lahar, we will be chased around like dogs by the government forces, and then those butchers will easily slit our throats." "We're finished." Dijeng's pessimistic attitude, combined with his vacant eyes, left Shima unsure of how to comfort him in this state. He was just a small figure who had risen from the grass roots. Even though he had gained power through Lahar and became part of the sequence, he still could not shed the flaws of a small character: pessimism, poor mental quality, and an inability to withstand even a slightly larger blow. Some people are like springs. The tighter they are compressed, the harder they bounce back. However, some people are like dough, easily deformed under external pressure, unable to resist at all. After thinking for a while, Shima finally spoke. "If it really doesn't work out, let's just leave. Forget about this rebellion army. I know you don't want to be the leader of this rebellion army anymore." Shima's suggestion did not receive Dijeng's approval, nor did it evoke any other reaction from him. Dijeng simply replied mechanically, "Where else can we go? Let's go to Beijing. It's nice there. By the way, Lahar is also in Beijing. You can go there and start a new life with Lahar." An abrupt and unfamiliar voice came from a nearby sofa, causing Dijeng to instantly react by pulling Shima behind him. He then focused on the source of the voice. There, a young man in a long coat was holding a wine glass in one hand and a lavishly shaped bottle of red wine in the other, leisurely pouring himself a glass. Noticing Dijeng's reaction, Wenyu smiled slightly and raised his glass to Dijeng. "Good to see you again, Dijeng." A barely perceptible soul power infiltrated Dijeng's mind, instantly awakening the memories that Wenyu had erased. As the memories wiped away by Wenyu resurfaced, Dijeng's gaze momentarily went blank before he lowered his head and respectfully addressed Wenyu. "Sequence 2, sir. It seems you should remember what happened yesterday now, so I'll keep it brief. Lahar was taken away by me yesterday and is now already sent to Beijing. Yes, I really like this kid, Lahar. When he left, he wanted me to help you all, which is why I'm here." Memories flooded back. There weren't many memories that Wenyu had erased, and in the blink of an eye, the temporarily forgotten memories were completely sorted out by Dijeng. He then began to consider another question. Lahar asked Sequence 2 to help himself. Sequence 2, the ambition lost due to Lahar's disappearance was reignited anew. After all, this was Sequence 2, the hope of the human race. If Sequence 2 could help him, what did he have to fear from the Indian government forces? Seeing the greed that Dijeng was desperately hiding beneath his expression, Wenyu couldn't help but interrupt his daydream. Hey, my friend, you're thinking too far ahead. Lahar wants me to take you to the gathering place in Beijing. I just overheard your conversation, and to be honest, you must be feeling overwhelmed by this rebellion army. And let me tell you the truth, you are too far from being a leader in India." Wenyu spoke bluntly, but the reality was indeed as such, letting Dijeng become the leader of a major country. Just thinking about that scene was heart-wrenching. Dijeng fell silent. The ambition that had just risen within him was thoroughly doused by Wenyu's cold water. "So, let's go to Beijing, find Lahar, who also needs your care. With your strength, doing anything in the military in Beijing will be better than your current situation." Dijeng hesitated for a while before speaking. "But what about my brothers?" "Oh, you're talking about your subordinates. Don't worry, I've already thought of a way out for them. Before coming here, I notified the Indian government to send people to take over the rebellion army's forces. I think among this group of rebels, there's at least some combat capability. It would be a pity to waste it in a civil war, so let them join the government army and contribute to resisting the demonic disaster." "You!" Hearing Wenyu's words, Dijeng suddenly raised his head, clenching his fists tightly. Wenyu spoke nicely, but it didn't change the nature of the situation. The implication of Wenyu's words was clear. send Dijang and Shima to Beijing, and the remaining rebellion army would be handed over to the Indian government. When the Indian government dealt with this group of rebels, that would be their business. However, it was foreseeable that the Indian government would definitely not reuse this group of rebels. What awaited them might be the front lines against the demonic clan or even dark prisons. But what did that have to do with Wen Yu? Seeing Dijang gradually becoming angry, Wen Yu couldn't help but remind him kindly. I came here to meet you because of Lahar's commission. Lahar only asked me to ensure the safety of you two, and then wait for someone from Beijing to come and take you both. That means I could completely handle this matter differently. Like directly knocking you both out and taking you away. Actually, thinking about it now, that approach would be simpler. I estimate that you won't cause much of a stir in Beijing, at this point, Wen Yu slowly tightened his chin, pretending to think. Dijang's heart tightened, but in the next second, Wen Yu's expression suddenly turned menacing. So don't challenge my patience. The cold tone, roaring killing intent, and the faintly revealed immense power undoubtedly conveyed a fact to Dijang. Wen Yu's will was not to be resisted. At the very least, it was not something Dijang could resist. Another bucket of cold water splashed onto Dijang's head, and the anger that had just risen dissipated without a trace under the disparity of strength. Dijang seemed to be drained of his bones, slumping in the chair, staring blankly at the ceiling, returning to the state of despair he had before Wen Yu arrived. Ambition for the weak was like a drug. No, it was even more addictive than drugs. So strong that these people lost their most basic self-awareness. And Wen Yu's forced detox undoubtedly dealt a significant blow to Dijang. Fortunately, Dijang had a good secretary. The woman named Shima from the earlier conversation had already grasped the current situation. She hesitated for a moment before speaking. Sir, when the people from the Indian government arrive later, can I negotiate with them? Sure. This was a small matter. Hearing Wen Yu's response, Shima hesitated again and asked, Then, sir, during the negotiation, can I borrow your name a little? Wen Yu couldn't help but smile, then nodded. This woman was much smarter than Dijang. The rebellion army headquarters was established in a remote mountain in the wilderness. The terrain was not particularly treacherous, but it was quite secluded. Coupled with the series of concealment measures that Dijang set up outside the camp, this small rebellion army headquarters managed to survive under the disturbances of the Indian government army and the demonic disaster until now. However, today this paradise was destined to be tainted by the noise of the outside world. This is it, the rebellion army headquarters? Recalling the news received earlier, Siddhartha sighed inwardly, but there was no joy in his heart. It was nothing but Sequence 2. Just moments ago, during a routine meeting of the Indian government army, as the meeting was in full swing, suddenly a wave of mental energy erupted like a thunderclap, booming throughout the entire conference room. Dijang didn't remember the specific content. Being a pure martial artist, language was not his strong suit, but there were indeed people familiar with Chinese among the Indian high ranks. In summary, it was that Sequence 2 wanted to discuss something with the Indian government, and the location was at the rebellion army headquarters, along with specific coordinates. Then, as the only limit breaker among the Indian government army, Siddhartha was naturally sent over by those big shots. Thinking of this, Siddhartha couldn't help but complain. Perhaps in the eyes of those big shots, the strength of limit breakers was about the same, hence the nice name, Let Siddhartha Come to Restrain Sequence 2. However, Siddhartha knew very well that the situation was far from that. This involved the strength of a limit-breaking ability and the time to obtain it. And Siddhartha's limit-breaking ability could only be described as average, of course. It couldn't be ruled out that some of those high-ranking officials were fearful of their lives, worried about being taken down by Sequence 2, and thus intentionally pushed him out. Looking at the increasingly closer mountain stronghold, Siddhartha felt as if he was seeing the gates of hell, and even his steps became hesitant. Until a strange energy wave flashed past Siddhartha's body, immense power instantly enveloped him. The omnipresent strange energy immediately restrained Siddhartha's capabilities, and then Siddhartha felt a tremendous force pulling at his body. In less than a second, the scenery before him drastically changed. In front of him, a familiar yet unfamiliar Chinese man was leisurely sitting on a sofa sipping red wine, while a bit farther away, the rebellion army leader Dijang, along with his secretary, was staring blankly at the ceiling, slumped in a large office chair. Dijang's mouth twitched a couple of times, then he cautiously looked at the face of Sequence 2 he had only seen in the materials. He was not very old. As for his appearance, it was hard for an Indian to comment on the looks of a Huaxia person. At this moment, Siddhartha couldn't find any adjectives, only that he looked like an ordinary person. However, the leisurely smile on his face completely concealed any emotions, which made Siddhartha feel uneasy. who knew what this guy called the Indian government here for fortunately, when Yu's words dispelled Siddhartha's wild thoughts. Name, Siddhartha. You are the limit breaker of India, right? Dijeng hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Seeing Siddhartha nod, when Yu seemed to become interested, leaning forward slightly. How many limit breakers do you have in India? Just me. Heartbeat steady, breathing stable, and the mental wave showed no signs of fluctuation. So he wasn't lying. Upon hearing this answer, when Yu squinted his eyes and observed Siddhartha closely. With a physical quality of around 4,000 points, it was not considered excellent, but after all, he was a limit breaker, and his actual combat capability was indeed far superior to that of a peak 5th-level profession. However, still too weak, India had not produced a brilliant talent like Lin Haifeng, nor a child of Earth like Tang Haofei with cheats. It was evident that the overall strength of the two countries, which had nearly equivalent populations, had unknowingly widened. No wonder the demonic clan chose India as their next target, densely populated, still many, but weak in strength. Who else would they attack? After briefly assessing the overall strength of the Indian military, Wen Yu instantly lost interest in this topic. Pointing to another sofa, Wen Yu gestured for Siddhartha to sit down, then spoke. The reason I called the Indian government to send someone over is because of Lahar. You know that Lahar has been taken by me, right? Dijeng nodded. Lahar has already been sent to the gathering place in Beijing, so don't come to me about this matter in the future. Go back and tell your government officials, if there are any issues, contact Lin Haifeng. Wen Yu subtly pushed Lin Haifeng forward, but it was clear that with the person in hand, Lin Haifeng would have ways to respond to the Indian government's inquiries. In summary, it was just a bunch of politicians' squabbles. The facts would speak for themselves. However, Siddhartha felt a weight in his heart. It wasn't about Lahar, but another implication revealed in Sequence 2's words. According to the known information, Sequence 2 did not have a good relationship with the Beijing side, but it seemed like that was not the case now. However, the truth of the matter was merely a favor from Wen Yu to Tang Haofei. Wen Yu ignored Siddhartha's wild thoughts and continued. When Lahar left, he asked me to bring Dijeng and Shima to Beijing. The purpose of calling you here is to discuss the placement of the remaining members of the rebellion army. This matter will be handled by the parties involved. After Wen Yu finished speaking, he turned to look at Shima. When he saw the pleading look in her eyes, Wen Yu momentarily felt as if he saw Lahar's adorable smile. So, Wen Yu turned back and added, your negotiation will be notarized by me. I hope you keep your word. For Wen Yu, just one sentence was enough to dispel the little antics of the Indian government. At this moment, Dijeng had long lost the mood to handle such big matters, so the affairs of the rebellion army were naturally taken over by Shima. Seeing Shima sit beside him, speaking rapidly to negotiate with Siddhartha, while Siddhartha had already taken out a tablet to relay Shima's conditions back to the Indian higher-ups in real time. The issues of the rebellion army still required decisions from the Indian high ranks. Plus, with Wen Yu right beside them, this undoubtedly posed a great deterrent to the Indian government. The negotiation proceeded smoothly. Wen Yu didn't listen closely to the specific content, nor did he need to care about such trivial matters. In short, when Wen Yu finished a whole bottle of red wine, the negotiation finally reached a successful conclusion. Seeing Shima's satisfied expression, the rebellion army managed by Dijeng should have a relatively decent outcome. No problem, sir. A content Shima smiled at Wen Yu, who nodded in response, took out a communicator, and directly contacted Lin Haifeng, asking him to grant Shima and Dijeng access to the teleportation rights of the Eternal Sky City. Under normal circumstances, teleportation to the Eternal Sky City was indeed convenient. Lin Haifeng wouldn't refuse this, as attracting strong individuals and then bringing their families to Beijing was the normal strategy of the Huaxia government. Moreover, Lahar's family was that of Dijeng, a sequence-level expert. It would be strange for Lin Haifeng to let such a buy-one-get-one-free deal slip by. Watching the negotiation come to an end, Siddhartha finally sighed in relief. He bowed to Wen Yu, saying, "Sir, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." It must be said that being with Wen Yu put a lot of pressure on Siddhartha. However, Wen Yu raised an eyebrow. "Leave? Where to?" Dijeng's mood suddenly tightened up, and he cautiously said, "Sir, isn't the matter settled?" Wen Yu looked at Siddhartha in confusion. "Matter? You mean they're matters? Such trivial matters are not my main purpose for calling you here." After saying this, Wen Yu gestured for Siddhartha to sit back down, poured himself another glass of red wine, and after a while finally asked Siddhartha, "The situation in India is not looking good, right?" Siddhartha remained silent for a moment before nodding, his tone lacking a bit of respect but filled with heaviness. "The situation in India is indeed not good. Although there are many demonic creatures, our Indian soldiers are not few either. Additionally, with the support of strong individuals from all over the world, the overall situation seems to be evenly matched. However, as internal personnel of the Indian military, we know that these are just superficial appearances. The follow-up armies and war potential of the demonic creatures are truly too strong. They can replace 2 soldiers for everyone we kill while we are dwindling. If the war continues to develop at this rate, we will be defeated by the demonic creatures within 10 years. 10 years may not seem long, but in the context of a race war, it was merely a small phase. After all, what Siddhartha spoke of was the second largest human force. After listening to Siddhartha's words, when you raised an eyebrow. So, you need support? Exactly. More warriors, more firepower, and more strong individuals. Strong individuals on the high battlefield in India are scarce. Each time a limit-breaker-level demonic creature or war tool from the demonic clan appears in India, we have to risk our lives to pile up against it. To be honest, 3 divine beast species have already died in India. When it came to war, Siddhartha's demeanor became much more serious. Dijeng and the others fell silent at Siddhartha's war report. After a while, Wen Yu broke the silence and spoke his true intention. Well then, I wonder how you estimate the hiring costs for your strong individuals. Hearing Wen Yu's question, Siddhartha's eyes brightened. Wen Yu's meaning was clear. Under the conditions of hiring, Sequence 2 could join the battlefield in India. This was a huge piece of good news for the whole of India. Thus, Siddhartha excitedly said to Wen Yu, I need to consult the higher-ups. Wen Yu nodded, watching Siddhartha walk out of the room, feeling delighted inside. No matter how you kill demonic creatures, it's still killing. Taking the opportunity to make some war profits isn't too much, right? Happy double 12. Have you splurged yet? There will be 2 updates in the next few days and 3 updates as a baseline this weekend. Not long after, Siddhartha had finished communicating with the senior officials of the Indian government and returned to the room. Seeing Siddhartha's confident expression, Wen Yu immediately had an idea in his heart. Apparently, the offer from the Indian government was likely to bring him a little surprise. However, reality gave Wen Yu a big slap. My lord, after discussions within our higher-ups, if you are able to join the battlefield in India, our country will provide you with 1 SSS-level skill scroll and 50,000 5th-level magic crystals. Wen Yu was taken aback for a moment, perhaps feeling the government's generosity. Before Wen Yu could say anything, Siddhartha sighed and said to Wen Yu, I must say your worth is indeed high. Only then can those high-ranking officials offer so much. Looking at Siddhartha, who was filled with envy, Wen Yu swallowed the words he was about to say, 1 SSS-level skill scroll and 50,000 magic crystals. If it weren't for this being an additional reward, it would be impossible to exchange for a month's time from Wen Yu with just this. Wen Yu could pull off the heads of all the senior officials in the Indian government and see if they were filled with excrement. However, seeing Siddhartha, this government army limit breaker with an envious expression, Wen Yu immediately guessed that the Indian government was not only stingy towards him, but also not generous to their own soldiers. This group of high-ranking officials in the Indian government could not find strong reinforcements. Their mindset and disposition were simply incomparable to Lin Haofei. Thinking of this, Wen Yu sighed internally and did not bargain for a higher reward. He just corrected his posture and stated his last requirement. I need you to provide me with intelligence, and I also need you to send more personnel to clean up the battlefield. Lastly, this is a partnership, so I will not follow anyone's orders, understand? Cleaning up the battlefield mainly involves collecting magic crystals and gathering the corpses of demonic creatures. With Wen Yu's current strength, he was not willing to rummage through those bloodied corpses for a few magic crystals. Moreover, gathering the demonic corpses together would facilitate the heaven-piercing demon vine's absorption and make it easier for the one-eyed creature to feed. These were minor matters, so Siddhartha directly made the decision to agree. The negotiations with the Indian government army had reached a consensus at this point. This time, Wen Yu did not stop Siddhartha from leaving. After Siddhartha left, Wen Yu's gaze shifted directly to Dijeng and Shima. Dijeng still looked lifeless, while Shima understood that Wen Yu had not given them much more time. She decisively helped Dijeng up and walked to Wen Yu's side. Are you ready? Shima nodded, her expression showing no reluctance. No wonder, looking at Dijeng like this rebel had certainly worried Shima to pieces. Wen Yu casually set up a dark barrier to block others' sight, then took the 2 downstairs, through the crowd of rebel soldiers, and arrived at the exchange stone pillar in the camp. Lin Haofei had already granted the 2 access to the teleportation permissions to the Eternal Sky City. Once they arrived at the Eternal Sky City, there would be dedicated personnel to meet Shima and Dijeng. After that, it would have nothing to do with Wen Yu. Seeing the flash of white light as the 2 were completely teleported away, Wen Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief and took one last glance at the entire rebel camp. In the camp, the rebel soldiers were still bustling about, fighting for the great cause of the rebellion, completely unaware that the leader they recognized had already abandoned them. How tragic for these people. Fortunately, Shima had a good heart and found them a home that wouldn't lead them to immediate death. However, from Wenyu's perspective, the death of these people was merely a matter of sooner or later. After the journey to the Heavenly Palace, Wenyu deeply understood one point. So-called professionals were merely piglets raised by the sovereign. If they could grow strong, the sovereign would not hesitate to spend decades or even hundreds of years to make these piglets stronger. However, for those whose growth rate was not fast enough, they might have already lost their meaning and value of existence the moment the demon realm gate opened. The so-called rebels, the so-called sacrificing life and blood for freedom, ultimately could not withstand a stronger person's word or threat. The so-called revolution in the eyes of a stronger person might just be a joke, a farce. Ants, crawlers, pigs. No, Wenyu did not have the right to place these insulting terms on those weaker than himself. From Wenyu's perspective, looking at these rebels was not much different from how the sovereign viewed him. He was merely a strong and fortunate ant in the eyes of the sovereign. Thinking of this, Wenyu lost interest in considering the fate of these people. The ethereal world had locked onto the nearest small-scale group of demonic creatures. With a flash of eerie light, Wenyu's figure had disappeared without a trace. As Siddhartha returned to the Indian government, he also brought back intelligence that the Sequence 2 was about to participate in the battle, which was undoubtedly good news for the Indian government. Thus, questions regarding which area Sequence 2 would be responsible for, who would be lucky enough to fight alongside Sequence 2, and even post-war recruitment of Sequence 2 sparked a wave of intense debate within the Indian government. One must say that during wartime, Huaxia militaries, centralized power, was indeed far superior to the decision-making methods of India. Of course, this had little to do with Wenyu. Although he had promised the Indian government that he would participate in the war, it did not mean Wenyu needed to follow the commands of the Indian government. After leaving the rebel camp, Wenyu directly began to clean up the demonic creatures within India. It wasn't until that night that Siddhartha contacted Wenyu again to relay the Indian government's decision. We will arrange an elite squad of 100 men to clean up the battlefield and relay intelligence for you. This elite squad should be assembled by tomorrow. Rest assured, these are the bravest soldiers of our military, and the assembly location? At a small military base outside New Delhi. Here is the address. You just need to go directly there. All actions will be communicated between the squad leader and you. After hanging up the communication, Wenyu recalled the heaven-piercing demon vine and several spirit pets, then turned and left the dense jungle. In the jungle, silence reigned. The air was dead, and the strong, bloody stench even coalesced into faint black mist. The scattered bones and scales on the ground seemed to narrate a bloody and cruel story. An entire demonic clan army had just perished here. However, this was just the beginning. The plot was about to accelerate. Jedin, a peak level 5 professional, was a former member of the Indian Eagle Special Forces and is now part of the Logistics Special Operations Squad of Sequence 2. To be precise, when he first received this appointment, Jedin was excited. After all, it was Sequence 2, standing alongside the most elite professionals in this world. Fighting alongside Sequence 2 was an immense honor for any professional. Excited, Jedin selectively ignored the word logistics, and thus began his true logistics career. Ahead, the piercing screams and the roars of beasts echoed continuously. With Jedin's perception as a peak level 5 professional, he could only see 3 faintly outlined colossal shadows dashing back and forth among the sprawling group of demonic creatures. Each time a shadow flickered, it left behind a massive, gruesome mark among the group of demonic creatures, resembling a long, deep ravine, inflicting indelible scars on the organized demonic clan army ahead. Blood splattered everywhere, and the overwhelming killing intent combined with the tragic state of the demonic creature army made Jedin twitch his lips twice. The most terrifying part was the scattered, severed limbs and entrails. Not that Jedin had never seen brutal scenes before, but because he would have to clean all this up later, piling it into a corpse mountain for that big dog to enjoy. That mud, that slickness, that smell. Jedin suddenly regretted joining this damn Sequence 2 Logistics Special Operations Squad. Everyone, prepare for battle, the squad leader's booming voice rang out, and the soldiers' training instantly tightened Jedin's nerves. Then, go! The second squad, consisting of 50 members, charged forward rapidly, picking up all the fallen magic crystals and the demonic creature limbs the size of a palm along the way, delivering them to the designated location. There, a gray big dog, a black giant dragon, and a black large cat were licking the blood off their paws, occasionally munching on the fresh food on the ground. Meanwhile, the tens of thousands of demonic creatures that were once present had been wiped out completely. It was a simple, efficient slaughter. After the slaughter came the cleanup, essentially the operational task for Jedin and the Special Operations Squad. What kind of operational task is this? The gray big dog gazed greedily at the accumulating corpse mountain, causing a shiver to run down Jedin's spine. Fortunately, over the past 15 days of operations, he had become accustomed to the gaze of the gray big dog, known as the One-Eyed. It always looked this way whenever it saw food. Once most of the demonic creature corpses were gathered, Jedin watched as the One-Eyed opened its massive mouth, which forked like a snake but was even thicker, its agile tongue sweeping across its cheeks, exposing 3 rows of dense, sharp teeth that gleamed with a cold light, sending a chill down Jedin's spine. It wasn't like this before. A quiet murmuring came from beside him, but it earned the squad leader a silencing glare. However, all 50 present knew that the dog's form had undergone some quite obvious changes during these 15 days of combat. Its teeth had multiplied and become denser, resembling a meat grinder capable of easily tearing apart the scales and skin of demonic creatures. Once caught by this big mouth, even the mightiest and most ferocious demonic creature was doomed to be dismembered. What was once an ordinary tongue had also gradually become eerie. Once, Jedin saw this tongue extend out 10 meters from its mouth and directly strangle a peak level 5 bull-head barbarian. Even more terrifying was what came next. Jedin watched in shock as the One-Eyed opened its mouth wide, its upper and lower jaws separating by at least 180 degrees. Then it bit into the corpse mountain, the sucking sound resonating continuously. The One-Eyed's belly swelled and contracted rapidly, digesting the corpse mountain before it. In no time, the massive corpse mountain had reduced by 1/10. It wasn't this fast before. Jedin thought, then glanced at the One-Eyed's belly. Inside, some even more drastic changes were occurring. After 15 days of fighting side by side, Jedin had formed some of his own opinions about this bizarre command. The spirit pet of the Lord of Sequence 2 had the ability to evolve by devouring blood and flesh. But this form, disgusting, terrifying, no, it should be described as bizarre yet powerful. The One-Eyed's feeding was remarkably rapid. Coupled with its evolving teeth, tongue, and even its oral structure and digestive system, the speed of devouring blood and flesh was far quicker than before. Likely due to an abundance of recent food, the first organs and body structures to change were those related to feeding. Of course, this was also what the One-Eyed itself wanted to see. The faster the feeding speed, the quicker the growth. With ample food supply, the limit-breaking ability of the feast was already beginning to show its prowess. On the small hill, the only sound left was the One-Eyed swallowing. In less than an hour, the corpse mountain in front of the One-Eyed had vanished. Everything was consumed clean, including not just the flesh but also the bones, fur, and even scales. Gah, the One-Eyed let out a loud belch. However, the satisfying feeling of fullness quickly faded until it disappeared entirely. The One-Eyed knew it was still insatiably hungry. The changes in its stomach had turned the One-Eyed into a ferocious beast that could never be satisfied. Thus, the One-Eyed gave a look to the second squad leader, who instantly understood and pointed in the eastern direction. Over there, 56.3 kilometers away, there is a demonic creature army with over 50,000 demonic creatures resting there, led by a peak level 5 demonic entity. As soon as the words fell, a fierce wind kicked up, and the 3 giant beasts vanished without a trace. 50 Special Operations team members let out a collective sigh of relief at almost the same time. The 3-headed spirit pet of Sequence 2 had put too much pressure on them. "I'm getting hungry just watching." A familiar teammate next to him joked lightly, but all he got in return was a chorus of rolled eyes. Watching the One-Eyed feed was not a pretty sight. It could even be described as disgusting. Although the elite Special Operations squad selected by the Indian military wouldn't immediately vomit, nausea was inevitable. "Hey, stop talking. Let's go. By the time we get there, it will probably all be over." The squad leader issued the command, and the 50-member squad immediately sprang into action. To be honest, I envy the first squad. I heard that the Lord of Sequence 2 also needs demonic creature blood and flesh, but it absorbs it through something vine-like. The task is not only easier, but also not so disgusting. And you wouldn't know, I heard them say that the Lord of Sequence 2 is particularly handsome. Needless to say, one female warrior wasn't that impressive looking. Upon hearing the words Sequence 2, the previously calm squad erupted into chatter, a large group of gossipers chattering nonstop. "By the way, Captain, do you know what the first squad's target is?" "Yesterday, I think I heard the first squad leader say that the Lord of Sequence 2 would be heading to the southern region in a couple of days." The southern region is a term used to refer to the southern part of India. However, when India is deeply embroiled in a demonic disaster, this term is only used to describe one place. After a moment, Jedin trembled as he said, "Isn't that place the stronghold of the demonic creature army?" "Yes, it seems the Lord of Sequence 2 has some urgent matters, so he decided to directly attack the demonic clan's stronghold in India. From what I know, the power of the Lord of Sequence 2 seems to be even stronger than his several spirit pets." Jedin fell silent instantly. He couldn't imagine such power. The squad leader patted Jedin heavily on the shoulder. "So everyone, pray for the Lord of Sequence 2. If the Lord of Sequence 2 succeeds, the demonic disaster in India will come to an end." Outside of New Delhi, less than 50 kilometers from a secret military base, this was the temporary base promised to Wen Yu by the Indian government. India, even before the apocalypse, was a military powerhouse, so the conditions of this temporary base were naturally not bad. What was more important was that the Indian government took their cooperation with Wen Yu very seriously, relocating all the soldiers originally stationed at this military base, making it a base solely for Wen Yu. Their attitude was significant, and at least Wen Yu was quite satisfied with the Indian government's service. Wen Yu, of course, did not disappoint the expectations of the Indian government. In just about 15 days, Wen Yu had thoroughly scoured the entire realm of mutated beasts in India. According to later statistics, in these 15 days of slaughter, Wen Yu had eliminated at least 20% of the total number of mutated beasts in India. Furthermore, it was predictable that as long as Wen Yu wanted to, he alone could resolve the demonic disaster that had given the Indian government such headaches. Individual strength completely surpassed that of the group. This was a group organization on a national scale. One must say, the gains from the journey to the Heavenly Palace were substantial. However, just yesterday, a phone call from Tang Haofei shattered the Indian government's dream of continuing cooperation with Wen Yu. The call was brief. Tang Haofei left behind only one sentence. "The second favor, 3 days later at the border between China and India, meet with Qin Min. He will tell you the specific details of this favor." Tang Haofei was quite mysterious. Before Wen Yu could pry further, he had already hung up. But as expected, the topic should be about what Fran referred to as the ultimate combat team. As a result, the plan to hunt mutated beasts in India had to be forcibly interrupted for 3 days. With just 3 days remaining, Wen Yu thought long and hard and decided to go for a big score. Thus, he set his sights on the headquarters of the demonic clan stationed in the Indian battle zone, southern region of India. In a brightly lit operational conference room, Siddhartha was detailing information about the southern region to Wen Yu. The southern region is a collective term for the southern part of India. Before the apocalypse, there was no such name, but ever since the demonic disaster struck, the southern part of India has experienced particularly fierce attacks. The government forces couldn't withstand the mutated beasts in the southern region, leading to its fall. Now it is the base camp of the mutated beasts. According to our intelligence, there are over 1 million mutated beasts stationed in the southern region, and their overall level is quite high. It is known that among these mutated beasts, there are at least 30 to 40 demonic entities, as well as 3 limit breaker level mutated beasts. This is just on the outskirts. Listening to Siddhartha's description, Wen Yu leisurely sipped his coffee. This nonchalant attitude caused Siddhartha's brief introduction to come to a halt. Siddhartha could tell that Wen Yu didn't take the so-called southern region seriously. The dozens of demonic entities and limit breaker level mutated beasts in Wen Yu's eyes were just a bunch of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The reason Wen Yu didn't regard these mutated beasts highly was due to the method of advancement they had. Mutated beasts, unlike practitioners, advanced in a way similar to mutated beasts. They devour flesh and blood, then evolve, and then automatically awaken skills. This also meant that for mutated beasts, whether or not they could gain limit-breaking abilities completely depended on their talent and luck. However, that was not the key point. The important part was that the demon realm is different from Earth. The demon realm does not have level restraints, and thus, the advancement of mutated beasts is a smooth path. Once their physical fitness reaches its peak, as long as they have consumed enough blood and flesh energy, they can automatically advance. But sometimes being fast is not a good thing. Because limit-breaking abilities raise the upper limit of physical fitness, they primarily rely on accumulation. Without level restraints, there is no difference between accumulating physical fitness limits at level 5 and level 10. For most conventional beings, unless necessary, advancing when possible to enhance actual combat power is the wisest choice. The practitioner system does not involve issues related to solidifying foundations. This led to the current level 5 limit breaker level mutated beasts appearing on Earth, which were, in Wen Yu's eyes, completely vulnerable. Of course, it could not be ruled out that there were special mutated beasts of certain races or specific trump cards cultivated by the demonic clan that could contend with Wen Yu at the level 5 stage. But the likelihood of that was quite slim, so much so that after a brief consideration, Wen Yu dismissed the thought. Necessary caution is still required. Regarding this, Wen Yu had his own solutions. In comparison to limit breaker-level demonic entities, there was another aspect more worthy of Wen Yu's attention. Did you find out if there are any war machinery or similar things in the base camp of the mutated beasts? Siddhartha shook his head. No intelligence in that regard. A response that was expected. If the Indian government had the capability to penetrate deep into enemy territory, the battlefield in India would not be in such disarray. However, just because the Indian government could not find out did not mean Wen Yu could not. After some simple thinking, Wen Yu also had a rough plan regarding the issue of demonic clan war tools. With that thought, Wen Yu lost the desire to continue the conversation with Siddhartha. He scanned the military map on the table, noted the general distribution of the demonic clan, and then said to Siddhartha, "I will leave after cleaning up the southern region. If the southern region is too dangerous, I may not take action, but in any case, our cooperation ends here. You have prepared the remuneration, right?" Wen Yu had already hinted to Siddhartha about this question before, and coupled with the powerful strength Wen Yu had demonstrated over the past half-month, Siddhartha did not hesitate to take out a spatial ring. The skills and magic crystals are all inside. Taking the ring, Wen Yu took a quick glance. The number of magic crystals was not lacking, and the Indian government would not try to fool Wen Yu over such a trivial matter. However, the one SSS grade skill caught Wen Yu's attention. Blood Loss Armament SSS grade, active skill, consumes a large amount of the user's blood to condense into a weapon of any form. The weapon form can be decided by the host. The more blood consumed, the stronger the weapon's power. Each time the weapon strikes an enemy unit, it will consume a significant amount of the enemy's stamina based on the damage caused by the weapon, while temporarily reducing the physical fitness of the enemy unit. Not bad, quite suitable for the one-eyed. One must say, after the trip to the Heavenly Palace, Wen Yu's own strength had indeed strengthened to an astonishing level, but the skills of the three spirit pets had not changed much. Xing could obtain the mountain observation technique. The one-eyed acquired a relatively useless skill, Desolation SS grade, passive skill, while Victor gained nothing. However, after 2 transactions, the one-eyed gained the abilities of blood-flesh balance and blood loss armament. Along with the massive feasting over the past half-month, it was predictable that after reaching level 6, the one-eyed's combat power would see a considerable enhancement. Putting away the spatial ring handed to him by Siddhartha, Wen Yu showed a rare smile. Pleasant cooperation. If there is an opportunity, I hope there will be a next time. Wen Yu had found another way to make money. Of course, if there were to be a next time, Wen Yu would need to check the skills first to avoid receiving something useless. One must say, the remuneration offered by the Indian government this time was quite serendipitous. Hearing Wen Yu's words, Siddhartha also smiled sincerely. Throughout the half-month cooperation, Siddhartha had clearly realized how powerful this individual at the pinnacle of the human race truly was. Maintaining good relations with the dimensional sequence was probably the Indian government's top priority recently. Thus, pleasant cooperation, India will always have its doors open for you. After temporarily settling in the base, it wasn't until midnight that the 3 spirit pets returned to the base. Just by looking at the skyrocketing points, Wen Yu knew it was another fruitful day. In a mini-state, the one-eyed, holding a spatial ring filled with magic crystals, ran over to Wen Yu, presenting the harvest of the day, not just magic crystals, but more importantly, the changes within the one-eyed itself. Compared to the logistics team, Wen Yu as the master could better observe the changes brought about by the feast for the one-eyed. Aside from the one-eyed's mouth and digestive system, its skin and claws had also undergone significant changes. The gray fur stood on end, hard and sharp, resembling a hedgehog. Meanwhile, Wen Yu noticed that beneath the one-eyed's fur there were some barely visible injuries. No, they should be called cracks. They were not external injuries, but rather as if it were about to shed skin, like a snake. Through the fine cracks, Wen Yu could vaguely see patches of weird smoothness. Underneath, scales had already begun to form. As for the one-eyed's claws, the sharp nails had completely disappeared. But Wen Yu knew that the current one-eyed had already learned to control its bones to cause subtle changes, not limited to its claws, but also its teeth. In just 15 days of high-intensity hunting, the one-eyed had completely transformed. Though it had become ugly and even bizarre, Wen Yu understood that the so-called external appearance was merely a difference in aesthetic views. These were just appearances, superficial things. Even if the one-eyed turned into a monster, Wen Yu wouldn't care about such superficial looks. What was more important was combat capability. The ability of the feast not only enhanced physical fitness limits and racial abilities, but also allowed for comprehensive transformation of the body, even transcending races and merging the strengths of various races. Insect-like exoskeleton armor, powerful acidic bodily fluids, bone controllability of the bone demon. Even the flexibility of snakes, the agility of felines, even the potential to grow wings or develop gills for underwater breathing. Ultimately creating a perfect killing machine, when you patted the one-eyed on the forehead, even with Wen Yu's current strength, he could feel the hardness of the one-eyed's fur. Sleep now. There's another big battle tomorrow. Seeing the three spirit pets obediently fall asleep, Wen Yu also closed his eyes. A night of silence. The next morning, Wen Yu greeted Siddhartha, formally declaring the end of this cooperation, and then rode Xing, flying south towards India. Xing was extremely fast. In no time they had crossed most of India. From a distance, Wen Yu could already sense the overwhelming demonic energy ahead. As the distance to the mutated beast's base camp decreased, the stench became more pungent, and the ground was littered with various biological corpses and scattered mutated beast teams. Until approaching a certain distance, even the vegetation on the ground began to thin out until it completely vanished. The land was dry and cracked, with fragmented fissures resembling the scars of the earth. Looking down into the cracks, one could see a bottomless abyss, true silence, complete destruction. Wherever the demonic disaster passed, not a blade of grass grew. This was the destructive power of the demonic clan and their method of breaking the level restraints. Plants and even microorganisms are also a form of native life on Earth. It was precisely due to this tactical approach of the demonic clan that no matter how hard Earth's life tried, the level restraints would undoubtedly be lost. Breaking the level restraints was merely a matter of time for the demonic clan. More than 2 months had passed since the opening of the Demon Realm Gate, and at this point, the cracks in the level restraints from level 5 to level 6 had already appeared. Recalling the military map he saw yesterday, Wen Yu found a concealed location not too far from the mutated beast's base camp, commanded Xing to land, casually set up a dark barrier to isolate images and auras, and then sat cross-legged on the ground. Protect my body. After issuing the command to the three spirit pets, Wen Yu slowly closed his eyes. The next second, the soul battlefield activated. The power of the soul enveloped Wen Yu, and as the soul battlefield started, Wen Yu's soul body slowly floated outside. Without the obstruction of the physical body, Wen Yu immediately felt that his perception ability had significantly strengthened. Looking back at his physical body and the three spirit pets guarding him, Wen Yu lightly moved his body, and a vast amount of soul power instantly surged forth. The three spirit pets guarding Wen Yu felt a cold wind that stung their souls pass by, causing their bodies to shudder involuntarily. In the state of separation from the physical body, Wen Yu was finally serious. Then with a thought, the soul body perfectly overcame the pull of gravity and swiftly floated towards the far-off demonic clan base camp. The soul body was invisible, untraceable, and untouchable, much like a ghost. Even if it could be sensed, the soul battlefield surrounding the soul body was immune to all attacks except for those from limit-breaking level soul system skills. In this state, it was even safer than the invisibility of the heaven-covering robe. Moreover, in the state of the soul body, Wen Yu could expand the coverage of the soul battlefield at any time, forcibly pulling the enemy's soul out to engage in an unequal soul battle, and could even briefly penetrate the isolation of the soul battlefield to directly inflict damage on the enemy's physical body. This was a high-level application of soul detachment skills previously demonstrated by the Demon Lord to Wen Yu. Of course, this one-sided striking method showcased by the Demon Lord was something Wen Yu was not yet skilled at, or rather, his soul strength was still insufficient. Forcibly penetrating the soul battlefield with the soul body could result in being pulled back to the physical body in just a few minutes. After all, this was not a skill, but rather a technique, and techniques require a foundation and learning to improve. The soul floated away, gradually distancing itself from the area where the three spirit pets were hiding, drifting towards the place where demonic energy was the most turbulent. The reason for using the soul battlefield was precisely the method Wen Yu thought of yesterday to eliminate the demonic clan's stronghold: sneaking in, reconnaissance, and even assassination. There was no better way to infiltrate than to leave one's physical body behind. Despite knowing that there were unlikely to be any demonic creatures or items that posed a threat to him within the camp, Wen Yu still maintained the most basic level of caution. Wen Yu was unaware of whether the demonic clan had anything beyond his imagination, so it was necessary to observe the composition and trump cards of the demonic clan's stronghold first. Although the soul floated, its actual speed was even faster than Wen Yu's physical body at full speed. Perfectly blending into the air without causing the slightest ripple, it didn't take long for the distant demonic clan's base in India to come into view. As Wen Yu drifted closer, the full picture of the distant demonic creature's base slowly came into his sight. In the outermost layer, countless black-skinned demonic creatures were crammed together, chaotic and completely lacking the discipline that an army should have. These black-skinned demonic creatures were like pests of the demon realm, becoming the largest clan with strong reproductive abilities and low intelligence, serving as the inexhaustible cannon fodder of the demon realm. Occasionally, some black-skinned demonic creatures could not suppress their desire for slaughter and would run off alone or in groups into the distance. The demonic clan treated these black-skinned demonic creatures like a herd of livestock. So long as they brought them to Earth, these greedy creatures would fight valiantly for food. At the same time, these guys were also the main culprits destroying Earth's ecological environment. Other than rocks, they would eat anything. Wen Yu in the sky quickly estimated the number of black-skinned demonic creatures below, then withdrew his gaze and continued to drift inward. Passing over the group of black-skinned demonic creatures, he finally reached the true base of the demonic clan. Countless tents were laid out on the ground in a haphazard manner, with numerous bizarre-looking demonic creatures coming and going. Here, it finally looked somewhat like a military camp. Wen Yu descended from the sky, and in his soul-separated state, no matter the level of demonic creature, none could observe his presence. Taking advantage of this concealment, Wen Yu walked and observed, and in no time he had reached the very center of the demonic camp. Ahead, 3 towering demon realm gates were arranged in a triangular formation, and various demonic creatures swarmed out of the gates before being assigned to different legions based on their racial strength under the commands of higher-level demonic creatures. The number and quality of the demonic creatures pouring out from these 3 gates were significantly higher than those from the other demon realm gates in India. After observing for a while, Wen Yu left the area and walked to another location. "General Hada, General!" In the distance, the shout of an ancient demon pulled Hada out of his chaotic military arrangements. "This is left to you. Make sure to properly accommodate the newly arrived warriors." "Yes, General." After assigning his tasks, Hada turned to look at the approaching ancient demon. "What is it? General, you're going to be late for today's military meeting." The reminder from the ancient demon made Hada suddenly realize, and he looked up at the sun, self-deprecatingly smiling. There had been so many reinforcements arriving from the demon realm today that, as the head of military affairs, he was so busy that he almost forgot about the military meeting. Thinking of this, Hada instructed a few more things to his aide before heading towards the demonic clan's camp. The management system of the demonic clan was quite complete. This camp saw hundreds of thousands of demonic creatures pouring out from the demon realm gates every day. The scale of the military was beyond imagination, and such military operations required a lot of people for coordination, housing, food, strategic arrangements, and even receiving super strong reinforcements from the demonic clan military department. In short, within this camp, there were numerous officials, from the highest commander to the lowest logistics officer. As the logistics chief of the camp, Hada's identity and status were not low. Winding through the dense crowd of demonic creatures, Hada followed a completely erratic path and shortly reached the meeting place, a rather unremarkable tent. Inside, a chaotic meeting had already begun. Hada entered the tent and nodded at the other 8 seated demonic creatures as a greeting before casually taking a seat. Although this meeting sounded grand, it was actually just a simple daily routine report. Those who could fight had already led their troops out or infiltrated deep into India alone. These generals had impressive titles, but were mostly demonic creatures with relatively weak combat abilities. The entire meeting felt lengthy and tedious, and after the report was finished, Hada was nearly dozing off. It wasn't until he felt a pressing need in his stomach that he snapped back to reality and looked at the highest commander of the camp. The commander was speaking animatedly, showing no signs of stopping, prompting Hada to lightly cough a couple of times to attract his attention. "Sorry, Commander. The military department said they would be delivering 2 heavy cannons today, and I think it's time for me to check on that." Perhaps unhappy that Hada interrupted him, the commander waved his hand heavily, giving tacit consent to Hada's request. Hada then sighed in relief, stood up to excuse himself, and hurried out. "Damn meeting, what a waste of time." As Hada left the tent, he grumbled while desperately needing to relieve himself, hastening his steps without realizing how lucky he was to escape a disaster. After wandering around the entire demonic camp, it was only when he was attracted by the general shout in the demon realm language that Wen Yu paused his exploration and followed Hada to the meeting tent. In other words, Wen Yu listened attentively to the entire meeting. Thanks to his enlightenment, the demon realm language posed no barrier. Perhaps the term meeting held some magical power. What seemed like a simple report in Wen Yu's eyes was dragged out for a full hour by the 9 demonic creatures with no signs of stopping. Until Hada left under the pretext of work, Wen Yu waited for another 20 minutes, cross-referencing the intelligence he had gathered with the discussions during the meeting. He confirmed that there was no one within the camp who could threaten him. Then, seeing the ancient demon commanding passionately with no intention of wrapping up the meeting, Wen Yu finally couldn't hold back. Damn it! In his soul state, Wen Yu immediately stood up, instantaneously crossing the entire meeting hall to stand before the ancient demon commander. The foul breath, coupled with the occasionally splattered transparent liquid, left Wen Yu with no favorable impression of the time-wasting individual. With a thought, the soul battlefield surrounding his body instantly expanded, directly enveloping the ancient demon commander within it. To the outside world, the gathered demonic creatures only saw the commander speaking enthusiastically, then plop as he fell to the ground. The remaining demonic creatures exchanged glances. Inside the soul battlefield, looking at the ancient demon commander's bewildered soul, Wen Yu's fingertips emitted a black beam of light that instantly pierced through the ancient demon commander's head. The soul collapsed, transforming into flickering points of light that rapidly surged into Wen Yu's soul, becoming nourishment to enhance his soul power. Subsequently, the fallen ancient demon's body directly lost its life force. At that moment, the entire meeting hall finally reacted, an uproar breaking out. Seeing the remaining bewildered generals below, Wen Yu emitted a mental wave towards the 3 spirit pets standing guard in the distance. "Victor, retrieve my body back to the ethereal realm, then come directly here." A simple sentence described what Wen Yu was about to do, directly uproot this demonic clan camp. In his soul state, Wen Yu's perception ability was incredibly powerful. Within a few hours, he had thoroughly surveyed the general troop strength, the number of strong beings, and even the powerful items of the demonic clan camp. After confirming that there was absolutely no threat to him within this camp, the fate of this camp was already sealed. In the next second, the soul battlefield expanded once more, instantly enveloping the entire tent. An eerie power immediately pulled the souls of the remaining 7 demonic creatures out of their bodies. As Wen Yu looked at the oddly shaped souls before him, excitement and bloodlust slowly manifested in his hands. The slaughter began. This time, the visit to the restroom felt particularly lengthy. Only after emptying his stomach's contents did Hada slowly rise. The stench in the restroom made Hada wrinkle his nose, and he quickly exited the filthy place. Looking at the tent where the meeting was held in the distance, Hada pondered for a moment before decisively turning around and heading towards the distant demon realm gate. What he had just mentioned about military department support was not just a cover. In reality, there was indeed a new batch of war supplies ready for delivery today. Although it wasn't at this moment, calculating the time, it was almost due. With this reason, Hada was able to escape the tedious meeting. Thinking this, he couldn't help but praise his own intelligence. Ancient demons are different. Although my combat ability isn't strong with this brain of mine, being a logistics officer feels like a bit of a waste. As Hada walked, he became lost in vanity until the distant explosion disrupted his daydream. Changes came in rapid succession. Hada first heard a high-pitched dragon roar, followed by a gigantic shadow approaching from afar, torrents of flames flowing from the shadow's mouth. The descending flames surged, and even from Hada's position he could feel the fierce heat wave. Roar! From the eastern direction, an even larger shadow soared into the sky from within the camp, covered in black scales, its elongated body boasting 3 menacing heads at its neck. Hada knew it was a limit-breaker-level demonic creature, a powerful member of the 3-headed demonic dragon clan. Although they were of the same level, the 3-headed demonic dragon clan was a rare species in the demon realm, and their racial talents were no less than that of the ancient demon clan. Combined with the fact that the 3-headed demonic dragon was a limit-breaker-level creature, its immense power was far beyond what Hada could compare to. As he watched the massive body of the 3-headed demonic dragon soar into the sky, charging towards the distant shadow, Hada's mind had yet to catch up. Is this an attack from Earth's life? Or, before Hada could think further, the battle in the distance had already reached a conclusion. The incoming dragon-like creature bit off the central head of the 3-headed dragon, then, despite its own smaller size, swiftly circled around the 3-headed dragon at a dizzying speed. In the next moment, flesh and blood splattered, bones and organs rained down like a downpour. In just one exchange, the 3-headed demonic dragon, which had appeared invincible in Hada's eyes, was already torn apart into pieces. Before Hada could regain his senses, the entire camp immediately sounded an alarm. Boom, boom, boom! 3 consecutive sounds like drums reverberated through the heavens, signaling an enemy attack alert, mobilization orders, and the highest level of danger. Looking up at the dragon rampaging through the camp, all flying demonic creatures surged forward, only to be mercilessly slaughtered. Hada jolted, his mind instantaneously recalling the intelligence from half a month ago. Sequence 2 had already intervened in the Indian battlefield. Although he had never seen Sequence 2 in person, information about Sequence 2 was a required lesson for every high-level demonic clan member. This even included the 3 main battle spirit pets of Sequence 2. The brain that Hada had just praised once again played its role. "Warriors, charge!" Hada waved his arms, his peak 5th-tier power allowing his voice to carry far. His identity as a general ensured that his orders were flawlessly executed. Watching the demonic creatures rushing forward under his command, Hada immediately turned and ran towards the opposite direction of the surging tide of demonic creatures, the location of the distant Demon Realm Gate. Hada was no fool. The demonic clan military department had already conducted a combat power assessment of Sequence 2. As the logistics commander of the entire camp, Hada understood very well that this camp had no means to withstand Sequence 2. Though numerous, they lacked strong beings. If not now, then when? After all, kings against kings and soldiers against soldiers truly depict the reality of the apocalyptic war. Cannon fodder that relies on numbers cannot stir up any waves in the face of true strong beings. The surging demonic creatures rushing towards the battlefield greatly obstructed Hada's retreat. Fortunately, given Hada's status and his own peak 5th-tier strength, he managed to recruit a few strong 5th-tier demonic creatures along the way, allowing him to run all the way to the front of the Demon Realm Gate. Upon reaching this point, Hada finally breathed a sigh of relief. Taking out a token-like item, Hada looked at the Demon Realm Gate still spewing forth demonic creatures ahead, a gleam flashing in his eyes. Being the logistics commander, who oversaw all affairs of this demonic stronghold, Hada naturally had both the qualification and necessity to traverse the Demon Realm Gate in the opposite direction. This token was both Hada's identification and his current means of escape. Hada arrived in front of the Demon Realm Gate and casually waved away several demonic clan guards beside him. He then stood in front of the gate, selecting a position suitable for a quick retreat. Afterward, he turned around and looked at the distant camp that had already fallen into the flames of war. The giant dragon in the sky continued to wreak havoc, the black dragon raining down endless flames as its sharp teeth and claws madly tore apart the flying demonic creatures that had gathered in the air. Under the rampage of the giant dragon, the entire aerial formation of the demonic clan trembled. Compared to just now, the giant dragon had delved deeper and was flying lower, so Hada could see more clearly, specifically, that it was a 2nd-tier spirit pet. Confirming the intelligence, Hada finally breathed a sigh of relief. This way his escape should not be punished by the military department, Hada thought to himself as he looked toward another direction. There the sound of roars spread far and wide, and the sounds of battle were unceasing. However, the sounds of fighting had been going on for over 10 minutes without any sign of stopping, indicating the severity of the battle. There was simply no way to resolve the enemy situation in the entire camp. Thinking of this, Hada could no longer bear to consider the fate of this camp. He decisively turned around and directly entered the interior of the Demon Realm Gate. As Hada departed, the flow of demonic creatures emerging from the Demon Realm Gate gradually decreased until it disappeared completely. Seeing that the situation was untenable, the demonic clan decisively cut off their support for the Indian battlefield. It goes without saying that this was the role Hada played. About 3 minutes later, in a state of soul form, when you slowly floated to the side of the Demon Realm Gate. Looking at the now useless gate, he gently furrowed his brows. Having just adapted to the combat style outside of his physical body, it was inevitable that he wasted some time. It was only until recently that Wen Yu remembered to block the Demon Realm Gate. Now it seemed he had arrived a bit late. However, this was not particularly important. The number of demonic creatures in the camp was already enough for Wen Yu to digest. What he needed to be on guard against were merely the demonic clan experts that might come to support from within the Demon Realm Gate. Not the trash that had just broken the limits, but truly powerful ones. The sky of the Demon Realm was always a gray-black color. The sky was filled with terrifying and savage cracks, as if it were about to shatter at any moment. 3 dim stars hung high in the sky, emitting an even fainter glow. The entire Demon Realm presented a sense of dead silence and ruin. A thick demonic energy rushed toward him, filling the air of the entire Demon Realm with countless particulate matter. Even with the physique of the demonic clan, taking a breath in the Demon Realm felt like a stab in the throat. Coupled with the foul smell of demonic energy, Hada, who had just returned to the Demon Realm, immediately frowned. I've been living too well for too long, now it's really hard to adjust. The good days Hada referred to didn't actually last long, at most just about 2 months. However, 2 months of life on Earth left a deep impression on Hada. There, it was indeed much better than the demon realm. Various types of demonic clan members continued to approach the enormous demon realm gate. Seeing this scene, Hada came back to his senses and decisively called over the guards responsible for guarding the demon realm gate. As the highest military official stationed at the Indian battlefield's headquarters, Hada held a certain status in the demonic clan army. At least he was considerably higher than these gatekeepers. Seal off the demon realm gate and suspend support for the Indian battlefield. Hada's tone was severe, but suspending support was no small matter. Although the guards knew Hada's identity, such a significant decision could not rely solely on Hada's word. Or rather, Hada's status was not high enough. Seeing the guard's troubled expressions, a cold light flashed across Hada's face, and his tone became even more forceful. An unexpected situation has occurred at the Indian battlefield, and I returned specifically for this matter. Do what I say. If the situation is delayed, be careful. I'll have your whole family wiped out. The blatant threat stemmed not only from the difference in military rank, but also from the inherent racial advantage of the ancient demon clan over ordinary demonic clans. The ancient demon clan held a status in the demon realm comparable to... No, they were akin to royalty. The guard squinted at Hada for a moment, and the enormous single eye on his forehead flickered with an ambiguous gleam. After a moment, the guard shifted his gaze away and nodded at Hada. Hada felt a surge of joy, armed with intelligence of a second tier attacking demonic clan headquarters, and having just decisively cut off support to the Indian headquarters, saving countless soldiers' lives, plus his identity as an ancient demon, he thought to himself that perhaps he could avoid punishment or even advance his position. Hada was pleased with this thought. After overseeing the guards stop the incoming support forces at the demon realm gate and sealing off the gate, Hada finally turned around and walked towards the more distant Indian branch of the demonic clan military department. For safety's sake, the highest command post in each war zone of the demonic clan was established on their homeland. Hada moved quickly, producing his identity token along the way, and his journey to the highest command post was smooth sailing. It wasn't until he entered the highest command post that Hada slowed his pace. Inside the complex and dimly lit building, he turned left and right, and in no time he arrived at the command center. Standing in front of the massive iron doors, Hada took a deep breath to calm his mood before cautiously knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The fist of the ancient demon struck the steel door, producing muffled sounds of impact. Combined with the strange layout of the building, it created echoes. The eerie sounds made Hada shiver involuntarily. Enter, an even colder voice came from behind the door. Hada swallowed hard before pulling the door open. Inside was pitch black. Through the dimness, Hada could vaguely see a robust ancient demon sitting in front of a square table, reviewing one document after another. Lord Regaz, Hada spoke, and although it was merely a simple title, his voice trembled as it passed his lips. Yes, here, please call me Commander. Regaz did not look up. His lips did not move, but his powerful voice resonated throughout the room. With those words, an unabashedly violent aura spread out, making Hada's legs go weak. It wasn't that Hada was too weak. Rather, he understood that every commander responsible for overseeing a battle zone was an 11th-level transcendent strongman. Although they could not enter Earth during this period, they could still manage all affairs in the demonic clan's homeland. After all, the insights, thoughts, and computation abilities of an 11th-level strongman were immensely superior to lower-level demonic creatures. Lord Commander, Hada changed his address. Only then did Regaz nod in satisfaction, his aura retracting somewhat. What is it? Although he had already prepared his speech, standing before Regaz, Hada still stumbled over his words. Lords, the Indian battlefield has fallen? Oh! Regaz merely responded with a simple acknowledgement before picking up another document from the table. In the dark, or rather, in an environment devoid of any light source, a blurry figure rapidly reviewed documents, a sight that appeared bizarre. Fortunately, with Hada's peak 5th-level ability, his night vision had significantly improved. He quickly raised his head to glance at Regaz, then lowered it again. From Hada's perspective, Regaz did not show any expression of anger or annoyance on his face. This was a good sign. At least Lord Commander didn't immediately execute him. Hada sighed in relief until Regaz spoke again. Second tier, right? He took out the forward base? Yes, Lord Commander. After 2 exchanges, Hada's tongue became much more agile and he immediately responded. Then, bang, a crisp explosion sounded like a clean and swift fart. However, the result of this fart was not very optimistic. Hada's body exploded like a balloon, blood splattering in an instant, limbs scattered everywhere, his flesh painting a brilliant flower on the ground. The base is gone. How are you still alive? Regaz's deep sigh echoed, and then shadows surged within the room, enveloping the entire space like living creatures. In no time, when the shadows dissipated, Hada's corpse had vanished without a trace. Completely clean, thoroughly. After casually finishing a minor task, Regaz set down the documents in hand and gently stretched his neck. Sitting for too long made Regaz somewhat uncomfortable. After all, as an 11th-level transcendent strongman, what he truly excelled at was not sitting in a room facing piles of documents as high as mountains. After moving his wrists a couple of times, Regaz's scaly fingers lightly tapped on the table. With Regaz's movement, the table in front of him made slight sounds, and the next second, a projection-like light curtain appeared clearly before him. A sci-fi-styled light curtain that contrasted sharply with Regaz's savage and grim features, creating an indescribably eerie atmosphere. Regaz was used to it. After all, the demonic clan had invaded so many worlds. Without some technological foundation to complement their strengths, that would be a joke. With practiced fingers, he tapped on the light curtain, and in no time he opened a software named Tactical Conference Room. Communications request connecting. Connection successful. In less than a minute, the remote combat conference was established. The scene on the light curtain gradually changed, and 6 demonic creatures with varying appearances appeared clearly on the originally pure white interface. There were ancient demons, strange spider-like creatures, and even a lewd-looking black-skinned demon. But Regaz, who understood the details, knew that those who could converse with him here were all of the same level and status. 11th-level transcendent strongmen, the commanders-in-chief of the major battle zones. The Indian battlefield has failed. It was the doing of the second tier. Regaz was the first to explain the situation. The loss of a major battle zone did not stir any waves in this conference room. Just like the earlier loss of the Huaxia war zone, other than Regaz, the remaining 6 demonic creatures in the conference room continued with their tasks, not responding to Regaz's words. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward, until another ancient demon spoke up. If it's gone, then it's gone. For these demonic creatures standing at the highest position of the demonic clan military, a battle zone was just like trash that could be casually discarded. The speaking ancient demon clearly had a different status from Regaz. With this ancient demon speaking, the conference room finally became lively. The 3-headed evil dragon teased, "What's wrong? Regaz, are you hurt? Do you need us to comfort you?" Regaz curled his lip. The black-skinned demon in the light curtain also set down the documents in its hand. The Indian battlefield is adjacent to Huaxia war zone. In our strategy, it is also an important link. First, we lost Huaxia, and then we lost India. Regaz, you really are not up to the task. The tone carried doubt, but more so sarcasm. All 7 demonic creatures present understood that the level restraint on Earth had only reached 5 levels. At this time, the concept of battle zones was not important at all. Just like the immortal heroic world back then, during level 5, demonic creatures could not stir up much trouble there. The demonic clan's offensive only grew stronger and more difficult to resist as time went on, until the level restraint was completely shattered. That would be when the demonic clan truly unleashed its power. However, having continuously lost 2 large battle zones, Regaz indeed bore some responsibility. At this moment, facing the ridicule of the other 2 demonic creatures, Regaz maintained a calm demeanor, observing without making any explanations. "All right," another ancient demon helped Regaz out. Looking around at the remaining demonic creatures, the ancient demon slowly spoke. "Losing the Indian war zone is not a big deal. One war zone is gone, it's just gone. Now, Regaz, share your thoughts. You connected our communications. It can't just be to inform us of this trivial information, right?" Regaz extended a finger and tapped on the table. After a moment, he finally spoke. "I request to open another battle zone." "And where?" the ancient demon inquired. "African war zone." "Africa?" The ancient demon raised an eyebrow. "There is indeed no commander-in-chief there, but the situation on the African continent is quite difficult. In Africa, mutated beasts ran rampant, and the number of divine beast species was the highest on Earth. It was undeniably a tough nut to crack. However, Regaz had his own ideas. Firstly, there are not many practitioners on the African continent. You all know that the combat power of practitioners of the same level is indeed a tier higher than that of mutated beasts. Secondly, the mutated beasts in Africa are completely disorganized. The entire continent, under the leadership of a few divine beasts, is divided into several groups of mutated beast factions, and their internal strife is quite severe. Lastly, I think we should take down a battle zone first as our base for conquering Earth." "Yay, I think you're just looking to save face." the black-skinned demon, who had some issues with Regaz, decisively mocked. Yes, I want to save face, Regaz directly nodded. After losing 2 battle zones, his expression was not good either. With Regaz's candid admission, the entire conference room fell silent. Strictly speaking, the losses of the Huaxia and Indian war zones had little to do with Regaz. The troop deployments of each battle zone were roughly equivalent. Among the 7 demonic creatures present, whoever encountered the second tier faced the same predicament. Moreover, since Regaz had already yielded, there was no need to make things difficult for him. Agreed, the leading ancient demon spoke first. Seconded, seconded, the remaining 5 demonic creatures all agreed. Regaz's expression improved considerably, and he said sternly, "This time I will deploy my secretly trained 5th-level elite team, and I need your assistance." Of course. Once again, the ancient demon of the same clan was the first to support Regaz. "I will send over the 3rd-generation Seed of Destruction, 3rd-generation Seed of Plague, and 3rd-generation Seed of Blaze. I will support you with one of my juniors, the strongest among the 5th levels," spoke the 11th-level strongman of the 3-headed demonic dragon clan. "I will send a cataclysmic ancient tree. I'll send you 10 5th-level members of super tribes." Seeing the 6 demonic creatures all speaking up, Regaz finally let out a breath of relief, his previously tense expression easing. "Thank you all. There would be another update tonight. You are amazing for listening to chapters 641 to 730 of Doomsday Summoning Frenzy. If you are enjoying this story, please consider subscribing and supporting the channel.